In the Sakura Empire, in the corridor of the private Chungmei Academy, the break between classes filled the wide passageway with students. Boys' chatter and girls' soft laughter rose and fell without end. Standing before a window, Sohan gazed out at the campus, his eyes unfocused, his mind drifting far away. A gentle breeze brushed past, sending his messy fringe fluttering as the summer sunlight spilled across Sohan's profile. His handsome features seemed gilded with a faint divine radiance, and more than a few girls in the classroom, who were secretly watching from afar, found themselves momentarily dazzled and entranced. Alongside the infatuated gazes of the girl students came no small number of jealous, hostile looks from the boys. By now, after these few days, Sohan was already used to it. 3 days ago, he had inexplicably crossed over into this world, taking on the identity of a transfer student from the Sakura Empire. He was not some undocumented ghost, he even had a house of his own to stay in. Over these 3 days, Sohan had pieced together an understanding of this world. It was a parallel version of Earth, its history and culture almost identical, save that the names of modern historical figures had all changed. In the present Sakura Empire, the authority of the emperor had waned while powerful clans controlled the nation's military and political power beneath, which spread countless lesser families of varying size. Within the private Chungmei Academy, many young masters and heiresses from these great clans studied alongside a larger number of outstanding civilian students. Bored out of his mind, Sohan stared at the scenery outside the window. His face betrayed no emotion, yet his heart was filled with impatience and irritation. Name: Sohan. System not activated. Strength 9. The average adult attribute is 10. Agility 10. Intelligence 11. Constitution 10. Items none. This attribute panel had appeared the moment he crossed over 3 days ago and could be summoned at will whenever he wished to see it. But what exactly was this so-called system? 3 days had gone by, and still it had not activated. Since you have the power to drag me across worlds, Sohan thought darkly, do you not have the power to awaken yourself? As long as the system remained dormant, a sense of insecurity gnawed at his heart. Shaking his head, he glanced back at the nearby girls, students whispering among themselves, then seemingly unconcerned started walking toward the restroom. His thoughts were in disarray. He needed to wash his face and clear his head. In the corridor, as they watched Sohan's departing back, several male students exchanged glances and, without drawing attention, quietly followed after him. They watched him disappear into the restroom. Of the 5 students, 3 continued straight inside, while the remaining 2 stationed themselves at the door. Passing students who noticed this scene did not dare linger. Under the fierce stares of the 2 at the entrance, they lowered their heads and hurried away. Inside the restroom, Sohan splashed water over his face, yet the icy stream could not extinguish the restlessness in his chest. Does this system have some kind of serious malfunction? He muttered. Why does it stubbornly refuse to activate? Is the time not yet ripe, or is there some trigger I'm missing? Over the past 3 days, he had tried more than once to communicate with the system, but every attempt had vanished into silence. Not the slightest response. He had been so infuriated he could almost smash the wall. Forget it, he sighed. When I get back, I'll try writing novels or drawing manga. Maybe this thing is some kind of entertainment system. And if that doesn't work, I can try slaughtering a few live fish or chickens. What if it turns out to be a kill monsters type system? With a plan forming in his mind, the furrow between Sohan's brows finally eased. Just as he turned to leave, he realized that at some point 3 figures had already planted themselves firmly in front of the doorway. He took in the unnaturally quiet restroom and the 3 students blocking the exit with ill intent, and instantly understood the situation. Campus bullying. After 3 days, they finally could not hold back. Being too handsome was not always a blessing. When a tree grows too tall, it catches the wind, and those who shine too brightly are bound to draw envy and resentment. He shook his head helplessly. In truth, Sohan did not wish to clash with the 3 students before him. Not because he was cowardly, but because he feared that if he lost control, he might actually beat them to death. Sohan recognized the trio. The blonde in the middle was named Tenjin Zetaro, a young master of the Tenjin family, arrogant and domineering, often tormenting other civilian students. The 2 flanking him were merely Tenjin Zetaro's lackeys. Worthless Hangerson, hardly worth mentioning. Having cornered Sohan in the restroom, Tenjin Zetaro felt a surge of excitement. He had long been displeased with this transfer student who affected a constant air of depth, while the girls in class seemed utterly captivated. Handsome, and so what? What a shallow bunch of girls. Today he would make Sohan kneel on the floor and beg for mercy. With Sohan firmly hemmed in, Tenjin Zetaro mistook the calm on his face for shock, and his own grin grew more ferocious. His fists cracked as he clenched them. Rat, you've been an eyesore to me for a long time, he snarled. Tell me, how do you want to die? His 2 lackeys moved in with malicious eagerness. They were no strangers to this sort of business, and had long since grown proficient. In their minds, they could already see the image of Sohan on his knees pleading for his life. Seeing the scene before him, Sohan knew that this ordeal would not be easily passed. Even so, he felt no trace of fear. Meeting Tenjin Zetaro's eyes, he said coolly, the 3 of you should be grateful for this peaceful society. If this were a novel with the way you're courting death, none of you would survive past the second chapter. His right hand moved ever so slightly, and a short black rod slipped from his sleeve into his palm. Without even glancing at the three stupefied boys, Sohan strode forward. Good dogs know better than to block the way. Move, he snapped. He had already decided if they were foolish enough to stay in his path, he would let them experience firsthand just how refreshing a self-defense baton felt when it struck flesh. He was not someone to be bullied. To swallow his anger in silence. Absolutely impossible. Still, once the fight was over, he would have to do everything he could to awaken the system, otherwise trouble would only grow. He was merely a transfer student from the Sakura Empire, while the Tenjin family was an extreme right-wing clan in the Sakura Empire. Here on their home turf, if the Tenjin family chose to target a foreign transfer student like him, he truly would have little recourse. When Sohan finished speaking, Tenjin Zataro was left stunned. From elementary school onward, no one had ever dared defy him like this. This guy really had no sense of self-preservation. Fury, vast and boundless, surged through Tenjin Zataro's mind. Feeling utterly belittled, he roared, "Get him. Beat him to a pulp. If you kill him, I'll take responsibility." The two lackeys jolted, then swung their fists viciously at the approaching Sohan. As the punches came flying toward him, Sohan raised his arm, the self-defense baton appearing in his grip. Just as he was about to extend it, a burst of clamor drifted in from outside the restroom. "What's going on at the school gate? There's some office lady smashing at the gate. What happened? Quick look. The security guards and the discipline director are heading over." Unbelievable, that office lady just threw herself at them, so enthusiastic. Damn, is that woman insane? Why is she suddenly biting people? Oh, they're fighting. There's a brawl at the gate. What the hell? Did someone die? Why did that office lady just drop to the ground like that? Isn't that a bit too brutal? Huh. A fight broke out at the school gate, and someone was killed. What is going on? The sudden burst of exclamations made Sohan in the restroom freeze mid-motion. It was not just Sohan. The two lackey students who had been charging at him with fists raised also stopped, turning their eyes toward Tenjin Zataro with questioning looks. Tenjin Zataro was also taken aback. Meeting the questioning gazes of his two lackeys, he gritted his teeth and was about to speak when two students burst in through the restroom entrance. "Young Master Tenjin, it looks like someone was killed at the school gate. The school leaders are already out there. Let's get out of here first." After hearing the report from his two subordinates, Tenjin Zataro was burning with frustration. He turned and shot Sohan a vicious glare. "Kid, you are lucky today. Let's go. Let's see what is happening." Even if he was the young master of the Tenjin family, he still had to mind his image. With the situation still unclear, he had no desire to stir up more trouble. Private Chungmei Academy had powerful backing. Its school leaders and board directors were all representatives sent by major families. His Tenjin family could not afford to offend them. Tenjin Zataro slunk away. Sohan had no intention of lingering either. Putting away his self-defense baton, he quickly strode out of the restroom. In the corridor, a cluster of students was crowded by the window, peering outside, and shocked cries kept rising from the crowd. "Whoa, someone really got killed. He is lying on the ground, not moving at all." The teacher from the academic affairs office got his shoulder bitten open. Could that person be a madman? Look, isn't that the principal and several board directors? With such a big incident, they must be racking their brains right now. What the hell? What is that? How is that dead guy on the ground getting up again? Could he be faking it? No, something is off. The one faking death got up. So why did the teacher from the academic affairs office suddenly collapse? What kind of show is this? Hearing one exclamation after another, Sohan stopped mid-step, completely stunned. Something about this does not seem right. The turn of events gave Sohan an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. A guess surfaced in his mind, and his scalp went numb. He hurried over to the window, squeezed past the crowd, grabbed a stool, and climbed onto it. Holy crap, that person is definitely a madman. He just got up and started biting people like a wild animal. A huge chunk of flesh was bitten off that security guard's hand. He is insane. Completely insane. Even the guard's baton is useless. My god. Look. Teacher Inoue, who just collapsed, seems to have gone crazy too. He is chasing the guard and biting him. What is going on? Could that madman have rabies and then infected Teacher Inoue? The moment he climbed onto the chair, Sohan heard those words, and his heart gave a sharp lurch. Rabies. He wished it were only rabies. He hurriedly looked toward the school gate, and the sight before him drained the color from his face. Not far from the school gate, Teacher Inoue from the academic affairs office stood with a ghastly pale face and deathly gray pupils. With his mouth wide open, he was frantically biting the security guard, ignoring the shoves of the baton, and soon drew blood. Not far away, a female office worker in a suit was relentlessly chasing several people, shrieking and roaring. The principal and the board directors who had just stepped forward were frightened into fleeing in panic. The zombified Teacher Inoue and the female office worker racked up a string of quick victories, soon biting several guards. Meanwhile, the first guard who had been bitten began convulsing inexplicably on the spot. Within moments, he pitched headfirst to the ground, then not long after climbed back up with his mouth wide open and joined the chase. Every sign pointed to the same truth, no matter how much Sohan refused to admit it. The zombie outbreak had begun. He glanced at the system once more. The interface still displayed not activated. His face full of resignation, he jumped off the stool and dashed toward the stairwell. With the zombie outbreak, the teaching building would soon become unsafe. At a time like this, the safest place was the rooftop. As long as the door was locked, the zombies would have no way up at all. Sohan had barely run a few steps when a series of piercing screams rose from behind him. "Get off me! You creep! Stay away from me! I told you to get away! Sexual assault! You freak! Aya! Let go of me! Let go of me! It hurts! Why the hell are you biting me? Are you insane? Reiko, you! Don't be like this! We're in the hallway! Can't we go to the restroom? Aya! It hurts so much! Reiko, what are you doing? Damn it! It couldn't be spreading this fast!" Hearing those piercing screams, a chill ran down Sohan's spine. Weren't the zombies still at the school gate? How could zombies be appearing inside the teaching building? What in the world was happening? Had the zombie virus already spread into the school? How was it transmitted? Through the air, water, or something else? His mind was a tangled mess, but Sohan could not afford to think about it anymore. The urgent task now was to get to the rooftop. The rooftop was on the 6th floor, and he was only on the 3rd. If he wanted to make it, he had to hurry. Once complete chaos broke out, reaching the rooftop would be nearly impossible. Charge! With that thought, Sohan sprinted with all his might. By now the corridor had descended into utter chaos. Some students had already turned into zombies and were biting people madly, while the others were frightened out of their wits, fleeing in every direction with ashen faces. Behind Sohan, an unknown number of students were fleeing desperately, and at their heels the zombified students were chasing them with savage roars. Damn it! He glanced back at the scene, his pupils contracted, and he forced himself to run even faster. He had to go upstairs. He had to get to the rooftop. He had barely run a few meters when more than a dozen students rushed out of the classroom ahead, their faces full of terror. Instead of heading for the nearest stairwell, they charged toward him as if frightened out of their minds. The most frightening part was that right behind those students, 7 or 8 zombies with hideous faces and mouths full of shredded flesh and blood were chasing at their heels. Seeing this, Sohan wanted to curse at his rotten luck. Why did he have to be this unlucky? Wolves before tigers behind. Sohan glanced back, weighed the situation, and decisively kept sprinting without looking back. The stairwell was only a dozen meters away. There were only 7 or 8 zombies ahead. Behind him, the number of students and zombies was impossible to tell. Turning back now would mean certain death. There was only one option now: charge forward. If he could break through and rush into the stairwell, there would still be a sliver of hope. Whoosh! A weight dropped into his sleeve as the self-defense baton reappeared in his hand. Watching the students charging toward him, Sohan's expression hardened. With a sharp flick, the 10-centimeter baton instantly extended to more than half a meter. Baton in hand, facing the students rushing toward him and the crowd of zombies behind them, Sohan's expression turned icy cold. He shouted fiercely, "Get out of the way. It's all monsters behind you. Follow me if you don't want to die. Whoever blocks me dies. Wolves ahead, tigers behind. Zombies on both sides. Time is life. Every second wasted diminishes the chance of survival." At this moment, Sohan had no time for pleasantries with these students. The only option now was intimidation. If the dozen or so students ahead surged forward at once, he would be knocked to the ground in an instant, never to rise again, trampled to death or devoured by zombies. This was the moment for calm, for ruthlessness. The dozen students, driven senseless by terror, paid no heed to Sohan's roar. All they knew was to run. Keep running lest the monsters behind catch up and tear them apart, then become one of them. This bizarre phenomenon had utterly terrified them. Such a horrifying sight was beyond anything they had ever witnessed, never seen, never even heard of. As the students charged toward him like madmen, Sohan's gaze turned cold. Raising his defensive baton, he warned the panicked students a few meters away, "Get out of the way." He was gambling. Humans instinctively avoid danger, only closing their eyes in self-deception when escape is impossible. Given his current speed, the students ahead could still react. He was betting that faced with a raised baton they would dodge. As long as they cleared the path, he could pass through. Whether these students followed him or kept charging blindly into the zombie horde was none of his concern. He had done his part. Those destined to die could not be saved. Seeing Sohan's raised baton, the onrushing students flinched and instinctively veered to both sides. A flicker of joy crossed Sohan's eyes. His gamble had paid off. Though these students had lost their wits to fear, their instinctive reaction to danger remained intact. Baton in hand, Sohan sprinted without pause through the path the students had cleared. "Zombies are behind you. Follow me if you want to live." His voice echoed, and this time the dozen students heard clearly. They looked up and saw the frantic students charging toward them, and dozens upon dozens of zombies, or more. The most horrifying sight: a zombie leaped and pounced onto the back of the last student, its gaping maw sinking deep into flesh. Blood sprayed from the victim's neck as his arms flailed in despair, gurgling sounds escaping his throat before he crumpled to the ground lifeless. Witnessing this, several of the dozen students collapsed on the spot, eyes glazed over. When they snapped back to reality, they scrambled to their feet and fled after Sohan. His shout was not out of kindness. He had his own agenda. With the apocalypse erupting, he still had 3 floors to climb to reach the rooftop. The entire teaching building was in chaos, zombies everywhere. Alone, his strength was truly limited. Human power has its bounds, especially when fear accelerates the drain of stamina. Alone, he might never make it to the rooftop. If he encountered a horde of zombies, he wouldn't even have a chance to flee. These people, strictly speaking, were tools he had summoned. Props to increase his odds of survival, bait to draw zombie attention when cornered. The more people, the greater his chances of living. Passing the dozen students facing the 7 or 8 snarling zombies charging at him, Sohan would be lying to say he wasn't afraid. His hand gripping the baton trembled. Fear gripped his heart, yet his steps never faltered. Stopping meant death. Only by charging forward without hesitation could he find a sliver of hope. With a roar, he swung his arm with all his might. The baton whistled through the air and came crashing down. The first zombie's skull split open on impact, spraying red and white in every direction. One strike to the head, and a terrifying zombie was eliminated. Blood splattered before his eyes, and Sohan's body trembled. At that moment, a chime echoed in his mind. Killed ordinary zombie gained 1 point. Current points 1. Ding. System activated. Ding. System binding. Binding progress 1. 10. 30. 60. 100. System successfully bound. Novice gift pack issued. Would you like to open it? A cascade of crisp, pleasant chimes. Sohan's heart surged with wild joy. A system, it activated just like that. Damn. So it required killing zombies to activate. No wonder it hadn't responded for 3 damn days. As for the novice gift pack, open it now or wait to die. Open. Whirling his baton, Sohan kept moving. The system's arrival bolstered his confidence, his strength seemingly surging. Fear and tension transformed into exhilaration. Kill. The baton swung. Mindless zombies fell one by one, their heads bursting, blood and brains splattering across the ground, staining the pristine white walls crimson. Baton in hand, Sohan was a god of death, eliminating all 7 or 8 zombies in seconds. The dozen students who had scrambled up behind him stood frozen, staring at his bloodstained back with awe and terror. Are zombies terrifying? Absolutely. Are zombies powerful? That's a matter of perspective. Having eliminated 7 or 8 in a row, Sohan felt these zombies were pathetically weak. Once you conquer your fear, arm yourself, and strike at the head, these zombies are nothing to fear. Compared to humans, these zombies don't even know how to dodge. How weak is that? Killed ordinary zombie gained 1 point. Current points 2. Killed ordinary zombie gained 1 point. Current points 3. Killed ordinary zombie gained 1 point. Current points 7. Ding. Novice pack opened. Obtained random ability card 1, random weapon card 1, 1 by 1 cubic meter, space ring 1. Ability card, weapon card, space ring. Excitement flashed in Sohan's eyes as he mentally commanded, use ability card. Ding. Ability card used. Ability drawing in progress. Congratulations, host drew lightning ability. Would you like to fuse? Fused. If not now, when? Wait until death to use it as an offering. Ding. Lightning ability is fusing. As the chime faded, Sohan felt a surge of current rush through his body, leaving him tingling, his physical functions rapidly enhancing. Moments later, the fusion was complete. Sohan opened his eyes, faint arcs of lightning flickering within them. Lightning ability fusion successful. Ding. Lightning ability fused successfully. Current level LV1. Hell yeah. Run. Don't block the way. Wait for me, wait for me. Hearing the roars behind him, Sohan snapped back to reality and sprinted on without looking back. No joke. Gaining an ability didn't mean invincibility. A LV1 lightning ability could handle a dozen zombies, but behind him, students and zombies combined numbered at least 100. His meager lightning ability wouldn't even make a splash, so running was the priority. He'd deal with the rest once his power grew. After fusing with the lightning ability, Sohan felt incredibly light and swift, as if wind were beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the stairwell. He had no time to bother with the other students now. With the lightning ability granting him incredible speed, he could easily escape as long as he wasn't surrounded by hundreds of zombies. Standing at the stairwell before he could even ascend, a cacophony of harsh screams and curses cascaded down from above. Stop pushing me. Get the hell out of my way. Run. Those monsters are catching up. A torrent of students surged down the stairs screaming. The sheer number of them caused a chaotic crush. Many stumbled and fell, unable to rise as countless feet trampled over them. Soon they were coughing up blood, their screams fading into silence. Seeing the human tide rushing down, Sohan's face darkened, and he turned away without hesitation. Taking the stairs to the rooftop was no longer an option. With the students above panicking, he couldn't possibly push against the tide of dozens or even hundreds of them. Not to mention the unknown number of zombies behind them. Taking the stairs was a fool's errand. It was better to find another route. For instance, the adjacent administration building. There was a sky bridge on the 3rd floor connecting directly to the activity building. Unlike the teaching building, the administration building mainly housed club activity rooms. At this hour, it would be far less crowded, making it a much safer option. For now, it was the only choice. With guttural roar, zombies ahead in the corridor spotted Sohan and abandoned their food to charge at him. His eyes narrowed at the few approaching undead. These would be perfect for testing the power of his lightning ability. Concentrating the lightning energy within him, arcs of electricity crackled in his palm, snapping violently against the air. With a flick of his wrist, a bolt as thick as a finger shot forth. The charging zombies were struck and convulsed grotesquely before turning into charred husks. Witnessing this, a surge of ecstasy filled Sohan. This lightning ability was truly formidable. Overjoyed, he swung his arms repeatedly, becoming a veritable lord of lightning. Bolts of electricity flew, and the oncoming zombies were all electrocuted into cinders. Thud, thud. One by one, the charred corpses collapsed, and a series of system notifications chimed in Sohan's ears. Killed, ordinary zombie. Earn 1 point. Current points 8. Killed, ordinary zombie. Earn 1 point. Current points 10. Killed, ordinary zombie. Earn 1 point. Current points 14. Hiss, hiss. A fallen corpse began to stir, rising unsteadily. Its face, gnawed beyond recognition, was twisted and horrifying. A guttural, mindless roar escaped its punctured throat. Without a flicker of hesitation, Sohan waved his hand. A flash of lightning, and the zombie was instantly reduced to charcoal. Killed, ordinary zombie. Earn 1 point. Current points 15. He crossed the corridor to the sky bridge, which was splattered with blood and strewn with bodies. Zombies roamed aimlessly, their growls filling the air. Sohan understood the situation at a glance. It was clear that some students had shared his idea and had rushed into the administration building even earlier, perhaps even leading some zombies there. He needed to speed up. With that thought, he charged at the zombies, blocking his path. Before he even got close, bolts of lightning shot out, turning most of them to ash before they even noticed his presence. Killed, ordinary zombie. Earn 1 point. Current points 18. Killed, ordinary zombie. Earn 1 point. Current points 20. Killed, ordinary zombie. Earn 1 point. Current points 30. He unleashed the lightning power wantonly, a stream of notification tones ringing in his mind. With his points climbing higher, the excitement on Sohan's face grew more intense. Roar. Whether it was his arrogance or the loud crackling of lightning, several zombies finally noticed him. Their sluggish demeanor vanished, replaced by a ferocious sprint in his direction. As the zombies charged, Sohan raised his hand to summon the lightning. But at that moment, a wave of weakness washed over him. His face turned pale, and he nearly collapsed. What's happening? Fighting off the discomfort, he dodged the lunging zombies and asked inwardly, "System, what's going on? Why can't I use my lightning ability anymore?" Host, your lightning ability is currently only LV1. The lightning energy is not limitless. Your frequent usage has depleted it, hence you cannot discharge it. After hearing the system's explanation, Sohan felt relieved. As long as it wasn't a physical problem, everything else was manageable. He had indeed been somewhat wasteful with the lightning energy on his way here. Roar. The zombies' growls echoed again. Sohan tightened his grip on his defensive baton, his gaze turning icy. A few mere zombies were nothing to him even before he was empowered by lightning, let alone now. He just couldn't use the lightning ability at the moment. His physical strength was completely unaffected. If anything, he was faster and stronger than before. Whoosh. The baton cut through the air, and the few zombies were quickly dispatched. He sprinted across the sky bridge, which stretched for dozens of meters. There were a considerable number of zombies along the way, including some freshly turned ones that had just risen. Sohan didn't spare a single one. They were all points. Reaching the end of the bridge at the entrance of the administration building, Sohan glanced down at his baton, now bent completely out of shape. After taking down dozens of zombies, the weapon had reached the end of its lifespan. It was useless now, but going unarmed was not an option. Remembering the weapon card, Sohan focused his mind, and the item card materialized in his hand. Random weapon card upon use grants a random weapon including, but not limited to, swords, spears, pistols, rifles, and sniper rifles. Looking at the description, Sohan thought it was acceptable. Use. Ding. Random weapon card used successfully. Weapon selection in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a cold weapon, the 100 Refined Divine Weapon Extreme Shadow. The item has been delivered to your system space. 100 Forged Divine Weapon. Shadow. What kind of weapon is this? Hearing the notification in his mind, Sohan was curious. He willed it and opened the system space. A pale blue light screen appeared before him, and a tang saber over a meter long and colored in black and gold materialized in his sight. Shadow type tang saber, quality tier 1 traits, razor sharp, capable of splitting a hair blown against it, and cleaving iron as if it were mud. A Tang saber was it. After reviewing Shadow's attributes, Sohan was surprised, yet also relieved. A Tang saber was perfect. He didn't know any saber techniques, but what technique did one need to kill zombies? As long as the blade was fast and accurate enough. If he had been given a gun, that would have been a real headache. Firearms were powerful, but the noise was a problem. One shot would attract every zombie in the building. Furthermore, ammunition was limited. An empty gun was no better than a fire poker. Besides, he had never even held a gun, let alone knew how to use one. The Tang saber was simply perfect. With a thought, Sohan felt a weight in his hand, and a cold sensation traveled up his arm and into his mind. Looking down at the saber in his hand, a glint of admiration flashed in Sohan's eyes. The visual effect of viewing it through the system interface was different from holding it in person. The saber was entirely black with golden gilt patterns on the hilt and scabbard, giving it an air of grandeur, mystery, and weight. He gripped the hilt, applied a little force, and drew the saber. A sliver of silver light flashed, and a wave of biting cold air rushed towards him. A fine blade. A rare killing tool. Looking at the saber in his hand, joy spread across Sohan's face. With this blade, killing zombies would be like a tiger gaining wings. Even if his lightning energy was depleted, he needn't worry about his own safety. Sheathing the saber, Sohan stood on the overpass overlooking the campus. The entire school was in chaos. Zombies were everywhere on the grounds. At a glance, no living people were visible. The few he did spot were bitten and already on the verge of death. He turned to look behind him. The teaching building at the end of the overpass was in complete disarray. The corridors were filled with the stench of death. Only zombies roamed, not a single living student remained. In just a few short minutes, the entire third floor had fallen. He averted his gaze and looked at the administrative building, which was right before him. Walking to the door, he turned and shut it, then propped it shut with a mop. This was to prevent the zombies from the teaching building from flooding over. Now that he possessed lightning powers and 100 forged divine weapon like Shadow, he had changed his mind. Normally the rooftop was indeed the safest place. There one could wait for rescue, and even have ample time to plan for self-rescue. But that was for ordinary people. He was no longer ordinary. He had the system. Killing zombies earned him points, and points made him stronger. What was the point of having the system if he just cowered on the rooftop? The teaching building was chaotic, teeming with zombies and highly dangerous, but the administrative building didn't have nearly as many. Even if some had been dragged here by students, their numbers were limited. He could easily clear them all out and use the administrative building as his base camp, planning his strategy for the entire school. A man lives, but once he should have some ambitions. Power, authority, women, all these things. In this apocalypse, couldn't he just take what he wanted? With a ring, the Tang saber was drawn. The cold blade emitted a faint, chilling light. Stowing the scabbard, he looked at the empty corridor before him, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he strode forward. Administrative building, 4th floor, kendo club. The vast kendo hall was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. On the floor, polished to a mirror-like shine, knelt a young girl with a graceful and alluring figure. Attention, all students. Attention, all students. An unknown riot has occurred on campus. Please find a safe area and await rescue. I repeat, all students, please find a safe area and await rescue. The broadcast echoed through the silent kendo hall. The girl kneeling on the floor slowly opened her eyes, a hint of confusion and worry flashing through her winered pupils. A riot. A cold, crisp murmur echoed in the hall. Asama Meiko picked up the wooden sword beside her and slowly rose to her feet. Bang! The door to the kendo club was violently pushed open and a male student in a black uniform appeared at the entrance. Asama-senpai, run. Quick, run. There are monsters in the school. The students have all turned into monsters. No, wait, the students were bitten and killed by monsters, and then they became biters too. Senpai, run. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. The boy at the door was pale, drenched in sweat, and babbling incoherently, his eyes filled with terror. A low growl came from outside. With a roar, a dark figure pounced on the boy at the door, pinning him to the ground. The creature's blood-frothed maw clamped down on the boy's neck. Aya! Blood splattered. The boy's agonizing screams echoed through the hall. Witnessing the horrifying scene at the door, Asama Meiko's pupils constricted. She moved with incredible speed to the entrance, her wooden sword lashing out and striking the zombie's head in an instant. With a dull thud, the head of the zombie on top of the male student burst, and its body was sent tumbling away from the impact. It hurts. It hurts so much. Asama-senpai, am I going to die? Am I going to turn into a monster like them? The boy clutched his neck, scrambling up in sheer terror. He slid back until his back hit the wall, his eyes filled with the fear of death. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to become a monster like that. Say. Senpai, you know, I saw Inada get bitten and killed by Hayato. NTH. Then, Inada got up. Everyone changed. They all became monsters. Say, Senpai, I've always liked you. Ugh. Cough, cough. Ha! A gush of thick black blood sprayed from the boy's mouth, staining the pristine floor. Watching the boy gasp for air, his pupils turning a deathly gray, Asama Meiko glanced at the corpse on the floor, seemingly realizing something. What is your name? My name is Yasuda Ippon. Yasuda Ippon coughed violently twice, coughing up more dark blood, his face growing paler and more ashen. You are a worthy warrior. Are you ready? Her grip tightened on the wooden sword, her expression unchanged. Staring blankly at the incomparably beautiful Asama Meiko, Yasuda Ippon understood. A glimmer of hope shone in his eyes, and he lifted his head as if in worship. Whoosh! Thud! The wooden sword whistled through the air. Yasuda Ippon's head burst open, blood splattering as his body collapsed limply to the side. After finishing the deed, Asama Meiko put on her leather shoes beside her and swiftly left the kendo club. Annie, wait for me. You must wait for me. A roar, then a squelch. The low growl of zombies echoed, followed by a barely audible sound of flesh tearing. A hideous head flew into the air, blood spurting like a fountain. The headless corpse staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. Killed a common zombie, 1 point, current points 67. The prompt echoed in his mind. Standing at the end of the third-floor corridor, Sohan lowered his gaze to the corpse at his feet. Black, filthy blood dripped from the tip of the tang, sword in his hand, onto the floor. He turned around. The corridor, stretching over 100 meters, was littered with the bodies of zombies lying in disarray. Having cleared all the zombies on the third floor, Sohan let out a long breath. With a thought, the attribute panel appeared before him. Character Sohan. Strength 15. Agility 17. Intelligence 12. Constitution 17. Rank Tier 0. Points 67. Item Extreme Shadow. Ability Lightning Ability LV1. Energy 250. Lightning Ability Current Level LV1. Experience required for upgrade 23,100. This was the first time Sohan had opened the attribute panel since activating the system and obtaining the lightning ability. Compared to before, his attributes had nearly doubled, all thanks to the enhancement brought by the lightning ability. Staring at the panel, Sohan mused to himself, could he now be considered a mini superhero? Why am I still Tier 0? System, what's up with this rank? How do I break through to Tier 1? At Sohan's inquiry, the system promptly replied, host, to break through to Tier 1, you need any attribute to exceed 20 points. Any attribute exceeding 20 points. Sohan glanced at the attribute panel. His highest was only 17 points, still a long way off. System, what do I need to do to break through to Tier 1? Are there any requirements? There are 3 methods. First, consume points to increase attributes. Second, advance the lightning ability, which will enhance your attributes through feedback. Third, purchase a gene serum from the system store. After consumption, it will raise all 4 attributes. So many ways to improve strength. Sohan's interest was piqued. System, elaborate on these 3 methods. First method, spend 10 points to increase any attribute by 1 point. Second, use points to exchange for ability upgrade experience at a 1:1 ratio. Third, spend 100 points to purchase a basic gene serum. After consumption, it will increase all 4 attributes based on your constitution. The system's reply was detailed. Sohan's heart rate quickened after hearing it. These 3 methods were all impressive. However, compared to the latter 2, using points to increase attributes seemed rather wasteful. 10 points only added 1 attribute point. 100 points would give only 10. If he used those points to upgrade the lightning ability or buy a basic gene serum, the attribute gain would be far more than 10. All things considered, using points to increase attributes was actually the most wasteful method. Between the two, upgrading the lightning ability was more reliable. Of course, only relatively reliable. He hadn't forgotten that the system had just mentioned a system store. According to system-type novels, the store was bound to have many good things. Even the lightning ability could probably be bought with points. The lightning ability can be upgraded by killing zombies, no need to waste points. Good steel must be used on the blade. System, open the store. Before his words faded, a pale blue light screen appeared before him. Sohan focused his gaze. The store was dazzling, so many items that his eyes went blurry. Abilities, bloodlines, weapons, techniques, items. 5 categories in total. The interface listed abilities at the front. Ice ability, after purchase, gain the power of ice element, enabling the release of ice abilities. Initial level LV1, purchase cost 1,000 points. Lightning ability, after purchase, gain the power of lightning, enabling the release of lightning abilities. Initial level LV1, purchase cost 15,000 points. Light ability, after purchase, gain the power of light, capable of both attack and healing. Initial level LV1, purchase cost 2,000 points. Destruction force, after purchase, gain the power of destruction, capable of annihilating everything. Initial level LV1, purchase cost 1,000 points. Chaos force, after purchase, gain the power of chaos, enabling the use of chaos magic, capable of creation from nothing and destruction of everything. Initial level LV1, purchase cost 8,000 points. The earlier items seemed normal, but the further he looked, the darker Sohan's face became. 10 million. 80 million. Are you serious? Although Sohan understood that destruction force and chaos force were awesome, weren't the points too outrageous? After purchasing it was only LV1. If he wanted to create a living creature out of thin air, he had no idea how high the level needed to be. At the initial level, chaos force could at most create a useless little toy or a knife. Nothing impressive. Still, Sohan had gained some insight. The system store truly had good stuff. Spending points on attributes or experience was unwise. System, don't you think I'm poor? I've been fighting for a while and only have 67 points. When will I ever be able to afford anything from the store? Have you considered this problem? Sohan was greedy. He was truly greedy. The store was full of good things, and he wanted them all. But he was also truly poor. Although killing zombies earned points still. Tens of thousands. How long would he have to kill to accumulate that? Ding. Random mission issued. Occupy the administrative building. Clear all zombies inside. Time limit 3 hours. Reward 500 points upon completion. Huh. What? Sohan blinked, his eyes full of confusion. He had just complained about being poor, and the system promptly gave him a mission. Sigh. This wasn't right. System, if I fail to complete it within 3 hours, there won't be any punishment, right? Sohan looked skeptical. In system-type novels, failing a mission usually resulted in some terrible punishment. He didn't want to fall into that trap. System, host, are you suffering from persecution complex? This system is different from those vulgar characters in novels. I only issue missions, whether you complete them or not is none of my concern. After all, it's not me who loses. The biggest loser if you fail should be you, the host, right? Sohan wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but in the system's crisp, immature voice, he detected a strong sense of contempt and speechlessness. He was so embarrassed he could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of the floor. Novels really do harm people. However, this system was quite considerate. He complained about poverty, and it immediately gave him a mission. What was that? The squeaky wheel gets the grease. Grumbling inwardly, Sohan's feet didn't slow down. He soon reached the stairwell and headed up to the 4th floor. 500 points. That was a huge amount of points. Sohan had no intention of letting it go. He had to get it. Arriving at the 4th floor, Sohan didn't notice at first, but soon found that something was off. Why were there zombie corpses all over the corridor, and all of them killed with a single blow, heads blown open? Not only was the force fierce, but the striking point was identical. All signs indicated that this was an expert. Could there be such an expert in the administrative building? A single strike fatal every time. Sohan surveyed all the corpses on the 4th floor, noticing that each one had a fatal blow to the temple. The wounds were not large, but the brains inside had been reduced to pulp. This is the work of a master. Such precision and perfect control of force could only be achieved through long-term training. He himself couldn't do it. His method was simply to smash zombie heads with pure strength, whereas the other used technique. After circling the 4th floor, Sohan's steps finally halted before a sliding door. Kendo Club. He looked up at the 3 large characters above the door and understood. A master from the Kendo Club with years of dedicated practice and profound skill could indeed achieve a one-strike kill with flawless precision. Glancing at the 2 corpses on the ground, Sohan turned and left the Kendo Club, heading straight up the stairs to the 5th floor. The Kendo Club expert was none of his business. As long as they didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered. His current task was to clear the zombies from the administrative building. The clearing mission had a 3-hour time limit, and over 10 minutes had already passed. It was best to finish as soon as possible. Tang sword in hand, he arrived on the 5th floor. The corridor was quiet, with bloodstains marring the clean floor and pristine walls. A few zombies wandered aimlessly, silent except for the occasional low growl. A few minutes later, the entire 5th floor fell silent, its few zombies lying decapitated on the ground. He ascended to the 6th floor, stepping over blood-soaked stairs. Before he even exited the stairwell, he heard roars echoing from the corridor. The roars of zombies, the screams of the living, and the banging of doors intermingled in a cacophony of noise. Survivors. The thought crossed his mind, and Sohan looked up the stairs towards the rooftop with a puzzled frown. His gaze fell upon walls covered in bloody handprints and large smears of gore, and even the steps were littered with trampled, contorted corpses. Seeing this, Sohan did not enter the 6th floor, but instead climbed the stairs, heading straight for the rooftop. Standing before the locked rooftop door, Sohan could easily imagine the despair of the students who had fled up here only to find their path blocked. With the rooftop inaccessible, it was clear why there were still screams of the living coming from the 6th floor. Returning to the 6th floor, Sohan stepped into the corridor, Tang, sword in hand. He looked left and right to see dozens of zombies piled up on both sides of the hallway. They were frantically slamming against the closed doors, each impact met with a piercing scream filled with despair. Shaking his head, Sohan didn't know what to say. Screaming that loudly. Are you afraid the zombies outside aren't numerous enough, or that you won't die fast enough? It was unknown if zombies could see, but their hearing was certainly intact. Screaming like that was practically begging for death. Does screaming that loudly help? Yelling your throat raw will only excite the zombies more. However, Looking at the crowd of zombies ahead, completely oblivious to him, standing behind them, Sohan smiled. Thanks for drawing their attention. If dozens of zombies charged him at once, he'd have no choice but to retreat. The corridor was too narrow to fight effectively. He dashed forward, his figure moving like the wind to the rear of the zombie horde. His blade, Jane, swept through the air, tearing it asunder. One by one, grotesque heads flew into the air as blood sprayed like fountains. Jane was incredibly sharp, slicing through these zombies like tofu, meeting no resistance. With a series of dull thuds, headless bodies crumpled to the floor. Simultaneously, a stream of notification tones echoed in Sohan's mind. Eliminated normal zombie points 1, current points 74. Eliminated normal zombie points 1, current points 89. Eliminated normal zombie points 1, current points 101. His movements were swift, each strike, fatal, heads rolled and bodies fell. Before the zombies could even react, Sohan had annihilated them all in the corridor, leaving the floor littered with corpses. After dealing with the zombies on this side, Sohan turned to the other. As for the students hiding in the activity rooms, he had no time for them now. Whether it was because the piercing screams from the activity room had attracted all the zombies' attention, Sohan eliminated all the zombies on the 6th floor with almost no effort, its simplicity giving him an unreal feeling. With a squelch, eliminated normal zombie points 1, current points 135. The final body fell, and the 6th floor was cleared. Sohan glanced at the closed door of the activity room, then turned and walked away without a backward glance. The zombies couldn't break in, so the students must have barricaded the door with furniture. He couldn't be bothered with them now. His priority was to clear the zombies below the 3rd floor, and also to check out that expert from the kendo club. He had just remembered that the kendo club indeed had a master, and a famous one at that. Asama Meiko, the granddaughter of the sword saint Asama Junichi, the captain of the kendo club and the champion of last year's Sakura Empire national kendo tournament, revered by countless as a goddess. The title of goddess was not unfounded. Asama Meiko was not only incredibly skilled, but also possessed a cold, breathtaking beauty. Her noble and elegant demeanor made others feel inferior at a single glance, and she was hailed as the absolute goddess by countless students. In fact, due to Asama Meiko's enrollment, the private Shirobi Academy had gained fame, attracting a large number of transfer students. Sohan only knew of Asama Meiko by name, but had never seen her. He had only transmigrated 3 days ago and hadn't joined the kendo club, so it was only natural. He descended to the 2nd floor, and before he even left the stairwell, the roars of zombies reached his ears. A stench of blood rushed towards him. Seeing a zombie lunge, Sohan casually swung his tang sword, which traced a silver arc, instantly decapitating the charging creature. With continuous swings, he dispatched the few zombies near the stairwell. After finishing, he looked to his left. The stairs he had descended were on the left side, only about 20 meters from the end of the corridor. The hallway itself was not heavily populated, with only about a dozen or so zombies. After eliminating these dozen or so zombies and ensuring his rear was clear, Sohan breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to the corridor behind him. At the far end of the hallway, a tall figure with black hair wielded a wooden sword, moving swiftly through the zombie horde. With every swing of her sword, another zombie fell. Closely behind her was a mature woman with long cream-white hair. She was dressed in a white blazer and a black pencil skirt, outlining a figure that was simply breathtaking. Her hurried strides caused a shocking sway. Seeing the black-haired girl in a blue school uniform leading the way, a flash of admiration crossed Sohan's eyes. Asama Meiko. Administration Building, 3rd floor, Kendo Department. Worried about Qianjin, Jingxiang Qianjin, Yazi dared not linger. Her parents died early. Her grandfather was strict and old-fashioned, and the only relative she was close to was her aunt Qianjin Jingxiang. She absolutely did not want her dear aunt to become a monster too. Having practiced kendo for many years, Qianjin Yazi was very fast. There were not many zombies in the corridor, and they posed little threat to her. Any zombie that charged at her was instantly killed by her wooden sword. After eliminating over a dozen zombies, Qianjin Yazi felt something was off. Every time she killed a zombie, her strength seemed to increase slightly. At first it was imperceptible, but after killing over a dozen zombies, she realized she had become stronger. The most obvious change was that her speed and power had both increased. Although the increase was very small, perhaps only a few tenths of a percent, but it was a genuine improvement. This discovery struck Qianjin Yazi as absurd. How could killing zombies make her stronger? This wasn't a game. Yet no matter how unbelievable it was true, after eliminating over a dozen zombies, she had indeed become stronger. Now time was pressing. She had no time to ponder the reason. The most important thing was to rescue Qianjin Jingxiang first. A vague worry crept into her mind. She grew stronger by killing zombies. So if zombies ate living people, would they also become stronger? If so, that would be terrifying. The days ahead would be incredibly difficult. Rushing down the stairs to the 2nd floor, she was immediately ambushed by several zombies. Moving like a phantom, she dodged their lunges and bites. With a cold expression, her wooden sword whistled through the air as it struck the zombies' heads. With a series of dull thuds, the zombies were completely eliminated. After eliminating these zombies, she felt another slight increase in her strength. Qianjian Yazi tightened her grip on the wooden sword, and a flash of excitement could not be suppressed in her wide eyes. She had always yearned to become stronger. Otherwise, she wouldn't have practiced kendo tirelessly for over a decade. Now with monsters rampaging, she seemed to have found a way to grow stronger quickly. Seeing the dozens of zombies in the corridor, Qianjian Yazi took a deep breath, suppressing the restless killing intent and surging blood within her, and dashed toward the infirmary. Her aunt was the doctor there, and when she had nothing to do, she would read or sleep in the infirmary. As she rapidly approached the infirmary, seeing the shattered glass on the floor and the wide-open door, Qianjian Jingxiang's pretty face turned pale. Roar, roar, roar. Up! A scream came from inside the infirmary. Hearing this, Qianjian Yazi's heart skipped a beat, and she rushed in immediately. Inside the infirmary, Qianjian Jingxiang was leaning against the door, struggling to keep it shut, preventing the zombies behind it from bursting in. When she heard the broadcast, she had sensed something was off. Before she could make a phone call to ask what was happening, she heard roars from outside and the terrified screams of students drawing closer. Before she could step out of the infirmary, a female student was tackled to the ground in front of the door, then torn apart by the rampaging monsters. Even she herself fell into a crisis. Facing the zombies that had broken in, she had no escape. Fortunately, the infirmary was large with a ward inside. She ran all the way into the ward and blocked the door just before the zombies could rush in. Unfortunately, her strength was too weak. Under the relentless battering of the zombies, the gap in the door grew wider and wider, and soon a zombie's arm reached in, clawing madly. Roar, roar. The zombies kept banging against the door. As the zombie's hand got closer and closer, Qianjian Jingxiang was on the verge of breaking down. Someone save me. Yazi, where are you? Come save your aunt. In despair, a certain nerve seemed to snap in Qianjian Jingxiang's mind. A surge of immense power suddenly erupted within her. With a scream, she used that strength to force the door shut again, but unfortunately a zombie's arm was stuck in the gap, preventing it from closing completely. Bang! Bang! Muffled sounds came from outside the door. The zombies' roars grew weaker and fewer until they vanished completely. Sensing the pressure behind the door disappear, Qianjian Jingxiang let out a puzzled sound. Only then did she realize that the zombies' howls outside seemed to have also ceased. What happened? Aunt, are you inside? Are you all right? Standing outside the ward, Qianjian Yazi shook the blood off her wooden sword, her eyes fixed on the door, filled with anxiety and unease. She was terrified that once the door opened, Qianjian Jingxiang would already be infected. If that happened, she truly didn't know if she could bring herself to strike her own aunt. She felt she would break down. Inside the ward, hearing the clear voice from outside, Qianjian Jingxiang's expression lit up with joy. She had heard that voice countless times over the years. Yazi. Throwing the door open, seeing her graceful niece standing before her, Qianjian Jingxiang cheered and rushed out excitedly, pulling Qianjian Yazi into her arms. Whoa, my dear niece, I was so scared just now. I thought I'd never see you again. The moment Qianjian Jingxiang lunged at her, Qianjian Yazi's sharp eyes had already swept over her aunt's entire body. Confirming there were no wounds or bloodstains, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. This meant Qianjian Jingxiang had not been infected. Just as she relaxed, Qianjian Yazi felt suffocated. Damn it. Let me go. Suffocating. Qianjian Yazi was truly running out of air. Although her figure was far more developed than that of an average mature woman, she was still several levels behind her aunt Qianjian Jingxiang. When she was a child, she had almost drowned in that embrace. Those damnable curves. Oh. Sorry, Annie was too excited. Hearing Qianjian Yazi's stifled voice, Qianjian Jingxiang calmed down and quickly released her hands. Saved, Qianjian Yazi took several deep breaths, her delicate translucent face flushed pink. Looking at the embarrassed mature beauty before her, she didn't know what to say. Roar. A low zombie growl came from the doorway. Qianjian Yazi spun around and saw a zombie that had appeared at the entrance. Gripping her wooden sword, she stepped forward to meet it. Aunt, this is not the time to talk. Follow me and stay alert. They'll take you out of here to a safe place. Qianjian Jingxiang nodded, staying silent, so as not to distract her. Bang bang, one strike, one kill. Though it was a wooden sword in Qianjian Yazi's hands, it wielded power comparable to a katana. Every blow was lethal. All zombies that charged were decapitated. As she killed more and more zombies, Qianjian Yazi could increasingly feel her strength slowly rising. However, the more zombies she eliminated, the greater the drain on her stamina. Crash! The window beside her suddenly burst open, sending glass shards flying everywhere. A zombie smashed through the window, its claws reaching out forcefully toward Qianjian Yazi. Yazi, watch out. As a national kendo champion, she reacted the instant the glass shattered. Even without Asama Kyoka's warning, she had already noticed the claw stained with filth and blood. Her expression unchanged, she swung her blade in a counterattack, striking the zombie's head. After dispatching the zombie, Asama Meiko took a moment to catch her breath. Just as she turned to leave, she felt a faint sting on the back of her hand. Glancing down at the cut left by the broken glass, Meiko furrowed her brows slightly, having not even noticed when she was injured. In her continuous sprint, she had slain over 30 zombies. She could feel her stamina and reflexes sharply declining, especially her physical strength. Despite her efforts to regulate her breathing and conserve energy, she was running dangerously low. Take the broken glass from earlier, for instance. She had been completely focused on dodging, yet her hand was still grazed. In her prime, such a thing would have been utterly impossible. Meiko, you're hurt. Let your aunt see. I can heal that for you. Asama Meiko had also noticed the wound on Miko's hand. Remembering the ability she had just acquired, she was eager to test whether it was real or merely a figment of her imagination. Earlier in the infirmary, in her moment of desperation, she had felt a surge of strange power and knowledge flood her mind and body, knowledge concerning healing. She wasn't sure if it was genuine, but now that Meiko was injured, even if it was just a trivial scratch, it presented the perfect opportunity to find out. Meiko subtly withdrew her hand, assuming her aunt intended to bandage it. There was no time for that now. Aunt, there's no time. Step back, those monsters are coming again. The sound of shattering glass had attracted the attention of distant zombies, their deathly gray pupils fixed on the two women. Sniffing the air with their hideous, contorted noses, they caught the scent of the living. Instantly thrown into a frenzy, they howled and charged over a dozen of them in total. A dozen zombies charging at once was a tremendous challenge for Meiko. In her prime, it would have been manageable, but now with her stamina severely depleted, her body could no longer keep up with her reactions. Hyoka, seeing the oncoming horde, retreated a safe distance, not wanting to get in her niece's way. In truth, she genuinely wanted to test her newfound power. If it was real, it would be incredible. She would no longer need medicine. A simple gesture could heal any wound. With a roar, the frenzied zombies charged, a wave of stench washing over them. Meiko pushed off the ground, her figure shooting forward. Waiting for the zombies to come to her would conserve energy, but it would also cede the initiative, putting her at a severe disadvantage. It was better to take the offensive, to dispatch these monsters quickly on her own terms. Bang! Bang! Moving with a strange, graceful footwork, Meiko weaved through the crowd of zombies like a nimble butterfly. Her wooden sword was swift and precise, tapping each zombie on the head as lightly as a dragonfly skimming water. Every zombie she struck had its head burst open, collapsing to the sides. This was the secret body movement and swordsmanship of the Asama family. Her grandfather, the sword saint Asama Junichi, had secured his unshakable title with this very technique. It was also with this skill that she had clinched the national kendo championship last year. As zombie after zombie fell, a fine sheen of sweat appeared on Miko's forehead, and her gentle, composed face grew increasingly pale. In just a few seconds, she used her family's techniques to instantly slay over a dozen zombies. A faint trickle of power replenished her body, but it was far too meager, a mere drop in the bucket compared to what she had expended. Facing the last two zombies, Meiko struggled to raise her wooden sword. A wave of exhaustion washed over her, and the strain of intense concentration sent a sharp pain through her head. Her vision darkened, and she pitched forward, collapsing to the ground. No, Meiko! Hyoka's beautiful eyes widened in horror as she watched her knees fall. She wanted to rush forward, but she was too far away. All she could do was watch helplessly as the claws of the two zombies reached for Miko's body. No, don't! A flash of silver light. The heads of the two zombies flew into the air, their uncontrolled bodies stumbling forward a few steps before collapsing. Hyoka, who had been consumed by despair, stared in stunned disbelief. She slowly raised her gaze and met the equally bewildered eyes of Sohan. His neatly trimmed hair, his deep murderous eyes, his tailored black school uniform with the tie pulled loose, as if by force, revealing a glimpse of collarbone. A long blade hung in his hand, its tip pointing at the ground, dripping with dark blood. Looking at Sohan, who had appeared like a heavenly soldier, Hyoka swallowed hard, feeling utterly captivated. So handsome. When did Shiritsu Shirobi Academy have such a manly guy? Was it because she was too lazy, always sleeping in the infirmary, that she had missed him? Wah! If only she had met him sooner, she wouldn't be single to this day. She was tired of being nagged by her niece about it all the time. Damn it! Sohan was equally stunned. He had felt a bit dizzy from a distance, and now up close he was even more so. How magnificent! Was that at least a cup? But the problem was the mature beauty before him wasn't fat at all. Her waist was slender enough to be held with one hand, her pencil skirt stretched to an exaggerated curve over her hips, and her legs were long, round, and smooth. It was hard to believe such a figure could exist in reality. Apart from her figure, her face was simply stunning, capable of toppling nations. Her bright, liquid eyes were a captivating wynard filled with a watery, seductive gaze. Her delicate face was fair and flawless, her small, rosy lips slightly parted in shock. Where did this enchantress come from? Even Daji, the infamous femme fatale, would pale in comparison, right? Meiko, what's wrong? Don't scare your aunt. Wake up. It's all my fault I held you back. Let me heal you now. Snapping back to reality, Sohan watched Kyoka, who had run over, and warned, "She's just exhausted, not injured. Healing won't help. It's best if—" Sohan was dumbfounded as he watched a white light emanate from Kyoka's hand. What is this? Wait, normal people don't glow right. And the most absurd part was that as the white light flowed into Meiko, the pallor on her face visibly receded, returning to a healthy color. Sohan was completely baffled. Could it be that this woman also has a system? His worldview was on the verge of collapsing. No way are systems as common as cabbages now. Does everyone have one? System, what's going on? Could it be that you have a gender? You're female, and that woman over there has a male system? Or do you have a twin sister system? Sohan was shocked and quickly asked in his mind. Host, your imagination is truly rich. This system is one and only unique. And why do you have to put it so crudely? What do you mean female? I am a woman. Moreover, this woman only awakened her ability under certain specific conditions after breaking through and rebuilding. She doesn't have a system. Systems aren't cabbage, really. After listening to the system's explanation, Sohan breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that the woman in front of him also possessed a system, which had startled him. But awakening an ability. Looking down at Shinjin Yazi, whose complexion was gradually returning to normal, he had to admit that this ability was quite impressive. Under normal circumstances, Shinjin Yazi in this state would need at least a day or two to recover, but now it seemed she would wake up soon. Ugh! A slightly painful moan came. Shinjin Yazi slowly opened her eyes, her gaze dazed, looking at the anxious face of Shinjin Jingxiang, and said weakly, "Annie, what happened to me? Just now I seemed to." Seeing Shinjin Yazi wake up, Shinjin Jingxiang was overjoyed and hugged her tightly, her voice choked with tears. "Yazi, you scared Annie to death. When you fell just now, I felt like the sky was falling. Luckily this." At this point, Shinjin Jingxiang looked up at Sohan and asked, "Classmate, what was your name again?" Sohan's hands trembled. Watching Shinjin Yazi being held in her arms, suffocating to the point of shaking, Sohan took a sharp breath and quickly said, "My name is Sohan, Class C of Senior 3. Ma'am, if you don't let go, she might suffocate." Off. Shinjin Jingxiang didn't understand at first, but after a blank second, she realized something and quickly released Shinjin Yazi. Even so, Shinjin Yazi's face was pale from being choked, clearly almost passing out. Wow, so suffocation to death is real. I've really seen it all. Gasping for fresh air, Shinjin Yazi had never felt that breathing fresh air was such a blessing. She had never imagined that she wouldn't die at the hands of those monsters, but almost die in her own aunt's arms. If she hadn't known her aunt's character since childhood, she would have thought Shinjin Jingxiang was trying to murder her. Shooting a resentful glare at Shinjin Jingxiang, Shinjin Yazi struggled to stand up. Now she just wanted to stay far away from Shinjin Jingxiang to avoid accidentally dying. "Sohan-kun, I will never forget your life-saving grace. In the future, if there is anything you need, Shinjin Yazi will not refuse." She stood up and bowed deeply to Sohan. After a moment's thought, she could understand who had saved her life. Well, strictly speaking, 2 lives. At this point, Shinjin Yazi couldn't help glancing at her aunt beside her, only to find Shinjin Jingxiang staring at her with a resentful expression. Shinjin Yazi was full of confusion. "You almost suffocated me, and now you have the nerve to blame me. What did I do?" "You're too kind. It was a small favor." Sohan stepped forward, supported Shinjin Yazi's arm, and helped her up. Looking at the Shinjin Yazi before him, he was amazed. Shinjin Yazi was indeed the goddess in the hearts of thousands of students at private Shiritsu Academy. Her long, straight black hair reached her waist, her delicate face was elegant and serene, and her blue school uniform, paired with a black pleated skirt to the knees, outlined her perfect figure. Although not as stunning as Shinjin Jingxiang, she far surpassed ordinary mature women. However, thinking of the way they addressed each other, looking at Shinjin Yazi's black hair, and then at Shinjin Jingxiang's long beige white hair, Sohan couldn't help but doubt, were these two even related? "Sohan-kun, why do you have such a strange expression? Is there something on my face?" Sensing Sohan's expression was off, Shinjin Yazi asked in confusion. Returning to his senses, Sohan didn't dare to say what he was thinking and changed the subject. "I just remembered a joke from my country, also about a life-saving grace." Shinjin Yazi was slightly taken aback and assumed a listening posture. "I'd love to hear it. The story goes roughly like this: an ugly man saved a young and beautiful girl. The girl said to the man, 'For your life-saving grace, I will be your servant in the next life to repay you.' After some time, the girl encountered danger again, and a handsome young man saved her. Guess what the girl said?" "What did she say, eh?" Both Shinjin Yazi and Shinjin Jingxiang looked puzzled. "The girl said, 'My benefactor, I have no way to repay your life-saving grace except by offering myself to you.'" At this point, Sohan laughed and said, "So just now I was thinking, am I that ugly? Otherwise, why didn't classmate Shinjin offer herself to me?" As his words fell, he saw Shinjin Yazi and Shinjin Jingxiang's faces turn serious. Sohan spread his hands. "I was just joking to lighten the mood. If that is what you wish, Yazi has no objection." However, after winning the National Kendo Championship last year, I was harassed by many signs of wealthy families. Annoyed beyond measure, I made a vow: only the young generation who can defeat me in Kendo can become my husband. A person cannot stand without trust. If you can defeat me in Kendo, then this body of Yazi's is yours to do with as you please. If it's you, Yazi can wait as long as necessary. After finishing, as if feeling that this was somewhat unfair to Sohan, she thought for a moment and added, if you need it, Yazi is willing to teach you everything I know. Qianjian Jingxiang. You dare to pass on the Qianjian family's swordsmanship. Why not just agree directly? Why go through all this trouble? Qianjian Jingxiang was very displeased. She had been thinking just now, since they were classmates, why didn't she introduce such a high-quality resource to her? Now it turned out she was keeping him for herself. Regardless of what Qianjian Jingxiang thought, after hearing Qianjian Yazi's earlier words, Sohan was quite surprised. To be honest, he was just joking, just for fun, but Qianjian Yazi took it seriously. And from the sound of it, this wasn't just going easy on him. It was like opening the floodgates. She was even willing to teach her family's swordsmanship. This was truly absurd to the extreme. Although he had no intention of letting Qianjian Yazi off the hook anyway, he just had his own way of doing things. Now that Qianjian Yazi was willing to throw herself at him, he had no objection. Of course, teaching swordsmanship was out of the question. He had full confidence in defeating Qianjian Yazi. I appreciate your goodwill, classmate Qianjian, but I have full confidence in my own strength. This is not a good place to talk. Let's leave first. Looking at the bodies all over the ground, Qianjian Yazi nodded. Sohan, from now on, don't call me classmate Qianjian. Call me Yazi. If it's you, you may address me that way. The relationship was progressing quite fast. Indeed, being handsome really allows you to get away with anything. Administration building 4th floor Kendo Club. After clearing away the 2 obstructive corpses at the entrance, Sohan looked at Asama Meiko and the other woman resting on the floor and said, I've already cleared the zombies on the 5th and 6th floors. You 2 rest here first. I'll go clear the 1st floor and close the main gate. Then the entire building will be completely safe. Having said that, Sohan turned to leave. He hadn't forgotten the system's random quest, worth 500 points. The 2 women were at most an interlude. Points were what mattered now. Points meant power, and with power one could do anything. If his strength were insufficient, he couldn't defeat Asama Meiko, and he could only watch helplessly. Behind Sohan, Asama Meiko's expression froze. She had thought meeting Sohan on the 2nd floor was a coincidence, but now it was clear it wasn't. This man didn't intend to settle for a corner and wait for rescue. Instead, he had greater ambitions. Killing zombies made one stronger. Sohan had certainly discovered that. If this world descended into complete chaos, it would be an era of heroes rising. And Sohan clearly harbored the ambition to become a king. Realizing this, Asama Meiko felt she had to do something. Wait, I'll go with you. Supporting herself with her wooden sword, she struggled to her feet. Beside her, Asama Kyoka was stunned. This niece of hers must be seriously ill. Hearing the voice behind him, Sohan turned and glanced at Asama Meiko, frowning. Rest here and recover. Going with me in your current state would be nothing but a hindrance. Scolded mercilessly by Sohan, Asama Meiko lowered her head without refuting. She understood she had been impulsive. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. I'll rest here properly. May your martial path be prosperous. Satisfied with her attitude, Sohan pushed open the door and left the Kendo Club. As the door closed, Asama Meiko sat down against the wall, closed her beautiful eyes, and began circulating her family's secret technique to quickly recover her state. Asama Kyoka observed everything. From her understanding of her niece, the girl was being obedient now only because she didn't want to be a burden. Once her stamina recovered, she would definitely run out. The girl had grown up and her heart had wandered too. She had even learned to guard her food. Otherwise, how could she have endured for years? Asama Kyoka sighed, a trace of helplessness flashing across her mature, beautiful face. Forget it, she wouldn't be an old cow eating tender grass. It was rare to find a man she could fancy, but he was too young. Achoo. Running all the way down to the 1st floor, Sohan looked at the zombies scattered everywhere and grinned. Just as he was about to charge down, he suddenly sneezed, nearly stumbling. Rubbing his nose, Sohan looked bewildered. Who's praising my good looks? Or thinking about my 20-centimeter big sword? Asama. No way. Could it be Kyoka? Recalling the greatness that nearly suffocated Asama Meiko, he swallowed saliva. How could any man refuse that? Roar. Sohan's sneeze was loud. The zombies wandering aimlessly on the 1st floor were attracted. Their ferocious faces turned toward the stairs, their originally dull expressions instantly becoming frenzied. Roar, roar. Madness. All the zombies fell into a frenzy. The scent of living humans and fresh flesh tingled their nerves. The desire for evolution drove them to charge madly at Sohan on the stairs. Rubbing his nose, Sohan watched the zombie horde rushing up from below and clicked his tongue. He had originally planned to sneak downstairs, silently, quietly take out a portion of the zombies, and then clean up the rest without much effort. But it was all ruined by a sneeze. Ruining my plans. If I find out who it was, I'll definitely give her an unforgettable night. Or lesson. Roar. You're calling for your sister. Think you're the only one who can roar. With a roar at the dozens of zombies charging toward him, Sohan leaped down the stairs. The Tang saber, jaying in his hand, traced a silver arc. In the instant of contact, the heads of the front few zombies flew into the air. Puff, puff, puff. Gripping, jaying, Sohan exerted force with his feet. With agility at 17 points, he was incredibly fast. The many zombies swung their arms, but all grabbed empty air. Occasionally the sound of teeth clashing could be heard, as many zombies bit at nothing. Blood-splattered limbs scattered everywhere. Wherever Sohan's figure passed, zombies fell in droves. Dozens of zombies decreased visibly under his ruthless harvest. Killed, ordinary zombie 1 point, current points 151. Killed, ordinary zombie 1 point, current points 160. Killed, ordinary zombie 1 point, current points 187. The prompt sounds in his mind were incessant. Sohan slaughtered mightily among the zombie horde. Ordinary zombies were no match for him. Soon the first floor was cleared of zombies, leaving only a floor full of corpses, and Sohan drenched in blood. Standing among countless corpses, Sohan seemed to have a faint blood mist swirling behind him, his murderous aura almost tangible, inspiring awe. Zheng, the Tang saber, vibrated, flinging off the bloodstains clinging to the blade, revealing a cold, dazzling gleam. Glancing at the corpses all around, Sohan exhaled a mouthful of stale air. Pathetic. Reaching the main gate of the administration building, he looked at the many zombies wandering on campus, then closed the gate and locked it. After doing all this, his tense nerves relaxed, and he sat down against the gate. Although the battle had been brief, it had consumed a great deal of stamina. If there had been more zombies, he would have had to retreat and come back after recovering. Fortunately, he had finished quickly and made little noise, so the roaming zombies on campus weren't attracted, or it would have been troublesome. After resting for a while, Sohan stood up. The task completion prompt hadn't appeared, yet meaning there were still zombies on the first floor. Carrying the Tang saber, he walked down the corridor, pushing open doors one by one. Little zombies, be good, open the door. Uncle's coming in to open your head. Humming his adapted song, Sohan passed several classrooms without finding any zombies. Only when he reached the last classroom at the end did he hear faint zombie growls before even opening the door. Oh, here it is. A smile curled on his face. He pushed the door. It didn't open. That didn't stump Sohan. With a single slash of jaying, the classroom door swung open. Entering the classroom and seeing the zombie inside, Sohan's expression turned strange. Quite a kinky game. In the classroom, a girl in a school uniform was tied to a desk leg with a rope. Faint sounds of electric current could be heard. He looked over the girl and found no obvious wounds, so she had clearly turned naturally, not from being bitten by another zombie. Those in the Sakura Empire sure know how to have fun. The binding is quite skillful. What a pity. Jaying swept across, and the girl's head rolled a few times on the floor. As the head was severed, the girl's convulsing body fell still. Killed, ordinary zombie 1 point, current points 188. Sohan slowly typed out a question mark. He had searched the entire first floor, and the female student before him was the last zombie. Now that it was killed, why hadn't the quest completion prompt appeared? Could there be a zombie he had missed? Or perhaps in those two rooms on the 6th floor there were actually infected students? How troublesome. Turning to leave the classroom, Sohan swiftly searched the entire floor, then the 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Arriving at the 4th floor, Sohan froze at the sight of students walking in the corridor. What was going on? The door to the 3rd floor was still shut. Where did these students come from? Did they come down from the 6th floor? This thought crossed his mind, for he could think of no other explanation. But the problem was, shouldn't there be zombies on the 6th floor? Could it be that these students came out of one classroom, while another had fallen? After much deliberation, Sohan concluded this was the only possibility. Ignoring the students in the corridor who cast strange, even fearful glances, Sohan made his way toward the kendo club. As he passed the students along the way, hastily cleared a path, their eyes filled with terror. Sohan knew why they were afraid. He had killed so many zombies, his body was stained with blood, and he probably looked quite terrifying. Perhaps these students thought he had been infected. At the entrance of the kendo club, Sohan was taken aback to see 2 male students standing guard. Weren't these the 2 lackeys who had cornered him in the restroom? What were they doing here? And judging by their stance, could that idiot Kento Sakataro be inside? Well. You want take the road to heaven, but you barge right into hell. Eager to die are we? Frowning slightly, Sohan wasn't worried about Asama Meiko's safety. No matter how weakened a lion is, it's not a place for a hyena to pull its whiskers. If Kento Sakataro dared to do anything, Sohan would be more concerned about whether he could withstand a single wooden sword strike from Asama Meiko. That would truly be lethal. One swing would splatter his brains. Sohan walked straight toward the kendo club. The 2 lackeys spotted him from a distance, initially feeling scared, but their fear turned to recognition as he drew closer. Isn't that the kid we cornered in the restroom? Recognizing Sohan, their arrogance immediately flared up. Kid, you got lucky last time. The riot outside gave the boss no choice but to let you go. But now you're not so fortunate. Exactly. Why not just stay alive? If you'd cowered in the crowd, we might not have found you. But you dared to show your face, so don't blame us for being rough. We'll break your legs and toss you at the boss' feet. He'll be pleased. But things were different now. 2 piles of dog shit. If they displeased him, just kill them. This world was a parallel version of Earth with a highly similar history. The only difference was that the Sakura Empire in this world wasn't as devastated as its island counterpart on Earth. It had a fully functional government, and the White Eagle Empire had no military presence here, with him at a distance. But things were different now. 2 piles of dog shit. If they displeased him, just kill them. This world was a parallel version of Earth with a highly similar history. The only difference was that the Sakura Empire in this world wasn't as devastated as its island counterpart on Earth. It had a fully functional government, and the White Eagle Empire had no military presence here. Similarly, the altered history and intact government had made the Sakura Empire increasingly arrogant. Not only did it feel no guilt for its past invasions, but it also frequently made bold statements internationally. It wasn't just the high-ranking officials, even the common people held a rather hostile attitude. The most common sentiment on various forums was regret at not being born in that era, so they could have had their fill of it. It could be said that the entire Sakura Empire from top to bottom was rotten to the core, with only a rare few still possessing a conscience. Sohan felt no guilt no matter how many of these swine he killed. Kid Cat got your tongue. Scared stiff. Hehehe, kneel down, and I in my great mercy will only break one of your legs. How about it? Aren't I just? A hum filled the air as a cold flash streaked by. The sneers on Sure Maxiong's and Murata Kazuka's faces froze, the light in their eyes dimmed, and a thin red line slowly appeared on their necks. Thud. Thud. 2 heads, their eyes wide with disbelief, tumbled to the ground, their uncontrolled bodies collapsing to either side. In the corridor, the students who witnessed this scene were pale with terror, screaming in shock. KKK. Murder. You monster. How dare you kill Lord Kento's men? You've got some nerve. Hearing the voices from both sides, Sohan swept his icy gaze across them, a murderous aura erupting from him. The students in the corridor trembled and immediately fell silent. Shut up. Keep making noise, and he'll send you all on your way. At Sohan's words, all the students shuddered and quickly clamped their hands over their mouths, not daring to utter another sound. Although history had changed the inherent nature of the Sakura Empire's people to bully the weak and fear the strong remained unchanged. They revered the powerful and bullied the feeble. As long as you are strong, they are the most loyal dogs, enduring any beating or scolding, always smiling through it, no matter how harshly you treat them. But the day you fall from power and lose your strength, these very people will repay you 1,000-fold. Looking at these terrified students, a flicker of disdain passed through Sohan's eyes. He said coldly, I find it very displeasing to see you all looking at me at eye level. Kneel. Thump. Thump. Without needing any harsh threats, the moment the word kneel left his mouth, the students in the corridor, both male and female, hastily dropped to their knees. They showed not a shred of dignity. As Sohan's gaze swept over their faces, he couldn't find even a hint of resentment. All he could see was fawning and flattery. A bunch of spineless wretches. He snorted coldly. Looking at the closed door before him, he gave it a casual push, and the door to the kendo club swung open. Inside, Kento Sakataro's greedy gaze subtly swept over Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoka, while his face maintained a facade of propriety. Asama-san, you don't need to worry. I've already called my father. He said he can finish dealing with the riot at our estate by tomorrow at the latest, and then he'll send a helicopter to pick me up. There's nothing to fear from those monsters. You know I'm very strong now, more than capable of protecting you both. I can command the power of the wind. This is definitely the divine power bestowed by Amaterasu. I am the chosen one, a divine child. Those mere monsters are nothing but dogs and chickens before me. Asama-san, have you managed to contact the Sword Saint? I have long admired the Sword Saint. My family, the Kento clan, is one of the most prominent in Yoshikawa Prefecture. If we could establish a good relationship with the Asama family, it would surely be of immense benefit to both of us. I heard you once swore that anyone who could defeat you in kendo would earn the chance to pursue you. I've been thinking about giving it a try. I don't have any other. A whoosh cut through the air. Kento Sakataro stared at the wooden sword that had suddenly appeared before his eyes, his face stinging from the force of its approach. He swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror. If you... Creak. The door to the kendo club slid open, and Sohan's figure appeared in the doorway. Taking in the bizarre scene before him, Sohan raised an eyebrow. Oh, everyone's here. Shortly after Sohan left, the door to the kendo department was pushed open once more. Asama Meiko assumed it was Sohan returning, but was instead greeted by the revolting sight of Token Sataro. As a fellow student in the same year, and given that Token hailed from a prominent family, Meiko naturally recognized him. Meiko harbored a deep distaste for Token Sataro. Young masters from affluent families were often cut from the same cloth, bullying others with the backing of their lineage. Token was among the worst of them. Feeling weakened, Meiko had no desire to engage with him. The world had become chaotic, and she wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet the man took her silence as an invitation, lingering in the kendo department and prattling on endlessly. His lecherous gaze made her yearn to strike him down with a single swing of her wooden sword. Asama Meiko, standing nearby, also felt a wave of discomfort. She loathed the greedy, devouring look in Token Sataro's eyes. However, she had grown accustomed to such stares over time, and they no longer fazed her. After all, they were harmless and cost her nothing. She was not foolish. With Meiko in a weakened state, she sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Token Sataro, something that had never been there before. She wondered if, like her, he had awakened some kind of ability. If so, a rash confrontation would bode ill for both her and Meiko. Bored, she examined her delicate hands while Tokan's incessant chatter grated on her nerves. Why was there such a vast difference between him and Sohan? Unfortunately, that young and intriguing man was not hers to claim. Apart from his initial glance, he hadn't even spared her a second look. She began to wonder if her age had rendered her charms obsolete. Wasn't it natural for younger men to be drawn to her type? What had gone wrong? She couldn't fathom it. In truth, it wasn't that Sohan was uninterested, but rather it would have been improper to stare at her aunt so openly in front of Meiko. Was it just because she had a larger chest? The more Kyoka compared, the more disgruntled she became. With Token still droning on, she was on the verge of losing her temper. Just as she was about to explode, a sharp whistle pierced the air and a surge of killing intent erupted from beside her. Startled, Kyoka turned to Meiko and saw a cold gleam flashing in her eyes. Her previous state of weakness was gone, replaced by an imposing aura. She's recovered. Kyoka's heart leaped with joy. Her earlier restraint had been solely for Miko's sake. Now, with that concern gone, she let her contempt show openly. Do you realize how annoying you are? Say one more word and I'll kill you. You wish to be my husband. You're not worthy. Her wooden sword pointed directly at Tokan's face, her gaze icy cold, and her killing intent surged, firmly locking onto him, as if ready to strike at any moment. Under such oppressive pressure, Token nearly wet himself. At that moment, he had no doubt that another word would result in his death by that wooden sword. He didn't think his head was as hard as a steel plate. He had witnessed Meiko cleave through steel with a single stroke of her wooden sword. Since then, not just he but many young masters from powerful conglomerates had abandoned their foolish ambitions. The pride he had felt from awakening his ability was shattered in an instant. He now suspected that Meiko might have also awakened some kind of power. It was inconceivable that someone as talented as her hadn't. I understand. His voice trembled. At this moment, Token felt his dignity being trampled under Miko's feet, yet he dared not show the slightest hint of anger. Neither the Meiko before him, nor the sword saint Asama Junichi were foes he or his family could contend with. The Asama family's connections were far beyond what the Token family could rival. With a click, the door to the kendo department slid open, and Sohan appeared in the doorway. Observing the tense standoff, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Well, this guy really has a death wish. However, as he focused on Token Sataro, Sohan was surprised to sense a faint trace of danger emanating from him. This wasn't the case before the outbreak. Could it be? Recalling the white light that had appeared in Kyoka's hand, Sohan speculated that this guy might have awakened an ability too. Truly, the heavens had no eyes. Nevertheless, Token Sataro was nothing. A mere flick of the finger could end him. A faint sense of danger was hardly a concern. Yo, everyone's here. Isn't this young Master Token? It's been a while, and you look like crap. Sniff sniff. Yuck, smells like piss. Don't tell me someone soiled their pants. Sohan said, waving a hand in front of his nose. Sohan's arrival elicited different reactions from the occupants of the kendo department. Kyoka's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was remarkably similar to his dramatic rescue on the second floor. She couldn't help but wonder if Sohan was her destined hero, always arriving at the most critical moments. But, glancing at Meiko, who was also beaming with joy and had even retracted her killing intent, Kyoka pouted and sighed inwardly. While the destined hero belonged to someone else. For some reason, she felt a twinge of envy towards her niece. Unlike Kyoka, Meiko was genuinely overjoyed. Her previous display had been a bluff, though she was still too weak, and the brief respite had done little to restore her strength. As a skilled swordswoman, she had sensed the danger emanating from Token. Her outburst was born of frustration, a release of pent-up energy. In a real fight, she wouldn't last long. But now that Sohan was here, she felt completely at ease, her gaze towards him softening considerably. This was technically the third time he had saved her. Unlike the two women, Token Sataro's mood was anything but good. Having his moment of humiliation witnessed by Sohan, old grudges and new grievances combined, and Token Sataro exploded in fury. Shut up, you lowly xia pig. Who allowed you in here? You got lucky last time, but now you dare show your face again. He'll kill you. His face twisted in rage like a mad beast. He roared, Murata Kozuka, are you two dead? Get in here. Raising an eyebrow, Sohan turned sideways and gestured to the corpses by the door. Are you calling these two? You guessed right, they're dead. I killed them. No need to thank me. Token Sataro. Staring blankly at the two bodies at the entrance, his mind went numb. They were actually dead. He had just been speaking figuratively. He snapped his head up, glaring at Sohan's sneering face. His eyes bloodshot, he raised his arm as a swirling vortex of wind rapidly formed in his hand. You'll die. He'll tear you apart. Wind blade. With a furious shout, he swung his arm, sending a half-foot-long crescent of wind slicing through the air towards Sohan. Wind-based ability. Observing this, Sohan scoffed internally. Lightning crackled in his hand, surging along his blade. With a casual flick of his wrist, he dispersed the wind blade midair. Is that all you've got? Sohan's voice echoed through the kendo club as he stared in shock at the shattered wind blades in midair. Sato Kintaro's eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. He never imagined that his proud wind blades could be broken. Watching the lightning crackling along Sohan's blade, Sato Kintaro clenched his fists and snarled. Even if you possess a divine power, what of it? Victory will be mine alone. Die. Sato Kintaro swung his arms wildly, sending a barrage of wind blades tearing through the air. Realizing that Sohan also wielded a divine power, he decided to unleash his full strength. He didn't want to drag this out any longer. An uneasy feeling gnawed at him as if events were spiraling beyond his control. Seeing Sato Kintaro going all out, Sohan had no intention of wasting time. He moved, charging straight toward the storm of incoming wind blades. With lightning surging beneath his feet, Sohan became a bolt of lightning himself, dodging the blades that flew at him and shattering with a casual swing of his blade any that he couldn't evade. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance of over a dozen meters. Sohan's speed was terrifying. Sato Kintaro was taken aback, his movements becoming even more frantic as he hurled wind blades out like they were worthless, desperate to stop Sohan's advance. Die? Just die? Die already. Why won't you just die? Sato Kintaro's eyes were bloodshot, on the verge of madness. Sohan was too fast, his wind blades were either dodged or shattered. In an instant, the dozens of meters were crossed. Seeing Sato Kintaro standing right before him, Sohan grinned, a smile colder than ice. Hello there. Clang. The Tang Dao blade hummed, a flash of gleaming steel cutting through the air. Sato Kintaro's eyes were wide with terror. No, you can't kill me. My father will send. Thud. Before he could finish, blood sprayed into the air as his head was sent flying. In that final moment, his mouth opened as if he wanted to speak, but no words would ever come. Thump. The body crumpled to the floor. Looking at Sato Kintaro's head rolling away, Sohan shook his head. I told you before, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. If this weren't a peaceful society, you wouldn't have survived past the second chapter. You didn't listen. See that? You're dead now. So what were you trying to accomplish? After a moment of reflection, Sohan turned his gaze to Asama Meiko, who stood a few meters away, and asked, what did this guy say before he died? He kicked the bucket too fast, I didn't catch it. Something about his dad tomorrow. Asama Meiko looked at Sohan's calm expression, thought for a moment, and replied, if I'm not mistaken, he was trying to say that his father would send a helicopter to rescue him tomorrow. He mentioned it before, though I'm not sure if it's true. So this was the classic beat the kid the old man shows up scenario. Sohan wasn't intimidated. Let them come, it would just give Sato Kintaro some company on the road to the underworld. Though he doubted Sato Kintaro's father would come himself. At most, he'd send some underlings to retrieve the body. A family reunion and death was probably out of the question. Ding. Random quest completed. Occupy the administration building and clear all zombies. Quest reward 500 points. The system notification suddenly chimed, catching Sohan completely off guard. He hadn't even gone up to the 6th floor. How did the quest suddenly get completed out of nowhere? System, are you glitching? Hearing Sohan's question, the system promptly responded, the system is not glitching. Your interpretation of the quest was flawed. Occupying the administration building and clearing all zombies are two separate objectives. Your completion of the zombie clearing objective occurred on the 1st floor, while killing Sato Kintaro fulfilled the objective of occupying the administration building. Aside from the deceased Sato Kintaro, all other survivors in the administration building have pledged their allegiance to you. The quest is now fully complete. After the system's explanation, Sohan finally understood. He had actually fulfilled the quest conditions long ago. It was only that Sato Kintaro, that rotten apple, who had been preventing the quest from being marked as complete. Good thing he killed the bastardo, otherwise he could have searched the administration building 100 times over and never completed the quest. Thinking this, Sohan glanced at Sato Kintaro's corpse, almost tempted to go over and stab it a few more times. With the battle over, Asama Meiko, who had been keeping to the edge of the room, approached Sohan. Her wide eyes scanned him from head to toe, growing more amazed with each look. That lightning just now, is that the power you awakened? You never used it before. I thought you'd fought your way to the 2nd floor relying purely on your swordsmanship. I had no idea you were this strong. As she spoke, Asama Meiko gave a meaningful glance at Asama Meiko beside her. Someone better be careful. Looks like she's about to be devoured whole, and soon. Asama Megumi's face flushed pink. If Asama Meiko, who had been awake the whole time, didn't know about Sohan's lightning ability, how could she, who had fainted halfway through, have known? Thinking back to what she had said to Sohan earlier, she wished she could crawl into a hole in the ground. She had witnessed the entire fight between Sohan and Sato Kentaro. With the lightning enhancement, Sohan's speed was incredible. At that speed, even if Sohan knew no swordsmanship at all, she wasn't sure she could beat him. Thinking about Sohan's lightning power and Sato Kentaro's wind element, Asama Meiko felt a pang of gloom. Why hadn't she awakened such a power? Ignoring her melancholy, Sohan picked up Sato Kentaro's body and tossed it out of the kendo club. A dead body in the pristine kendo club was an eyesore. In the corridor, the students kneeling on the floor saw the body being thrown out, and the awe and flattery on their faces deepened. They knew how powerful Sato Kentaro was. A single wind blade of his could blast a huge hole in a wall. He even styled himself as the divine child and the savior. If even the mighty Sato Kentaro had been killed, they didn't dare harbor a single ounce of hatred towards Sohan. Their hearts were filled with nothing but sycophantic flattery and a desperate desire to please him. Catching the looks from these students, Sohan sneered inwardly. Ignoring them completely, he shut the door and walked back into the kendo club. He walked up to Asama Meiko. Seeing her looking down, seemingly lost in thought, Sohan spoke. "Don't just stand there. Sit down and rest. I've cleared all the zombies in the administration building. Once you've rested, I want you to come with me. Go out. To kill those monsters." "Okay, I was hoping to get stronger anyway." Asama Meiko nodded. After seeing Sohan's combat prowess, she was even more eager to increase her own power. "What the hell are you talking about? I was planning to ask you to come with me to the supermarket to get food. What are you on about? What do you mean get stronger? Is there something about this apocalypse that I don't know about?" Seeing the bewildered look on Sohan's face, Asama Meiko was confused. "Sohan-kun, did I misunderstand? Or did I say something wrong?" Seeing that her expression didn't look like she was joking, Sohan thought for a moment and asked bluntly, "You were talking about killing monsters to get stronger, right?" "Yeah." Asama Meiko nodded without a doubt. "It's strange, right? I was shocked when I first discovered it too. It feels just like one of those games boys play. You must have figured this out too, Sohan-kun, which is why you were so eager to kill them." Sohan stared blankly at Asama Meiko, forcing a dry laugh. Discover my app." Asama Meiko hadn't mentioned it, but Sohan truly didn't know that killing zombies could enhance one's strength. He didn't feel any stronger. He only gained points, nothing else. What was going on? Before Sohan could ask, the system provided an explanation first. When you kill a zombie, the energy you absorb is converted into points. For ordinary people like Asama Meiko without a system, they automatically absorb that stray energy, but the amount is minuscule, perhaps only 20 to 30%, not even half. For ordinary people like her, they would need to kill dozens of zombies to increase a single point of strength or agility. However, because you possess this system, none of that energy is wasted. It is simply presented in the form of points. Sohan gasped. Was it really that impressive? After the system's explanation, Sohan felt he had hit the jackpot. Take the most basic attribute points, for example, killing 10 zombies grants him enough points to increase a current attribute by 1 point. Asama Meiko and her ilk, however, would need to kill dozens. Their rate of improvement simply wasn't in the same league. Not to mention his points could be used to exchange for even more precious items in the system store. When you guys go out, could you take me along too?" Asama Kyoka, who had been sitting quietly nearby, spoke up weakly. Although she had already resolved to play matchmaker for Sohan and Asama Meiko, she felt a strange sense of reluctance. Coupled with her desire to become stronger, she couldn't help but ask. Earlier, when Sohan hadn't returned, she had tolerated that pest Tanda Sakatoro for a long time purely because her strength was lacking. If she were strong enough, she could stomp that fly Tanda Sakatoro flat with a single kick. Now that killing zombies could make her stronger, she wanted to get stronger too. Killing zombies was different from learning swordsmanship. It didn't require much technical skill. She wasn't cut out for swordsmanship, but she could certainly kill zombies. She was quite ambitious and, well, she could also act as a wingman on the side. Turning to look at her aunt, Asama Meiko hesitated. She knew exactly what Asama Kyoka's combat capability was. If they brought her along, she wasn't sure if she could protect her. The campus was far more dangerous than a hallway. One moment of carelessness, a scratch, or a bite from a zombie, and it would be all over. "And you should just. Since teacher Asama wants to come, let's bring her along." Before Asama Meiko could finish her sentence, Sohan agreed readily. Asama Kyoka's ability was incredible. Although it lacked combat power, her healing capability was absurd. In fact, it couldn't even be classified as a simple healing ability. What kind of healing ability could also cure fatigue? That simply defied all logic. The potency of an ability was tied to the user's own strength, and Asama Kyoka's talent had immense potential for growth. Staring at Sohan in astonishment, Asama Meiko couldn't understand why he would bring Asama Kyoka along. After all, she had no combat ability whatsoever and would likely just be a hindrance. "I disagree." Asama Meiko refused sternly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Asama Kyoka. "Aunt, please don't cause trouble. We're not going out to play. Once the zombies outside thin out, and it's less dangerous, it'll take you to experience it, then okay." "But," Hi. Asama Kyoka wanted to say something, but under Asama Miko's unwavering gaze her voice gradually faded. Having dealt with Asama Kyoka, Asama Meiko turned to Sohan, her tense expression softening and her tone becoming gentler. Sohan-kun, I know you mean well, but fighting those monsters is no joke. My aunt gets hurt easily, and I can't bear the consequences. My aunt is just an ordinary person. As long as I'm here, she doesn't need to be stronger. I can protect her. Scratching his head, Sohan looked at Asama Kyoka, who was pouting like a child, then at the stern-faced Asama Meiko. He was a bit confused. Had Asama Kyoka not told her anything all this time? Miko, I have a question for you. Sohan paused for a moment, then asked, did you not know that teacher Asama also has an ability? The reason you recovered from your fatigue so quickly earlier was because she healed you. Teacher Asama's ability has immense potential. Once her strength grows, its effects will be truly terrifying. That's why I want to bring her along. This decision was carefully considered. Miko tilted her head, her eyes blank with confusion, looking utterly dumbfounded. What? Her aunt had an ability too. After hearing Sohan's words, Asama Meiko was completely floored. How come everyone had an ability except for her? She had been worried about Asama Kyoka, but it turned out she was the clown all along. Looking at Asama Meiko, who had suddenly gone silent like a withdrawn child, Sohan didn't know what to say. Well, they really were blood relatives. Keeping this a secret for so long. Fine. Aunt can come if she wants to. Asama Meiko's voice was heavy with resignation. The moment she finished speaking, Asama Kyoka instantly perked up. That's great. Asama Kyoka cheered and lunged at Sohan, throwing her slender arms around his head. Sohan was stunned on the spot. How magnificent. The most magnificent feeling he had ever experienced in his life. How blissful. Though it was a bit hard to breathe. Hey, what are you doing? Let go right now. Seeing this, Asama Meiko's eyebrow twitched. Why is she trying to steal my man right in front of me? How could I tolerate this? Forcefully separating Asama Kyoka from Sohan, she glared at her aunt with icy eyes. Asama Meiko even began to suspect her position was being threatened. Eyes watching his nose watching his heart, Sohan acted as if the world around him had ceased to exist, like a monk in deep meditation, though inwardly, he felt a profound sense of loss. Under Asama Meiko's cold stare, Asama Kyoka obediently placed her hands on her lap, though her mind was anything but calm. After glaring at her aunt for a while, Asama Meiko sighed. Since aunt has an ability, then come along. But remember, don't stray too far from me and Sohan-kun. That way if danger arises, we can come to your aid immediately. And another thing. She shot another glare at Asama Kyoka. Aunt, please refrain from actions that would disgrace the Asama family's dignity. Sohan-kun is a man after all. And he is the future husband I have acknowledged. Asama Kyoka scoffed inwardly. Just say you're being possessive. Why make up so many excuses? I wouldn't hug just anyone you know. Silly girl, I've raised you all these years for nothing. Fine, I understand. You should get some rest now. Don't keep Sohan-kun waiting. Of course, she couldn't voice her true thoughts, so Asama Kyoka could only grudgingly admit her fault. Asama Meiko said nothing more, returning to her seat to recover her strength. Half an hour later, Asama Meiko opened her eyes. I'm rested. We can set out now. What is this? At the entrance of the Sword Dao department, the moment the door opened, a corridor full of students kneeling in neat rows came into view, both male and female. Seeing this scene, Asama Meiko frowned slightly. Her gaze swept over the students, noticing the fawning and ingratiating looks on their faces. A flicker of mockery and contempt passed through Sohan's eyes. Nothing much. I just found them displeasing, so I had them kneel. Understanding the situation, Asama Meiko asked no further questions, not even bothering to glance at the students, treating them as if they were air. Had she not found the sight odd upon stepping out, she wouldn't have even bothered to ask. In her eyes, only Sohan and Asama Kyoka existed now. Everyone else was as insignificant as air. Witnessing all this, a hint of a smile appeared on Sohan's face. He lifted his leg and walked forward, with Asama Meiko quietly following beside him. Watching the scenes unfold before her, a flicker of brilliance passed through Asama Kyoka's eyes. Sohan's recent behavior was cold and domineering, exuding an air of raw power. To her, and to the vast majority of women in the Sakura Empire, it was like a lethal poison, one that could easily become addictive. In the Sakura Empire, women worship powerful men. Everything Sohan had shown so far was practically the ideal. Unfortunately, she glanced at Asama Meiko's back with a troubled look, feeling extremely agitated inside. Such a prime catch, why had she encountered him so late? And what are you thinking about? Walk faster. Noticing Asama Kyoka lagging behind, Asama Meiko turned her head and called out. Stamping her foot, Asama Kyoka quickly caught up. As they descended the stairs, Sohan didn't notice Asama Kyoka's little gesture, speaking of his findings as he walked. I don't know if you've noticed, but the zombies are extremely sensitive to smell and sound, with sight being secondary. Once we get downstairs, make sure not to make any loud noises so as not to attract a large number of them. Also, there's something else I need to tell you. My previous suggestion to go downstairs and kill zombies was partly to increase our strength, but mainly to go to the supermarket to gather some supplies for food. Sohan had discovered these points earlier. In the corridor, despite the zombies being at a distance, he hadn't made a sound, yet he was still detected. At that time the distance was only about 20 meters. The zombies could see him, but they made obvious sniffing motions like dogs before charging at him. This indicated that the zombies' sense of smell was superior to their sight. Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoka listened intently to Sohan's analysis. When he finished, Asama Meiko asked, "Sohan-kun, are the zombies you mentioned those monsters that chase and bite people? Why do you call them that?" Hearing her question, Sohan didn't find it strange. In this parallel world, there were no animations, novels, or movies with a zombie theme. Don't call me Sohan-kun anymore. It sounds weird, and I'm not used to it. Just call me Sohan from now on. As for the zombies you mentioned, my understanding is that they are living dead who have lost their sanity and bite wildly. After all, these monsters have no vital signs, making them no different from the living dead. Zombie sounds more appropriate than monster. Sohan spoke confidently, though he was essentially making it up. Although Sohan was making it up, Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoka found it quite reasonable. Just as Sohan said, zombie was more fitting than monster. Looking at Sohan, who appeared relaxed and confident, Asama Kyoka wailed inwardly. Strong in combat, decisive, ruthless, and full of masculinity. If he were anyone else, she would have made her move already. Besides Sohan, Asama Meiko was equally smitten. Since acknowledging Sohan, everything he showed had impressed her, far exceeding her standards. If it weren't for the vow she had made earlier, she would respond to him right now. They walked down the stairs all the way to the first floor. Seeing the dozens of corpses on the ground, Asama Meiko's rosy lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with surprise and shock. She could handle dozens of zombies herself, but that came with conditions. In such a narrow space like this, she couldn't have done it. Not only did Sohan accomplish it, but he also emerged unscathed. She realized she might have underestimated Sohan's strength. Actually, Asama Meiko had it wrong. She wielded a wooden sword with limited lethality, while Sohan possessed the Tier 1 weapon Extreme Shadow. One swing of his blade sliced through zombie heads like cutting tofu, taking out several at once. How could that be compared? Arriving at the main entrance, Sohan turned to look at Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoka. After a moment of thought, he decided to give them some form of protection. At the very least, they couldn't use wooden swords. Not only were they physically draining, but their lethality was also low. He definitely wouldn't let go of Asama Meiko. For his future woman, Sohan wasn't stingy. As for Asama Kyoka, he had already had a taste. How could he let her slip away? It wasn't that he wasn't human, or it was mainly because she was too well endowed. How could anyone refuse that? Obviously not. Unless they were psychologically disturbed. Opening the system mall, Sohan accessed the weapons interface. Soon a large number of weapons appeared before him. Standard Tang, sword superior quality, extremely sharp. Price 10 points. Standard Katana superior quality, extremely sharp. Price 10 points. Standard. Glancing over these ordinary weapons, Sohan skipped them and headed straight for the Tier 1 weapons. Miao Dao Slaying 1000 Refined Divine Weapon, extremely sharp, can split a hair. Price 100 points. Demonic Blade Muramasa Refined Divine Weapon, extremely sharp, can split a hair. Price 100 points. Oh, Demonic Blade Muramasa. This item was more than familiar to Sohan. In Earth's history, this blade had a very rich and colorful legacy. System, is this Demonic Blade Muramasa genuine? Ahem, authentic. Sohan was curious, though he almost slipped up. Post, all items sold in the system mall are absolutely authentic. You can purchase with confidence. This system does not deceive. Sohan had just asked casually. After all, Extreme Shadow was working perfectly fine. Ding. Purchased Demonic Blade Muramasa. 100 points deducted. Item sent to temporary space. Please check. Ding. Purchased Katana 100 flowers. 100 points deducted. Item sent to temporary space. Please check. Having spent 200 points to purchase 2 Tier 1 divine weapons, Sohan closed the system mall, but a new problem arose. How was he supposed to give these 2 blades to Asama Meiko and the others? He didn't have a bag or anything. Suddenly pulling out 2 large katanas out of nowhere would look extremely unreasonable, right? Now Sohan was troubled. What to do? Asama Meiko noticed the change in Sohan's expression, a bit confused. Sohan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Maybe we should go back and rest. Looking up at the 2 women's concerned faces, Sohan scratched his chin. After thinking it over, he decided to just go for it. He reached down and said, Meiko, come here. He'll show you a big treasure. Asama Meiko. Asama Kyoka. You. What are you doing? Asama Meiko couldn't maintain her composure any longer. It wasn't just Meiko. Asama Kyoka was stunned as well. Drawing a gun in public. That was incredibly bold. Though perhaps the location wasn't quite appropriate. This was the first floor surrounded by corpses everywhere. Wasn't this a bit too hasty? Could the child have some peculiar hobby? A mature woman's thoughts were indeed different from a young girl's. Unlike Meiko, who flinched like a startled rabbit, Kyoka didn't turn away. Instead, she watched Sohan's movements with curiosity. Her reasoning was simple. She had already been bitten once, so what harm was there in looking? Wasn't she just reclaiming what she had lost? But as Sohan's movements continued, Kyoka's rosy lips parted wider, and then. She'd never tasted pork, but she'd certainly seen a pig run. A quick search online would show plenty of examples, yet something about Sohan's treasure seemed off. Staring at the katana Sohan had drawn, Kyoka was dumbfounded. So this was the treasure he meant. Being indecent. Of course Sohan wasn't being indecent. Though his actions were a bit unrefined, what he produced was a genuine treasure. Wasn't the demon blade, Muramasa, a treasure? It was a tier 1 divine weapon. It could split a hair blown against its edge and slice through iron as if it were mud. Worth a full 100 points. One would need to slay 100 zombies to afford a single demon blade from the system store. Extremely valuable. If used to enhance attributes, it would grant a full 10 points. Enough for almost anyone unless they were exceptionally weak to directly break through to tier 1. Teacher Asama, what do you think of my treasure here? Impressive, isn't it? Sohan winked at Kyoka, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Uffed. Kyoka couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Especially seeing Meiko turning away with her face flushed crimson, she laughed, even harder, almost breathless. Sohan was utterly captivated. Wow, those were quite the waves. Your treasure. Not bad at all. Big, dark, hard, and mighty. But I wonder who gets to use such a fine treasure. Me or Meiko? Kyoka was a clever one. Realizing Sohan had set her up, she decided to play along, joining his rhythm to tease Meiko. After all, she felt quite unbalanced about the situation. You? What are you two talking about? Aunt, and you, stop staring. I wouldn't use something so ugly. Don't look, I forbid it. Sohan put it away this instant. You two are infuriating. Meiko stamped her little feet, her translucent ears burning red. Turning her back to Sohan, she tugged at Kyoka with her small hands, trying to spin her around, her whole being a mix of embarrassment and anger. Kyoka covered her mouth with a tinkling laugh. Instead of turning away, she pulled Meiko around to face them. Don't close your eyes now. This is a treasure Sohan specially prepared for you. Aren't you going to take a look? Even your aunt, an amateur, can tell this is a famous blade. I don't want to see it, it's ugh. Meiko squeezed her eyes shut, but stopped mid-sentence as realization dawned. A blade? What blade? A famous blade. A famous blade. In an instant, everything clicked into place. The Asama family's upbringing was extremely strict, almost rigid. Though her aunt was unreliable, she was flawless in etiquette. Even the old patriarch couldn't find fault with her. There was no way she'd blatantly stare at a man's private parts. Though she hadn't known Sohan long, Meiko could tell he wasn't the type to be reckless. How could he possibly do something so inappropriate in public? With clarity, Meiko's eyes snapped open. She stared blankly at the black katana in Sohan's hand, her gaze darting between his face and Kyoka's. Seeing the amusement on both their faces, everything became crystal clear. You, the two of you conspired against me. Meiko gritted her teeth, her heart full of grievance. She wished she could lunge at Sohan and bite him. This was infuriating. She'd never lived this down, even if she dove into the sea to wash herself clean. With a hearty laugh, Sohan stepped forward and offered the katana to Meiko, raising an eyebrow. Are you sure you don't want this ugly thing? As he spoke, he drew the blade from its sheath. Teacher Asama, may I borrow a strand of your hair? Kyoka plucked a single cream-white hair and handed it to Sohan, watching eagerly to see what he'd do next. Holding the blade edge up, Sohan gently released the hair. Seeing this, both Meiko and Kyoka seemed to guess what was coming. Their eyes widened, and they held their breath in anticipation. The hair drifted down, landing on the blade with no resistance. In the instant it touched the edge, it was cleanly severed into 2 pieces. Even though they'd braced themselves, the sight still struck them both with profound shock. Having grown up in a family of swordsmanship, Meiko had seen many famous blades, but very few could compare to the one before her. Pleased with their reactions, Sohan sheathed the blade. Throughout the motion, Meiko's gaze never wavered. He held the demon blade Muramasa out to Meiko, deciding not to tease her further. There was a limit to everything. For me, eh? Meiko stared at the black katana, her eyes brimming with longing. Of course it's for you. Sohan nodded. With his confirmation, a flash of ecstasy crossed Meiko's brow, though she quickly suppressed it. She extended both hands, palms up, and received the demon blade Muramasa from Sohan with the utmost reverence. This is the finest gift I've ever received. The demon blade, Muramasa. I will never let this famous blade be forgotten. Meiko's expression was solemn, almost sacred. Sohan opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately held back the words on the tip of his tongue. Actually, it really wasn't that big a deal. In the system store, it was just a tier 1 divine weapon, and there were tier 2 and tier 3 above it. Sohan understood that the demon blade Muramasa likely held special significance for Meiko. At worst, it could serve as a keepsake. After handing the blade to Meiko, Sohan turned his attention to Kyoka, who was enjoying the show, and reached down again. Teacher Asama, wait until you see this treasure. Meow, meow, meow. Watching Sohan repeat that alto familiar motion, Meiko felt her soul leave her body. Not again, right? Even if your legs were 1.8 meters long, you couldn't possibly pull out another katana from there. If you can pull out another katana, ill. Before Meiko could finish her mental vow, she watched Sohan produce yet another cream-white katana from his trousers. Do you have a fucking dimensional pocket in your crotch? Are you fucking Doraemon? How the hell did you pull out 2 1-meter-long samurai swords from your pants? Aren't you afraid that your dick might get cut off while walking? Even Asama Meiko, with her usual composure, was left baffled by Sohan's series of absurd moves. To hell with composure. No one can stay calm seeing such a ridiculous scene unless they're a robot. Holding back a laugh, Sohan handed the 100 flowers to Asama Kyoka. Teacher Asama, this katana is for you. It's called 100 flowers, and its sharpness is no less than Muramasa. With this blade, your safety will be greatly enhanced when we go outside. Another famous sword. Though she wasn't trained in swordsmanship growing up in a samurai family, Asama Kyoka understood the immense value of a renowned blade. Without exaggeration, even in modern society, such a sword could drive countless swordsmanship masters mad with desire. Giving Sohan a deep look, Asama Kyoka's peripheral vision caught Asama Meiko. She was barely holding herself together. Sohan, I graciously accept your kindness. Taking the 100 flowers from Sohan, she offered her heartfelt thanks. With this 100 flowers in hand, even when they went outside, and Sohan and Asama Meiko were unable to attend to her, she could defend herself. It was akin to being granted a second life, or even more precious. After distributing the weapons, Sohan shed his playful demeanor, his gaze sweeping over the 2 women. He said seriously, our target this time is the school supermarket. We need to cross the campus. Once we're out, act according to the situation. Be careful not to make any loud noises so as not to attract too many zombies. Understood. Understood, said Asama Kyoka. Understood, said Asama Meiko. Turning around, Sohan unlocked the door and swiftly slipped out, followed by Asama Meiko, with Asama Kyoka bringing up the rear. Once Asama Kyoka was out, Sohan pointed at a zombie wandering about 7 or 8 meters ahead and whispered, go. No sooner had he spoken than Sohan dashed forward, covering the 7 or 8 meters in an instant. Swinging the extreme shadow, a silver-white blade of light cut through the air and the zombie's head flew into the sky. That zombie died without ever knowing how it met its end. Killed, ordinary zombie points 1, current points 489. Having succeeded, Sohan didn't stop. He rushed toward the next zombie at lightning speed. Behind him, Asama Meiko was equally fast, having already decapitated another zombie. Only Asama Kyoka was slower. Without formal training, she had only a slight boost in attributes from her Awaken ability. Her combat prowess was barely passable. Killed, ordinary zombie points 0. 5, current points 489. 5. Killed, ordinary zombie points 0. 5. Current points 490. Killed, ordinary zombie points 1, current points 491. After chopping off another zombie's head and hearing the notification in his mind, Sohan was utterly baffled. System, what's with the 0? 5 points. How did that happen? Even as he asked, Sohan had a vague answer in mind, but it was almost too incredible to believe. Reply to host, it comes from the demonic swords Muramasa and 100 flowers. When Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoka kill zombies using system-issued weapons, they absorb residual energy. Part of it is channeled back to the user, and the rest is converted into system points. So that was it. Hearing the system's explanation, Sohan's breathing grew heavier. This meant he now had 2 additional channels for earning points. In no time, the 200 points he had spent would be recouped tenfold, or even 100-fold. This was truly an unexpected windfall. System, how much energy is fed back to the users? Will it be too little and harm Meiko and the others? Though he stood to gain, Sohan didn't want to fatten himself by exploiting his women. That would be utterly despicable. Host, rest assured, when zombies are killed with system weapons, the energy fed back is roughly double the original amount. Using system-issued weapons not only doesn't harm the user, but instead doubles, or even more, the rate at which their strength increases. Sohan was now completely at ease. This was a win-win situation. Meiko and the others would benefit, and he could earn points. Both sides benefited. Overjoyed, Sohan killed zombies even faster. A flash of his figure, and he would appear 10 meters away. The zombies along the way only felt a gust of wind across their faces before their heads were already severed. On the other side, Asama Meiko was also killing with fervor. She noticed that ever since she started using the demonic sword Muramasa given by Sohan, every time she killed a zombie, a surge of energy flowed through the hilt into her body, gradually enhancing her strength. The power she gained from each kill was more than double what she had obtained when using a wooden sword. It was simply incredible. The feeling of clearly perceiving her own strength slowly rising was absolutely wonderful. Asama Meiko could barely contain her urge to kill. Treading with a mystical footwork, she danced among the horde, her blade glinting fiercely. The demonic sword Muramasa shimmered with an eerie red light. Asama Kyoka, on the other hand, didn't feel such a strong sensation. After killing a zombie and feeling a surge of energy enter her body, she found the novel experience quite amusing. It was like playing a game. She didn't need to learn swordsmanship, and as the school nurse, she had plenty of free time, either napping in the infirmary, watching TV, or playing games. Killing zombies gave her the same feeling as gaming, except the monsters were ugly and didn't drop loot. This peculiar mindset actually made Asama Meiko fight more fiercely against the zombies. If Sohan hadn't warned them to keep quiet, she would have shouted to boost morale. The trio moved swiftly across the campus with Sohan as the spearhead. The zombies along the way were all eliminated by the three of them. Sohan killed the fastest, Asama Meiko was a bit slower, and Asama Meiko killed the fewest. Even Asama Meiko, who killed the fewest, had taken down nearly 10 zombies. As they moved farther from the administrative building, the campus became more open. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the scent of the living away from Sohan and the others. Wherever the wind passed, the wandering zombies froze in place. Sniff, sniff. Their hideous faces sniffed the air, searching for the scent. Soon, one by one, the zombies turned and fixed their gazes on the direction where Sohan and the others stood. Thud. After decapitating another zombie and seeing the surrounding zombies slowly turning toward them, Sohan's expression darkened. The thing he feared most had happened. But it was no big deal. Before coming out, he had already considered this possibility. Meiko Kyoka, don't get bogged down. Cross the campus to the supermarket as fast as possible. With a low shout, Sohan charged forward, brandishing the extreme shadow. Hearing Sohan's call, Asama Meiko immediately abandoned the zombie in front of her and swiftly moved to Asama Kyoka's side. Without needing any further explanation, Asama Kyoka started sprinting. Sohan's plan was to lead the way, with Asama Kyoka, who was slower and weaker, in the middle and Asama Meiko covering the rear. As Sohan and the others sprinted, the sluggish zombies finally locked onto their targets. Their previously vacant expressions twisted into savage snarls. Roar. In that instant, the entire campus of zombies went berserk. With a roar, the hundreds of zombies roaming the campus grounds erupted into a frenzy like sharks catching the scent of blood, charging madly towards the location of Sohan and his two companions. The horde converged from all directions, a dense, seething mass of bodies that sent a chill down one's spine at a single glance. With a thunderous rumble, over 1,000 zombies sprinted at full tilt, the very ground vibrating beneath their feet. The sound was like muffled thunder booming. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle before him, even Sohan, who had been prepared, was startled by the sheer scale of the threat. As far as the eye could see, there were only hideous, snarling zombies. The sight of over 1,000 of them charging simultaneously would be enough to scare the faint-hearted to death on the spot. Ding! A random quest has been issued. Cross the zombie horde and reach the school supermarket within half an hour. Reward upon completion, 1,000 points. Quest auto-accepted. No penalty for failure. Another quest. Sohan's eyes lit up. The 500 points he'd earned earlier had certainly given him a taste for the rewards. Without those 500 points, he wouldn't even have enough to buy 2 Tier 1 divine weapons. While killing zombies did yield points, it was far too slow. Quests were where the real rewards were. And this one was incredibly generous. Maybe the system itself recognized how difficult this task was, doubling the reward to 1,000 points. Yes, it must have sensed the high difficulty, hence the greater bounty. 1,000 points. That was equivalent to killing 1,000 zombies. And zombies weren't like cabbages, they could run, jump, and posed an infection risk. Even if 1,000 zombies stood still, it would take him ages to kill them all. Sohan was determined. He absolutely had to get those 1,000 points. 1,000 points. That was equivalent to killing 1,000 zombies. And zombies weren't like cabbages, they could run, jump, and posed an infection risk. Even if 1,000 zombies stood still, it would take him ages to kill them all. Sohan was determined. He absolutely had to get those 1,000. Even with the power of the demonic blade Muramasa doubling her strength, facing a zombie tide of this magnitude meant certain death if they couldn't break through quickly. Roars. The zombies howled as more lunged forward. Asama Meiko's eyes turned icy cold, and with a flash of the Muramasa, she effortlessly dispatched them. After eliminating these zombies, Asama Meiko swiftly retreated to Asama Kyoka's side, who had just finished off 2 zombies of her own. And let's go. Pulling Asama Kyoka along, she quickly moved behind Sohan, her face serious as she asked, Sohan, there are too many zombies. What do we do? Fall back or stick to the original plan and fight our way to the supermarket? Hearing her voice from behind, Sohan turned to look at Asama Meiko. Seeing her grave expression, he joked, of course we'll carve our way through the horde to the supermarket. So wanna come with me? Although his tone was playful, his intention to cross the horde was serious. He had no plans to give up on those 1,000 points. However, he intended to go alone this time. His idea was to have Asama Meiko and the others return to the administration building first. Alone, he wouldn't have as many concerns. Alright. Asama Meiko's reply was succinct, just a single word, alright, her tone so resolute that it made Sohan look at her with newfound respect. Staring at Asama Meiko, Sohan could see only solemnity and killing intent on her face, not a trace of fear or reluctance. It seemed that with just a single word from him, she would fearlessly follow him through the zombie horde. But crossing the horde meant risking death. And the odds were high. With just the 3 of them, it would be a desperate struggle with a slim chance of survival. But if they chose to retreat, they were less than 100 meters from the administration building, and the number of zombies behind them was relatively sparse, making it the weakest point of the horde. They could easily return safely almost without any danger. Despite knowing she could die, Asama Meiko chose to go with him to the supermarket. Sohan was at a loss for words. Aren't you afraid of death? There are hundreds of zombies in front of us. If we can't break through, you, I, and teacher Asama will all die. Have you thought about that? So what? Asama Meiko's expression remained unchanged. You are the future husband, I, Asama Meiko, have acknowledged. Although we haven't had our duel yet, the outcome is already decided. What does it matter if we die together? Women of the Asama family do not fear death. Saying this, Asama Meiko turned to look at Asama Kyoka beside her brows furrowing slightly as she felt troubled. Sohan was her acknowledged future husband, and she could follow him to death without hesitation, but Asama Kyoka had no reason to throw her life away. But she couldn't bear to escort Asama Kyoka back and leave Sohan alone. This left her in a dilemma. Asama Kyoka let out a light snort. Her mature and beautiful face was pale, but her voice held no trace of fear. Are you two underestimating me? If you can do it, why can't I? Auntie is quite satisfied with little Sohan too. I was thinking it'd be hard to make a move, but if we manage to charge out of here alive, I won't be holding back. Well, Sohan blinked. What was this? An unexpected bonus. He never thought Asama Kyoka would be so bold to say something like that. He figured she only dared to voice her thoughts because the odds of breaking out seemed so slim. After all, in the time they'd been talking, the zombies charging from all directions had completely converged, forming a massive circle around them layers deep. Even the path back to the administration building was completely blocked off. In this situation, unless they were superhuman, there was no hope of fighting their way out alive. Asama Kyoka's shocking statement startled even Asama Meiko, who clearly hadn't expected her own aunt to try and steal her man. Lowering her head as if in thought, Asama Meiko quickly looked up and said, "If Sohan has no objections, I have none." What? Sohan was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre logic was this? Was this the mindset of the women of the Asama family? This was mind-blowing. You'd think we were living in some ancient era. Life truly was full of surprises. Sohan hadn't expected a casual joke to unearth something like this. Forget the quest. Even without it, he was going to fight his way to that supermarket today. Even if it was thousands of zombies blocking his path had smashed them all to pieces. Desire was the driving force of human progress. Now Sohan was brimming with motivation, ready to tear a hole in the very sky. Baby, you're amazing. Filled with excitement, Sohan stopped overthinking, pulled Asama Meiko into his arms, and kissed her deeply as she looked on in astonishment. After a passionate moment, he saw the zombies were now just over 10 meters away. Closing his eyes, he mentally connected with the system. System, raise all my 4-dimensional attributes to 20 points. And upgrade my lightning ability to LV2. On the 4th floor of the administration building in the corridor outside the sword department, the students who had been kneeling on the ground had all risen to their feet, their faces pale, as they gazed at the unfolding chaos across the campus. The roars of the zombies were terrifying beyond measure. Thousands of them charged, making the very ground tremble. Such a commotion could not escape the ears of these students who were far from deaf. With Sohan absent, the deterrent force had waned considerably. Many students, unable to contain their curiosity, quietly stood up and bore witness to a scene straight out of a horror film unfolding on the campus grounds. Shock, fear, dread. The students were utterly stunned, paralyzed by terror. Even from the safety of the 4th floor, without facing the horde of over 1,000 zombies directly, the sight was so horrifying that it sent chills down their spines and made their vision blur. Many students felt their legs turn to jelly, and had they not been gripping the windowsills, they would have surely collapsed. That looks like Lord Sohan, Senior Asama, and Teacher Asama. They seem to be surrounded by those monsters. A sharp-eyed student spotted the trio encircled by the zombie horde, pointing a trembling finger in their direction. Hearing this, the students in the corridor, momentarily forgetting their fear, turned their gaze. Where? Senior Asama is surrounded by those monsters. Where? It really is them. But why are Senior Asama and the others outside? And surrounded by those monsters? What are we to do? Surrounded by so many, Senior Asama and the others are in grave danger. This time perhaps. No, I've admired Teacher Asama for so long, how can this be? Discovering the trio besieged by the zombie horde, the students present began to wail, their voices filled with pessimism and despair. Don't speak nonsense. Lord Sohan is incredibly powerful, absolutely nothing will happen to him. He is the divine son. Even someone with divine power like Tomazotaro was no match for him. These monsters cannot possibly harm Lord Sohan. Just as nearly all students were succumbing to despair, a few female students in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Though their faces were equally pale, their eyes fixed on Sohan's back amidst the horde were filled with admiration and fervent obsession. The behavior of these girls was akin to that of delusional fans, or in another sense fanatical devotees. They yielded to Sohan's strength, relished the thrill of his dominance, submitted to his overwhelming power, and would go to any lengths to uphold his invincible image in their hearts. Not only these girls, but also a few boys were similar expressions. It was a servility etched into the blood of the people of the Sakura Empire, a tendency to worship the strong, fear the mighty, and submit to power. To them, having defeated Toma Zotaro, who possessed divine power, Sohan was the new divine son. Sohan was no ordinary man, but the divine son. Submitting and kneeling before the divine son was not a humiliation, but an honor. They hypnotized themselves repeatedly until they believed it wholeheartedly. In this current era of terror and despair, Sohan was their faith, and they would never allow the pillar of their spirit to crumble. Perhaps infected by these girls' fervor, more and more students in the corridor began to show fanatical expressions their previous fears swept away. The power of faith is terrifying. It can dispel all negative emotions. Of course, some students were not swayed. Those who had never wanted to submit to Sohan, who had only cowered before his strength, now saw his impending death as the removal of a great weight. The bitterness and malice buried deep within them erupted all at once. Huh, are you people joking? Yamada Yuichi let out a strange cry, tilting his head with an exaggerated expression as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. He pointed at the trio surrounded by the zombie horde below and roared, "There are over 1,000 of those monsters. Never mind the divine son, even if a god came down, they'd be dead too." Yamada Yuichi sprayed spittle as he vented his fear and resentment towards Sohan without restraint. "You bunch of idiots, you like being someone's dog, you like licking boots, right? Then watch closely how your master is chewed to death, bite by bite, by those monsters. That mere pig from Xia of lowly blood was always meant to be enslaved by our great Sakura Empire. And now he dares to lord over us. Divine son. Huh." He spat viciously on the ground, then turned to the students around him and bellowed, "Where is your fighting spirit? Where is the dignity of the men of our Sakura Empire? Tell me, what is there to fear about that damned pig from Xia? Are you all cowards? Have you lost the courage to resist?" Moved by Yamada Yuichi's calm, many students in the corridor showed signs of wavering. Their eyes, fixed on the trio surrounded by the zombie horde, began to burn with growing malice, especially when they saw Sohan pull Asama Meiko into a passionate kiss and even turn his predatory hands towards Asama Kyoka. The boys who had been hesitating were instantly enraged. This was an irreconcilable feud, the hatred of a stolen wife. In an instant, a dozen male students stepped forward, firmly aligning themselves behind Yamada Yuichi, their eyes blazing with hatred towards Sohan. To be honest, Yamada Yuichi himself was on the verge of a breakdown. Asama Meiko was the universally acknowledged goddess and school beauty of private Shirobi Academy, holding the top position unchallenged. And Asama Kyoka was the academy's goddess teacher with countless admirers. As a normal male, Yamada Yuichi regarded Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoka as heavenly goddesses. Merely looking at them felt like a desecration. Had the goddesses but asked, he would have gladly died on the spot. Now seeing the sacred, untouchable goddesses being forcibly kissed, Yamada Yuichi nearly collapsed on the spot. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Sohan deserves to die. Asama Meiko deserves to die. Asama Kyoka deserves to die too. What goddesses? They're all just bitches. Why didn't they refuse? Why didn't they resist? The goddesses have been defiled. Yamada Yuichi was completely losing his mind. He wanted to watch with his own eyes as Sohan and the others were bitten to death by the countless zombies. Only then could he vent the rage burning within him. "Shut up, you piece of trash, you worthless worm, Yamada Yuichi. Do not insult Lord Sohan. Lord Sohan is invincible. Apologize to Lord Sohan right now, or don't blame us for being rude. That's right. Kneel down and apologize to Lord Sohan. Kneel down now, or we'll beat you to death." Enraged by Yamada Yuichi's insults towards Sohan, a group of female students who revered him as a deity glared with bloodshot eyes like enraged tigresses. "You want me to apologize to that?" Yamada Yuichi's arrogance was undiminished, but before he could finish his sentence, a stick came crashing down on his head. The female students who worshipped Sohan were furious, their eyes scarlet, as they screamed shrilly. "Beat him to death. Insulting Lord Sohan is unforgivable. Get him. Beat him to death. Beat him within an inch of his life. If you don't want to die, get out of the way, or we'll beat you too." Stunned. A single blow from the club left Yamada Yuichi utterly dumbfounded, stunned in every conceivable sense. Stars danced before his eyes, his head throbbed with excruciating pain, and his vision blurred. The combat prowess of the dozens of girls was astonishing. Armed with weapons like table legs, the fervent female students unleashed a fighting force comparable to humanoid tyrannosaurs. The dozen or so students who had been subjugated by Yamada Yuichi were so terrified they retreated, repeatedly shaking with fear. Were these the same girls who usually couldn't even twist open a bottle cap, who would coyly call out for help in sweet, simpering voices? With this ferocious display, whether they could twist off bottle caps was uncertain, but they could definitely twist off their heads. The dozen or so students dared not approach, watching helplessly as Yamada Yuichi was beaten on the ground by dozens of girls. At first, Yamada Yuichi's screams could still be heard, but they gradually grew fainter until they were almost inaudible. Whoosh. After venting their fury through the brutal beating of Yamada Yuichi, the girls dispersed, revealing his blood-soaked form to the onlookers. Wretched. A ghastly sight. He was barely recognizable as human, his face having received special attention, swollen larger than a pig's head, with only a faint wisp of breath remaining. Yamada Yuichi's miserable fate sent chills down the spines of the dozen or so male students. They swallowed nervously, their eyes filled with terror. This is the fate of those who insult Lord Sohan. If I find any of you daring to insult Lord Sohan, your end will be far worse than Yamada Yuichi's. Yamazaki Reiko gripped the blood-drenched table leg, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. As her gaze swept across the faces of the male students, none dared to meet her eyes. WWE, understand. We want dare do it again. It was all Yamada Yuichi's idea, all his doing. Yes, we didn't want to, it was Yamada Yuichi. He's the real culprit. Unable to withstand Yamazaki Reiko's fierce glare, the group of boys began to plead for mercy. Yamada Yuichi, who had just barely regained consciousness on the ground, heard their words, choked on his breath, and fainted from sheer rage. Tie them all up. Well, wait for Lord Sohan to return and decide their fate. Anyone who resists, beat them. Beat them within an inch of their lives. Yamazaki Reiko's tone was vicious, and coupled with the blood-stained table leg in her hand, she presented a truly formidable sight. The many male students dared not resist. In their eyes, Yamazaki Reiko and her group were no different from demons. Yes, they must be possessed by demons. How else could their combat prowess be so terrifying? Before long, the male students were all tied up. This internal conflict was quelled with incredible speed, and the victors had won in an utterly overwhelming fashion. The most absurd part was that the majority of the victorious side consisted of female students who appeared as fragile as flowers, with only a handful of boys. Crackle. Buzz. From across the campus, the sound of thunder and crackling electricity echoed. Several girls on the corridor instinctively looked towards the source. When they saw where the sound came from, their eyes widened, filled with shock and fervent adoration. Senior Yamazaki, look. It's Lord Sohan. Lord Sohan truly possesses divine power. He is the incarnation of a deity. Lord Sohan is the thunder god. Senior Yamazaki, look. Lord Sohan is commanding the power of lightning. Cries of exclamation echoed through the corridor. Yamazaki Reiko had already turned her gaze towards the source of the thunderous sound the moment it began. Within the campus, surrounded by a tide of over 1,000 zombies, a towering figure was bathed in terrifying lightning. Serpents of lightning thick as a baby's arm rampaged wildly. Overawed by the divine might of the thunder, the surging zombies halted in fear, unwilling to advance. Yamazaki Reiko's eyes burned with fanatical reverence. Her gaze upon Sohan was like looking upon a true god. I saw it. I told you, Lord Sohan is the incarnation of a deity. No matter how many of those monsters on the ground there are before Lord Sohan, they are nothing but worthless scum, easily crushed. Like a pilgrim on a pilgrimage, Yamazaki Reiko's face was flushed with a morbid red, her breathing rapid, her pretty face crimson, as alluring as a blooming poppy. On the ground, following Sohan's command, the system immediately began its operations. Ding. 190 points deducted. Strength 5, Agility 3, Intelligence 8, Constitution 3. Attributes fusing. Ding. Congratulations, host, on breaking through the limit of Tier 0 and successfully advancing to Tier 1. Ding. 77 points deducted. Lightning ability experience 77. Current experience 100100. Ding. Congratulations, host, the lightning ability has evolved to LV2. Lightning control has increased. Experience required for next upgrade 01000. As each notification echoed in his mind, Sohan's points on the panel suddenly shrank by nearly half. At the same time, a surge of immense power erupted within him. Explosive power roared through his body. With his eyes tightly shut, Sohan could feel his muscles trembling beneath his clothes, his strength skyrocketing, his cells highly active and brimming with vitality and power. Sohan was confident that with just a slight nudge, a single punch from him would be earth-shattering. Lightness. Beyond the surging strength, this was Sohan's other sensation. His body felt so light, as if freed from the constraints of gravity, giving him the feeling that a simple leap could send him several meters into the air. His physique had become more formidable, his stamina more enduring, allowing for prolonged combat. His recovery rate was vastly superior to before, a world of difference. These were the changes brought about by the breakthrough. The gap between Tier 1 and Tier 0 was immense. Compared to his Tier 0 self, his combat power had more than doubled after the breakthrough. Before Sohan could fully appreciate the immense changes, the lightning energy within him, as if stimulated, surged dramatically, its power increasing by more than threefold. The violent thunder energy coursed through his body continuously. Under its refining influence, impurities were burned away by the fierce lightning expelled from his pores as wisps of blue smoke. Baptized by this thunderous power, Sohan, who had just broken through to Tier 1, felt his strength surge once again. Outside, having been forcefully embraced and kissed by Sohan, Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoko were slow to react. Mainly they hadn't expected Sohan to be so bold, kissing one, then turning to kiss the next. He was far too brazen, treating them like they were his own, wasn't he? But it felt rather nice. Neither Asama Meiko nor Asama Kyoko resented Sohan's forceful advance. This was what a real man was like. If he were indecisive, timid, and afraid to do what he wanted, they wouldn't have given him a second glance. Just as both women were lost in the lingering sensation, a powerful pressure swept over them, snapping them back to reality. Stunned, they looked at Sohan, who was bathed in lightning, feeling waves of oppressive force as heavy as mountains emanating from him, completely unaware of what was happening. Weren't things fine just a moment ago? How could he be on the verge of a breakthrough in the blink of an eye? Since when did breaking through become so easy? Just deciding to do it. This was simply too capricious. But so powerful. Feeling the pressure faintly radiating from Sohan, both Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoko found it hard to breathe. Although this feeling was uncomfortable, both women were overjoyed. Sohan had broken through. He had grown stronger. This meant that their current predicament would be resolved easily, and the terrifying tide of zombies didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Just as the two women were rejoicing, a thunderclap resounded in their ears. Lightning serpents coiled. At that moment, Sohan opened his eyes. Character: Sohan. Strength: 23. Agility: 25. Intelligence: 22. Constitution: 25. Tier 1. Points: 337. Item: Jiaying. Ability: Lightning Element, LV2. Energy: 200,200. Lightning Element, current level LV2. Upgrade experience 01000. Closing his eyes to inspect his status, Sohan felt a surge of delight. As he had anticipated, pushing all attributes to the pinnacle of Tier 0 before using the lightning element to break through yielded far superior results. His 4 core attributes had increased by a total of 15 points. After breaking through to Tier 1, each attribute point would cost a staggering 100 points. 15 points meant 1,500 points. That was equivalent to slaying 1,500 zombies. Compared to that potential cost, his prior planning and the extra 190 points spent on boosting attributes was an incredibly profitable deal. This also confirmed his theory. The stronger he was, the more terrifying the enhancement granted by the lightning element's breakthrough. Crackling. Sizzle. Sizzle. His bones and tendons popped and snapped like beans roasting in a bamboo tube. The breakthrough was complete. A wave of euphoria washed over him as the surging power within howled. Sohan opened his eyes, faint arcs of electricity dancing in his gaze as he looked disdainfully upon the tide of zombies, stunned by the thunderous force. The immense power granted him unprecedented confidence. The horde before him no longer posed any threat in his eyes. The enhancement from breaking through to Tier 1 was monumental, surpassing the limits of mortals. The shackles that had long bound humanity were shattered in that moment, and his surging vitality nourished his body, providing an endless wellspring of strength. It was no exaggeration to say he was now a match for 100 men. And this was only the increase in tier. The upgrade to LV2 lightning element was even more terrifying. The lightning bolt, once as thick as a thumb, had swelled to the thickness of a baby's arm, its power multiplied several-fold. Any ordinary zombie that so much as grazed this fearsome lightning would be instantly charred to a crisp. As for what would happen if a fellow Tier 1 expert were struck by his lightning, Sohan wasn't entirely sure. But one thing was certain: even if they survived, they wouldn't escape unscathed. At the very least, they'd be severely injured. As Sohan opened his eyes, the dormant pressure erupted like an awakened beast, fiercely radiating its overwhelming might. Under this terrifying force, Asama Kyoko and Asama Kyoko let out a soft grunt, stumbling back several steps before managing to steady themselves. So strong. Steadying herself, Asama Kyoko stared at Sohan's back in utter shock. She knew he had broken through, but she hadn't imagined that even his mere pressure could force her off balance. If they were to actually fight, she probably couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. After the shock came boundless joy. The stronger Sohan became, the happier she was. In her heart, she had already accepted him as her man, so his strength only brought her more delight. Beside her, Asama Kyoko was equally thrilled, gazing at his solid back with infatuation. This suffocating power was incredibly reassuring. Ready? Sohan's voice suddenly cut through the air, startling the two women. What? Ready for what? They asked, confused. Sohan swung his arm, the jade blade in his hand carving an arc as its tip pointed diagonally at the ground. Lightning crackled along its length, the blade gleaming as if enchanted with brilliant arcs of electricity. Why to charge forth with me 1 against 1,000 and shatter this zombie horde? Sohan declared with unbridled arrogance, paying no heed to the hundreds of zombies before him. And indeed, he had every right to be so bold. Inspired by his bravado, the two women echoed, "Of course we're ready." "Good. Then, charge." As the words left his mouth, lightning erupted beneath Sohan's feet. Shrouded in electric light, and wielding Jiaying, he plunged straight into the horde. Boom. Thunder roared as he barreled through like a human tank. Upon impact, the dozen or so zombies at the front were sent flying. Lightning serpents wreaked havoc as Jiaying carved arcs of blue electricity. Wherever Sohan passed, zombies fell in droves, either blasted away and charred by lightning or torn apart by the terrifying thunderous energy. The ground he crossed was left barren, littered with nothing but scorched remains. Sohan's combat prowess was nothing short of monstrous. The horde of hundreds was ripped open with a massive gap 6 or 7 meters wide, and within that space, not a single zombie survived. Racing close behind him, Asama Koyoko and Asama Kyoko watched the harrowing spectacle, struck speechless. Such power was simply inhuman. Boom. Thunder rolled as Jiaying unleashed a brilliant serpent of lightning. As thick as a baby's arm, it shrieked as it blasted through the dozen or so zombies in front, the electricity chaining them together. Before they even hit the ground, they were reduced to blackened charcoal. Meanwhile, the system's notifications rang in Sohan's ear without pause. Killed, ordinary zombie points 1 current points 338. Killed, ordinary zombie points 1 current points 350. Killed, ordinary zombie points 1 current points 457. He surged forward dozens of meters, completely piercing the horde. Behind him stretched a vacuum zone over 60 meters long, where residual lightning crackled menacingly, preventing the zombies on either side from daring to cross. The massive, empty corridor stretched for dozens of meters, its ground piled high with charred corpses. Over 100, or even more. He had done it. 1 against 1,000, the horde was shattered. Standing beside Sohan, Asama Koyoko stared blankly at the trail of destruction, still dazed by what had just happened. Had they truly just carved through such a terrifying horde with such ease? She hadn't even lifted a finger. Unknowingly, the gap between her and Sohan had grown so vast. Power. Power. Asama Koyoko clenched her fists, a fire of determination burning in her eyes. She was certainly glad Sohan had grown stronger. As his woman, that was only natural. But she refused to let the distance between them widen further. She was ambitious too. She wanted to be able to help him, not just stand behind him and rely on his protection. Seeing this, Sohan was also inwardly stunned. So this was the power after breaking through. Incredible. However, it consumed a great deal of lightning energy. In just a few dozen seconds, he had used over half of his reserves. A rather shocking expenditure, though still significantly better than before. Let's go. Before those zombies regroup, let's head to the supermarket. I'm starving after all this time, Sohan said, turning to glance at the two dazed women and patting his stomach. Nearly 3 hours had passed since the outbreak, and he hadn't rested a moment, fighting the entire time. His energy was running low and hunger was setting in. In fact, with his increased strength, he could feel his body demanding even more food to replenish the calories he was burning. The two women nodded, tearing their gaze away from the carnage. With Sohan leading, they sprinted towards the supermarket. Unhindered by zombies, the trio quickly reached the entrance. But upon arriving, Sohan noticed the supermarket doors were shut tight, locked from the inside. Were there still survivors in there? The supermarket of Private Shiritsu Academy only closes at night. It never closes during the day. If not mistaken, the cashiers and stockers inside must have seen something amiss outside and shut the doors. As for whether they have turned into zombies, no one knows. The supermarket doors were sealed, but this did not trouble Sohan. A mere door, even tempered glass, could not withstand him. With his current strength, even without the polar shadow, he could kick it open with a single blow. However, the consequence would be that the door would become utterly useless afterward. Considering this, Sohan silently withdrew his leg and instead raised the polar shadow, intending to pry open the bolt lock from the crack. Just as he moved to split the door, he felt a tug at his sleeve. Confused, he turned to look at Asama Meiko, but before he could utter a word, she pointed to the side. Following her gaze through the transparent tempered glass, Sohan saw several supermarket employees standing inside. Armed with mops and similar weapons, they put on fierce expressions, but Sohan could see through their bravado. They were nothing but paper tigers. Noticing Sohan stare, the men inside grew even more hostile. One of them nudged the female cashier beside him, murmured something, and she nodded fearfully, then scribbled on a piece of paper with a marker. Curious, Sohan watched them, wondering what they were up to. Within seconds, the cashier handed the paper to the man who raised the cardboard sign and tapped it repeatedly. On it was written a single sentence. "Get lost. We don't welcome you here. Don't bring those monsters over, or we won't be polite." "Oh, not polite." Sohan raised an eyebrow, a wry smile playing on his lips. These people must have seen him bathed in lightning, slaughtering the zombie tide, yet they still dared to threaten him. Who gave them the nerve? Did those men inside actually think he was some kind of Gudatuushus who would obey pre-apocalyptic laws and not touch them? Sohan could only say they were being naive. Inside the supermarket, the men kept their faces stern, though their hearts were filled with unease. Sohan guessed correctly. They had indeed witnessed the slaughter of the zombie tide, but they did not want him to enter. The supermarket was safe. No one, including the cashiers, had turned into zombies. In the past few hours, they had gathered a wealth of information online via their phones. Chaos had erupted, not only in private Chungmei Academy, but all of Jichuan County and even the entire Yinghua Empire. Everywhere were man-eating monsters with a highly infectious bite. Once a wound was opened, the bitten would soon transform into one of them. The entire Yinghua Empire was in turmoil. The self-defense forces were fully mobilized, yet could not suppress these monsters. They were overwhelmed with even large numbers of infections occurring within their own ranks. The news showed officials bowing and apologizing endlessly, but all their words were empty. The summary was just one message. The Empire is too busy to deal with you now. If you don't want to die, stay home and wait for rescue. When rescue comes, heaven knows. Damn. After reading the news, they nearly smashed their phones in fury. Checking foreign networks, they were shocked to find that not only Yinghua, but the entire world had fallen into chaos. The Daxia Empire, the Balian Empire, the Rebelluo Empire, the Beiying Empire. Every nation on Earth was plagued by these biting monsters. Each empire was struggling to cope, and rumors even circulated that the Beiying Empire was about to launch nuclear weapons. Whether that was true remained unclear, but everyone understood that if matters reached an irreparable point, nuclear weapons would indeed descend. Terrified, they only wanted to huddle in the supermarket and wait for rescue. From scattered online information, they had gleaned many useful tips. Zombies had extremely poor eyesight. Only their hearing and smell were sharp. As long as they stayed quiet and hid in the supermarket with its ample food supply, they could survive safely for a long time, long enough to wait for rescue. But the arrival of Sohan and his two companions shattered their illusions. They had seen Sohan's power. Bathed in lightning, he had single-handedly carved through the zombie tide. He was a figure from anime or novels. They dared not let him in, fearing that once inside, the supermarket would no longer be theirs. They were unwilling to share the safe haven and its food with others. Kawasaki-kun, is this really going to work? That male student outside is so strong. If he forces his way in, we can't stop him. Yeah, maybe we should just open the door? If he breaks it, those monsters outside will rush in, and the supermarket won't be safe anymore. If we drive them away, won't he get angry and break in? He might even kill us. Inside the supermarket, everyone was panicking. They spoke in tense, fearful voices. Clutching a baseball bat, Kawasaki Bayun was extremely nervous. He wasn't sure if Sohan would simply break in under the high tension. His palms were sweating. No, he won't. Among the three, I recognized the other two women. The one with black hair on the left is Asama Meiko, last year's national kendo champion from a well-bred family. The other is the school's health teacher, Asama Kyoka. These three are either teachers or students well-educated. They would never do something as lawless as breaking in. As the owners of this supermarket, if we drive them away, they absolutely won't charge in. Kawasaki Bayun's analysis calmed the others. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes suddenly widened in terror as he stared outside. Outside the supermarket door, Sohan couldn't care less. Telling me to get lost. Who do you think you are? Is this your supermarket? You are just a worker squatting in someone else's place. Why can't I come in? Besides, Sohan was eager to see exactly how they would be not polite. Buzz. The polar shadow slashed down, and the supermarket door swung open. Miko, let's go. Sohan stepped inside, followed by the two women. Asama Kyoka, the last one in, turned and closed the door. Clatter, clatter. Footsteps approached. Kawasaki Bayun, baseball bat in hand, rushed over with the other employees, a mix of fury and fear in their eyes. Who allowed you to come in? Didn't we tell you to get lost? This is illegal entry. Get out now, or he'll call the police. Kawasaki Bayun yelled, trying to mask his anxiety and terror. Even at this moment, he still tried to resist, hoping to frighten Sohan and the others away with the threat of police. Sohan picked his ear, completely unfazed by the shouting. He casually grabbed a chocolate bar from a nearby shelf, tore open the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth, as if no one else was there. Go ahead and call. He'll wait. If you can't get the police here today, he'll throw you out to keep the zombies company. Thrown out to keep company with the zombies. Kawasaki Yagomo's face instantly changed, turning deathly pale. Police. There's no police now. Even the self-defense forces are useless, let alone the police. The police can't even take care of themselves, so how could they have time to deal with him? The police station's phone had been ringing non-stop, without ever getting through. All lines were busy. Go ahead, call them. What are you waiting for? I'm waiting for you to call. Don't worry, I'm not a good person. Sohan's face was full of amusement, and his hands kept moving, taking large amounts of snacks from the shelves and handing them to Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoka. Taking the food handed over by Sohan, Asama Meiko didn't stand on ceremony. She was already hungry. After the intense battle, it was now afternoon, and the breakfast she had eaten in the morning had long been digested. Kawasaki Yagomo was now completely panicked. The pillars of support he had relied on were mercilessly shattered, and he no longer knew what to do. Fight Sohan to the death. He wanted to, but the problem was he couldn't win. Sohan was a terrifying man who could cut through a zombie horde. Not to mention anything else, the knife in Sohan's hand alone scared him from daring to fight Sohan to the death. With a baseball bat, unless he hit the head, the damage was limited, but what about Sohan? That was a samurai sword. Although it looked a bit strange, it was still a real sword. One swing, and he would be dead for sure. Kawasaki Yagumo had never seen a Tangdao before. He simply thought Sohan's samurai sword had an unusual shape. Shrouded in fear, before Kawasaki Yagumo could speak, the only female cashier among them couldn't bear it any longer. She ran out from behind Kawasaki Yagumo, bowing repeatedly to Sohan and the other two, begging for mercy. Spare me, please. I didn't want to do it. Those words were forced on me by Kawasaki Yagumo. He also forbade us from opening the door, saying you were all students with a high education and wouldn't break in illegally. I've said everything. Please, I beg you, let me go. I don't want to be bitten to death by those monsters. Looking at the female cashier who kept bowing and crying for mercy, Sohan waved his hand. All right, I understand. Go stand over there. Upon hearing this, the female cashier felt as if she had been granted a pardon and quickly ran to the side to stand. Where there is one, there is another. Seeing Sohan forgive the female cashier so easily, the few men besides Kawasaki Yagumo suddenly saw hope. One by one, they stepped past Kawasaki Yagumo, frantically begging Sohan for mercy, shifting all the blame onto Kawasaki Yagumo. Witnessing this scene, Kawasaki Yagumo was dumbfounded. He never expected that his usually good colleagues would betray him without hesitation and sell him out so completely. Sohan was not so lenient with these men. When he was outside, he wasn't blind. He had seen that these men were not at all forced. If he hadn't been so powerful, if it had been someone else, even if they barely managed to break out of the zombie horde, they would have been trapped to death outside the door. Such behavior was no different from murder. If someone tries to take his life, Sohan will never be polite. His nature is vengeful. How others treat him, he will repay 1,000-fold. You say you were forced. Who can prove it? I won't make things difficult for you. You have weapons in your hands. Now go outside. If you run fast enough, those zombies won't catch you. If someone tries to take his life, Sohan will never be polite. His nature is vengeful. How others treat him, he will repay 1,000-fold. You say you were forced. Who can prove it? I won't make things difficult for you. You have weapons in your hands. Now go outside. Unlike these people, Kawasaki Yagumo, who had just been dumped with a load of blame, looked at their backs with a feeling of schadenfreude. Serves them right. This was the retribution for betraying him. Looking at these men, Sohan said calmly, you have 1 minute to consider. If there's no answer after 1 minute, they'll help you out. Sohan's words were undoubtedly a death sentence for these men. Time ticked by, and as the minute was about to pass, the men were like ants on a hot pan, pacing anxiously. Kawasaki Yagumo was the first to step forward. They'll go now. Holding the baseball bat, Kawasaki Yagumo was filled with venom. If he could beat Sohan, he would have beaten him into a pulp with the bat and thrown him out to feed the zombies. Although Kawasaki Yagumo kept his head down, Sohan didn't need to look to know that this man was filled with hatred for him. But it didn't matter. A mere corpse in a tomb. Nodding, Sohan said, you may go, but leave the baseball bat behind. Kawasaki Yagumo suddenly raised his head, his expression indignant. Why? Are you trying to kill me? Because right now my fist is bigger than yours. Sohan's gaze was cold and he sneered. What kind of good person are you? When you locked the door, you didn't think you were trying to kill us. You could do that, so why can't I? Now this supermarket is mine, and I say you can't take any item from the store. That's final. The venom in Kawasaki Yagumo's heart nearly shattered his reason, but he managed to control himself. Throwing down the baseball bat, Kawasaki Yagumo said nothing more and walked toward the supermarket door with his head lowered. He dared not look at Sohan again, afraid he might lose control. With Kawasaki Yagumo setting the precedent, the remaining few men also slunk out. By now the zombies in the campus area had lost their targets and were gradually dispersing. The nearest zombie was about 70 or 80 meters away from the supermarket. In this situation, Kawasaki Yagumo and the others felt that if they ran fast enough, they still had a chance to escape. Outside the supermarket, after running about 10 meters, Kawasaki Yagumo suddenly turned around, his gaze venomous as he looked into the supermarket, meeting Sohan's eyes. He couldn't hold it in anymore. In the end, he couldn't hold it in. Just you wait. One day I will come back and I will torture you in the most cruel way for 14 days, making you die in endless agony. Impressive. Quite ambitious. Sohan silently gave a thumbs up, then raised his hand, lightning flickering at his fingertips. Flicking his finger, a bolt of lightning shot out, and in Kawasaki Yagumo's terrified gaze it instantly pierced through his thigh. Crackling. Aunt. It hurts. My leg. My leg. He'll kill you. Bastard. He'll kill you. Lightning flashed, and a hole was blasted through Kawasaki Yagumo's thigh. The excruciating pain made him scream. The distant zombies were attracted by the miserable cries, and soon spotted Kawasaki Yagumo rolling on the ground and wailing. Roar. The zombie horde stirred, charging toward Kawasaki Yagumo with roars. With one leg crippled, Kawasaki Yagumo couldn't run. Within a dozen seconds he was overwhelmed by countless zombies and his screams abruptly ceased. The other men who had run out didn't fare any better. Sohan was never one to play favorites. With a flick of his fingers, they soon followed Kawasaki Yagumo's fate. Inside the supermarket, the female cashier who had witnessed everything trembled in fear, lowering her head to minimize her presence, afraid that Sohan might get angry and do the same to her. How terrifying. Ding. Random quest completed. Arrive at the supermarket within half an hour. Reward 1000 credits. After dealing with those pesky flies Kawasaki Yagumo and his gang, the quest notification popped up. With such a hefty reward of 1000 credits, Sohan felt his pockets instantly swell. Ah, the feeling of wealth is truly magnificent. Fortune smiles upon the cheerful, and even his appetite seemed to improve. Sitting down cross-legged, Sohan leaned against Asama Meiko, cradling 2 bento boxes filled with delicacies, rice balls, sushi, and tempura, all exquisitely prepared. These bentos were pre-made, available for students who hadn't brought their own. Even before the apocalypse, many students would come to the supermarket at noon to buy them. While eating, Sohan devoured his food with gusto, but Meiko's graceful manner of dining was a sight to behold. Truly pleasing to the eye, perhaps even more so than the meal itself. Asama Kyoko was similar, though far more restless than her serene sister. She couldn't stay still even while eating, her beautiful eyes fixed on Sohan. Little Sohan, why didn't you just kill those men with a single stroke? Are you afraid that acting violently might tarnish your image in mine and Meiko's eyes? Hearing this, Meiko paused her eating and turned to Sohan, speaking softly. Those people deserve to die. Killing them outright would have been perfectly justified. Though Meiko didn't state it explicitly, her meaning was crystal clear. She stood firmly behind Sohan. Blinking in bewilderment, Sohan was utterly baffled. Tarnish his image. Honestly, that thought hadn't even crossed his mind. He could have easily slain Kawasaki Yagumo and his crew in one stroke without all the fuss. The reason he hadn't wasn't about appearances. It was simply too wasteful. Yes, that was it. Too wasteful. Killing living humans yielded no credits, but zombies did. Kawasaki Yagumo and his gang were still worth a few points. Slaughtering them would be a shame. Better to make use of the trash and squeeze out every last bit of value. How did that get twisted into him worrying about his image in Meiko and Kyoka's eyes? What exactly were they imagining? Now Sohan finally understood the saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. No matter what you do in the eyes of those who care for you, it's always right. Even if it's wrong, they'll find a reasonable excuse to justify it. Well, that was quite something. But Sohan wasn't one to hide things. He straightforwardly shared his thoughts, and after he finished, both Meiko and Kyoko were left speechless. Waste utilization. Kyoko was utterly stunned. Your way of thinking is truly one of a kind. Meiko silently nodded, saying nothing, and picked up a rice ball to nibble on. In response to Kyoka's remarks, Sohan shrugged, swallowed the last tempura, and let out a satisfied burp. It's fine, keep eating. We'll take a look around and grab a few things. With that, he pointed to the bento boxes on the nearby shelf. Seeing where Sohan was pointing, Meiko was full of question marks. She had watched him devour 2 bentos and various snacks, and he still was. It's fine, keep eating. We'll take a look around and grab a few things. With that, he pointed to the bento boxes on the nearby shelf. Seeing where Sohan was pointing, Meiko was full of question marks. She had watched him devour 2 bentos and various snacks, and he still wasn't full. Did one's appetite become this terrifying after a breakthrough? Meiko silently calculated, thinking that if she ever lived with Sohan, she'd need to cook more. Otherwise, there might not be enough to go around. Sohan had no mind-reading ability, unaware that Meiko was already envisioning their life together. Walking to the shelf and gazing at the array of bentos, he waved his hand, and in an instant they all vanished, stored away in his spatial ring. Bento left on the shelf would spoil in a day, but time stood still within the ring. These meals would stay fresh and serve as emergency rations. He moved along, gathering everything in sight: bentos, bread, sausages, chocolate, until his 1 by 1 cubic meter spatial ring was packed to the brim. Sohan did this with foresight. If he ever found himself trapped in danger, these supplies would keep him going. The 2 girls, secretly watching from a distance, were so astonished that their mouths formed perfect O's, forgetting even to eat. They couldn't comprehend how Sohan could make so many items disappear with a mere wave of his hand. Was Sohan some kind of magician? But weren't magicians all charlatans? Where had he stashed all that stuff? Inexplicably, Kyoka's gaze drifted downward, focusing on Sohan's lower half. She still remembered him pulling out 2 samurai swords from there. Having finished his task, Sohan turned and walked back. Seeing the 2 girls staring at him in a daze, he quickly pieced together what was going on. This parallel world Sakura Empire was nothing like Earth. There were no explosive novels here, and even if there were, Meiko and Kyoka wouldn't have access to them. Gazing at Sohan with curiosity, Kyoka felt an itch in her heart, like a cat clawing at her. She realized that the longer she knew Sohan, the more surprises he revealed. He was like an embodiment of mystery, constantly drawing her attention and making it impossible to look away. You want to ask how I made those things on the shelf disappear, right? Kyoka nodded her head vigorously, practically writing curiosity on her face. Meiko remained silent, but her gaze conveyed the same question. Clearing his throat, Sohan began to spin his tail. You see, you wouldn't know this, but I've been a great magician since I was a child. That's how I possess these incredible abilities. Though truth be told, I never really liked being a magician. I've always aspired to be a knight. A knight? Meiko was puzzled. Why would anyone want to be a knight? Wasn't a magician better? Or was this knight different from what she imagined? Seeing Meiko take the bait, Sohan explained with a grin. Yes, a knight. Once you become one, a whole new world opens up and you'll see how laughable magicians are. Meiko, do you want to become a knight? Huh, I can too. Meiko abandoned her bento entirely. Hearing Sohan describe knights so gloriously, she was instantly intrigued. See, can I really? Are there any requirements or restrictions? Would it have any adverse effects on you? Though tempted, Meiko didn't rush to agree. Sohan's well-being was her top priority. Adverse effects? Sohan shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. No, no, no. Of course not. It only benefits me, never harms. Trust me, just one try and you'll experience the wonders of knighthood, and you'll never be able to pull yourself away. If you want to know how, come to my room tonight. It'll teach you personally, Hansen guaranteed, until you master it. And if you don't learn, it's free. If once doesn't do it, well, try 10 times. If 10 times don't work, well, go for 100. Sohan was boasting extravagantly. At first, Asama Meiko listened with great interest, but the more she heard, the more something felt off. Tonight, he'll personally guide you, guaranteed to teach you everything. No matter how she heard it, that didn't sound right. As a mature woman, Asama Meiko had long since outgrown her naive girlhood. She studied Sohan's face carefully, and then it dawned on her. This Sohan, he's deceiving people again. And the worst part is it works. Look at Asama Meiko's bewitched expression. Asama Meiko knew that her niece was practically a lost cause. If it were anyone else, Asama Meiko would have immediately stepped in to expose the lie, but since it was Sohan, she felt it wasn't really necessary. After all, she's going to fall for him sooner or later. Does it really make a difference if it's a day earlier or later? Under Asama Meiko's scrutinizing gaze, Sohan knew he had likely been seen through. But it didn't matter. He turned to Asama Meiko, flashed a cheeky grin, and brazenly asked, Meiko, want to learn too? I have a natural talent for teaching. 1 student or 2, it makes no difference to me. Want to join in? Meiko, already completely fooled, turned to her aunt and chimed in, Aunt, you should learn too. Monsters are everywhere now. Only by constantly getting stronger can we defeat them. Asama Meiko was caught between laughter and tears, shooting Sohan a glare with her beautiful eyes. She wasn't as young and naive as Asama Meiko. Did he think she was all beauty and no brains? She had seen through his tricks from the start. Could she possibly fall for that? Alright, then you take the first half of the night, I'll take the second half. What do you think? Isn't that too much? Sohan needs rest too. I think it's better if we do it together so he can get some sleep. Meiko, though eager, declined the suggestion. Asama Meiko was dumbfounded. Together? Are you serious? The very thought was too much to bear. Listening beside them, Sohan's face was almost splitting from holding in his laughter. Stop, we must stop this topic right now. If they kept going, he'd die from suppressed laughter. Let's talk about the night stuff later. We've eaten our fill and been out for a while. It's time to head back to the administration building. I'm worried about those students. The longer we're away, the more likely they'll stir up trouble. That was true. Sohan was indeed worried about the students on the 4th floor. With him there to keep order, they behaved, but without his presence, they were bound to get restless. He didn't want the administration building, which he had painstakingly cleared, to be taken over by those students. Seeing Sohan change the subject, Asama Meiko decided not to press the issue. She could just find him tonight. As for Asama Meiko, she could try to persuade her again later. She couldn't understand why her aunt would refuse such a good opportunity. Sohan's subject change was a relief for Asama Meiko, who felt like she was being roasted over a fire. A threesome wasn't entirely out of the question, but there needed to be some transition period. Jumping straight into it was too much to handle. Getting up from the ground, Sohan looked at the female cashier, who was standing frozen, head bowed, wishing she could disappear into the floor. He reassured her, you don't need to be afraid. As long as you obey, I won't hurt you. The cashier breathed a sigh of relief and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, sir, thank you. I will obey, I will obey. Leading the 2 Asama women to the supermarket entrance, he saw that in the half hour they were inside, the aimless zombies had already dispersed, wandering the campus grounds, occasionally letting out low guttural growls. Once we're back at the administration building, let's start clearing out the campus. We need a safe haven and a way to increase our strength. What do you think? Sohan said, turning to look at the 2 women beside him. Asama Meiko, I have no problem with that. Asama Meiko, well, follow your lead. Receiving their affirmative answers, Sohan didn't waste another word. His figure shot forward instantly. With his increased strength, his speed was even greater. Without the dense horde to block them, Sohan, along with Asama Meiko and Asama Meiko, made it back to the base of the administration building with little effort, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. After locking the door securely, he exchanged a knowing glance with the 2 women, and a smile of shared understanding passed between them. Sohan quickly ascended the stairs, and the three soon reached the fourth floor. Then Sohan witnessed a scene he never could have anticipated. Just as when he had left, dozens of students were kneeling on the ground. However, unlike before, these students had clearly split into two distinct factions. One group was larger, consisting mostly of female students with only a few males. The other group's situation was far more peculiar. Over a dozen male students were tied up, and on the floor lay a humanoid figure covered in blood, beaten beyond recognition. Based on the school uniform, it was a male student. What the hell happened here? Sohan felt like he was completely out of the loop. Before returning, Sohan had imagined many scenarios, but this was not one of them. Walking up to the group, he looked left and right, then pointed at Yamada Yuichi, who was lying on the ground barely alive, but stubbornly clinging to life. What's this guy's deal? Can someone explain this to me? And what's with these dozen or so tied up male students? Hearing Sohan's question, Yamazaki Reiko looked up. Her face, as alluring as a poppy, was filled with fervor. The eerie expression was so unsettling that Sohan unconsciously took a step back. Does this girl have some kind of mental issue? Lord Sohan, after you left, these people tried to stage a rebellion and even insulted you. We couldn't stand it, so we suppressed them. The one on the ground is Yamada Yuichi. He was the instigator. Yes, Lord Sohan. That Yamada Yuichi was despicable. His words were too vile. We couldn't hold back, so we gave him a beating. Those boys are just as bad. As Yamazaki Reiko spoke, the other girls chimed in, recounting the crimes of Yamada Yuichi and his group. Sohan was utterly stunned by what he heard. Dozens of slender female students beat up over a dozen boys. And the ringleader nearly got beaten to death. Their combat power is terrifying. And it looks like it was a total stomp. At least Sohan couldn't see any bruises or marks on Yamazaki Reiko or the other girls. Are these really a bunch of girls? They must be female tyrannosaurs in disguise. He was puzzled. He had treated them harshly before, making them kneel without dignity. Shouldn't they hate him? But not only did they not hate him, they actively helped him suppress a rebellion. What is this? Stockholm Syndrome. Unable to explain it, Sohan chalked it up to Stockholm Syndrome. The main thing was the fervor on the girls' faces. Their flushed cheeks and fanatical eyes reminded him of the irrational, crazed fans had seen on Earth in his past life. Fans isn't quite the right word. More like religious zealots. Although he didn't understand why these girls worshipped him so much, one thing was for sure: their loyalty was beyond question. He could arm these girls and have them fight zombies alongside him. This would earn him points much faster. He couldn't possibly kill all the zombies by himself, and he needed a loyal and powerful force. Going solo in the apocalypse was unrealistic. He had ambitions. To sleep with a bow tie's head on his lap and wake to command the world. His gaze swept over the female students before him, a glint of ambition flashing in his eyes. His dynasty would begin with these very girls. Ding! Detected the host's ambition for domination. Initiating large-scale, mythic-level mission: rule the globe. Ding! Mythic mission side quest 1: clear all zombies from Private City Beauty Academy and occupy the entire school. Completion reward 500 points. Space ring storage increased to 222 cubic meters and 1 random reward. Ding! Mythic mission side quest 2: to become a king, you must possess an absolutely loyal army of no fewer than 20 members. Completion reward Eye of Destiny. A cascade of system notifications echoed in his mind. Sohan only felt that this system was incredibly considerate. Whatever he wished for, it provided. He wanted to cross the zombie horde, and a mission appeared. He wanted to dominate, and a mythic-level mission was issued. Rule the globe. The system truly had grand ambitions. It suited his taste perfectly. More importantly, the rewards were incredibly generous. Completing side quest 1 alone granted 5000 points. The space ring storage would instantly upgrade to 222 cubic meters, not to mention the random reward. This was almost too good to be true. How many students were there in the entire Private City Beauty Academy? Counting the teachers, there were less than 2,000 in total. Killing them all wouldn't even yield 2000 points. Yet the mission offered 5000 directly. Such generosity. He loved it. Who wouldn't appreciate a friend with such deep pockets? And the system was even better. However, side quest 1 couldn't be completed immediately. With nearly 2,000 zombies, it would take at least a few days. The priority now was to complete side quest 2. That Eye of Destiny seemed incredibly powerful, and he wanted it badly. His gaze fell upon the girl kneeling before him. Sohan examined her carefully. Even with the likes of Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoka present, this girl was hardly inferior. She wasn't famous in school only because Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoka were too dazzling, relegating her to the background. Especially now, with her face flushed and her eyes burning with fervor as she knelt before him, her stunning figure fully displayed, Sohan felt his blood run hot. Unlike Miko's cold elegance, this girl was like a blooming poppy, seductive and captivating. So you're the one who beat up that Yamada guy and led these students? In response to Sohan's question, Yamazaki Reiko nodded incessantly, her gaze growing more excited. Yes, Suhansama. It was Yamada Yuichi whom I hit. Oh no, it wasn't just me. The other female students also joined in. I didn't lead them. We spontaneously united to protect ourselves. It wasn't really my doing. He glanced at Yamazaki Reiko with slight surprise. From her description, Sohan understood that she had played the pivotal role. Without her leadership, these female students would likely have been a disorganized mob. This Yamazaki Reiko had considerable leadership talent. You did very well, and so did the others. What's your name? Praised directly by Sohan. The group of girls, including Yamazaki Reiko, were as if injected with adrenaline, their delicate faces flushing with even greater excitement. Sir, my name is Yamazaki Reiko. This is all my duty. In her extreme excitement, Yamazaki Reiko felt her head might overheat, her speech becoming stuttered. The other girls were also incredibly thrilled, trembling with excitement, their gazes fixed on Sohan as if they wanted to pounce on him. Being stared at like this by a group of girls, even a bold and capable man like Sohan felt a bit intimidated. If these dozens of girls rushed him all at once, even if he had broken through to Tier 1, there would only be one outcome. That would be being drained dry. Amusing himself inwardly, Sohan's gaze swept across Yamazaki Reiko's face as he inquired, "Do you have a preferred weapon? Or one you find handy?" Yamazaki Reiko was momentarily stunned, puzzled by the sudden question, but after a brief thought, she gave her answer. "A katana, I suppose." As expected. Receiving her answer, Sohan opened the system shop, scanning between standard weapons and Tier 1 divine arms. Ultimately, he chose a Tier 1 divine arm. Yamazaki Reiko was attractive, had a stunning figure, possessed leadership skills, and most importantly was loyal. Coupled with her merit in subduing Yamada Yuichi and the others, she deserved a Tier 1 divine arm. The Tier 1 divine arm was pricey, but investing in Yamazaki Reiko was absolutely worth it. Ding! 100 points deducted. Received Tier 1 divine arm, blood serpent. With a thought, a katana crimson throughout with a blood-red serpent pattern etched on the blade appeared in his hand. Holding the blood serpent, he presented it to her under her worshipful and puzzled gaze. This katana is called blood serpent. It is incredibly sharp and unbreakable. From today, I bestow it upon you as a reward for your loyalty. Use it well, and don't let it down. Sohan's voice echoed in her ears. Yamazaki Reiko's eyes widened, her breath quickening as she stared at the blood-red katana before her. Her mouth watered profusely and her entire body trembled with excitement. Raising her slender fair arms under the envious gaze of dozens of students, Yamazaki Reiko reached out with trembling hands to grasp the blood serpent. The hilt was cool to the touch, feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. At that moment, it seemed as if divine strength had infused her. In her extreme elation, a sudden aura burst forth from within her. This aura was insignificant to Sohan, but it inexplicably oppressed the other girls. This astounded the nearby Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoka, especially Asama Meiko. As an ordinary person with only her family's swordsmanship and no supernatural ability, she yearned for power desperately. Seeing Yamazaki Reiko awaken right before her eyes, if not for her years of disciplined sword training and strong, well, she might have broken down completely. Though she hadn't broken down, her expression soured. Asama Kyoka, while not looking at Miko's face, understood her feelings perfectly. She too was puzzled. She knew her niece's excellence better than anyone. So why couldn't someone so outstanding awaken an ability? Why was that? Standing before Yamazaki Reiko, sensing the faint aura emanating from her, Sohan was stunned. What the hell? What just happened? All he did was give her a Tier 1 divine arm. And that was enough to awaken an ability. How was that fair? Why did nothing happen when Asama Meiko held it? Could it be that Asama Meiko truly lacked the aptitude for awakening? He couldn't understand. As the person in question, after digesting the sudden influx of knowledge and the power within her, Yamazaki Reiko's eyes flashed with overwhelming joy. She had actually awakened divine power. Her fervent gaze turned to Sohan, attributing all of this to him. She was convinced that this power was a gift from him. Stared at with such intensity, Sohan realized this girl might have misunderstood something, but he didn't bother to clarify. It wouldn't change anything anyway. What ability did you awaken? What does it do? Sohan was genuinely curious about this. Yamazaki Reiko was strictly speaking his first subordinate to awaken an ability. If her ability was powerful, she would be a great asset to him. Faced with Sohan's inquiry, Yamazaki Reiko naturally answered without reservation, promptly revealing all the abilities she had awakened. I have awakened the divine power to control blood, allowing me to manipulate it at will. However, my current strength is still too low. If the enemy has no wounds on their body, my control is halved. The ability to control blood. Though this power was rather niche, it was exceedingly terrifying. Even without visible wounds, Yamazaki Reiko's control would be diminished by half, yet that alone was still significant. When one's vital energy and blood fall beyond their own command, the consequences are dire. Combat prowess plummets by at least half. And once injured, the battle enters Yamazaki Reiko's domain. With a single misstep, one's blood could be drained entirely, leading to certain death. When blood loss exceeds a certain threshold, dizziness and weakness ensue. In severe cases, immediate shock, or even death follows. Sohan could foresee that any enemy facing Yamazaki Reiko would be forced to fight with extreme caution, for a single careless wound would leave them drained into a desiccated husk in the next instant. Highly satisfied with the ability Yamazaki Reiko had awakened, Sohan nodded in approval and said, "This power is quite remarkable. You may rise now." Receiving Sohan's acknowledgement, Yamazaki Reiko was overjoyed and quickly stood up respectfully, taking her place beside him. His gaze shifted to the other students still kneeling on the ground. Sohan counted them, 31 in total, with 27 girls and a mere 4 boys. The mission required establishing a squad of no fewer than 20 members. With 31 people before him, Sohan was uncertain whether he could gather the remaining 19 loyal members from this group. System: I wish to purchase 31 standard katana. Ding. 310 points deducted. You have received katana 31. The items have been sent to your temporary storage. Please check. Each standard weapon cost 10 points, and for 31 people, that totaled 310 points. Had it not been for the 1,000 points rewarded by the mission, his points would have dwindled by a significant margin after these 2 expenditures. The dwindling points were not a concern, as these katanas cost only 10 points apiece. As long as each of these people killed 20 zombies, they could earn back the 10 points invested in them. The more they killed, the more he profited. A venture with minimal risk and maximum return, akin to sitting back and counting money. He raised his right hand palm facing upward, and with a mere thought, a faint white light flashed as a pitch-black standard katana materialized in his grasp. He distributed the katanas one by one to the 31 students before him. These individuals did not receive the same preferential treatment as Yamazaki Reiko. At least for now, Sohan saw no investment potential in any of them. Should any of them distinguish themselves in the future, he would address it then. Even so, the group of girls kneeling on the ground were overwhelmed with gratitude, showing no signs of discontent. They accepted the katanas Sohan handed over with utmost honor, their lips murmuring endless thanks. After distributing all 31 katanas, Sohan looked at the excited girls before him and waved his hand grandly. "All of you rise." The dozens of students obeyed, without hesitation, quickly getting to their feet. His gaze swept across their faces, yet Sohan remained uncertain whether these people could meet the mission's requirements. "I hold high hopes for all of you, so I intend to establish a squad, and you shall all be members of it." With that, Sohan turned and beckoned to Asama Meiko. Sensing what was coming, she felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart, but she still walked over. As Sohan's woman, she had to uphold his prestige, even if she felt she was not truly qualified for the role of captain. Having not awakened any ability, she instinctively felt inferior to Yamazaki Reiko, and believed that Reiko was better suited to lead. Sohan wrapped an arm around Asama Meiko, his hands resting on her shoulders as his gaze swept across the crowd. Activating his lightning ability, an oppressive aura spread out, instantly silencing the restless students. "From this day forth, Asama Meiko is your captain. Her words are my commands. If anyone dares to disobey, Meiko has the authority to execute without prior approval. I'm telling you this clearly now, lest any of you meet your end without knowing why. Do you all understand?" A chill ran through the dozens of students as they replied in unison, "We understand." Releasing Asama Meiko, Sohan pulled Yamazaki Reiko forward. "Reiko, from now on you shall be the vice-captain of this squad. Do well. I believe in your abilities. Hansama, I will never let you down." Yamazaki Reiko responded promptly. As her words faded, a notification tone echoed in Sohan's mind. Ding. Side Mission 2 of the Grand Mythological Quest: establish a squad of no fewer than 20 members who are absolutely loyal to you. Mission complete. Reward: Eye of Destiny. Would you like to integrate it? Hearing the system's prompt, Sohan felt a surge of joy. The mission had been completed so easily. These students truly were impressive. Integrate. As the words left his mouth, Sohan felt a sharp ache in his eye sockets as an unknown force began to reshape his vision. The tingling, numbing sensation persisted for a moment before fading away. Ding. Integration of the Eye of Destiny complete. For detailed abilities, please consult the system. Curiosity piqued about the Eye of Destiny's capabilities, Sohan focused his mind, and its attributes materialized before his eyes. Eye of Destiny: you are destiny itself. Activating the Eye of Destiny allows one to see through a target's attributes and grants immunity to illusions, charms, and other negative states. This strong. After reading the introduction, Sohan's first thought was, it's overwhelmingly powerful. Though it possessed no offensive capability, its auxiliary prowess was second to none. To verify the effect of the Eye of Destiny, Sohan turned his gaze toward Asama Meiko beside him. Character: Asama Meiko. Strength 16, Agility 18, Intelligence 13, Constitution 16, Rank Tier 0, Loyalty 98, Max 100. Sohan marveled at the attribute panel that appeared before him. In terms of attributes, Asama Meiko was exceptionally strong. Her agility of 18 points was just 2 points shy of breaking through to Tier 1. As for loyalty, it was as high as 98 points. With only 2 points separating her from the maximum of 100, Sohan figured it would be a breeze. Give him a single night and he'd max it out in no time. After examining Asama Megumi, Sohan turned his gaze toward Asama Kyoka not far away. Character Asama Kyoka, strength 14, agility 16, intelligence 12, constitution 17, rank tier 0, loyalty 99, ability heart of light, LV1, skill redemption gathers the power of light to heal the target while cleansing certain negative states. Compared to Asama Megumi, Kyoka's 4-dimensional attributes were notably lower, yet her loyalty was even higher than Megumi's. Auntie, something's off with you. When Sohan cast a meaningful glance her way, Asama Kyoka was utterly baffled, feeling certain that whatever was on his mind was anything but virtuous. Having reviewed Asama Kyoka's attributes, Sohan now understood why Asama Megumi, who had been unconscious from exhaustion, had awakened so easily on the second floor. The redemption skill had the effect of cleansing negative states. That explained everything. After inspecting the two women's attributes, Sohan turned his attention to the dozens of students before him. He was eager to know who among them was genuinely loyal and who was merely putting on a facade. And what he discovered was utterly shocking. He had indeed uncovered a problem. Kusama Meiko, loyalty 97. Toshida Aoka, loyalty 95. Konan Sachiko, loyalty 97. At a glance, the 20-plus girls in the front row all had loyalty above 90, with the lowest being 94 points. 94 points. And that was the lowest. With a full scale of 100, a loyalty of 94 meant that unless you slaughtered someone's entire family, they would still forgive you. Sohan still couldn't understand why these girls' loyalty was so high. If what he had done were to happen on Earth in a parallel world, they would probably want to drink his blood and eat his flesh. But then again, it wasn't certain. After all, some immature little girls were purely superficial, otherwise how could there be so many blind fans? As for the Sakura Empire, Sohan could only say that it was the national condition. The entire country was twisted, so how could ordinary people be normal? But it was good this way, worry-free. Of course, it was only these girls who were worry-free. As for the other 4 boys, Sohan could only say it was a long story. Compared to these girls, their loyalty was alarmingly low. Ono Masao, loyalty 61. Kishimoto Hanamichi, loyalty 57. Oda Tadashi, loyalty 51. Shijo Jutsu, loyalty 52. Among the 4 boys, the highest loyalty was merely 61, barely passing the passing line. The lowest among the remaining 3 was only 51. Sohan even wondered if this guy would betray him. He remained expressionless. Despite noticing the low loyalty of these boys, Sohan didn't plan to kill them. There was no need, they could serve as tools. He would see if their loyalty would increase later. If not, he would deal with them then. Sohan wouldn't keep ungrateful wolves that couldn't be tamed. After testing the effects of the Eye of Destiny, Sohan was full of praise. With the Eye of Destiny, he could tell at a glance who was truly loyal and who was pretending to be loyal while harboring malicious intentions. This undoubtedly minimized the risk of betrayal, which was immensely beneficial to the development of his forces. A powerful force often begins to crumble from within. Turning to look at the other side after arranging things for Yamazaki Reiko and her group, it was time to deal with Yamada Yuichi and his rebellious gang, who had caused trouble while he was away. Sohan showed no mercy to these people. Reiko, I have a task for you. Take your team and throw these traitors downstairs. There's no room for betrayers in my territory. Killing these traitors with a single slash would be too merciful. Sohan planned to make use of them, squeezing out every last bit of value. After all, they were worth 1 point each, weren't they? Don't talk about cruelty or mercy. This was the apocalypse, not an era of peace. In the apocalypse, kindness and mercy would only lead to utter ruin. Throw them downstairs. Hearing Sohan's command, Yamazaki Reiko instantly understood his intention. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and gestured, pointing at the dozen or so students kneeling on the ground. Pull them all up and escort them downstairs. You 4 boys carry Yamada Yuichi. She gave orders calmly and clearly. Dozens of students received the command and stepped forward. Amidst the terrified gazes of the dozen-plus boys, they yanked them up and, regardless of their willingness, roughly shoved them towards the stairs. Let me go. I don't want to go down. I don't want to go down. Please spare me, please spare me. I don't want to die. It was all Yamada Yuichi. We were instigated by him. We were all instigated by him. Give me another chance. Shut up and move. As Yamazaki Reiko's group left the 4th floor, the corridor quickly fell silent. Walking to the window, Sohan looked down at the campus below and waited quietly. Asama Megumi and Asama Kyoka approached, standing on either side of him. You shouldn't have made me the captain. I'm not qualified for this position. Yamazaki Reiko has an ability, as she's more suitable to be the captain. Gazing calmly out the window, Asama Megumi's tone was flat, but a trace of sorrow and unwillingness was unmistakable. She truly, desperately wanted to awaken an ability. The more she saw, the more she desired it. Abilities were too powerful. From Sohan's lightning ability to Tadu Sakataro's wind ability, and then Yamazaki Reiko's blood-manipulating ability, each was more powerful and bizarre than the last. Relying solely on the Asama family's swordsmanship, she felt increasingly powerless against these abilities. She didn't know what to do next as she couldn't find her path forward. Sohan also felt helpless regarding Asama Megumi's state. Was Asama Megumi excellent? Very much so. Otherwise, she wouldn't have won the National Kendo Championship at the age of 17, a competition that included youths in their 20s. Facing the younger generation who had practiced kendo for several more years and even surpassed her in physical strength, she stood out at the incredibly young age of 17. This was proof enough of her excellence. Yet even with such excellence, Asama Megumi had not awakened an ability in this era of apocalypse. Sohan had already decided that if Asama Megumi truly couldn't awaken one, he would save up points and buy an ability for her. As for the time being, Sohan had no good solution. The corridor was silent. Asama Kyoka looked at her niece, a flicker of heartache in her eyes. As her biological aunt, she knew very well how strong-willed Asama Megumi was, but when it came to awakening abilities, no matter how anxious she was, she couldn't help her. Megumi, let me tell you a story. Do you want to hear it? After a moment of silence, Sohan spoke. A story? Though puzzled, Asama Megumi nodded. If you want to tell it, I'll listen. Placing his hands on the windowsill, feeling the breeze tinged with a hint of blood and gunpowder, Sohan seemed to be reminiscing. In ancient times in my country, there was a swordsman. He had no talent for the blade and no renowned master to guide him. He practiced swordsmanship at home day after day for decades, mastering only one move. It was also the most basic move, the slash. He slashed 10,000 times a day. 20 years later, he left home and became a legend. He had only one slash, but that slash moved heaven and earth, startling gods and ghosts. Before that slash, demons and deities retreated. Sword saints, sword gods, blade tyrants, blade ancestors. None were his match. He had only one slash, but that single slash cut through all the splendor of the world. With one slash, all living beings fell silent. Listening to Sohan's vivid depiction, Asama Megumi was deeply shaken, speechless. Megumi, do you think the Asama family's swordsmanship is weak? Is it that the abilities are too strong, or is it that your heart is too weak? Just as she snapped back to reality, Asama Megumi heard these words. In an instant, she stood frozen. Was the Asama family's swordsmanship truly weak? What was weak, the family's swordsmanship or her heart? I understand now. After a long while, Asama Megumi spoke. Her voice was hoarse, but the sorrow and unwillingness in her tone had vanished, replaced by unwavering conviction. What do you understand? Sohan asked curiously. I was too weak. I had lost confidence in the way of the sword from the depths of my heart. How could such a swordsmanship ever be strong? Taking a deep breath, a divine light flickered in Asama Megumi's eyes. From now on, I will reclaim my confidence. One day, I will also reach the pinnacle of the sword. With one slash, heaven and earth lose their color and gods and demons bow their heads. On the first floor of the administrative building, Reiko Yamazaki led the group at the front. Behind her, dozens of girls shoved a dozen bound boys forward, their cries and pleas shattering the deathly silence of the floor. Please, I don't want to die. Give me another chance. We were deceived by Yuichi Yamada. He'll never do it again. I'm willing to submit to Lord Sohan. Please, just one more chance. I want to see Lord Sohan. I don't want to die. Ignoring their pleas, Reiko Yamazaki opened the door to the first floor and pointed outside, her voice cold. Throw them all out. Captain, should we untie them first? A girl hesitated, glancing at the zombies wandering dozens of meters away. Reiko's expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze on the speaker. Did you not understand my order? I don't need your questions. I only need your obedience. Or would you prefer to keep these scum company? The girl trembled, lowering her head hastily. Yes, Captain. I understand. I want to ask again. Call me Vice Captain. Reiko's voice carried a chill. We have only one captain, and that is Miko Asama. If I hear anyone address me incorrectly again, I'll throw her out to the zombies myself. I hope you all understand your place in the chain of command. A faint blood aura emanated from Reiko, her eyes glinting with menace. The oppressive killing intent silenced even the boys' desperate cries. Do you all understand? The girls, barely daring to breathe, stammered in unison, yes. Reiko turned and stepped aside. Now throw them all out. Her words were a death sentence. Glaring at her with venomous hatred, the boys unleashed a torrent of curses as they stared at the horde beyond the door. Reiko Yamazaki, you filthy bitch. You'll rot in hell. We're all classmates, yet you treat us so cruelly. Bowing to that man from Sai, you're a disgrace to Sakura Empire. Reiko will haunt you even as a ghost. They'll devour your flesh, drink your blood, strip you bare, and toss you to the zombies. Reiko Yamazaki, you'll get what you deserve. I curse you. You'll die 1,000 times more horribly than me, fall into hell and suffer for 10,000 years. Listening to the vile curses, Reiko's gaze turned cold. Her slender fingers gripped her sword hilt, and as the blood serpent slid from its sheath, a flash of crimson light revealed the faint phantom of a serpent. Wielding the blood serpent, Reiko carved shallow wounds into each of the terrified students. The cuts were small, and the blade was so sharp they felt almost no pain. Blood welled up, and the metallic scent of gore spread quickly. Dozens of meters away, the shambling zombies halted, sniffing the air frantically. You monster. You're not even human. You? Reiko let out a cold laugh and sheathed her blade. My fate is none of your concern. Now see them off. With that, the girls shoved and kicked the boys out of the building. Even the unconscious Yuichi Yamada was hurled out by 4 of them. By now the zombies had caught the scent of blood. With ghastly demonic faces they roared and charged toward the source. The boys thrown out saw the oncoming horde and were seized by sheer terror. Scrambling to their feet, ignoring the blood and dirt on their faces, they sprinted desperately for the entrance. I don't want to die. Let me in. Let me in. Please spare me. It's all my fault. I'm worse than a beast. Lady Yamazaki, I beg you let me in. I don't want to die. Watching the students rush toward her like madmen, Reiko showed no mercy or pity. Her voice was frigid. Close the door. The girls quickly shut the door. Seconds later, 7 or 8 boys slammed into it, sobbing and pounding frantically. I don't want to die. Open up. Open the damn door. Those monsters are coming. Open the fucking door. Open up. We were classmates. Watching coldly, Reiko said. As a final courtesy, I'll give you a hint. The zombies are only a dozen meters away. If you run now, you might still make it. Hearing this, the students froze for a moment, then turned to see dozens of zombies within a dozen meters charging with jaws agape. In a panic, they bolted left and right without a second thought, not even sparing a moment to curse. But bound at the wrists and weakened from kneeling so long, their stamina was limited. How could they outrun the tireless undead? Within seconds, the horde caught up. Screams of agony filled the air as flesh and blood splattered, torn apart by dozens of ravenous zombies. Watching the carnage outside, Reiko said calmly, "This is the fate of those who betray Lord Sohan. I hope none of you harbor any disloyalty. If you do, I will personally deliver you to him. These people are your example. Furthermore, from now on, I don't want to hear any doubt. I speak and you act. We are the blades in our master's hand. We need no thoughts, no questions, and no skepticism. That is the meaning of our existence." Turning, her gaze swept over the pale-faced girls. "Do you understand?" "We understand. Fallen," Reiko said, then walked past the group toward the stairs. The dozens of girls followed without hesitation. At the very back, 4 boys stood with ashen faces, their eyes filled with fear. They held little loyalty to Sohan. They simply didn't dislike him. They had chosen this side purely out of admiration for Miko Asama and Kyoko Asama. But now, they were terrified. Glancing back at the zombies still feasting outside, the 4 shuddered violently and fled upstairs without looking back. They were shaken, filled with a mix of awe and fear, their loyalty to Sohan skyrocketing. On the 4th floor corridors, Sohan was baffled. He had just told a story, not entirely made up, but his intention was simply to restore Miko's confidence in the way of the sword, to help her get through this period until he had enough points to buy her an ability. But now, what had Miko gotten from it? Had he overdone it? Had he confused the poor girl? Still, he couldn't exactly say. "Miko, calm down. Actually, I made all that up to comfort you. Please act normal, you're scaring me." That would probably shatter her psyche. So he decided to stay silent. Miko regaining her confidence was a good thing. Deep down, Sohan was also curious. Maybe Miko could actually pull it off. Returning to the 4th floor with the squad members, Yamazaki, Reiko knelt before Sohan and said in a low voice, "My lord, the mission is complete. All the traitors have been thrown out." Withdrawing his gaze, Sohan turned to look at the many students kneeling before him, his eyes sweeping over the 4 boys in particular. He wanted to see if their loyalty had changed after these events. Kagoro Masao, loyalty 80. Saki Hanamichi, loyalty 83. Oda Tadashi, loyalty 80. Jitao Shu, loyalty 82. Looking at the feedback before him, Sohan didn't know what to say. The loyalty surged by nearly 30 points. The people of the Sakura Empire are truly absurd. With 80 points of loyalty, they are completely trustworthy, with little chance of betrayal unless the benefits are great enough. Get up, all of you. You did well, and I am very satisfied. Thank you, my lord. Yamazaki. Reiko rose from the ground, and the others behind her stood up as well. With a casual wave of his hand, dozens of lunchboxes were neatly piled on the ground along with bottles of drinks. "You must all be hungry. Take 1 lunchbox each and eat." Pointing to the lunchboxes on the ground, Sohan said, "Even an emperor wouldn't starve his soldiers." Apart from the 4 boys, the girls like Yamazaki, Reiko all had loyalty over 90 points, so Sohan naturally wouldn't treat them unfairly. Among these people, Yamazaki Reiko had the highest loyalty, reaching a full 100 points. Sohan had no doubt that if he told her to commit suicide now, she wouldn't even frown. This girl was probably the most self-hypnotized one. Looking at the pile of lunchboxes on the ground, all the students, including Yamazaki Reiko, couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The apocalypse broke out during the 2nd class in the morning, and now it was 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After such a long time, they were all starving. "Thank you for your reward, my lord." Yamazaki Reiko didn't stand on ceremony. and took a lunchbox and a carton of milk first. With Reiko as an example, the girls followed suit, picking up lunchboxes and drinks, and eating quietly. Seeing this, Asama Meiko silently turned and returned to the kendo club, tidied up, and began to practice kendo. Asama Kyoka, feeling uneasy, followed her. Standing by the window watching the zombies wandering in the school, Sohan, having broken through to Tier 1, and with the blessing of the Eye of Destiny, had extremely sharp vision. He could see everything clearly from 100 meters away. Among the mini-zombies, Sohan soon found Kawasaki Yakumo and others whose faces had been gnawed beyond recognition. Under the administrative building, Sohan also saw familiar faces. They were the very students who had just been thrown out, now all turned into zombies. Yamazaki, Reiko, and the others were eating, and Sohan wasn't in a hurry to urge them. It was late summer or early autumn, and the sky would not darken until at least 7 o'clock. Although Sohan was not in a hurry, Yamazaki Reiko didn't dare to make him wait long. She finished her lunchbox in 10 minutes, and the other girls, seeing this, hurriedly sped up. Turning his head to glance at Yamazaki Reiko, who stood behind him, Sohan had gradually become accustomed to her fiery gaze and the sickly blush on her face. This girl seemed normal at ordinary times, but whenever she looked at him, she would start to become abnormal before long. A girl with Yandere potential. Can't afford to mess with her. You don't need to be in a hurry, eat slowly. In the next few hours you may not have much rest time. Hearing this, the students looked at each other, but their eating speed didn't slow down. Seeing this, Sohan didn't say anything more, as long as they were happy. A few minutes later, the girls lined up neatly and stood firmly in the corridor. Sohan turned to look, then pushed open the door of the kendo club and walked in. Inside the kendo club, Asama Meiko was practicing her family's sword art with a muramesa. Perhaps because her mindset had broken through, her blade was faster and more ruthless each strike, full of killing intent. Even Asama Kyoka was following along beside her, imitating the movements though. Sohan only saw the waves surging, but he didn't see how the sword art was being learned. He stood quietly at the door without disturbing until Asama Meiko sheathed her sword and stood still, then he approached. After finishing the sword routine, Asama Meiko was neither flushed nor breathless. Hearing footsteps, she looked at Sohan approaching and asked, "Are we leaving?" Reiko and the others have lined up and are ready to set out. Looking at Asama Kyoka beside him, Sohan asked in confusion, "Kyoka, why are you also practicing kendo? Isn't it too late for you to learn now?" Kyoka stuck out her tongue, fanned her face with her small hand, her light-colored hair on her forehead dampened by sweat. "Oh, I can't have no means of self-defense at all, right? My ability only has a healing effect. Learning some kendo can help me protect myself in danger, right? I can't count on you guys to appear every time to protect me in critical moments." The mature woman's playful manner really overwhelmed Sohan, mainly because her waves were too big. Thumbs up to Asama Kyoka, Sohan praised. "Very good. You have ambition and a spirit of improvement. Indeed, learning more kendo can only do you good, not harm." Right. Receiving Sohan's praise and approval, Asama Kyoka giggled, her beautiful eyes curving, her face full of joy. With Meiko on his left and Kyoka on his right, Sohan openly pulled the two girls out of the kendo club. As for this, Meiko showed no unusual expression on her face, apparently having accepted this relationship. Standing in the corridor looking at the many girls who were standing tall and looking heroic, Sohan waved his hand and said, "Target first floor, move out." The team was formed and weapons were distributed. Sohan naturally had to get them into action, otherwise when would the zombies in the school be cleared? When would these students grow up? Leading the main force to the first floor, Sohan stood in front of the main door and turned around. Looking at the girls, including Yamazaki Reiko, he said in a deep voice, "Those monsters outside. I call them zombies, walking corpses that have lost their sanity. When facing them, I hope you won't be afraid. They are not scary. These zombies have no intelligence. As long as you stay calm, they are nothing but a bunch of living targets. But killing these living targets will increase your strength. Your power will grow, your speed will increase, and your physique will become stronger. The whole world is in chaos, full of these zombies everywhere. Without strength, you will end up as food and toys. So pick up your weapons and slash hard at these zombies. Either they die or you die. There is no third option." With that, Sohan suddenly pulled open the door and pointed outside, saying, "Let me see your medal." As soon as Sohan finished speaking, a flash of bloodlight flashed in Yamazaki Reiko's eyes. Looking at the hundreds of zombies outside the building, she walked out without fear. Yamazaki Reiko took the lead and dozens of students filed out one by one. Seeing this, Sohan nodded. It looked pretty good, but he didn't know whether these female students could hold their ground when the zombies charged, and how many would survive. Roar! In the distance, sensing the scent of living people from Yamazaki Reiko and the others, a large number of zombies let out piercing roars and charged toward the building entrance. The first battle of the team was about to break out. With a thunderous rumble, dozens of zombies charged forward, their guttural roars mingling with the stench of decay, creating an overwhelming and terrifying spectacle. Some girls who had just rushed out of the administrative building turned pale at the sight, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Standing at the forefront of the squad, Yamazaki Reiko was brimming with excitement. Far from showing any fear, she seemed eager to join the fray. Had she not known that charging in alone might mean not coming back, she would have already dashed forward. Inside the administrative building, Asama Meiko witnessed this scene. Her demonic blade slid from its sheath, and with a flick of her feet, she shot out like an arrow. Her will was far more resolute than that of the ordinary girls. Having been awakened by Sohan on the 4th floor, her heart was now firmly set. A mere few dozen zombies could not shake her determination. As the squad's captain, she had no reason to stand idly by while her team's fighting spirit crumbled. Listen up, everyone. There's nothing to fear from these zombies. Any one of you can cut them down with ease. Sohan is watching us from behind. Do you really want to disappoint him? As a true native of the Sakura Empire, Asama Meiko understood the minds of these girls better than Sohan ever could. Hearing this, the girls' reverence for Sohan instantly drowned out their terror of the undead. Their pallor vanished, replaced by a fervent flush that painted their cheeks crimson. It was only then that Yamazaki Reiko realized with a jolt that not everyone shared her bloodlust for destroying zombies. The members behind her were just ordinary girls. At such a critical moment, failing to rally the troops as the vice-captain was a dereliction of duty. Captain Yamazaki Reiko began, her voice heavy with self-reproach, but Asama Meiko cut her off with a raised hand. No need to explain. Just remember it for next time. The zombies are upon us. Stay sharp and don't die. Sohan thinks highly of you. Those words struck Yamazaki Reiko like a bolt of lightning, sending a surge of adrenaline through her body, igniting her battle spirit. Asama Meiko charged forward to meet the onrushing horde. The demonic blade Muramasa seemed to sense the impending carnage, its edge shimmering with an eerie crimson glow. Wielding the demonic blade Muramasa, Asama Meiko was like a tiger among sheep. The zombies which terrified ordinary people couldn't last half a second against her. She slashed horizontally and vertically, each strike lethal. Dancing through the horde with a mystical footwork, she moved like a fluttering butterfly. No matter how frantically the zombies clawed and lunged, they couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. As bodies fell one by one, Asama Meiko emerged like a butterfly reborn from its cocoon. Her spirit, her energy, and her swordsmanship had all undergone a qualitative leap. Even seasoned sword masters would be astounded by her prowess. Everyone follow me. There's nothing to fear. The Almighty God is watching us. What are you waiting for? Yamazaki Reiko shouted, gripping her blood serpent blade as she plunged headfirst into the horde. Though she didn't possess the profound art of swordsmanship, her burning passion, fervent faith, and newly awakened ability gave her a modest boost in power. In a few short breaths, she had already felled 7 or 8 zombies, sending them crashing to the ground. With this continuous surge of inspiration, the other girls in the squad felt their fear of the zombies evaporate. Their blood boiled with fervor, their minds consumed by the thought that God is watching them. One by one, they charged fearlessly, swinging their blades at the undead with reckless abandon. Asama Kyoka followed closely behind, joining the battle. She wielded her blade 100 blossoms in a relentless flurry, reaping the lives of the zombies. Sohan watched from behind, marveling at the sight. Truly, the power of faith was terrifying. It could make people forget fear, send adrenaline surging, and amplify their combat prowess several-fold. A few dozen girls who had never even killed a chicken were actually forcing over 100 zombies into a retreat. The battle was almost entirely one-sided. Even with a master like Asama Meiko among them, their collective combat power was simply absurd. With a few dozen people clustered together, the overwhelming scent of the living combined with the noise quickly attracted the massive horde of zombies wandering the campus. Hundreds of them roared as they charged from every direction, some from 100 meters away, others from several hundred. They surged forward like a black tide, a sight that inspired sheer dread. Crackling with lightning, Sohan vaulted over Yamazaki Reiko and the others, heading straight for the zombie tied 100 meters away. His figure moved like a flash of lightning, plunging into the horde in the blink of an eye. A thunderclap boomed as he unleashed a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, zombies were crackling with lightning. Sohan vaulted over Yamazaki Reiko and the others, heading straight for the zombie tied 100 meters away. His figure moved like a flash of lightning, plunging into the horde in the blink of an eye. A thunderclap boomed as he unleashed a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, zombies were instantly charred to a crisp. With a single strike, he obliterated over a dozen undead. Killed, ordinary zombie points 1, current total 1237. Killed, ordinary zombie points 0. 5, a current total 1280. Killed, ordinary zombie points 1, current total 1330. The notifications in his mind rang out endlessly, his points skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. With dozens of people attacking simultaneously, even earning just 0. 5 points each, the combined total was terrifyingly high. He weaved through the horde, lightning wreaking havoc in his wake, leaving a trail of charred corpses. After unleashing several lightning strikes and slaying nearly 100 zombies, Sohan felt his lightning energy depleting rapidly. He decisively ceased using it, relying instead on his sheer physical prowess to carve through the horde. Having broken through to Tier 1, all of Sohan's attributes far surpassed human limits. His stamina was immense, his speed incredible. Even when the zombies surrounded him tightly, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. At least until his strength gave out, these zombies wouldn't lay a single finger on him. While Sohan was carving through the horde, Asama Meiko and the others had finished off the last of the 100+ zombies. Spotting Sohan's figure amidst the tide, she didn't hesitate for a moment, charging straight into the fray. Yamazaki Reiko's face was flushed with excitement. The recent slaughter had kept her in a state of euphoria, and the sight of zombie blood spraying was utterly intoxicating to her. Seeing Asama Meiko charge ahead, Yamazaki Reiko refused to be left behind. She raised her hand, her slender jade-like fingers extended gracefully. With a gentle wave, a massive surge of blood erupted from the corpses on the ground, coalescing into a sphere in midair. Fueled by the blood of over 100 zombies, her blood ability was at its peak, and even its consumption was significantly reduced. Her index finger moved like a conductor's baton. Streams of blood flew through the air, solidifying into arrows. With a flick of her finger, dozens of blood arrows shot forth. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Blood fountained as 2 to 3 dozen zombies were riddled with holes under the dense barrage. Wiping out dozens of zombies with a single move filled Yamazaki Reiko with intense excitement. Unfortunately, the cost of that move was immense. Even with the vast supply of blood to draw from, she could only use it one more time. But that alone was already terrifying. After all, she had only just awakened this blood manipulation ability not long ago. As dusk fell, the setting sun on the horizon struggled to cast its final rays. After hours of fierce battle, when the last standing zombie lost its head, the campus was finally cleared of the undead. Shaking the foul, reeking blood from his blade, Sohan let out a turbid breath as he surveyed the field of zombie corpses, a profound weariness settling in his heart. The past few hours had taken a heavy toll on him. His blade had swung countless times, and the number of zombies he had slain surpassed 500. In fact, he alone had eliminated the majority of the nearly 1,000-strong horde. Sohan wasn't the only one exhausted. The women were equally spent, including Asama Meiko, who had to leave the battlefield more than once to rest. They were only ordinary people, lacking Sohan's vitality and swift recovery. Killing 20 or 30 zombies in a single stretch was already an impressive feat for them. Battling zombies wasn't like chopping cabbage, it was perilous. A single careless scratch could lead to mutation, so every one of them had to maintain intense focus. A drain on their energy that was immense. Noticing the exhaustion and daze in the women's faces, Sohan clapped his hands, the crisp sound drawing all their attention. This war against the zombies, we have won. All the zombies in front of the administration building have been eliminated. You all did exceptionally well. At Sohan's words, the dazed students gradually snapped back to reality. Gazing at the thousands of zombie corpses scattered across several hundred meters, their eyes widened in sheer astonishment. All these zombies. We killed them all. So many zombies truly destroyed by us. We're really this formidable. I used to think zombies were terrifying, but now they don't seem so tough after all. I was so scared before, but now I'm not afraid at all. It's all thanks to Sohan giving me strength. The dozens of female students snapped out of their shock, joy flooding their faces, and even their physical fatigue seemed to ease. Buzz. Just as the women were cheering, a powerful pressure suddenly erupted from several dozen meters away. The abrupt surge of force halted their celebration, and all eyes turned toward the source. Sohan's gaze followed suit. Several dozen meters away, Asama Meiko stood with her blade, waves of aura radiating unceasingly from her body. Beside her, Asama Meiko stood guard, tense with anticipation. Breaking through. Seeing this, a flicker of joy crossed Sohan's face. Counting himself, that would make 2 elites of the first rank. The gap between rank 1 and rank 0 was immense. Once one broke through to rank 1, escaping was easy unless surrounded by hundreds of zombies. Rank 1 was the true mark of a transcendent. Filled with delight, Sohan walked over to Asama Meiko and quietly awaited Asama Meiko's breakthrough. As the aura emanating from her grew stronger, the shackles binding Asama Meiko finally shattered. The pent-up energy surged forth like a geyser, wildly venting in all directions. At the moment of breakthrough, her tightly shut eyes flew open, and the demonic blade Muramasa in her hand hummed sharply, its resonance reaching a crescendo as the torrent of power peaked. Kisaragi. 1 slash. Asama Meiko's body curved as she unleashed the demonic blade Muramasa. A brilliant sword aura radiant as moonlight burst from the blade. This half-meter-long arc of deathly energy shone like a celestial moon, so dazzling that the world seemed to fade, leaving only that single beam of light in existence. The lunar radiance surged, the half-meter sword aura spanning dozens of meters. Even a meter above the ground, the zombie corpses were torn to shreds by the ferocious blade energy. Witnessing this, a gleam of admiration flashed in Sohan's eyes. What a mighty slash. What a fearsome slash. Even he sensed a grave threat from the strike Asama Meiko had delivered, a testament to its terrifying power. and she had only just broken through. The fact that her full-force slash could make him feel endangered proved the fearsome strength of the Asama family's swordsmanship. However, for the time being, Asama Mei would not be able to unleash such a terrifying strike again. That slash had been empowered by the immense momentum of her recent breakthrough. Without it, it wouldn't have been nearly as devastating, nor would it have posed a threat to him. Once the surge of her breakthrough subsided, any future slash she delivered would be significantly diminished in both destructive power and visual impact. Yet even so, it remained formidable. Not every rank 1 could project a sword aura. If someone without mastery in the sword arts were to break through, they might only roar and vent their excitement, but to channel that energy into a world-shaking slash would be nothing but a fantasy. For that matter, Sohan himself couldn't project a sword aura. Yes, a sword aura, not mere sword chi. Breaking through to rank 1 merely granted a bit of internal energy, enough to enhance combat prowess slightly, but nothing more. Asama Mei's accomplishment came solely from her profound understanding of the sword. With that single technique, she could face even a fellow rank 1 with an awakened ability without fear. If an ability was innate, then Asama Mei's sword aura was forged through relentless practice. An evening breeze swept through the silent campus, dozens of astonished gazes fixed on Asama Mei. The women who had been cheering moments ago were now struck, dumb mouths agape, and eyes bulging at the awe-inspiring sight. In the crowd, Yamazaki Reiko was equally shaken. Having witnessed Asama Mei's world-dimming slash firsthand, she felt a chilling dread, even from dozens of meters away. On that blade, she sensed the thick stench of death. Had she been the target, she would have been slain without question. If she had only accepted Asama Mei as captain because of Sohan's orders, now she acknowledged her wholeheartedly. Asama Mei had proven herself worthy of her obedience. After delivering the slash, Asama Mei stood frozen in place, unmoving for a long time. It wasn't that she didn't want to move, she couldn't. That single strike had drained every ounce of her strength, and was leaving her without even the energy to lift a finger. Yet despite her exhaustion, Asama Mei was overwhelmed with excitement and elation. Sohan's words had dispelled her uncertainty and shown her a new path, and this slash was her rebirth, a fresh beginning. That slash had dimmed the heavens themselves. Though she had yet to reach the level where one strike silenced all life and brought gods and demons to their knees, she believed that as long as she persevered, that day was not far off. Not far away. Sensing something amiss, Sohan focused briefly and understood the situation at once. That strike had been devastatingly powerful, but the cost was that Asama Mei was now completely drained, unable to move. As his woman, Sohan wouldn't let her be embarrassed in public. He stepped forward, bent down, and scooped her up in his arms. Asama Mei didn't resist. She had no strength to and no desire to. Planting a tender kiss on her cool lips, Sohan smiled softly and whispered, "Little one, will you still show off next time?" Kissed so boldly in front of everyone and teased like that, Asama Mei blushed furiously, burying her face in his chest, too shy to lift her head. With a hearty laugh, Sohan turned and headed toward the administration building. "Reiko, take a few people to the supermarket to grab some food for dinner. The rest of you head back to the admin building and rest." At the kendo department on the 4th floor of the administrative building, carrying Asama Meiko to her usual resting place, Sohan pushed open the door and raised an eyebrow at the interior decor. Even a temporary rest and changing room was surprisingly spacious, at least the size of 1.5 classrooms, practically a 3-bedroom apartment. It was clear the higher-ups of private Shirobi Academy had gone to great lengths to please Asama Meiko. A national kendo champion, a once-in-a-century prodigy, the future female sword saint, granddaughter of sword saint Asama Junichi, and sole heir to the Asama family. Burdened with such accolades, the Academy's administration practically worshipped her like an ancestor. Glancing down at Asama Meiko, whose face was flushed crimson and who still dared not lift her head, Sohan smiled knowingly and walked over to take a seat. Meiko desperately wanted to flee, unable to bear Sohan's gaze, but her body was utterly drained of strength, leaving her no choice but to bury her head in his embrace like an ostrich. Producing 2 lunchboxes from his spatial ring, Sohan picked up a rice ball and held it to Meiko's lips. After slaughtering zombies all afternoon, compounded by the strike she had unleashed after her breakthrough, her stomach had long been growling with hunger. Seeing the rice ball at her mouth, she didn't hesitate. She opened her mouth to bite down, too famished to care about shyness anymore. After all, Sohan had already seen her like this many times. She bit down, but caught only air. Watching the rice ball retreat a few centimeters, Meiko looked up at Sohan with a resentful pout. "Don't rush, they'll feed you, of course. How could I bear to let you starve?" Ignoring her reproachful gaze, Sohan popped the rice ball into his own mouth and lowered his head, meeting her astonished eyes. Feeling the food Sohan fed her from his mouth, Meiko couldn't refuse. She was far too hungry. Besides, it wasn't the first time. If Sohan enjoyed it, Shed let him have his way. He fed her bite by bite as the sky outside grew darker. It wasn't until over 2 hours had passed and Meiko could eat no more that Sohan finally stopped. Setting down the empty lunchbox, Sohan scooped Meiko up once more and strode toward the bathroom. After washing away all the blood and grime, he carried her back to the bedroom, enduring tremendous restraint the entire time. The reason he held back wasn't out of regard for some so-called vow. It was simply that Meiko's current condition was far too fragile. Given her state, if he truly went through with it, not only would he fail to fully enjoy himself, but Meiko probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed for days. Already depleted of strength, if he forcibly drained her spirit and pushed her body past its limits, she might even go into shock midway. He wasn't that heartless. If he truly wanted, he could turn to Kyoka, or with so many other women around, a single crook of his finger would guarantee him bliss. Laying Meiko down on the bed, their eyes met, and she slowly closed her own. The meaning was unmistakable, clear to anyone with half a brain. Sohan didn't stand on ceremony. He leaned down and kissed her. After a long moment, he pulled back. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have been able to contain the primal urge surging within him. With misty, dazed eyes, Meiko stared at him in confusion, her gaze full of bewilderment. Sohan, what? Why did you stop? Meiko wanted to ask him why he had halted, but the words caught in her throat. Suppressing his surging blood, Sohan rose to his feet. Get some rest. In your current state, if I devoured you, you wouldn't recover for days. Sleep well tonight and build up your strength. Don't miss me too much. He'll take care of you properly tomorrow, you little minx. Giving one last fierce glare at Meiko's jade-like, delicate body, Sohan steeled his resolve and turned to leave the room. If he lingered any longer, he truly wouldn't be able to leave. Meiko's heart raced with embarrassment as she scrambled under the covers. Hiding beneath the blanket, lost in a whirl of thoughts, Meiko's head spun and her entire body burned with heat. Especially the places Sohan had paid special attention to, where she could still feel the lingering warmth. Aside from that, poking her head out from the covers, Meiko glanced at the back of her hand in confusion. The smooth, delicate skin bore no wound whatsoever, yet it burned inexplicably, like a fever of over 40 degrees. She examined it left and right, but found nothing wrong. With Sohan gone, waves of drowsiness washed over her, and Meiko succumbed to sleep. Back in the kendo department, the vast hall lay cold and empty, with only Asama Kyoka kneeling there, endlessly polishing the blade of her sword with a handkerchief. Hearing footsteps, Kyoka turned to glance at Sohan, pursing her lips in displeasure. Men are all the same. No good. As a physician, Kyoka had real skill. She wasn't just going through the motions. She could read Meiko's condition at a glance. Sohan had stayed in there for over 3 hours. There was no way that was normal. She cared deeply for her niece, and seeing Sohan treat her so recklessly, how could she possibly be pleased? Having gotten no satisfaction and facing a barrage of complaints, Sohan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Kyoka. She seemed to have just bathed. Her clothes were clean and neat, her hair freshly dried, and a faint, pleasant fragrance drifted across the distance. A niece's debt paid by the aunt. There was nothing wrong with that, was there? At this moment, Asama Kyoka remained unaware that she had already become a target, bowing her head with a hint of resentment as she polished her katana. She held no objection to Sohan having a liaison with Asama Meiko. At most, it stirred a trace of jealousy. Yet with Meiko feeling unwell, Sohan's urgency left a bitter taste in her heart. Sohan offered no explanation. Once he had settled everything, he would teach Asama Kyoka a proper lesson, letting her taste what it meant to incur his wrath. A first-hand experience would make it clear without words. Without uttering a sound, he strode to the kendo club's entrance, pushed open the door, and stepped out. Seeing that Sohan paid her no heed, Asama Kyoka felt a pang of grievance, pouting as she vigorously wiped her katana in silence. The moment he opened the door, Sohan spotted 2 young women standing at the entrance, bearing an air of guardians. You two are? Upon seeing Sohan emerge, the 2 women hastily bowed in greeting. My lord, the vice captain ordered us to ensure your safety, to prevent any accidental disturbance. Also, if you have any commands, you need only seek us out. We are capable of anything. At this, a shy blush crept across their faces, clearly lost in thought. Well, Yamazaki Reiko had certainly been thorough. He took in the 2 blushing maidens before him. Yamazaki Reiko had evidently chosen them with care. Both were striking in appearance, not quite rivaling Meiko Kyoka or Reiko herself, but close enough. Approving inwardly, Sohan remained unhurried. You may rest if you grow weary. No need to stand guard all night. Where's Reiko? Sensing the concern in Sohan's words, the 2 women felt a warmth in their hearts. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. We are not tired. Others will relieve us later in the night. As for the vice captain, she should be on the 3rd floor now, arranging the night watch duties. Sohan nodded inwardly at their words. He had actually come out to delegate the night watch himself, only to find that Yamazaki Reiko had already taken the initiative. It seemed his choice of vice captain had not been misguided. Yamazaki Reiko was indeed capable. Taking his leave of the 2 women, Sohan headed to the 3rd floor. As he descended the stairs, he spotted Yamazaki Reiko approaching from the sky bridge. Catching sight of him, she gave a slight start, then quickened her pace to stand before him, bowing in salute. My lord, no need for such formality. Sohan raised a hand toward Yamazaki Reiko and the others. She lifted her head, gazing at him with reverence. My lord, is there something you need at this hour? Sohan nodded, turning to walk toward the window. Gazing out at the dark night, he spoke. There is a matter. I intended to arrange the night watch, but it seems you've already taken care of it. Tell me how you've organized things. Following closely behind him, Yamazaki Reiko answered without delay, detailing the night watch arrangements. Patrols were stationed on every floor of the administrative building. The first floor stairwell had dedicated guards, watching constantly. 5 people manned the third floor door leading to the sky bridge, and another 5 were posted at the supermarket. Sohan could find no fault in such meticulous planning. He hadn't expected Yamazaki Reiko to be so attentive. It saved him considerable effort. Well done, Reiko. You have a keen mind. With you around, I can rest easier in the future. Keep it up. A flicker of excitement passed through Yamazaki Reiko's eyes at his praise. Serving you is my duty, my lord. I will devote myself even more in the future so as not to disappoint you. Sohan patted her on the shoulder, smiling. Since everything is arranged, get some rest. Don't push yourself too hard. With that, Sohan walked past her toward the stairs. I bid you farewell, my lord. Yamazaki Reiko felt as though she were floating on air from those 2 pats, her spirits soaring. Returning to the 4th floor, greeted by the respectful salutes of the 2 maidens, Sohan entered the kendo club and made his way unhesitatingly toward Asama Meiko, who was still kneeling on the floor fuming. Asama Meiko had resolved not to be pleased with him, to ignore him for the night, at least to make him realize she had a temper of her own. Yet as Sohan's footsteps drew nearer, her heart grew increasingly flustered. Each of his steps seemed to pound against her chest. Unable to bear it any longer, Asama Meiko lost her composure and looked up at Sohan, who was now within 3 meters. Startled by the unconcealed intensity in his eyes, she opened her mouth to speak, but in a flash her words were swallowed back. Gasping softly, her breath sweet, as orchid, Asama Meiko glared at Sohan, trying to appear fierce, yet the misty sheen in her eyes held no menace. On the 3rd floor, 2 young women patrolling the corridor heard a series of strange muffled thuds. They exchanged a glance, drew their blades, and cautiously advanced toward the source of the sound. Pushing open the classroom door, they peered around, without finding anything unusual. Puzzled, they scanned the room, and eventually turned their eyes to the ceiling. Thud, thud, thud. A rapid succession of thundering noises seemed to come from above. The 2 women froze for a moment, then the one on the left grew alarmed, and turned to rush out, only to be grabbed by the other. Mingxiang, let me go. I need to report this. There's something happening on the 4th floor. Don't go. Mingxiang's cheeks flushed crimson. Why not? The girl asked, confused. That. Directly above is the bedroom of Captain Asama of the Kendo Club. The bedroom. But then why would? The girl was puzzled at first, then comprehension dawned. That sudden flash of understanding. As dawn broke, the nascent sun cast a glimmer of light upon this dark world. Sunlight spilled across Jichuan County, where smoke and dust hung thick in the air. Vehicles were strewn about, tangled in chaotic collisions, while countless zombies roamed the streets with aimless, shambling steps. In just a single day, the once bustling Jichuan County had been utterly transformed into a kingdom of the undead. Not a trace of the living remained of it, had become a city of the dead. In the private Chungmei Academy, within a bedroom on the 4th floor of the administrative building, Asama Meiko slowly opened her eyes after sleeping for nearly 12 hours. Staring at the familiar ceiling above, she blinked. Everything that had happened yesterday felt like a dream. But the surging power within her and the faint flowing current of energy in her body, these all told her unmistakably that yesterday had been no dream. It's all real. Which means Sohan is my future husband now. She murmured to herself, recalling the events of last night. A delicate blush spread across her still drowsy face, and she giggled softly before burying her head under the blanket. Was I too forward last night? Thinking of her behavior, Meiko felt a pang of embarrassment. After a moment, she emerged from under the covers. She raised her right hand. Her arm was smooth as jade, slender and elegant, her fingers fair and delicate. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the back of her hand, where a wave of searing heat spread from that spot throughout her entire body. This strange sensation made Meiko frown slightly. She remembered that when she had gone to sleep yesterday, this burning feeling on her hand had been unusually intense. Now, after a full night's rest, the heat persisted, stirring a faint unease within her. If she remembered correctly, the back of her hand had been cut by broken glass on the 2nd floor. Could that shard have carried the zombie virus? She shook her head, dismissing the thought. If it had, she would have turned into a zombie by now. Those who were scratched by the zombies turned quickly, usually within 3 to 5 minutes. There was no way she could have lasted this long. But if not that, then what was the cause of this anomaly on her hand? She stared at the back of her hand for a long while, but no answer came to her. Deciding to let it go for now, she sat up, the blanket slipping from her body. Her pale snow-white skin bore a few lingering traces of rosy red. Remembering the scene of Sohan leaving last night, Meiko quickly shook her head, but the vivid image refused to fade. What is Sohan doing right now? He must have been exhausted last night. Even though she was a proper young lady, Meiko understood such matters well enough in this day and age. If not for her poor condition last night perhaps. Warmed by Sohan's thoughtfulness, Meiko happily picked up her clothes and began to dress. In the bedroom next door, after enjoying a long moment of pleasure, Asama Meiko peeked out with her hair in disarray, her small hands pushing against Sohan's chest. You need to leave now? Meiko should be waking up soon. Hurry, don't let her see you. Last night her mind had been clouded by impulse, but now that she was clear-headed, Kyoka dared not let Sohan linger any longer. Sohan chuckled, intending to steal a kiss from Kyoka's lips before leaving, but then, as if suddenly remembering something, he quickly pulled his head back with a look of wary avoidance. He dressed himself swiftly, then stepped out of the bedroom with a refreshed and vigorous stride, exuding confidence and satisfaction. He had barely settled onto the sofa in the living room when he saw Meiko emerge from her bedroom. The sight nearly startled him. Good thing he had come out early. If she had caught him in that bedroom, it would have been. Sohan, you're up so early. Where's Aunt? Seeing Sohan sitting calmly on the sofa, Meiko walked over and sat down beside him, glancing around, but finding no trace of Kyoka. She was a little puzzled. Sohan casually wrapped an arm around Meiko's slender waist and shook his head. Haven't seen her. She's probably still asleep. She was running around all evening while we were both away. She must be exhausted. Indeed, she was thoroughly worn out in every possible way. A flush of embarrassment crept over Meiko as she recalled how early she had rested, leaving Sohan to care for her for so long and surely adding to Kyoka's burden. She felt too ashamed to say anything more. Since Anne is tired, I won't disturb her. Let her rest well. Sohan breathed a silent sigh of relief. Good thing he was quick-witted, or she would have walked in and exposed everything. He took several bento boxes from his spatial ring and set them on the coffee table. You must be hungry after sleeping all night. Want something to eat? Meiko had indeed slept for nearly 12 hours, and she was hungry. Looking at the bento boxes on the table, she hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No, I'm not very hungry. They'll go check on Reiko and the others. I am the squad leader after all. I can't just ignore my duties. With that, she rose to leave. Having steeled her resolve, Meiko felt a strong sense of responsibility. Since Sohan trusted her, she would do her utmost. As they left the kendo department, the two young women standing at the entrance saw them approach and immediately bowed in greeting. Good morning, Lord Sohan, Captain Asama. Sohan nodded impassively, sweeping his gaze over the two women. They were not the same female members from yesterday, and their features were slightly less striking, but by ordinary standards they could still be called goddesses. Lord Sohan, should we summon Vice Captain Yamazaki? She came by earlier and told us to fetch her from the third floor if you had any needs or wished to see her. The young woman on the left had a sweet face. Her beautiful eyes quietly studied Meiko for a moment, a flicker of envy passing through them, before she turned her gaze to Sohan. Yamazaki Reiko truly thought of everything. Sohan shook his head in silent admiration. No need. They'll go find her myself. Have you two had breakfast? Thank you for your concern, my lord. We've already eaten. The two young women bowed slightly in reply. Sohan had only asked casually. Upon hearing their answer, he didn't linger and led Meiko toward the third floor. Watching the two figures walk away, the women at the door exchanged glances and murmured quietly to each other. Lord Sohan is truly impressive. I'm so envious of the captain. She must be so happy. Her cheeks are all rosy like a blooming flower. She's so beautiful. Meiko didn't hear their whispers, but as she walked along she passed several squad members, and she couldn't shake the feeling that their expressions were somehow off. Yet she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. Moreover, as they reached the third floor and encountered more and more members, the feeling grew stronger. Meiko was baffled. What on earth was going on here? Hey, look, it's Lord Sohan and the captain. No normal person could handle that, only the captain can. Hey, keep it down, they're coming over. In a certain activity room, Reiko Yamazaki, who was eating her lunch, heard the voices at the door. Her heart stirred, and she quickly looked up. Before she could rise, she saw Sohan's figure appear at the entrance. Setting down her lunchbox, Reiko Yamazaki hurried over and bowed her head respectfully. Good morning, my lord. Have you had breakfast? I've prepared a meal for you and the captain. Since I didn't know when you'd be up, I was worried it would get cold, so I've kept it warm for you in an insulated container. Looking at the alluring and enchanting Reiko Yamazaki before him, Sohan felt a pang of emotion. When had he ever been thought of so attentively by another woman? Bring it over, I haven't eaten yet with May. Well, eat with you all. Sohan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the activity room. The tablecloth was laden with lunchboxes, bread, instant noodles, sausages, and other items. Many of the girls had stood up so hastily that they hadn't even swallowed their food. Their mouths were greasy, and their cheeks were puffed out, making for a rather amusing sight. Hearing this, Reiko Yamazaki quickly walked to the insulated container and took out several lunchboxes. There were quite a few lunchboxes at the supermarket, but Sohan hadn't taken them all yesterday. The storage space of his spatial ring was limited to 1 cubic meter, making it impossible to carry everything at once, though not much was left. My lord captain, please. Taking the lunchbox and milk from Reiko Yamazaki, Sohan sat down on her tablecloth. Seeing the nervous girls around him, he waved his hand. Sit down and eat. Why are you staring at me? I'm not edible. Perhaps because Sohan's attitude was too easygoing, a girl from the crowd plucked up the courage to say, We haven't tried, my lord. How do you know you're not edible? Starting with dirty jokes this early in the morning, are we? Reiko Yamazaki's face turned cold. She turned to glare at the girls behind her and scolded. Can't you keep your mouth shut while eating? Have you no sense of decency? Is the Lord someone you can joke about? As punishment, you'll skip breakfast. Now get out and stand as punishment. More than a dozen girls in the activity room were so frightened they didn't dare make a sound. They lowered their heads and lined up to go out for their punishment. Grabbing Reiko Yamazaki's hand and pulling her down to sit, Sohan addressed the dozen or so girls about to leave. Come back and eat. Lindsay was just joking with you all. Don't be nervous. Hearing this, the girls stopped in their tracks, looking at each other hesitantly before returning to their seats. The most important thing Reiko Yamazaki had told them last night was to know their place and who was in charge. Here Sohan's orders were the iron law. Everything else, including her own words and commands, had to yield to his will. Seeing the girls obediently sit down, Sohan turned back to Reiko Yamazaki with satisfaction. This is break time. No need to be so rigid. I can handle a little joke. Provided, of course, that the girl was obedient and pretty. Attractive people always have privileges regardless of gender. Yes, my lord. Facing Sohan, Reiko Yamazaki was incredibly submissive, a stark contrast to her frosty demeanor just moments ago. It was like seeing two completely different people. Did everything go smoothly last night? Any unusual incidents? Sohan asked while eating his lunchbox. Asama Meiko sat quietly beside him, listening without a word. Reiko Yamazaki, who had already eaten most of her meal, set down her chopsticks after a slight movement. Everything was normal last night. Well, there were no problems at all. She cast an envious glance at Asama Meiko, who was quietly eating. Reiko was well aware of the rumors among the girls. Deep down she wished she had been the one last night. But she also knew it was impossible. She could only dream about it. Having witnessed Asama Meiko's sword strike yesterday, she understood the gap between them. Ever since advancing to Tier 1, Meiko's senses had become incredibly sharp. At this distance, Reiko's subtle movements couldn't escape her perception. Meiko looked at Reiko Yamazaki with a puzzled expression, feeling like she was hiding something, especially something about her. Sohan coughed, quickly changing the subject. His senses were even sharper, and he had picked up on some faint whispers. It's good that there's no trouble. Today I plan to clear out all the zombies in the school to eliminate any danger. Lindsay, later you'll inform the team to stay on high alert. Clearing the teaching building is different from the open campus. It's easier to get scratched or bitten. When it came to official matters, Reiko Yamazaki didn't dare to be negligent. Her expression turned serious. Understood, my lord. I'll inform everyone right away. After a bit more small talk, Reiko Yamazaki left, leaving only Sohan and Asama Meiko. Sohan. Do you think Lindsay is acting strange today? And the other team members too, they all seem a bit off. Watching Reiko's retreating figure, Meiko couldn't help but voice her confusion. Strange. Is she? I didn't notice. Sohan shook his head, playing dumb. Really? Maybe I was just imagining it. With an awkward smile, Asama Meiko lowered her head and took small bites of her lunch. 4th floor kendo club bedroom. Achoo. Achoo. 2 consecutive sneezes jolted Kyoka Asama awake, utterly bewildered. She had been sleeping soundly when the sudden sneezes startled her awake. Rubbing her eyes, Kyoka struggled to her feet. The soreness and weakness throughout her body made her gasp, instantly clearing her mind. After getting dressed, she limped out of the kendo club. The 2 maids at the door were stunned when they saw her, captivated by her appearance. Compared to yesterday, Kyoka was like a peony in full bloom, radiating dazzling beauty. Her mature aura left the 2 young girls mesmerized, rendered speechless. Where's little Sohan? Kyoka asked, looking at the dazed girls a bit confused. She waved her hand, snapping them back to reality. Oh my lord, they are on the 3rd floor. You can just go straight there. The 2 girls stammered as they replied. Even though Sohan hadn't given Kyoka any official position, everyone understood the situation. Okay, thanks. Kyoka waved her hand, and supporting herself against the wall, awkwardly made her way to the 3rd floor. At the entrance of the kendo club, the 2 girls stared blankly at Kyoka's limping figure. It took them a long while before one of them finally managed to utter a single sentence. Snowflake, is it possible that Lady Kyoka was the real star of last night? You sprained your ankle falling on the floor? Looking at her pitiful aunt kneeling on the ground, Asama Meiko was at a loss for words. When Asama Kyoka had entered earlier, Meiko had keenly noticed her awkward gait, and after asking, she received this exasperating answer. How clumsy can you be to sprain your ankle, just waking up in the morning? Kyoka blinked and spread her small hands helplessly. I didn't mean to, but it just happened. What can I do? The injury was quite severe, and Kyoka only remembered to heal herself when she was near the 3rd floor, otherwise the sprained ankle excuse wouldn't have been convincing. Honestly, looking at Meiko, Kyoka felt extremely guilty inside. Don't you have a healing ability? Did you treat yourself? Mom, I've already healed it. It doesn't hurt much anymore, just feels a bit off. Kyoka quickly nodded her head. Seeing this, Meiko didn't say anything more. She picked up an unopened carton of milk and a bento box, handing them to Kyoka. Here, eat. It's still warm. Gazing at the milk in Miko's hand, Kyoka subconsciously let out a burp. No. You drink the milk yourself. They'll just have the bento. No way, she had already drunk her fill this morning, how could she drink more? Meiko looked at Kyoka with confusion, unable to understand why her aunt was acting this way. Wasn't she usually fond of milk? You usually like it so much. What's wrong today? Noticing the confusion in Miko's eyes, Kyoka's heart leaped into her throat. She quickly explained, I woke up feeling a bit thirsty and drank a bottle. I can't drink any more now. Meiko nodded and didn't press further. Clang clang, a faint crisp hum came from beside her. Looking at the demonic blade Muramasa, which was trembling slightly and emitting a rich green glow, Meiko couldn't help but pick it up. This sword is so strange. It glowed red yesterday, green today. What color will it be tomorrow? Cough cough. Kyoka, who was quietly eating her bento, almost choked to death upon hearing this. She stared at the blade with sheer terror in her eyes. Is this sword cursed? What is it implying? Sohan, however, remained calm, acting as if nothing was wrong. Perhaps that's why it's called a demonic blade. Enough about that. Kyoka, since you're having trouble moving, go back and rest after you finish eating. I'll head back to rest after I finish eating. Kyoka had no desire to spend more time with Meiko today, it was too dangerous. It wasn't long before Yamazaki Reiko, who had left earlier, returned. Sir, the team has been assembled and is ready to depart at any moment. Sohan nodded and walked out to the corridor with Asama Meiko. His gaze swept over the dozens of girls standing in neat formation in the hallway, noting that none of their faces showed a hint of fear. It was actually quite normal. After fighting zombies for hours yesterday, even if they were scared, they had been tempered by now. With the training from yesterday, these seemingly fragile girls now bore a hint of killing intent on their faces, and their auras had grown considerably stronger. They now stood up straight, looking valiant and dazzling. I assume Reiko has already briefed you on today's mission, so I won't waste any more time. Suhan's gaze was serious, his tone heavy. To grow stronger, to live better, to have a better living environment, everyone target the teaching, building, advance. Sohan led the way with Meiko and Reiko flanking him and a team of dozens behind them. With high morale, the group threw open the doors of the sky bridge, crossed it swiftly, and soon arrived at the teaching. Standing at the entrance, looking at the deathly silent corridor where only a sparse handful of zombies wandered, Sohan said in a low voice, Meiko, you and Reiko will each lead a team upstairs. They'll handle anything below the 3rd floor. Be careful. If you encounter any powerful zombies, don't be a hero. Notify me immediately. We can evolve, and the zombies likely can too, perhaps even faster. Stay vigilant. Meiko and Reiko took Sohan's words to heart, as did the dozens of team members behind them. We understand. All right, let's start the cleanup. With that, Sohan grabbed the air, the shadow blade materializing in his hand. He stomped his foot and charged forward. With a faint crackle of lightning at his back, he sped through the corridor, his blade dancing. Heads rolled wherever he passed, and the zombies in the hallway fell one after another. Meiko and Reiko weren't idle either. With a wave of their hands, they each led a team to systematically clear the classrooms along the way. If they found zombies inside, they eliminated them on the spot. If not, they quickly moved to the next one. After clearing the corridor on the 1st floor, Sohan didn't pause, turning to head down to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor corridor was teeming with zombies. The floor and walls were splattered with thick, blackened blood. The zombies wandered aimlessly, letting out low, guttural growls. Without breaking his stride, Sohan paid these ordinary zombies no mind. They were far too weak. He swung his shadow blades, swiftly reaping their lives. Killed, ordinary zombie points 1, current points 1679. Killed, ordinary zombie points 0. 5, current points 1820. Killed, ordinary zombie points 1, current points 1940. Moving with incredible speed, his figure darted through the corridor. These sluggish zombies couldn't even detect Sohan's presence before they fell to his blade. An ordinary zombie was, after all, just an ordinary zombie, slow to react, especially in their current dormant state before they awakened. They posed no real threat to him. In their dormant state, Sohan felt that cutting them down was barely more difficult than chopping cabbage. The 2nd floor corridor was packed with them, and Sohan swept from left to right, eliminating nearly 100 zombies in total, a truly staggering number. After clearing the corridor, Sohan started from the right again, searching each classroom one by one and eliminating any zombies he found. His goal was to take the entire private Shirobi Academy, and according to the mission requirements, there couldn't be a single zombie left. Having completed several missions, Sohan knew this all too well. While Sohan was having smooth sailing, Asama Meiko and Yamazaki Reiko were also making steady progress. After clearing the zombies on the 3rd floor, the two women met at the stairwell and quickly came to a decision. Reiko would take a team to the 5th floor, while Meiko would take another to the 4th. For the 6th floor for safety's sake, they decided to clear it together, including the rooftop, which was a possibility. They did this to be cautious, not wanting any accidents. Perhaps it was a bit time-consuming, but it was definitely the safest method. If it weren't for the fact that having 2 teams on the same floor would be a severe waste of manpower, they would have liked to clear all the way to the rooftop like this. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of dense footsteps echoed. Reiko's team moved out first, bypassing the 4th floor and heading straight for the 5th. Rushing up to the 5th floor, Reiko took the lead. Having killed a large number of zombies yesterday with her blood ability and more today, she felt she was on the verge of breaking through to the 1st rank. It was safest for her to be at the front. Charging onto the 5th floor, Reiko stood in the corridor and stared in surprise at the empty hallway. It was completely unexpected, like throwing a heavy punch only to hit air. There were no living people, no zombies, not even a single corpse or piece of rotting flesh on the ground. It was eerily quiet. This abnormal situation immediately made Yamazaki Reiko's expression turn grave. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be a sinister reason behind it. Vice Captain, something feels off here. It's too quiet. Standing behind Yamazaki Reiko, Kusama Asaka scanned the empty corridor, sensing something amiss. Too quiet. If not for the sticky dark bloodstains on the floor walls and even the glass, she'd have thought they'd wandered into the wrong place. Kusama Asaka's unease only solidified Yamazaki Reiko's own conviction. Asaka, go down and inform. She initially intended to send Kusama Asaka downstairs to alert Asama Megumi and have her lead the team up. But considering Asama Megumi might already be clearing the 4th floor, an abrupt summons could disrupt her rhythm. Zombies cared not for urgency. Once they spotted prey, it was a fight to the death. Theoretically, Asama Megumi's group couldn't afford to provide backup unless they'd eliminated all zombies on their floor. After much deliberation, Yamazaki Reiko abandoned the idea. Vice Captain. Kusama Asaka shot a puzzled glance, wondering why she'd stopped mid-sentence. It's nothing. Brushing it off with a casual reply, Yamazaki Reiko stared gravely at the vacant corridor, her voice low and firm. Everyone spread out, maintain a 5-meter distance between each pair. 2 per team, explore both sides of the corridor separately. The moment anything seems off, shout a loud warning. At her command, the dozen-strong squad split into pairs, each separated by 5 meters, advancing cautiously along both sides. Yamazaki Reiko led Kusama Asaka and a few others to the left. She raised her finger, and a bead of crimson blood welled up from her pale fingertip. Gazing at the droplet, Yamazaki Reiko focused her while using her blood ability to guide it ahead. This drop was an extension of her power and perception. Through it she could see farther and into more hidden places. With this blood sentinel, she could avoid many dangers. It was a technique she'd conceived through intense thought last night, refined through many trials until success. Bolstered by this new capability, she'd grown confident enough to order the exploration of this suspiciously quiet 5th floor. With the blood droplet scouting ahead, Yamazaki Reiko's team advanced swiftly. At each classroom, they passed the floating blood, would dart inside, verify nothing was amiss, then fly out to continue forward. Covering 70 or 80 meters this way, they reached the last classroom. Through the blood's vision, Yamazaki Reiko detected no anomalies. Each room was eerily silent, devoid of any living person or zombie alike. Yet that very normalcy was what made it increasingly abnormal. Her brows furrowed tightly, a nagging unease stirring within. Turning to spot the other squad, already tens of meters ahead at the corridors, and she urged hastily, "Come on, let's catch up." On the right side of the corridor, Agamo Masao and Saki Hanamichi walked side by side at the front, with Oda Tadashi and Shida Shutsu following 5 meters behind. These 2 teams had volunteered to lead the exploration on the right, not by any strict order, but because 4 young men eager to prove themselves had stepped forward. After yesterday's experience slaying zombies, their growing strength had emboldened them. Especially with katanas in hand, they felt an extra surge of bravery. In their eyes, zombies were nothing formidable. Even powerful ones didn't scare them, for they were armed. If they performed impressively, they might even catch the attention of some young women. They didn't dare harbor thoughts toward Yamazaki Reiko. She was too outstanding, too beautiful, certainly beyond their reach, but others were fair game. Winning a girl's favor would put an end to their loneliness. Take a gamble, trade a bicycle for a motorcycle. The 4 of them quickly agreed and eagerly volunteered. Having advanced 40 or 50 meters without encountering any threat, each classroom empty, Agamo Masao and his companions gradually relaxed. Thought there'd be some terrifying zombie, but there's nothing. We're almost at the end, and we've missed our chance to shine. Agamo Masao, short with a face dotted with freckles, wore a look of annoyance. Beside him, Saki Hanamichi nodded in agreement. Exactly. But no danger is a good thing. At least we're safe. As for the girls, there'll always be opportunities. With dozens of them, Lord Sohan can't possibly have them all. Besides, the less attractive ones probably wouldn't tempt his appetite anyway. Yeah, we don't aim high. Just an ordinary girl will do. I'm sure Lord Sohan, given our loyalty, won't interfere. Agamo Masao chimed in eagerly. Creak, creak, crunch, Crunch crunch. Huh. Saki, did you hear that strange noise? Agamo Masao halted, tilting his head to listen. Crunch. Crunch. A crisp sound like chewing on something brittle like bones. The sudden noise put Saki Hanamichi on edge. I hear it too. It's coming from the last classroom. Saki Hanamichi exchanged a glance with Agamo Masao, and they nodded in unison. Let's go check it out. Rubbing his hands together, Agamo Masao's face lit up with excitement. If they actually discovered something, it would be a great achievement enough to earn some recognition. And if lavished with praise by Sohan, it would definitely draw the attention of many girls. They'd figured it out the previous night in front of the women, praising Sohan made everyone friends, while a single negative word saw a katana at your throat in seconds. If they could earn Sohan's personal commendation, their standing in those girls' eyes would instantly soar. The two hurried swiftly, rushing to the back door of the classroom. Behind them, Oda Tadashi and Shida Shutsu, caught off guard, quickly chased after. What are you two running for? Found something. As Agamo Masao and the others reached the doorway and saw the scene within, their excited faces turned pale, excitement frozen into shock. Inside the room, desks and chairs were shattered, dozens of corpses piled together. Beside the heap, a figure crouched low, frenziedly tearing at a body. Behind this figure, several black tentacles covered in barbs swayed gently, like tails, occasionally pulling another corpse from the mound and dragging it aside. Crunch, crunch, crack, crack. Such sounds originated from the figure's mouth. As if hearing the footsteps at the back door, the ravenous feasting paused, and the swaying black tails behind it stilled. We've been spotted. The thought flashed unbidden through Agamo Masao's and Saki Hanamichi's minds. A chill surged up their spines, an unknown dread enveloping them. Their bodies turned cold, screams stuck in their throats, and their legs refused to move, as if rooted to the floor, paralyzed with terror. The crouched figure slowly turned its head, revealing a grotesquely twisted face. Crimson eyes, a mouth full of blood and gore, and jagged teeth, like a shark's, sending a shiver down anyone's spine. Ah, you found me. A mocking voice echoed. The next second, the barbed black tentacles lashed out, reaching the classroom door in an instant. In Agamo Masao's and Saki Hanamichi's terrified gazes, they coiled around them, yanking them into the room. Aunt, save me. Save me. There's a monster. Ah, a monster. It hurts. No, no. Don't eat me. Save me. Vice Captain, save me. There's a monster here. I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten. Oda-kun, save me. Heart-wrenching screams filled the air. Oda Tadashi and Shida Jutsu, who had just rushed to the classroom door, were both frozen in terror at the sight before them. A grotesque figure hovered in midair, its back supported by several blackish-red tentacles covered in barbs that anchored to the ground. Kogo Yuki and Saki Hanamichi were tightly bound by these tentacles, suspended in the air, while their crimson blood dripped incessantly to the floor. Oda-kun, save me, I don't want to die. Saki Hanamichi's body twisted unnaturally in the air, coughing blood as he weakly raised an arm, reaching towards the classroom door, his eyes filled with desperation. Creak, creak, crack. Beside him, Kogo Yuki could no longer speak, the light in his eyes fading as the grotesque figure voraciously devoured his body. As if hearing Shida Jutsu's plea, the demonic figure feasting paused, lifting its head to meet the terrified gazes of Oda Tadashi and the others. Fresh food has arrived. Sniff, sniff, what a delectable aroma. Compared to those corpses, you are a rare delicacy. The eerie, sinister voice echoed. Oda Tadashi and his companion at the door were so terrified their souls nearly fled their bodies, trembling violently like sieves. Overwhelmed by unparalleled fear, a stream of liquid trailed down their pant legs and pooled on the floor. Dozens of meters down the corridor, Yamazaki Reiko, rushing towards the scene, heard the screams, and her heart clenched. She sprinted with all her might towards the end of the hall. Make a go downstairs immediately and inform Captain Asama and Lord Sohan. Something's happened on the 5th floor. Yamazaki Reiko's voice echoed in her ears. Watching Reiko's retreating figure, Kusama, Meiko knew the urgency and swiftly turned to deliver the message. Passing by numerous female members, Yamazaki Reiko raced forward, shouting, "Everyone fall back. No one is to approach the last classroom without my permission. Now." Immediately. Something was wrong. The closer she got to the classroom at the end of the corridor, the thicker the oppressive, eerie pressure became. It was so stifling it made her uneasy. There was definitely a terrifying monster in that last room. These female members would only cause trouble if they stayed. They'd be nothing but extra casualties. Worse, their presence would restrict her movements. Thanks to the authority she had established over the past 2 days, the women in the corridor quickly retreated upon hearing Reiko's command, backing away dozens of meters before stopping. Reiko swiftly arrived at the classroom door. Seeing Oda Tadashi and the other man standing frozen, having wet themselves in fear, a flicker of disgust passed through her eyes. She kicked them aside, sending them sprawling. Standing at the entrance, Reiko looked inside. When she took in the scene, she gasped sharply, her eyes widening with profound shock and astonishment. Now she understood why the 5th floor was so clean, devoid of any zombies. It was because this creature had captured them all here for food. Near the corridor, Oda Tadashi and the other man kicked down by Reiko scrambled to their feet looking at her with immense gratitude. Had she not kicked them, they wouldn't have been able to move at all. Locked in by that terrifying aura, even moving a finger had become an impossible luxury. Thank you, Vice Captain Yamazaki. Thank you, Vice Captain Yamazaki. The two were nearly on their knees in gratitude, tears and snot streaming down their faces on the verge of a mental breakdown. Get lost, stop being a nuisance here. Yamazaki Reiko slowly drew her blood serpent, her nerves taut, having no time to deal with these two incompetents. The pressure emanating from the creature before her was immense. It was a feeling she had only experienced with Asama Meiko, the terrifying power of her Kisaragi slash that left her feeling utterly helpless. Inside the classroom, as Yamazaki Reiko appeared at the door, the grotesque figure ceased its feeding. Its eerie, malevolent eyes fixed intently on her, burning with excitement. Reiko, have you come looking for me? I knew you cared for me. After all, we grew up together as childhood friends for over a decade. You like me, don't you? As he spoke, the grotesque figure moved swiftly towards the door, discarding the tentacle-held Saki Hanamichi onto the floor like trash. Zing! Yamazaki Reiko swung her blood serpent, with force, a surge of bloodlust radiating from her. Her eyes blazed with killing intent. Stop! Come any closer, and I won't be responsible for what happens. From what you're saying, you still have your sanity. Who are you? Locked in by Reiko's deadly aura, the rapidly approaching figure halted abruptly, staring at her in shock. He pointed at his own nose in disbelief. You don't recognize me. I'm Hojo Izumi, your childhood friend. How can you not know me? As if a memory surfaced, Hojo Izumi glanced back at the black tentacles behind him. With a thought, the tentacles retracted instantly into his body, and he landed on the ground. How about now? Can you recognize me now? Don't be afraid, Reiko. That's my ability. From now on, I can protect you. I can even make you as powerful as I am. The whole world will be our food. We will be the true gods of the new world. You will be my goddess. What do you say? As he spoke, Hojo Izumi excitedly stepped forward. Yamazaki Reiko was taken aback. She looked at Hojo Izumi, whose eyes glowed red, and scrutinized him for a moment before vaguely recognizing him. As for his talk of being childhood friends, that was all nonsense. They were just neighbors. Does growing up next to each other make you childhood sweethearts? If so, the world would be full of them. How did you become like this? Even though she recognized him, Yamazaki Reiko remained completely on guard. More than that, she wanted to know what had happened to him. How had he ended up in this state, neither human nor ghost? As for his talk of true gods and goddesses, Reiko wanted nothing to do with it. In her heart, only Sohan deserved such titles, and she belonged solely to him. As for trash like Hojo Izumi, neither man nor ghost, his only fate was death. Having inexplicably lost two subordinates, even if she didn't care for them, it was still a humiliation. When asked by Reiko, a vicious glint flashed across Hojo Izumi's face, as if recalling something painful. For me becoming like this, I have those monsters from yesterday to thank. He snorted coldly and continued. Yesterday I was scared to death. Those monsters bit anyone they saw, and the bitten soon turned into monsters themselves. I ran and ran, but I still got bitten. I was so scared. I didn't want to become one of those mindless creatures. I didn't want to die, but I had no choice. I could feel my body burning, convulsing, vomiting black blood. I knew I couldn't hold on, but I refused to accept it. Hojo Izumi's expression was manic, his eyes blazing with crazed red light. Why should they be the only ones to bite and eat me? Why can't I do the same? Why should I run? They bit me, so we'll bite them back. They'll devour them all. I fought back, wildly biting and tearing at them, drinking their blood and eating their flesh. It was foul and disgusting. But I noticed that with every bite, I seemed to grow stronger, and the feeling of dying faded. I kept eating, and then I became stronger. I broke through to a new realm. It was like opening the door to a new world. In that moment, I felt I could do anything. I am the god of this new era. Kitaho Mitsuru's face burned with feverish zeal, his eyes gleaming crimson, as if he could already envision the day of his apotheosis. Yamazaki Reiko's lips curled in utter disdain, her gaze upon him akin to that of a contemptible clown or a loathsome maggot. Since when does a nauseating monster dare to dream of godhood? Scum like you are unworthy of the title god. That reverence belongs solely to the supreme Sohan. And you are nothing but a sewer rat wailing in a filthy, reeking drain. Do not address me as a childhood friend. We are at best mere neighbors. That term only serves to defile its very meaning. Stung by Reiko's icy rebuke and her gaze of disgust reserved for vermin, Kitaho Mitsuru clenched his fists. A formidable aura burst forth from his being, and several black barbed tentacles thrashed wildly, splitting the air with sharp cracking sounds. You wretched woman! You've looked down on me from the start, and you still do. Kitaho Mitsuru roared, his face contorted with rage. What is Sohan? A lowly pig from Sia. Once I have you, I'll make you watch as I torture the god you worship to death. Then I'll turn you into something like me, whether you like it or not. Since you've rejected my kindness, you will live under my subjugation for the rest of your life. Die. A torrent of energy erupted from Kitaho Mitsuru as 5 black tentacles shot towards Yamazaki Reiko like venomous snakes. Before the tentacles even reached her, a wave of stench and fierce gales assaulted her senses. Feeling the terrifying pressure bearing down from Kitaho Mitsuru, Yamazaki Reiko's heart sank. Just as she suspected. Like Asama Meiko, Kitaho Mitsuru had already broken through to Tier 1. Despite Kitaho Mitsuru's formidable power, Yamazaki Reiko felt not a shred of fear. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, her face resolute. She gripped the blood serpent blade, calmly carving arcs of crimson light in the air that clashed against the incoming black tentacles. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic ring of impacts echoed relentlessly. The sheer force numbed Yamazaki Reiko's arms, forcing her to retreat steadily until she was backed into the corridor. What's wrong? Feeling weak? I wonder how much longer you can hold on. My tentacles are indestructible, capable of shattering walls with ease. How many more strikes can your little weapon withstand? Kitaho Mitsuru taunted, his eyes glowing red. Struggling to parry the rapid onslaught of tentacles, Yamazaki Reiko encountered for the first time since acquiring the blood serpent something she couldn't cleave through. She knew the blade's sharpness well. It could pierce a half-foot thick wall effortlessly. What were these tentacles made of? How could they be so incredibly tough? The blood serpent couldn't even cut them. She continued to retreat, her arms growing sore and numb. Her expression darkened as she channeled her blood-based ability, a sanguine glow enveloping the blade's edge. Infusing the blade with her power made it sharper. This was a result she had confirmed through numerous experiments. Come on, come on. Are you done for? My tentacles are my ultimate weapons, the hardest and sharpest objects in this world. As my power grows, so do they. Your weapon is nothing but a pitiful toy before them. It cannot sever my... Thud. A dull wet sound and blood sprayed into the air. One of the 5 tentacles was severed at its tip, sliced clean through by the blood serpent. Blood gushed from the wound as the severed part flew skyward, Kitaho Mitsuru's words dying in his throat. His eyes wide with disbelief, Kitaho Mitsuru stared at the tentacle writhing in midair. Shock and incredulity etched across his face. His indestructible tentacles, his most powerful weapons, had just been cut. How was this possible? Paralyzed by extreme shock and disbelief, Kitaho Mitsuru stood frozen, even forgetting to control his remaining tentacles. A cold light flashed in Yamazaki Reiko's eyes, her killing intent surging as she poured a relentless stream of blood energy into the blood serpent. Strike while the iron is hot. Die. Her icy battle cry echoed as she stamped her foot, darting forward like an arrow released from a bow the blood serpent held high. She carved through the air, slicing off one tentacle after another. It hurts. It hurts so much. Kitaho Mitsuru howled in agony as his tentacles were severed. His scarlet eyes fixed on Yamazaki Reiko as she carved her way towards him, his bloodlust boiling over. He'll kill you. Enraged and wounded, he abandoned any thought of capturing her alive. His only desire now was her death. He wanted to devour her whole. That way she could never leave him. His 5 tentacles thrashed with a newfound ferocity and speed, a stark contrast to his earlier playful demeanor. The sudden vicious assault forced Yamazaki Reiko to halt her advance, desperately fending off the attacks, a chill of terror running down her spine. She had assumed his previous assault was his full power, but it seemed he hadn't been using his true strength at all. Now she could only focus entirely on defense with absolutely no chance to counterattack. While Yamazaki Reiko fought for her life, Kusama Akane was sprinting through the stairwell, following her orders. She moved with the agility and grace of a cat, her slender hand pushing off the railing as she twisted and landed on the lower flight of stairs, springing up instantly and dashing towards the corridor. She anxiously scanned both sides, familiar faces coming into view. The 4th floor was clear, the team members were methodically clearing each classroom. Her gaze swept across the area and quickly spotted Asama Meiko emerging from a classroom. Seeing her was like finding a lifeline. Akane rushed up to her. Captain, a monster has appeared on the 5th floor. Vice Captain Yamazaki sent me to inform you. Please, you need to provide support immediately. Asama Meiko's expression tightened. Without a word, she turned and strode away. Akane saw only a blur, and by the time her vision cleared, Meiko was already at the stairwell entrance, disappearing from sight a second later. Having delivered the message, Akane ignored the curious gazes of the other members. There was no time for explanations. She turned and sped off towards the lower floors. She still had to inform Sohan. That was the order. 3rd floor. 2nd floor. It wasn't until she reached the 1st floor that she finally spotted Sohan. My lord, she called out, sprinting towards him. Sohan dispatched the few zombies around him with a single stroke of his blade. He turned, seeing the urgency on Akane's face, and instantly knew something had gone wrong upstairs. He stamped his foot and crossed a dozen meters in an instant, scooping Akane into his arms before she even realized what was happening. Don't panic. Tell me what's happened, he said, his voice steady as he sprinted through the corridor with her in his arms. Akane, dizzy from the blur of motion, quickly responded to his question. The 5th floor. It's the 5th floor. A monster has appeared there. Vice Captain Yamazaki was worried she couldn't handle it alone and sent me to alert you and Captain Asama. Sohan nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further words as he charged ahead, his focus absolute. Clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the corridor as the blood serpent collided with the black tentacles, sending sparks flying in all directions. Kataho Izumi struck with all her might, leaving Yamazaki Reiko struggling to fend off the assault. After all, Reiko had yet to break through to the First Order, relying solely on the sharpness of her blood serpent and her ability to barely hold her ground. Even so, under Kataho Izumi's frenzied onslaught, she could only hold out for a little over 10 seconds before she began to waver. The 5 tentacles attacked with blinding speed impossible to track, and she narrowly dodged fatal blows time and again. This starkly revealed the immense gap between the Zero Order and the First Order. Bang! All 5 tentacles struck simultaneously. Yamazaki Reiko's pupils contracted as she unleashed her blood ability to its fullest, raising the blood serpent to shield her. A piercing screech reverberated through the air as a terrifying force slammed into the blade. She felt as though she had been hit by a runaway train hurtling backward through the air. Die, 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 die. All of you die. He'll devour every last one of you. Kataho Izumi roared like a rabid beast. In a flash, she shot toward the airborne Yamazaki Reiko, her tentacles surging ahead, their razor-sharp tips aimed straight for Reiko's face. Seeing the black tentacles streaking toward her, Yamazaki Reiko's heart clenched violently. She desperately tried to raise her blade to block, but midair with no leverage, her arms had gone numb from the earlier impact. She couldn't lift them. Is this how I die? The thought flashed through her mind, and Suhan's face surfaced in her memory. Yamazaki Reiko refused to accept it. She wouldn't accept it. Longing, envy, and resentment. A maelstrom of dark emotions flooded her mind. She had harbored her own blasphemous thoughts toward the divine, for a believer who never entertained such thoughts was no true believer. She too had yearned to be like Asama Meiko, even if only for a single night. But now even that dream had become an impossible luxury. How could she bear it? The blood within her veins seemed to ignite, her blood ability churning like boiling water. Waves of searing pain racked her entire body. A thick sanguine mist swirled and coalesced before her, forming a hemispherical blood shield. The black tentacles slammed against it, yet failed to stir even the slightest ripple. Thud! Propelled by the immense force, Yamazaki Reiko was flung back a short distance before crashing to the ground. Cough, cough. Pushing herself up from the floor, she spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Her gaze fell upon Kataho Izumi, who stood at a distance, not daring to charge recklessly. A bewitching smile curled across her alluring, feverishly flushed face. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect this, did you? I've broken through. Wiping the blood from her lips with a forceful swipe, Yamazaki Reiko rose to her feet. Her aura surged upward, steadily rising to rival Kataho Izumi's presence, just over 10 meters away. Do you see this? This is the power my god has bestowed upon me. Compared to my god, you are nothing but a maggot in a filthy sewer. Still, I must thank you. You've only strengthened my resolve. She held the blood serpent upright before her ability saturating the blade. The crimson energy blazed like living blood fire, both beautiful and lethally dangerous. Kataho Izumi was so enraged her mind was boiling. After the entire battle, not only had she failed to kill Yamazaki Reiko, but Reiko had actually broken through under her pressure. And to make matters worse, she was now being mercilessly mocked. How could she possibly endure such an insult? So what if you've broken through? Your power is still unstable. Killing you now would be effortless. I won't give you a single chance from here on out. His eyes flooded with bloodlust. The 5 tentacles behind Kataho Izumi thrashed wildly before shooting toward Yamazaki Reiko. In midair, they twisted and merged into a single colossal tentacle, a full foot in diameter, spiraling as it hurtled toward her. This was Kataho Izumi's all-out strike, his ultimate trump card. He was utterly determined. This blow would surely slay Yamazaki Reiko. Fast. Too fast. Yamazaki Reiko gritted her silver teeth, her heart filled with helplessness. As Kataho Izumi had said, she had only just broken through and hadn't yet adapted to her new power. Facing the colossal tentacle hurtling toward her, her body simply couldn't react in time. She was only in a half-awakened state. Her earlier display was pure bluff. During the breakthrough process, she couldn't even move. Her breakthrough was the most miserable one imaginable. Not only was there no one to protect her, but a formidable enemy was hellbent on her destruction. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps came from behind her. In that instant, Yamazaki Reiko felt a profound clarity wash over her senses, as if even the tentacles speeding toward her face was 1,000 meters away. The oppressive pressure emanating from Kataho Izumi vanished without a trace. This strange shift left Reiko momentarily stunned. Stepping out from the stairwell, Asama Meiko watched the black tentacle racing toward Yamazaki Reiko's face. Her hand rested on the hilt of her blade. The cursed Muramasa. its scabbard trembling as a terrifying force began to coalesce. With each step she took, the pressure emanating from her grew more intense, and the eerie crimson glow of the Muramesa blazed ever brighter. Tap, tap. The crisp footsteps seemed to become the only sound in the entire corridor, clear and pure, like pearls falling onto a jade platter. With each step the ground seemed to shrink beneath her feet, her figure gliding forward several meters like a phantom. In just 2 or 3 strides, she had already reached Yamazaki Reiko's side. Facing the incoming black tentacle, Asama Meiko's small hand on the Muramesa's hilt tightened ever so slightly. In an instant, an eerie blood-red light flooded the entire corridor. The very world seemed to be dyed crimson, and in the hazy distance a blood moon hung high in the sky. Kisaragi. One slash. A blood moon arced across the sky, seeming to sweep through the corridor. Wherever it passed, the black tentacles shattered inch by inch, torn to shreds by the sword energy. The grotesque grin froze on Kataho Izumi's face as he stared blankly at Asama Meiko, who had inexplicably appeared before him. He couldn't even fathom when she had arrived. But there was no time to ponder that now. A lethal crisis enveloped him. The blood moon swept across, and the tentacles he had struck with all his power crumbled like paper before it easily shredded. In the blink of an eye it had crossed the dozen or so meters between them. Fear, the terror of death engulfed him. Since his transformation, this was the first time he had felt such dread. He was going to die. If he couldn't block it, he would die. Impossible. This can't be. I'm so strong. How could I die? I am the true god of the new era. All creatures on this earth are my prey. I am the one who stands at the top of the food chain. He roared like a madman driven by the fear of death. He drained his life force in a desperate surge, frantically regenerating his tentacles in a futile attempt to block the incoming blood moon. But it was all in vain. The blood moon swept onward, crushing everything in its path. The supposedly indestructible tentacles were a pathetic joke. As he recklessly overdrew his energy and life force, Kataho Izumi's skin visibly shriveled and withered. And then, a flash of bloodlight. The blood moon pierced through Kataho Izumi's body and slammed into the wall over 10 meters behind him, blasting a half-meter-wide hole into the solid structure. Crack, crack. The black tentacles shattered piece by piece, clattering to the corridor floor with sharp, brittle echoes. Kataho Izumi stood frozen, his eyes wide and unblinking. The savagery on his face seemed to be immortalized in that final moment, the mad light in his gaze rapidly fading into darkness. Coughing violently, Kataho Izumi spat out a mouthful of black, foul-smelling pus and blood. Feeling his life force rapidly draining away, his eyes were filled with disbelief and the terror of death. He could sense himself dying at an alarming rate, his formidable power receding as he was on the verge of death. He didn't want to die, but the injuries within his body were too severe. That terrifying blood moon had obliterated all the vitality inside him. Though his exterior appeared unharmed, his internal organs had been shredded by that fearsome sword energy. With such grievous wounds, even if Amaterasu herself descended from Takamagara, she couldn't save him. Thud. His strength fading, Kataho Izumi could no longer support his body. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees, vomiting black pus and blood mixed with large chunks of internal organs, as if they were free. I am a true god of the new era. How can I possibly die here? Cough. I won't accept this. His injuries were too severe. Kataho Izumi strained with all his might, but couldn't utter his final words. His head drooped heavily, and his life force completely extinguished. Asama Meiko sheathed her blade and stood tall, her cold gaze fixed upon the lifeless Kataho Izumi. Looking at the black tentacles sprawled behind him, a deep confusion flickered in her eyes. What in the world was this thing? Where did it even come from? Was this bizarre ability also some kind of supernatural power? It felt incredibly strong. After killing Kataho Izumi, Asama Meiko sensed a surge of profound energy flow into her body through the cursed blade Muramesa, directly granting her a significant boost in strength, equivalent to slaying dozens of zombies. What's the story with this guy? Aki didn't explain it clearly earlier. How did you two end up in a conflict? He doesn't look like a zombie. Asama Meiko asked, looking at Yamazaki Reiko with confusion. Having had this time to recover, Yamazaki Reiko had completed her breakthrough, her restless energy finally settling. Gazing at Kataho Izumi's corpse on the ground, Yamazaki Reiko said, "This man was named Kataho Izumi, a neighbor of mine. According to what he told me before, he was attacked by zombies and bitten. As he was about to turn, he refused to die such a pathetic death. He fought with the zombies, ate their flesh, and transformed into this grotesque state, neither human nor zombie. As we came up," Yamazaki Reiko said, pointing to the last classroom, "there wasn't a single zombie on this floor. All the bodies were stored by him in that room. Initially, Koizumi Shogo and Kikuchi Hanamichi discovered him and were immediately attacked and killed. Those zombie corpses were his food, and even living people. It seems this is how he gains power. After listening to Yamazaki Reiko's account, Asama Meiko's gaze at Kataho Izumi's body was filled with shock and horror. Gaining power by eating the flesh and blood of zombies and humans. The mere thought of such a method made her feel waves of nausea and disgust. My lord. A series of crisp greetings came from behind. Asama Meiko turned and saw Sohan's figure appearing in the corridor. Seeing Kusama Aki, who was held in Sohan's arms, and completely dazed, Asama Meiko raised an eyebrow. Corpse demon slain points 50, current points 2355. Having sprinted all the way to the 5th floor, Sohan had just stepped out of the stairwell when he heard the notification sound in his mind. The strange and unfamiliar term made him pause momentarily. Corpse demon. What the heck is that? A demonized zombie? Or some kind of mutant? Setting Kusama Aki down, Sohan looked at the quiet corridor and walked over to Asama Meiko full of questions. Before he could even ask, he saw Kataho Izumi kneeling on the ground lifeless. Looking at the tattered black tentacles behind Kataho Izumi shredded by sword energy and recalling the system's prompt, Sohan wondered if this was the so-called corpse demon. What happened here? Asama Meiko relayed Yamazaki Reiko's account. After listening, Sohan was also taken aback. Gaining power by eating the flesh of zombies and humans. That's utterly absurd. No wonder the system called it a corpse demon. This kind of creature is far more terrifying than zombies. His gaze focused on Kataho Izumi. He activated the Eye of Destiny, and a stream of information appeared before him. Name: Kataho Izumi. Race: corpse demon. Status: deceased. Strength, agility, intelligence, constitution. Rank, skills. Looking at the information displayed, Sohan sighed inwardly. Because Kataho Izumi was already dead, everything except his name and race was a series of question marks. He couldn't glean any truly useful reference information. However, one thing was now clear to Sohan: the corpse demon was indeed a race, at least according to the system. Someone like Kataho Izumi was definitely not an isolated case. More corpse demons were likely to appear in the future. It seemed that his troubles wouldn't just be zombies, but even more troublesome enemies, the corpse demons. These corpse demons would likely be a major pain in the future. They eat both zombies and humans indiscriminately, with no dietary restrictions whatsoever. As long as they eat, they gain power. It's truly outrageous. With virtually no natural predators, their rate of power growth would be alarmingly fast, and they could spread extremely easily. After all, as long as one has the resolve to eat zombie flesh, any normal person could transform into a corpse demon. The cost is minimal, the price is low, and it's far too easy to replicate. But that's not even the scariest part. The most terrifying aspect is that corpse demons look exactly like humans. Unless they actively reveal themselves, there's no way to detect them. Sohan's current worry was that once his faction grew, there would inevitably be oversights. If a few corpse demons slipped in by accident, the hard-earned organization might collapse in an instant. Even if it didn't collapse, it would certainly suffer severe damage. The more he thought about it, the more troubled he became. Sohan was inwardly cursing. This seemed utterly unsolvable. Noticing Sohan's grim expression, Asama Meiko asked, "What's wrong? You don't look well. Did something occur to you?" Snapping back to reality, Sohan glanced at her side and shared his concerns. After listening, Asama Meiko's brows furrowed as well. This is indeed a major problem. Once we develop, well, inevitably take in survivors. We wouldn't need many. Just one corpse demon among them would cause massive chaos. It's like a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. In truth, Sohan had a way to identify them. No matter what you were or how well you hid, you couldn't escape the Eye of Destiny. But Sohan was only one person. He couldn't possibly check everyone individually, right? It might be feasible in the early stages, but as the faction grew and territory expanded, he simply couldn't keep up. Seeing the grim expressions on Sohan's and Asama Meiko's faces, Yamazaki Reiko thought for a moment and spoke up, "My lord captain, I have a small discovery that might be useful." Surprised, they looked at her. Remembering that she was the first to fight Kataho Izumi and had even conversed with him, they thought she might indeed have found something. "Go on." Sohan gestured for Yamazaki Reiko to continue. Yamazaki Reiko acknowledged. Earlier in the classroom, Kataho Izumi briefly retracted the tentacles on his back. During that time, he appeared completely indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The only exception was his eyes. They kept flickering with a red light. I'm not sure if he deliberately didn't suppress it or if he simply couldn't. If it's the latter, I believe this could be the key to distinguishing ordinary people from corpse demons. Eyes glowing red. The abnormality in his eyes didn't disappear even after retracting the tentacles. Sohan's mind stirred. If corpse demons couldn't hide the red glow in their eyes, even when disguised as ordinary people, then things would be much simpler. Although people in this world had various eye colors, like Meiko and Kyoka who had wynard eyes, they didn't emit light. To confirm the validity of this theory, Sohan felt it was best to consult the system. When a corpse demon disguises itself as an ordinary person, does the red light in its eyes disappear? Returning to host, regardless of whether the corpse demon is in disguise, it cannot conceal the red glow in its eyes. Upon hearing the system's response, Sohan felt a great sense of relief. With this distinct feature, no matter how well the corpse demon disguised itself, it could not infiltrate his forces or cause him much trouble. Ding! A phased large-scale, mythological quest extermination war has been issued. Those of a different race must have different intentions. Please host slay the corpse demons. Ding! Phase 1 mission kill 10 corpse demons, no rank restrictions. Completion reward 1000 points, 1 random chest. Current progress 0-10. Note this quest is a team-oriented mission. Corpse demons killed by you or your team members will also count. Another large-scale, mythological quest. And the rewards seemed quite generous. Sohan was astonished. Mythological quests were excellent. He could earn points and other rewards. However, from the system's implication, the corpse demons were not limited to Baitian Quan before him. They could already be described as a race, indicating that their numbers might be considerable. So there were many who were as twisted and audacious as Baitian Quan. As expected of you, Sakura Empire, you excel in perversity. Glancing at Baitian Quan's corpse on the ground, Sohan felt a twinge of regret. If the quest had triggered earlier, accounting for Baitian Quan, he would have already completed 1/10 of his mission. But it didn't matter. 10 corpse demons were nothing. Since kills by his team members also counted toward his progress, it wouldn't be long before this phase was completed. Stepping around Baitian Quan's body, Sohan arrived at the door of the last classroom. Inside, he saw a mountain of corpses, some of which had clearly been gnawed upon. A wave of nausea washed over him. If not for his greatly enhanced mental resilience over the past 2 days, he would have vomited on the spot. These were zombies. How could anyone eat them? That was utterly perverse. Aside from Xiao Wu Zhengxiong and Qi Mu Huadao, what are the other casualties? Sohan asked without turning back, looking at the 2 bodies on the floor. Yamazaki Ling's eyes dimmed with sorrow. My lord, it is my incompetence. I failed to protect Xiao Wu Zhengxiong and Qi Mu Huadao. Apart from them, there are no other casualties. Despite her disgust toward men like Xiao Wu Zhengxiong as team members, their deaths filled Yamazaki Lingzi with guilt. Not guilt for their deaths. She cared little about that. But she felt she had failed Sohan's trust, that her negligence had disappointed him. Only these 2 died. No other casualties. Sohan was inwardly surprised. Even in death, the formidable aura of Baitian Quan had not yet dissipated. He was undoubtedly a first-rank powerhouse. As a fellow first-rank, Sohan knew all too well the terrifying might of a first-rank stronghold. Yet in the end, only 2 had died. Was Baitian Quan that pathetic? Still, it was good news. His current manpower was limited, and every death was a heavy loss. Fortunately, it was the men who had died, not the women. Otherwise, Sohan would have been heartbroken. Xiao Wu Zhengxiang's loyalty was not particularly high, barely exceeding 80 points. Their deaths were no great loss. The women whose loyalty exceeded 90 points and bordered on absolute devotion were the true core members. If he were to train anyone in the future, it would be these female members with loyalty above 90. Male members. They would have to surpass 95 points first. Turning around, Sohan saw Yamazaki Ling's face, full of dejection and self-blame. He smiled and comforted her. Baitian Quan was a first-rank corpse demon. The fact that you managed to protect the others until Yazi arrived is already remarkable. Besides, only 2 disloyal men died. What matters is that you're safe. Your safety is paramount. Hearing this, Yamazaki Lingzi was deeply moved. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Sohan, her breathing became irregular and rapid, and a morbid flush crept across her cheeks. Her chi and blood surged, and Yamazaki Lingzi could barely control her aura. Suddenly, Sohan sensed something amiss. Why had her aura skyrocketed so much? Lingzi, have you broken through to first rank? Though phrased as a question, Sohan was certain he could not mistake the aura of a first rank. He activated his heavenly fate eye, and soon information appeared before him. Character: Yamazaki Lingzi. Strength 17. Agility 18. Intelligence 12. Constitution 20. Rank first rank. Loyalty 100. Ability: Frenzied Demon Blood, LV2. Skills: Blood Coagulation Magic, Boiling Demon Blood. Blood Coagulation Magic, manipulate blood within a 10-meter radius to attack enemies. The more blood in the area, the stronger the magic, and the more devastating its destructive power. Boiling Demon Blood, burn the frenzied blood within the body, doubling combat power. The longer the burn, the greater the multiplier. Amplifies once every 5 minutes with no upper limit. Sohan gasped. Looking at Yamazaki Ling's stats, he could only marvel at how powerful her attributes and her demon blood ability were. Especially the second skill, it was overwhelmingly strong. The longer the fight, the stronger she became. As long as the demon blood didn't burn out and enough time passed, even a god would be cut down by her blade. From now on, who would dare to engage in a prolonged battle with Yamazaki Lingzi? They would be courting death. Seeing Sohan's delighted expression, Yamazaki Lingzi felt that the arduous struggle against Baitian Quan had been truly worthwhile. Thanks to you, I managed to break through to first rank during the battle with Baitian Quan. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have been killed before I could advance. As she spoke, she bowed deeply to Asama Yazi in gratitude. Asama Yazi waved her hand, her cold, beautiful face unusually calm. No need to thank me. You're my subordinate, and as your captain it's my duty to protect you. Despite Yazi's words, Yamazaki Lingzi still observed all the formalities. Confused by the unexpected praise, Sohan said, "Thanks to me. You mean the blood snake?" "Well, the blood snake is indeed sharp, but Bai Tianquan's tentacles were equally tough. Ultimately, it was your own strength that allowed you to break through at the brink of life and death." Yamazaki Lingzi's heart trembled. She lowered her head, unable to meet Sohan's gaze, and dared not speak the truth. The blood snake. What did that have to do with anything? At that moment she had been thinking of nothing but blasphemy. How she couldn't bear to die without committing that sacrilege. And then her power had erupted. But could she say that? Would she dare? She felt that if she opened her mouth, Asama Yazi standing beside her would probably grant her a strike of the Kazuki-Isen. Poaching right in front of her. Did she think Yazi was a pushover? Look at Bai Tianquan, still kneeling on the ground like a statue. Seeing Yamazaki Lingzi silent, Sohan assumed she had tacitly agreed and felt pleased. Including the newly advanced Lingzi that made 3 first-rank powerhouses in his group, including himself. This was already a formidable force outside the school, wasn't it? After all, it was only the second day of the apocalypse. Logically, 99% of people were still struggling at 0 rank. For an ordinary person to break through to first rank, they would need to kill at least 200 to 300 zombies. Asama Yazi and the others had advanced so quickly solely because of the weapons he had distributed. Otherwise, even Yazi would not have reached first rank by now. An ordinary person could only absorb 10 to 20% of the energy from killing zombies, but the weapons provided by the system allowed them to gain half of the energy directly. This greatly accelerated Yazi and the others' breakthrough speed. Sohan even wondered if aside from the 3 of them there were any humans who had reached first rank in the world. Thinking it over, although Bai Tianquan was disgusting, he was truly impressive. If he had been allowed to develop peacefully, he would have become a major overlord among corpse demons in a few years. But he was unlucky, born at the wrong time, and unlucky enough to encounter Asama Yazi, who cut him down in one stroke. Bai Tianquan was just a minor episode. After dealing with the situation on the 5th floor, Sohan didn't linger. He told the 2 women he was leaving and headed to continue clearing the 1st floor. His goal was to take over the entire private Shirakami Academy by day's end. The rewards for the first side quest of global domination were incredibly generous: 5 points, an expansion of the spatial ring's capacity, and an unknown random reward. The very thought made his mouth water. With Kitajima Izumi eliminated, the teaching building was finally free of any anomalies. Everything proceeded smoothly, and before long the zombies within were completely cleared out. Standing at the base of the building, Asama Meiko and Yamazaki Reiko led their teams out. Observing the orderly ranks of women, Sohan assigned tasks, and soon Meiko and Reiko departed with their respective squads. Shiritsu Shirobi Academy was vast, with many areas beyond the teaching and administrative buildings requiring cleansing. The sports ground, the auditorium, the warehouses, and more. Fortunately, the outbreak occurred in the early morning on an ordinary day, so these locations likely held few zombies and could be cleared swiftly. Soon the entire academy would fall under Sohan's control. Strolling through the campus, he soon arrived at a villa district. Yes, a villa district. Nestled within the private school were rows of 3-story villas. Hierarchy exists everywhere, especially in the Sakura Empire, where class distinctions are stark. These exquisitely designed villas belong to the school's board members and directors from prominent families. After all, life is about indulgence. Not all students and teachers came from prestigious backgrounds. Many were commoners. Though Sohan had only been here for 3 days, he had once quite by accident witnessed the principal escorting a girl from a supposedly impoverished family into his villa to assess just how difficult her circumstances truly were. In the end, the principal gained a thorough understanding, and the girl expressed her gratitude. Everyone's objectives were met. Truly efficient, the principal managed the entire affair from entry to exit in a mere 5 minutes. Sohan inspected the dozen or so villas one by one. Unlike the teaching building, he didn't kick down the locked doors this time. After all, these were for future residents, a broken door would be an inconvenience. He exchanged 10 points for a master key, effortlessly unlocking every door. The villas were lavishly furnished with opulent carpets, chandeliers, and furniture reeking of wealth. After confirming all the villas were safe and devoid of zombies, Sohan left with peace of mind and headed back to the teaching building. Before he arrived, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Large mythic side, quest 1 complete. Reward 5000 points. Spatial ring storage expanded to 2 by 2 by 2 cubic meters. Random reward X1. The quest was done. So quickly. Opening his status panel, Sohan's eyes lit up with delight at the surge of 5000 points. This single reward was double what he had earned from killing zombies over the past 2 days. The influx was exhilarating. Glancing at his spatial ring, its space had indeed expanded to 2 by 2 by 2 cubic meters, several times larger than the previous 1 cubic meter. Before Sohan could calm down, more notifications sounded in his mind. Ding. Large mythic side quest 3 initiated. Establish a small survivor base with no fewer than 1000 survivors. Reward 10000 points. Spatial ring storage expanded to 10 by 10 by 10 cubic meters. Random ability X1. Ding. Large mythic side quest 4 initiated. As the owner of a small base, you must possess a squad of absolute loyalty with no fewer than 100 members and at least 10 tier 1 powerhouses. Reward random draw X1. Staring at the 2 new linked quests, Sohan was stunned. Damn, the rewards were getting more lavish. The system truly treated him like one of its own. 10,000 points, a 1000 cubic meter spatial ring, and an ability. An ability. Those typically cost 100,000 points or more. Something Sohan could only dream of at this stage. This reward sparked an idea. If Asama Meiko hadn't awakened an ability by then, gifting it to her would be a fine choice, though he wondered if the reward could be transferred. After all, Meiko was one of his intended women. Last night he had taken advantage of her while she slept, leaving her unable to walk properly, which weighed on his conscience. System, can the ability rewarded from quest completion be given to someone else? The system responded promptly. Host items rewarded from quest completion are your personal property. You have full rights of disposal. Give them to anyone or discard them as you wish. Fantastic. The system was truly generous. System, one more question. I currently possess the lightning ability. Can I integrate other abilities? Will they conflict with my existing lightning ability? Having only one element, lightning, wasn't enough for Sohan. Though powerful, it felt somewhat lacking. Host, as long as you have sufficient points, you can integrate countless abilities without any rejection reactions. Reassured by the system's answer, Sohan felt at ease. In the future, with enough points or more ability rewards, he could integrate the useful ones and deal with the rest later. Those who could awaken abilities were certainly a minority. As his forces grew, he could bestow unwanted abilities upon loyal subordinates who performed well. Besides these rewards, Quest 4 also offered a random draw, a novelty for Sohan. He wondered what it might yield, but that was a matter for later. Closing the quest interface, Sohan remembered he had an unused random reward. Just as he was about to claim it, a roar echoed from the distant sky. Rumble. Looking up, he saw several armed helicopters approaching from afar, flying at an altitude of over 100 meters in the blazing sun. Sohan narrowed his eyes. There were 6 armed helicopters in total, advancing swiftly in a triangular formation. Recalling the words of Tudu Sakuturu before his death yesterday, a thought struck Sohan. Could these be the helicopters sent by Tudu Sakuturu's old man to pick up that yellow-haired trash? 6 armed helicopters at once. That was outrageously extravagant. Each one was mounted with twin heavy-caliber cannons, and there were missiles underneath. Whether they were air-to-air missiles, rockets, or other types, Sohan couldn't tell. He wasn't familiar with such things. Regardless, the threat posed by these 6 helicopters was immense. Even as a Tier 1 powerhouse, he would have to steer clear of those heavy-caliber cannons. This was no joke. A single hit would leave a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Not to mention the missiles. They were a devastating blow for someone at his current stage. Watching the helicopters draw closer, Sohan's expression turned grim as he quickened his pace toward the teaching building. Before reaching the building, Sohan saw Asama Meiko and the others already waiting on the open ground, their gazes fixed on the sky, drawn by the helicopter's thunderous roar. Taking his place beside Meiko, Sohan stared at the approaching aircraft with a dark expression, his mind racing for a solution. The weaponry on these 6 helicopters could easily raise Shiritsu Shirobi Academy to the ground. The greatest crisis since the apocalypse had arrived. An unprecedented crisis struck, yet Sohan remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on the armed helicopter approaching from the distance. He turned to ask Ijin Yako beside him. Yako, can you tell which family these armed helicopters belong to? In the Sakura Empire, every prominent family possessed helicopters typically adorned with their family crest. Sohan was uncertain about the crest of the Tenjin family, but as a talented woman, Ijin Yako would surely know. The reason for his inquiry was that Sohan did not wish to act rashly. He had already offended the colossal Tenjin family, and for the time being, he did not want to provoke other families, especially before he had fully developed his own power. Before one's wings were fully grown, recklessly establishing formidable enemies was akin to courting death. Even with a system, such actions were unwise. One must tread step by step and take each meal bite by bite. After asking, several countermeasures began to form in Sohan's mind. The first was to directly enhance his lightning ability and attributes, followed by a breakthrough. The only uncertainty was whether his second-tier abilities could withstand the onslaught of heavy-caliber cannons and missiles. The second option was simpler. With nearly 8,000 points in hand, he could directly exchange for a shoulder-fired anti-air missile and shoot down the helicopters as easily as shooting birds, but there was a problem. There were 6 armed helicopters. No matter how fast he could only take down 2, leaving 4. If the enemy retaliated with missiles and cannon fire, the private Chungmei Academy would surely be wiped out. Oh, the opposition might hesitate to use heavy weapons due to the presence of Tingjin Zuotaro, the young master, but Tingjin Zuotaro was already dead, and this matter couldn't be concealed for long. Once the enemy reacted, they would still unleash devastation. System, do you have any methods to deal with these 6 armed helicopters in the sky? Unable to think of a better plan, Sohan could only seek help from the system. The system quickly responded. There are numerous methods to eliminate the 6 armed helicopters in the sky, differing primarily in the amount of points. The first method is to spend 5,000 points to exchange for the JRP-15 micro anti-air missile, which is 3 centimeters in size, and has an explosive radius of 200 meters. Just one missile can annihilate the enemy before they even react. The second method is to spend 7,000 points to exchange for the RGA-1 electromagnetic annihilation bomb, which once launched can destroy all electronic devices within a 1,000-meter radius. The 6 uncontrolled armed helicopters would crash within 3 seconds. The third method is to elevate the lightning ability to level 3 and rely on personal strength to eliminate the enemies, but current points are insufficient. Note that the above methods are suggestions based on the premise that the host and team members will not suffer casualties with a 0% risk of danger. Listening to the options presented by the system in his mind, Sohan felt a pang of pain. Points could come quickly, but they disappeared just as swiftly. The cheapest option was still 5,000 points. What a hassle. However, as long as it resolved the immediate crisis, he was willing to pay a high price. Just as Sohan was feeling the pinch, Ijin Yako observed carefully, and upon recognizing the familiar family crest, let out a sigh of relief. She had been present when Tingjin Zuotaro was killed and naturally understood Sohan's concerns. She too was worried that these armed helicopters belonged to the Tingjin family, which would inevitably lead to conflict. Fortunately, they did not. Sohan, these armed helicopters do not belong to the Tingjin family, but to the Miyano family. The Miyano family is undoubtedly the leading family in Jichuan and ranks among the top 20 in the entire Sakura Empire with a formidable military strength. The Miyano family. Hearing this, Sohan instantly felt relieved. As long as they weren't the Tingjin family, it didn't matter how strong the Miyano family was, it was none of his concern for the time being. Once he developed his own strength, even the top family in Jichuan would have to step aside. Despite feeling relieved, the tension on Sohan's face eased, but he did not let his guard down. The exchange interface for the JRP-15 anti-air missile was already open. If these passing armed helicopters had ill intentions, then it would be unfortunate for them. The Miyano family, huh? The leading family of Jichuan, is it? I will strike against you. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. But if you dare to bully me, then I apologize. I will bring you nothing but trouble. At worst, I'll fight and flee. The private Chungmei Academy may perish, but I can escape. Wait. Sohan suddenly recalled something. Yako, is there anyone from the younger generation of the Miyano family studying at our school? If the Miyano family's young lady or young master were attending the private Chungmei Academy, then the purpose of these armed helicopters would be clear. Surprised by the sudden inquiry, Ijin Yako paused for a moment, then shook her head. The younger generation of the Miyano family has already taken over the family business. They just got married last year and still do not have children. Even if they did, the younger generation of the Miyano family would not attend the private Chungmei Academy. They would go to better aristocratic schools or be sent to study in the White Eagle Empire. If that's not the case, then what are these armed helicopters here for? Are they just passing by? Sohan scratched his head, feeling inexplicably worried for nothing. As the helicopters grew closer, he pondered for a moment and commanded, "Everyone return to the classroom with me. Since these armed helicopters are not targeting us, there is no need to engage with them for now to avoid drawing their attention." Upon hearing Sohan's command, everyone hesitated briefly before entering the classroom. The rumble of the armed helicopters grew louder as they arrived above the private Chungmei Academy, then without stopping they flew straight toward the distance. Standing on the first floor watching the armed helicopters shrink into the distance, Sohan finally felt at ease. The threat posed by 6 armed helicopters carrying missiles was no ordinary matter. Gazing at the retreating helicopter silhouettes, Sohan suddenly asked, "Yako, the direction where the Miyano family is located should be the same direction the helicopters are coming from, right?" "Yes, that's right," Ijin Yako nodded in response. "You're familiar with Jichuan. Is there any significant place in that direction?" As she spoke, Sohan pointed toward the path the helicopters had taken. The Miyano family deploying 6 armed helicopters could not merely be a casual outing. They surely had a purpose. This question put Ijin Yako in a bind of frowning. She replied uncertainly, "The only noteworthy place in that direction would likely be Jichuan University. Beyond that, I'm not sure. I rarely go out, but my aunt should know more than I do." Could the Miyano family's objective be Jichuan University? There is that possibility, but it's not very likely. At most, there might be a few renowned professors or board members of the Miyano family needing rescue, but it wouldn't warrant deploying 6 armed helicopters. Such a significant mobilization must indicate a greater purpose. It seems that I need to ask Hyoka, perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Having made up his mind, Sohan turned to the group of girls behind him and instructed, "It's noon already. Everyone has been tired all morning, and we have successfully completed the school cleanup task. Let's take a break and prepare for lunch. There are more arduous tasks awaiting you in the afternoon. Yako Reiko, I leave this to you. I will step out for a moment." "Captain, what are you looking at?" Inside the cabin of Phaeton Falcon Squadron's No. 1 attack helicopter, Tsukamoto-san casually looked up and noticed Captain Hirata Koji standing at the cabin door, staring intently at something in the distance. Curiosity piqued, he walked over. Hirata Koji glanced at the approaching Tsukamoto-san, but said nothing. He took 2 more looks at the increasingly distant and nearly indistinguishable Private Shiro Academy, then walked to his seat, sat down, and began to rest with his eyes closed. The apocalypse had erupted just yesterday. Along the journey, Jichuan County was shrouded in smoke and gunfire, with countless zombies roaming the streets. As far as the eye could see, not a single living soul was in sight. Occasionally, survivors would hear the roar of the attack helicopter and dare only to wave their hands, not daring to shout aloud. Zombies possessed acute hearing and a keen sense of smell. The head was their vital spot. Destroying it was the only way to truly kill these monsters. Otherwise, they would relentlessly and tirelessly pursue the living, even crawling forward with broken legs or arms, a truly terrifying sight. An ordinary person scratched by them would turn into one of the monsters in as little as 3 to 4 minutes, or at most 8 to 9 minutes. The longest he had seen a soldier endure was a mere hour before succumbing to the infection. With such a high infection and fatality rate, Jichuan County fell within a single day. Ordinary people dared not fight these monsters, and even they, as battle-hardened soldiers, were reluctant to face them. This alone spoke volumes about the sheer terror these creatures inspired. The Miyano clan, with their formidable firepower, had taken a full day and night to clear out the zombies from their clan grounds, losing many warriors to the infection in the process. But what had he just witnessed? From high above, overlooking the entire Private Shiro Academy, he saw not a single wandering monster. Only corpses strewn across the grounds. All of them were the corpses of those monsters. This sight was almost beyond belief. Had a clan's military force come to cleanse the area, he could have accepted it. But upon closer inspection, there was no trace of any large force having passed through the academy, not a single bullet hole in sight. Even more astonishing, when he observed through his binoculars, he was shocked to find that the monsters had been killed by cold weapons, not firearms. This stunned him so deeply that he was unable to snap out of it for a long time. He found it hard to imagine anyone daring to engage these monsters in close combat with cold weapons. Weren't they afraid of being infected? The most unbelievable part was that every single monster in the school had indeed been wiped out. Looking around, the campus and the teaching buildings were eerily empty, devoid of any monster presence. The school gates were shut, and the streets were packed with zombies. This meant that the ones who had accomplished all this were the students of Private Shiro Academy, a group of mere 17 or 18-year-olds. How was this possible? This was highly abnormal. He had observed for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. However, he committed it to memory. This bizarre phenomenon had to be reported upon his return to the Miyano clan. If this intelligence proved valuable, his position might very well be elevated a rank or 2. Unlike Hirata Koji's heavy thoughts, Tsukamoto, since seeing the captain sit down without saying a word, felt snubbed. But with his thick skin, he shrugged it off and soon cheerfully sidled up next to Hirata Koji. "Captain, do you think those old geezers at the Biological Research Institute can crack this terrifying virus? When we left, I heard that quite a few assistants and professors at the institute had turned into those monsters. These things are so formidable. Do you think by the time we get there, those biology professors and virology experts will still be alive?" Listening to Tsukamoto-san's incessant chatter beside him, Hirata Koji shot him a glare, itching to kick him. If this idiot weren't his cousin, he'd have taken care of 100 of him just for being this annoying. Scanning the other crew members in the cabin, Hirata Koji put on a stern face. "Cut the idle chatter and just do your duty. Otherwise, it's only a matter of time before something goes wrong." After being scolded, Tsukamoto-san dared not ramble on. He quietly pulled out his phone and started browsing. Finally, with Tsukamoto-san quiet, Hirata Koji resumed his deep thoughts. But before a few seconds of peace could pass, the man beside him suddenly let out a yelp. "Holy crap! Is this for real?" That shout nearly startled the 2 pilots in the cockpit so badly that their hands trembled, causing the attack helicopter to wobble in the air. Hirata Koji was also badly shaken by the yell. It was loud and right next to his ear, nearly deafening him. The other squad members in the cabin were also so startled that they raised their rifles, glaring at Tsukamoto-san as if they were about to take care of him right then and there. "Tsukamoto-san, are you out of your mind? What the hell are you yelling for?" Hirata Koji glared at him furiously, his eyes narrowing as he saw the phone in Tsukamoto-san's hand, nearly dying of rage. "Who allowed you to bring a phone? You little brat, if I don't beat you to death today, am not your captain. Ignoring Hirata Koji's roar, Tsukamoto-san stared in shock at the screen excitedly, yelping, his voice instantly drowning out the captain's fury. Cousin, look. Oh. No, I mean captain, look. Damn, this is awesome. This guy can throw fireballs, look. As he spoke, Tsukamoto-san shoved the phone right into Hirata Koji's face. Captain, take a look. With my expert eye, this is definitely not edited or composited. This is all real. Look. Tsukamoto-san yelped excitedly, flailing his arms like a monkey having a fit. And below there's a comment from the video creator. He says that by killing those monsters with these fireballs, he could feel a surge of power flowing into his body, and his physical condition got slightly stronger. It's not just him. There are many more comments below, all saying that killing those monsters made them stronger too. Don't believe me? Look, Hirata Koji's foot had just lifted to kick, but upon hearing these words he recalled the bizarre scene at Private Shiro Academy. A flash of insight struck him, and the fragmented threads of his thoughts suddenly seemed to connect. Had this been any other time, he would never have believed such childish nonsense from Tsukamoto-san. But things were different now. Snatching the phone from Tsukamoto-san's hand, Hirata Koji widened his eyes and stared at the video on the screen. He carefully read every single comment below, examining each one meticulously. Just as Tsukamoto-san had said, he could not detect any traces of editing or compositing in the video. Besides, in the current state of the world, who would have the leisure for such tricks? Were they out of their minds? What puzzled him, though, was that they had been killing monsters for an entire day and night, each of them eliminating at least a dozen or more. Why hadn't they felt even the slightest hint of becoming stronger? He didn't voice this question aloud, but his mind drifted back to the scene he had witnessed at Private Shiro Academy. An idea suddenly surfaced in his thoughts. Could it be because they were too far away? Or was it due to the use of firearms? Regardless, he had to test this theory. If this turned out to be true, then this already chaotic world was about to be swept up in an even more terrifying storm. Captain, we've arrived at the Biological Research Institute. Hearing the voice through his earpiece, Hirata Koji took a deep breath. Attention, all personnel, proceed according to the original plan. Locate the professors and do not linger. Retreat immediately. After issuing the orders, Hirata Koji turned to Tsukamoto-san beside him and said in a low voice, I'm confiscating your phone. When we get back, you'll present this to the clan leader. If all of this is true, you've earned yourself a major merit. On the west side of the city, I recall there's a biopharmaceutical research institute affiliated with the Miyano family. It housed many renowned virologists, biologists, and pharmacologists who supplied the Miyano family with a plethora of new drugs before the apocalypse. This institute was instrumental in cementing the Miyano family's position as the foremost clan in Yoshikawa County. In the kendo club bedroom, Asanuma Kyoka leaned against Sohan's chest, her voluptuous figure curled up like an oversized cat. A biopharmaceutical research institute. Could the Miyano family be attempting to conquer the zombie virus? Or perhaps cultivate some kind of super soldier using it? Given the nature of these great clans, it was a foregone conclusion. Even before the apocalypse, under the rule of law, these families dared to cross the line. Now, with zombies rampant and order shattered, there was no one to stop them at all. At this moment, let alone a few people disappearing, even if hundreds vanished, would anyone care? A sense of urgency welled up within Sohan. He felt his development was still too slow. The Miyano family, the Tobikiri family, and other clans in Yoshikawa County were all behemoths to him now. Before he could grow strong enough, the threat of their thermal weapons was too great. Beyond that, there were the corpse demons whose numbers were unknown and whose nature was bizarre. His current situation was hardly optimistic. He slowly closed his eyes, his fingers gently tracing the plush curve of Kyoka's waist, feeling her skin smooth and delicate as white porcelain. He remembered there was still an unclaimed random reward from his completed mission. He wondered what surprise it might bring him. System, I still have a random reward to use, right? Yes, host. Would you like to use it now? Use it now. Sohan didn't hesitate. Ding. Random reward activated. Drawing reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained an alien technology matter converter. The item has been sent to your temporary space. Please check it. Alien technology. Matter converter. What on earth was that? Puzzled, Sohan opened his temporary space and saw a colossal object before him. It was 8 meters high, 10 meters long, colored in silver and blue, exuding an aura of futuristic technology. On its sides were windows that looked like black holes, appearing quite bizarre. Matter converter, insert any item. The converter can break it down into atomic or molecular states, then reassemble them into new substances, including, but not limited to, food, weapons, energy, and building materials. Sohan gasped sharply. After reading the introduction, Sohan was utterly astonished. This thing was incredibly overpowered. Any item. Wasn't this just the ultimate recycling? With this, he could toss in tables, chairs, benches, even abandoned cars on the roadside, and in moments convert them all into resources. What's more, what was most abundant outside right now? Zombies. Take the school, for example. Now that the zombies were cleared, the piles of corpses were not only obstructive, but would also breed bacteria and cause plagues if left to rot. They absolutely couldn't be left, they had to be burned immediately. But with the matter converter, zombie corpses were no longer useless waste. Weren't zombie corpses considered items? Toss them into the converter and it would break them down into molecular or atomic states, then rearrange and combine them. Wouldn't that mean he could have whatever he wanted? Earlier, Sohan had worried about the zombie horde. The walls of Shiritsu Academy could stop ordinary people, but with a massive number of zombies and mutations they wouldn't hold. But with the matter converter, as long as he fed it enough materials, he could forge a steel wall in minutes. In the early apocalypse, food might not be scarce, but once the supermarkets were emptied and the granaries were depleted, a food crisis would loom. But with the matter converter, that was no longer a concern. Short on food. Just feed it various items, even zombie corpses. They'd be decomposed into atoms and molecules, then rearranged into fresh bags of rice and flour. Food shortages would be a thing of the past. This matter converter was a true treasure. Excited, Sohan opened his eyes. Looking at the big cat in his arms, half flitted and content, he lowered his head and captured Kyoka's rosy lips in a passionate kiss. After claiming his fill, he looked at Kyoka, who was now limp in his arms, breathing heavily. Sohan laughed heartily and patted her shapely rear. Be good, go get something to eat. I'm going outside to break through. I killed quite a few zombies this morning, and my strength seems to be at its peak. Hearing Sohan was about to break through again, Kyoka felt a surge of joy. She wrapped her arms around his neck, gave him a quick kiss, and then reluctantly pulled herself up, no longer clinging to him. Though she didn't want to leave his embrace. A woman who had just given herself often felt clingy and insecure. Leaving the kendo club, Sohan went downstairs, closed his eyes, and opened his personal stats. Character: Sohan. Strength, 23. Agility, 25. Intelligence, 22. Constitution, 25. Rank 1. Points, 7,834. Items: Extreme Shadow. Ability: Lightning, LV2. Skills: Thunder Arrow, Vast Thunder Serpent. Energy: 121,200. Lightning ability, current level LV2, 207, 1000 XP, to next level. The appearance of an armed helicopter squadron from the Miyano family instilled a deep sense of crisis in Sohan. Fear stemmed from a lack of strength. If so, then it was time to get stronger. The stronger he was, the faster he could kill zombies, the quicker his points would accumulate. It was a virtuous cycle. Not to mention the mythic quest. To gather 1,000 survivors, he would inevitably have to leave Shiritsu Academy. With so many zombies on the streets, without sufficient strength, every step would be a struggle. System: raise all my 4 attributes to 30 points. Glancing at his points, Sohan thought. The limit for rank 1 was 30 points per attribute. To break through to rank 2, the situation was the same as when he broke through to rank 1. Just having a single attribute exceed 30 points was enough. As the system owner, the ultimate cheat user, Sohan certainly couldn't afford to have weaknesses. Weren't they just 4 attributes? Level up. Max them all out. He absolutely would not allow another Esper or Corpse Demon to surpass him in any attribute. That was impossible. Only he could dominate others. Deducted 2,500 points. Strength 7, Agility 5, Intelligence 8, Constitution 5. Infusing Strength. As the system notification sounded, 2,500 points vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, a surge of immense power exploded within Sohan's body, a wave coursing through his limbs and bones. The surging strength made him want to roar to the heavens. His power was surging, skyrocketing. His muscles, bones, and even his blood were rapidly strengthening under this force. His muscles became more powerful, his bones more resilient, and his blood more vibrant and full of life. Sohan could feel a certain shackle within him breaking. He had crossed from rank 1 into a new realm, witnessing a new world, a level far beyond what rank 1 could perceive. Within him, the once thin stream of energy surged, even connecting, beginning to flow at a slow, steady pace. This sensation was unmistakably clear. Sohan even felt he could concentrate this power into his fist and unleash devastating, multiplied destructive force. Sohan felt that a single punch from him now could split mountains and shatter rocks. Collapsing an entire house would be no trouble at all. So powerful. Opening his eyes and looking down at his hands, Sohan clenched his fists slightly, feeling the terrifying strength contained within. A single punch would surely be earth-shattering. Not only that, but he could sense his body was now lighter, as if he had somehow escaped the pull of gravity. A breeze could carry him away and he would fly with it. Of course, Sohan knew it was an illusion. Being blown away by a gust of wind was absurd. He wasn't a balloon. Tiptoeing, he leaped lightly, and his feet felt like they were equipped with springs, instantly lifting him 3 or 4 meters off the ground. This was without using full force. If he exerted all his strength, could he jump over 10 meters high? Looking up at the cherry blossom tree 100 meters away, Sohan took a deep breath, stepped forward, and his figure shot out like an arrow from a bowstring, incredibly fast. Thud! He landed beneath the cherry blossom tree, turned around, and looked back with deep shock in his eyes. crossing 100 meters in less than 3 seconds. What kind of speed was that? Was he riding fire wheels? Should he tie 2 pigtails on his head? Speaking of which, now that he had a blade, shouldn't he go cut some power lines? 100 meters in 2 seconds. Truly a trail of sparks and lightning. After much deliberation, Sohan abandoned this highly tempting thought. He pinched his arm, feeling its texture, then took out a katana and slashed it across his arm. The katana slid across his arm without leaving any wound, not even a white mark. This was a system-issued katana, not even a Tier 1 weapon, yet it was terrifyingly sharp, slicing through zombie heads like cutting cabbage. 3 strength. 5/10. 8. Until he used full force, the katana's edge slightly curled, and only then did it barely scratch a thin layer of skin on his arm. Such defense. Sohan inwardly exclaimed, awesome. System, can I withstand bullets now? With joy filling his heart, he asked. No. WTF. Are you kidding me? I used full force and the katana curled, barely scratching the skin, and you say I can't handle bullets. Are you talking about armor-piercing rounds? Those are for tanks. In front of an atomic bomb, host can last at most 3 seconds before vaporizing. Hearing the crisp voice in his mind, Sohan's face darkened. What the hell are you talking about? I asked about bullets. Peanuts understand. You bring up an atomic bomb. Are you getting cocky, or is my blade not sharp enough? Oh, don't be mad, host. Just kidding. With your current defense, you can ignore pistol and rifle bullets. Unless hit by a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle, they can't break through your defense. Your 30 points in physique are no joke. With the system's answer, Sohan felt relieved, but it wasn't enough. Even a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle could break through, and the cannon on an armed helicopter would do the same. Not good enough. His strength still needed improvement. Turning his gaze toward the school gate through the bars, he could see the streets outside swarming with dense zombies, emitting low, unconscious growls. Actually, there weren't this many before. The Meiko family's armed helicopter made too much noise, drawing countless zombies chasing after it. As a result, the already considerable number of zombies at the school gate multiplied several times over. Any other survivor would curse at the sight, but for Sohan this was an opportunity. He pushed off the ground, his body shooting forward like a bolt, lightning flickering under his feet. His speed instantly multiplied several times. Though not yet reaching the speed of sound, it was close. Running all the way to the school gate, he looked at the locked gate, leaped, and landed on top of it. Overlooking the wandering zombies below, Sohan raised his right hand, lightning gathering in his palm with crackling sounds. The violent lightning energy condensed into a sphere filled with raging thunder. Attracted by the sound of thunder, the countless zombies on the street stopped, their twisted faces turning upward. Seeing the sea of zombies beneath him, Sohan's lips curled into an excited grin, and he hurled the lightning sphere he had been condensing toward the street below. Crackle, crackle, pop! The sound of lightning raged as the volleyball-sized deep blue lightning sphere landed among the zombie horde. Instantly, a blaze of lightning erupted, with egg-thick lightning snakes lashing out, turning every zombie they touched into black charcoal with violent thunder. The lightning snakes rampaged, centering on the impact point, turning a 100-meter radius into a deep blue sea of lightning. The raging bolts struck each zombie like whips of the thunder god. The lightning snakes surged, using the countless zombies as a medium, spreading wildly through physical contact. The 100-meter lightning sea expanded rapidly, soon doubling, turning a 200-meter stretch of the street into an ocean of lightning. Within this range, over 1,000 zombies perished without a single survivor. All were turned into charcoal by the terrifying electric current. Killed, ordinary zombie 1 point. Current points 5380. Killed, ordinary zombie, lightning ability experience 1. Current experience 2531000. Killed, ordinary zombie 1 point. Current points 5710. Killed, ordinary zombie, lightning ability experience 1. Current experience 5831000. Killed, ordinary zombie 1 point. Current points 6430. Killed, ordinary zombie, lightning ability experience 1. Current experience 1303100. Ding. Lightning ability experience is full. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Exhaling deeply, Sohan's face was somewhat pale. That all-out attack had drained all his lightning energy, leaving him extremely depleted, like going 10 rounds of extreme exercise. But the harvest from this wave was absolutely enormous. Killing over 1,000 zombies in one go, harvesting over 1,000 points. Not only that, but his lightning abilities experience overflowed, reaching the upgrade threshold. This was a huge profit. He didn't even need to spend points to upgrade. This was equivalent to earning nearly 2,000 points in one go. All thanks to the Meiko family. If not for their armed helicopters' loud noise increasing the zombie density on the street, his lightning sphere's harvest would have been at least halved. What a thrill. Looking at the street littered with charcoal, Sohan laughed heartily and silently commanded, upgrade. Right now. Ding. Current lightning ability experience has reached the maximum. Starting upgrade now. As the prompt faded, a violent surge of lightning energy erupted within Sohan, sweeping through his meridians like a torrential river, flooding a narrow stream. It broke through all barriers, forcibly expanding the capacity for lightning energy. Far purer lightning energy surged within him, tempering his bones, blood, and even cells. The attributes that had stalled after the previous breakthrough began climbing once more toward higher levels. Bathed in lightning, a brilliant radiance converged into a sea. Lightning snakes writhed, and within a 100-meter radius of Sohan, the charred corpses on the ground were reduced to ash in mere seconds by the lightning strikes. The lightning raged, dimming the sky slightly, with clouds on the horizon beginning to turn dark, though the process was very slow. Suddenly opening his eyes, Sohan's gaze crackled with lightning. A low rumble of thunder echoed in the sky. With a casual gesture, brilliant lightning interwove, and a spear of lightning condensed instantly. Shining spear. Go! Crack! Thunder roared as Sohan was wreathed in lightning, a deep blue spear of condensed lightning clutched in his hand. Channeling his energy, he expelled a breath and hurled the spear with all his might. A bolt of blue lightning streaked across the sky, and with a thunderous explosion, the spear detonated amidst the bewildered gazes of countless zombies. Boom crack! The lightning within the spear erupted, its devastating power sweeping across 100 meters, obliterating everything in its path. Ordinary zombies unable to withstand such terrifying force were instantly charred to blackened husks, then reduced to ash by the lashing serpentine bolts. Boom! Boom! Lightning serpents ravaged the land, scorching the earth black and shattering the ground. Cars were reduced to molten scrap, explosions rang out in a relentless symphony, smoke billowed, and the terrifying shockwave hurled countless zombies into the air. Within 100 meters of the spear's impact point, everything was leveled, leaving only a monstrous crater nearly 10 meters in diameter. Its edges were lined with jagged, blackened fissures, and the once spacious street was utterly destroyed. Centered on the colossal pit, everything was annihilated, leaving only debris, the twisted remains of exploded cars, and other scattered wreckage. Even Sohan was stunned by the sheer terrifying power of his own strike. A casual throw now possessed more destructive force than his previous full-powered attack, though he could only unleash such casual strikes 4 or 5 times. The radiant spear was devastatingly powerful, a truly monstrous single-target attack. Indeed, despite its immense area of effect, the radiant spear was a true single-target attack. The explosion was merely collateral damage. Shaken by its power, Sohan took a moment to recover. System, with my current strength, could I easily wipe out those 6 attack helicopters from the Miyano family if I faced them head-on? Then why did you suggest I advance to Tier 3? In response to Sohan's question, the system replied, Host, my recommendation was based on the assumption that you wouldn't be in danger. The radiant spear has limited range and requires time to charge. If you can't destroy all the helicopters with a single throw, you will be at risk of death. If they fire a missile or strafe you with their cannons, not only would you be in danger, but the forces you've worked so hard to build, your subordinates and your women, they would all die. At the thought of that scenario, a chill ran down Sohan's spine, and the faint pride had felt upon his breakthrough vanished instantly. His thinking had been too naive. The helicopters wouldn't just hover in the sky waiting to be shot down. They'd scatter at the first sign of danger, and if he couldn't wipe them all out, he'd be facing a hail of deadly missiles and cannon fire. Correcting his mindset, Sohan glanced down at the street below and suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn it! The zombie corpses and the abandoned cars on the street were all resources that could be recycled and reused. Head had his fun killing, but now the zombies were all charred and the abandoned cars were ruined. How much resources had he just lost? The thought was heartbreakingly painful. He'd have to control the destructive power of his lightning ability from now on. Just fry them enough to kill, absolutely don't turn them into charcoal. It wastes energy and is a net loss of resources. Holy crap. Turning and leaping down from the pillars, Sohan looked up to see a group of girls on the teaching building's roof staring at him, in awe, their expressions as if they'd just witnessed the descent of a thunder god. His earlier display must have drawn their attention. As he reached the base of the building, Asama Meiko rushed up to him, followed by a crowd of girls with fervent eyes. You broke through again. Though phrased as a question, Meiko was absolutely certain. It had only been a day and a half, and had already reached Tier 2. She didn't even know how much longer she had to go before reaching Tier 2. How was this fair? What kind of insane breakthrough speed was this? How could anyone keep up? Before meeting Sohan, she had prided herself on her genius. A national kendo champion, at 17 undefeated among her peers. Wasn't that enough? But then she met Sohan and her confidence was shattered. Yeah, I felt like I was about to break through, so I took a stroll to the school gate, fried some zombies, and just broke through along the way, Sohan said with a casual nod. And it was the truth, but hearing it nearly gave Meiko an ulcer. Felt like breaking through, so you just took a casual stroll. Do you think breaking through is as easy as eating or drinking? You just break through whenever you want. You don't even have bottlenecks. Meiko was dumbfounded. That wasn't how it worked for her. Shed had to endure for so long, gathering all her strength to finally shatter the bottleneck. How could it be so effortless for Sohan? They were both human, why was the gap so vast? For some reason, looking at his calm, nonchalant expression, she really wanted to punch him. He was infuriating. Have you all eaten? Sohan asked, looking at the girls. Yes, we have. Why? Are you ready to head out and clear the zombies outside the school? Stimulated by Sohan's progress, Meiko felt a sense of urgency. She couldn't fall too far behind, so she responded with great enthusiasm. Seeing her eagerness, practically ready to draw her sword, Sohan scratched his chin awkwardly. The original plan was to go out and kill zombies in the afternoon, but now with the matter converter, he was thinking of clearing the corpses inside the school and converting them into resources. But looking at Meiko's state, he decided not to mention it for now. Improving their strength was the priority. They could deal with the school's corpses at night. There was nothing else to do then, and it was better to make use of the daylight hours for fighting. Nighttime had poor visibility, zombies were more frenzied, and the danger was higher, not suitable for combat. Are you all well rested? Do you need more time to prepare? It's more dangerous outside the school than inside. Forget it. Just follow my orders. So do you need more rest? Sohan initially planned to fight outside, but considering the unknown number of zombies, he changed his mind. Why go out at all? Just open the school gates and let the zombies come in to be killed. He could just cut off the horde at the right moment, close the gates, clean up one wave, then let in another. Wasn't that much safer than going out? Sir, we are all well rested. Sir, don't underestimate us. We're strong now, we weren't even tired this morning. Exactly, sir. We're ready and can't wait to kill some zombies. Seeing the girls' high spirits, Sohan nodded and was about to speak when the roar of helicopter rotors came from the north. Again, could it be the Miyano family this time too? Sohan paused, looking towards the sound. Seeing an attack helicopter flying in from the northern sky, he narrowed his eyes. This time it probably wasn't the Miyano family. They were to the east, and this helicopter came from the north. At that moment, Meiko stepped forward, her eyes filled with gravity. That crest. It's the Tano family this time. What do we do? What to do? They'd just have to deal with it, Hiden. The Tenjin family had prospered for centuries, their legacy deeply rooted, their emblem, a green maple leaf. Through generations of shrewd stewardship and relentless ambition, the clan had flourished, rising to prominence as one of the foremost families in Kachikawa Prefecture. Their wealth was vast, their influence far-reaching, and their private army numbered in the thousands. Tenjin Sataro, the sole heir, was the apple of the family's eye. Had the apocalypse never struck, he would have undoubtedly ascended as the next patriarch. The current patriarch, Tenjin Tokumasa, was a man of grand vision and boundless ambition. He had enrolled Sataro in the private Shirobi Academy long ago with a singular purpose: to draw closer to Asama Meiko. If his son could win her hand, the Tenjin family's status would undergo a meteoric rise, commanding even the respect of the Miyano clan, the prefecture's reigning power. In time, the Tenjin family might even surpass the Miyano and claim the title of Kichikawa's true first family. The Sword Saint Asama Junichi had countless disciples, including high-ranking officials of the council and even several former prime ministers. 2 emperors had addressed him as master, a testament to his terrifying influence. Securing Asama Meiko was the key to the Tenjin family's ascension. To this end, Tokumasa had even commissioned renowned swordsmen to tutor Sataro in the way of the blade. Every scheme was meticulously laid, but then the apocalypse descended, shattering all their plans. The zombie virus swept the globe in a mere half-day. Its terrifying contagion and mindless, rabid ferocity filled Tokumasa with a profound sense of helplessness. He had no idea if his son or Asama Meiko would survive. The death of either would spell the ruin of his grand design. To his immense relief, his son Tenjin Sataro had survived, and he brought back a piece of astonishing news. Sataro had awakened the power to control the wind. As for his son's talk of divine power, Tokumasa chose to dismiss it as the ravings of an overexcited youth. Furthermore, Asama Meiko was also safe, a double blessing. Had the family's internal affairs not been in chaos, he would have dispatched an armed helicopter to retrieve them both immediately after the outbreak. With Sataro's awakened abilities, he was certain to win Meiko's heart. With the Asama family's influence, and in this age of chaos, the Tenjin family could even become the undisputed, uncrowned rulers of the Sakura Empire. After a day and night spent quelling the turmoil within his own household, he immediately ordered an armed helicopter to the Shirobi Academy. At the family estate, Tokumasa watched the helicopter vanish into the horizon, then closed his eyes wearily before turning away. He had not slept for a day and a night, and exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. He needed rest. When he awoke, his beloved son and future daughter-in-law would be home. The unprecedented good news lifted his spirits, easing the fatigue in his bones. Inside the helicopter's cabin, Onodera Akifumi addressed his squad. Our mission is to extract the young master and the Asama family's young lady. The moment they're secured, we pull out. The helicopter will draw the attention of those creatures from above. Understood. 6 fully armored figures, helmets included, sat in the cabin alongside Onodera. Understood, Captain. They answered in unison. Onodera nodded, his stern expression softening, but he remained standing, gazing down at the city below from the open doorway. Captain, once we're down there besides the young master and the Asama girl, could I possibly bring 1 or 2 more people up? Onodera turned puzzled. Do you have relatives at the academy? Kawachi grinned sheepishly. No, not that. It's just that I've been single my whole life. With things being so chaotic now, I figured maybe I could just grab a girl. Shouldn't be a problem, right? The other squad members perked up their ears at this. Onodera was taken aback, but after a moment he nodded. Make it clean. Don't cause any trouble. Speed is key. There's room in the cabin, so I'll allow each of you to bring 1. Remember, just 1. The men, including Kawachi, exchanged excited glances. Captain's a legend. We understand perfectly, we won't cause you any trouble. We'll be quick. I doubt we'll even need force. A simple gesture, and plenty of girls will follow willingly. The cabin buzzed with anticipation. Onodera smiled, but said nothing more. Captain, we're approaching Shirobi Academy. 3 kilometers out, ETA 1 minute. Onodera's smile vanished as he addressed his men, his voice firm. Prepare yourselves. We're almost there. At the base of the academy's main building, Sohan watched the approaching helicopter with eager anticipation. Unlike the Miyano clan, who had sent a full squadron, the Tingjin family had dispatched only a single aircraft. It was practically a gift. Since he was already at irreconcilable odds with the Tingjin family, Sohan had no qualms about shooting down their helicopter as well. Meiko, do you like fireworks? Why do you ask? Meiko looked at him confused. Shouldn't they be worried about the helicopter? Her own attack, the Kisaragi / couldn't reach an aircraft in the sky. As for Sohan's glittering lance, she had only glimpsed its tail, and never witnessing its true destructive power or range. It's nothing. Just wondering if you'd enjoy the show. With a chuckle, Sohan took Miko's hand and led her swiftly into the building. Come on, let's head to the rooftop for the fireworks. The group rushed up the stairs. By the time they reached the roof, the helicopter was already inside the academy grounds, less than 200 meters away. Releasing Miko's hand, Sohan looked up at the approaching aircraft, murderous intent surging within him. He raised his arm, and in an instant, boundless lightning enveloped his body. As the thunder roared and lightning crackled, a deep blue lance over 2 meters long materialized in his grasp. Asama Meiko suddenly understood. And so did the other women on the rooftop, their gazes fixed on Sohan's back, filled with anticipation and fervor. Sohan took a deep breath, and then he moved. Lightning flickered in his eyes, his body coiled like a taut bowstring. With a flick of his arm, the deep blue lance was hurled forth like a bolt of azure light. Go! Glittering lance! With a low shout, thunder roared. The electric spear rent the air, crossing the nearly 200-meter gap in an instant to strike the helicopter. The sky was torn asunder by the lightning. The helicopter exploded on impact, a massive blossom of orange flame erupting into the air, debris and fire scattering like a magnificent firework display. A profound silence fell over the rooftop as dozens of eyes stared, utterly stunned by the spectacular explosion. Satisfied with his handiwork, Sohan turned to face the stunned Meiko, and the others, a wide grin spreading across his face, revealing a flash of white teeth. So, did you enjoy the fireworks? Isn't the fireworks display beautiful, eh? Looking at Sohan, whose face was beaming with an exceptionally bright smile, Asakura Meiko found herself at a loss for words. This wasn't a question of beauty, was it? This was an attack helicopter worth nearly $10 million. When you use a $10 million attack helicopter for fireworks, how could it not be beautiful? It was both beautiful and extravagant. Just a tad expensive, though. Fortunately, it was the Fujiyoya family footing the bill. After a silent mock, a stronger sense of urgency welled up within Asakura Meiko. Unbeknownst to her, the gap between her and Sohan had expanded to such a terrifying extent. From a distance of 100 or 200 meters, he could blast an attack helicopter apart with a wave of his hand. This disparity was utterly disheartening. Yet she wasn't one to easily concede. The speed of Sohan's improvement was indeed daunting, but it wasn't impossible to catch up. Where there's a goal, there's motivation. The fireworks are indeed beautiful, but the current head of the Fujiyoya family will surely be hopping mad when he finds out. Asakura Meiko smiled, her expression indescribably charming. At that moment, Sohan felt the aggression within him subside considerably. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her radiant eyes fixed on Sohan, she whispered, "The fireworks are over. Let's go clear out the zombies. Otherwise, dealing with the Fujiyoya family's retaliation won't be easy. I don't want you to always be the one shielding me." Sohan was momentarily stunned. Gazing at Asakura Meiko, who wore a serene smile and was as gentle and captivating as a Yamato Nadeshiko, the determination in her beautiful eyes stirred something deep within him. Her refusal to yield, her unwillingness to be a mere ornament, her desire not to hold him back, her hope to stand on her own and resolve difficulties for him. Sohan read all of this in her eyes. It seemed the fireworks display had indeed placed immense pressure on Asakura Meiko. All right, I was thinking the same, Sohan nodded. Ding. A random quest issued. I want trouble others unless they trouble me. But if they do, I'll eradicate them root and branch. You have slain the sole heir of the Fujioya family and destroyed their attack helicopter. You are now mortal enemies. Eliminate all members of the Fujioya family, crush all their armed forces, and eradicate them root and branch to eliminate any potential future threat. Quest reward upon completion 500 points, and 1 random golden chest. The system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Sohan was taken aback, then a smile spread across his face. He had never intended to let the Fujioya family off the hook anyway. Now that the system had issued the quest, they were as good as doomed. The 500 points and the golden chest were his for the taking. Rumble. A series of roars echoed from afar. The familiar sound of helicopter rotors startled not only Sohan, but also the women on the rooftop. What the hell? Are attack helicopters free or something? Again, did you all schedule a meeting in the sky today? Lightning crackled along his arms as Sohan looked towards the source of the sound. Familiar formation, familiar 6 attack helicopters. Wasn't that the Miyano family's helicopter squadron? Back from the Biopharmaceutical Research Institute already. That was fast. The question was, should he shoot them down? Logically, the Miyano family hadn't provoked him. But the issue was he was in a passive position. If they harbored hostile intent and attacked first, his side would suffer heavy losses. One may not intend to harm the tiger, but one must be wary of the tiger's intent to harm. As lightning intertwined, the gleaming spear materialized once more. But before Sohan could decide on a course of action, he noticed. Something's off. In his line of sight, the 6 attack helicopters, which had been flying normally, suddenly made a synchronized turn heading straight north. They flew over a kilometer away until they were almost mere specks in the distance, then they changed direction again, heading east. Stunned by the scene, Sohan was completely baffled. What's going on? If I'm not mistaken, those were the Miyano family's 6 attack helicopters that flew by earlier. Right? What's wrong with them? Seeing Sohan's utter confusion, Asama Meiko rolled her eyes in a charmingly exasperated way. What's wrong? She said helplessly. Just like you saw, they took a detour. Why? Sohan couldn't quite understand. They were still 700 or 800 meters away. Why run? He couldn't even hit them from here unless he bought a missile. Why? You just set off a big firework, remember? Asama Meiko said, exasperated. The Miyano family's helicopter squadron aren't fools. They fear death too. They're cautious. What if they fly right over our heads, and you, in a bad mood, go whoosh whoosh, and turn them all into fireworks? Wouldn't they naturally take a detour? Well, Sohan finally got it. They didn't know the extent of his range. They had surely witnessed him blasting that helicopter out of the sky just moments ago. They'd have to be crazy to come anywhere near. Inside cockpit, no. One of the Flying Rat Squadron Captain, Hirata Koji, was pale, with lingering terror, utterly shocked. His legs were still trembling. Had he not been so well trained, he would have collapsed to the floor in fear. He wasn't the only one. The crew members in the cabin, including the 2 elderly professors in white lab coats, were all badly shaken. Thank goodness they had fled. Otherwise they would have been the next fireworks. See, Captain. 2 told you, didn't I? With the appearance of those monsters, we humans have also gained superpowers. That person we just saw must be a powerful awakened lightning ability user. Tsukamoto-san said, his face pale and his speech stammering, but his eyes blazing with excitement. Having just skirted the edge of death, the experience was terrifying, but it also allowed him to witness the existence of superpowers firsthand. How could he not be excited? Hirata Koji had been about 80% convinced before, and now he was 100% certain. The appearance of monsters might signify an evolution for humanity, just as the comments said. Killing those monsters makes you stronger. The reason they hadn't gotten stronger despite killing many monsters was undoubtedly because they used firearms. According to the comments, it was hand-to-hand combat with cold weapons against the zombies that granted increases in power. He absolutely had to report this finding as soon as he returned. What happened to the scientific society? Why is supernatural power suddenly appearing? Looking at the bewildered, utterly broken-down professors, Hirata Koji felt numb. How was he supposed to explain this? He didn't know either. If these 2 professors were to be mentally ruined, what happened to the scientific society? Why is supernatural power suddenly appearing? Looking at the bewildered, utterly broken-down professors, Hirata Koji felt numb. How was he supposed to explain this? He didn't know either. If these 2 professors were to be mentally ruined because of this, that would be a real headache. Speed up. Get back to the family as fast as possible. Hirata Koji had no other choice but to urge the pilot to accelerate. This place was a nightmare, and he didn't want to stay a second longer. At the entrance of Shiromi Gakuen, leading the group of women there, Sohan looked through the school gates at the zombies gathering densely again outside, then turned and said, "In a moment, I'll open the gate and let them in. You fight while retreating. When the time is right, I'll step in and close the gate." Hearing this, the women, led by Meiko and Reiko, nodded in unison, signaling their readiness. Seeing this, Sohan waved both hands. With the power of lightning, the school gates burst open, swinging wide to both sides. The moment the gates opened, a horde of zombies surged in their numbers beyond counting. Kill. Fearless and undaunted facing the surging tide of zombies charging towards her, Asama Meiko swung her blade with a cold shout, her killing intent blazing. Without dodging or flinching, she charged heading into the fray. Riding the gleam of her sword, Asama Meiko plunged into the horde like a tiger among sheep. With each flash of her blade, over a dozen headless corpses crumpled to the ground, severed heads rolling and murderous aura soaring to the heavens. Yamazaki Reiko followed closely behind, her demonic blood ability enveloping her entire body. A faint bloody mist emanated from her, and her right hand wielding the blood serpent swung repeatedly, reaping the lives of zombies. As blood fountains sprayed, her jade-like left hand flicked its fingers, and the blood streams, as if alive, converged into sharp arrows shooting forth in an instant. Thud, 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 thud. Blood arrows fell like rain, piercing through the heads of zombies one after another. Their lifeless bodies crashed to the ground, only to be trampled underfoot by the endless horde. Kill! The cries of battle rang out unceasingly. Agile figures wielding katanas joined the fray, delivering a crushing blow to the frenzied tide of the undead. Dozens of team members led by Asama Meiko and Yamazaki Reiko formed a battle line stretching dozens of meters, fanning out to firmly pin down the zombie horde that had surged into the school grounds. The roars of zombies were incessant. On the girls' faces was a fierce determination, with not a trace of fear in their eyes, even though before them stood the terrifying zombies capable of turning them into monsters with a single scratch. The battle line formed by these dozens of young women operated like a fully powered meat grinder. The zombies continuously flooding in from outside the school all met their deaths beneath the girls' blades. The stench of blood at the school gate was overwhelming. In less than 10 minutes, several hundred zombies were annihilated, and the battle line was firmly held at a position less than 15 meters from the gate. Standing atop a pillar by the school gate, Sohan kept a close watch on the situation below. The moment the girls showed signs of exhaustion, he would immediately intervene, clearing the ceaselessly incoming zombies before shutting the gate. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. Time flowed on relentlessly. The number of zombies entering the school swelled from the initial hundreds to over 1,000, and now to several thousand. The battle line, which had started at 15 meters, was pushed back continuously, to 20 meters, then 30 meters, until it had retreated to 50 meters. Visibly, the girls' faces grew paler, and their arms wielding weapons moved ever slower. In 1 hour, they had slain over 3,000 zombies. This was the glorious achievement accomplished by the dozens of team members led by Meiko and Reiko in a single hour. 1 hour, over 3,000 zombies killed. If not for the significant boost in strength these girls had gained over the past 2 days, coupled with their ability to recover a small amount of power by fighting continuously, any ordinary person would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. No, not just collapsed. They would have become a zombie's meal. Seeing the weariness etched on the faces of Meiko and the others, Sohan knew it was time. If he delayed any longer, they might start taking casualties. Crackle! Lightning flickered in his palm. Gazing at the endless horde surging towards the school gate from the streets below, Sohan's body was bathed in lightning. As the power of thunder converged, 2 orbs of lightning gradually formed in his palms. Once the lightning orbs had condensed to the size of volleyballs, Sohan looked down upon the tide of corpses below. With a sweep of his arm, the 2 orbs drifted lightly from his hands, descending towards the streets on either side. The shining spear was too destructive and single target. It was far less effective than the pure wide-area devastation of these lightning orbs. The 2 lightning orbs fell from the sky, and the violent power of thunder contained within them exploded the instant they plunged into the zombie horde. Boom! Thunderclap! A thunderous roar erupted as violent lightning rampaged. Centered on the impact points of the 2 orbs, furious arcs of lightning spread across a radius of over 100 meters. Interwoven bolts of light turned the entire street within that area into a sea of lightning. Countless zombies caught within this electric ocean were incinerated into charred husks. Killed ordinary zombie points 1 current points 9,505. Killed ordinary zombie lightning ability experience 1 I current experience 50310000. Killed ordinary zombie points 0. 5 current experience 9,957. Killed ordinary zombie points 1 current points 12,305. Killed ordinary zombie lightning ability experience 1 I current experience 3109100000. There were simply too many zombies on the street. After the 2 lightning orbs struck, the system notifications in Sohan's mind multiplied several-fold. Points skyrocketed at an unprecedented speed, breaking 10,000 in an instant. The experience for his lightning ability surged just as rapidly, skyrocketing like a rocket. Watching his points and experience soar, Sohan's face split into a wide grin. The Mayano family were truly benefactors. Their little visit had brought along such a massive horde. If not for their armed helicopters, the streets wouldn't have been nearly this packed with zombies. Excellent. This is truly excellent. Lightning raged and thunder serpents hissed. 2 seas of lightning enveloped the streets, completely severing the flow of the zombie tide into the school. Countless zombies charging forward met their end in the sea of lightning, while even more fearing its fearsome might dared not take another step closer. With the subsequent tide cut off, the zombies at the school gate were quickly cleared. Seeing this, Sohan jumped down and secured the school gate. Although the gate was closed, Sohan noticed a problem. While the gate itself wasn't broken, the screws connecting its sides to the pillars had come loose. It was only natural given the frenzied battering of several hundred zombies. But this was not good news. If the gate failed and could no longer hold back the zombies, the school would be wide open to them. The campus he had worked so hard to clear would become unsafe all over again. This gate problem needed to be solved. Not just the school gate, the surrounding walls needed to be redone as well. The 3-meter height wasn't a big issue, but they were too thin. 100 or 200 zombies would be fine, but if there were more, the walls would be toppled. Then the school would have no safety left at all. If this had been yesterday, Sohan would have worried about the walls and the gate, but now with the matter converter, none of it was a problem. The school's iron railing gate couldn't take a hit. No problem, just swap it for a solid steel gate. No matter how tough your zombies are, think they can break through a solid steel door. The walls are too thin and can't withstand a horde. No problem. Tear them down and replace them with steel fortress walls. Forget a few hundred or thousand zombies. Even if you brought a horde of 200,000, let's see if you can break through. Unless the entire horde was made of tier 1 zombies, and by then had just switched to thicker, better quality alloy walls. Not even a nuke could blast through those. He turned to look behind him. Even though the tide had been cut off and the gate closed, a considerable number of zombies still remained inside the school, over 1,000 of them. If this had been the girls' first battle yesterday, they wouldn't have been able to handle over 1,000 zombies. But now, with their strength significantly increased and a wealth of experience in fighting the undead, this remaining horde was merely a matter of time for them. Jumping back onto the pillars, Sohan watched the battlefield closely, ready to prevent any injuries. Perhaps due to the prolonged battle and severe depletion of stamina, the speed at which they were eliminating the remaining zombies had slowed considerably. A quick glance showed that apart from Meiko and Reiko, who were in relatively better shape, the movements of the other girls had become noticeably sluggish. Sohan was just pondering whether he should step in to help. Boom. As he was thinking, a powerful aura erupted from dozens of meters away. A rapidly intensifying pressure gushed forth, spreading outwards like a geyser. This surging momentum instantly seized Sohan's attention. His gaze shifted towards the source of the pressure, and Sohan raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with surprise. Someone broke through in the middle of battle. Exhausted. So tired. Looking at the endless waves of zombies surging towards her, Kusanagi Akiko felt as if her arms were burdened by a massive mountain, an overwhelming sense of weakness and soreness coursing through her entire body. The katana, weighing merely a few pounds, now felt as if it weighed hundreds. The searing heat felt like a raging fire, scorching her heart and lungs. In the face of the grotesque zombies charging at her, she relied solely on a single belief to persist. Swing the blade. Chop down. Again and again, time after time, she annihilated every zombie that rushed forward. Mechanically repeating the same actions over an hour's time drained all her energy, and her vision began to blur. She couldn't retreat, nor did she want to. On a pillar several dozen meters away, Sohan, bathed in lightning, loomed like a deity, overseeing the mortal realm, his gaze seemingly fixed upon her. She could not step back. She couldn't stop her movements. For her faith, for her steadfast belief, for not disappointing the divine gaze, to advance further. The blazing conviction burned like a fire stoked by the spring breeze, fueled by faith roaring to life. With one slash, heads flew, blood splattered, and in that moment a scorching power surged forth from within her, a vast torrent of warmth coursing through her body, revitalizing her with life. The overwhelming power surged through her body, her once heavy figure infused with new vitality. Her arms no longer ached, her will regained clarity, and the hands gripping the katana were filled with strength. Power. It erupted endlessly from within, the momentum skyrocketing. At that moment, Kusanagi Akiko seemed to hear a clear shattering sound, as if something within her had broken free, her surroundings suddenly becoming clear. She had broken through, escaped the shackles of the mundane, and stepped onto the path of the extraordinary. From this moment on, she was no longer ordinary. The mere hundreds of zombies could no longer hold her back. She had become the 4th powerhouse to break through to the 1st tier, following Sohan, Kusanagi, Mei, and Yamazaki Reiko. A roaring blast of air surged forth like a tempest rising from flat ground, the oppressive pressure swirling wildly. The zombies rushing in were thrown back by this force, and within a 10-meter radius around Kusanagi Akiko, not a single zombie could step forward. The commotion caused by Kusanagi Akiko's breakthrough was significant, the surging momentum instantly capturing the attention of Kusanagi, Mei, and Yamazaki Reiko, along with the other female team members. Seeing Kusanagi Akiko break through, the exhausted women who had been holding on by sheer will felt as if they had been injected with new vitality, their morale soaring and the once sluggish speed of their blade swings increased once more. Ah! The hoarse and unwilling roars echoed among the women. Stimulated by Kusanagi Akiko's breakthrough, the other female team members with reddened eyes fought fiercely against the zombies before them. Perhaps the time had come, or perhaps their accumulated strength had reached a peak. Amid their desperate cries, waves of energy surged forth again. The momentum of the breakthrough blossomed like flowers, the explosive force reverberating. The remaining few zombies were continually forced back by this wave of power. On the pillar at the school entrance, Sohan stared in bewilderment at the female team members breaking through one after another amidst the crowd. Kusanagi Akiko's breakthrough was one thing, but what was this? Had they all coordinated to break through together? After the initial surprise came overwhelming joy. The breakthroughs were fantastic. If these female team members had broken through, wouldn't the ultimate beneficiary be him? The stronger these female team members became, the more points they would earn, hence his points would increase even faster. Additionally, the quicker they cleared their surroundings, the faster the progress would snowball. Breaking through 6 or 7 at once meant his task of establishing a small base would soon be a third complete. If he were to say that despite having fewer people in terms of high-end combat power, he claimed second place, then probably no one in the world would dare to claim first. Sohan was overjoyed. Among the crowd, Kusanagi Akiko, who had successfully broken through, plunged into the horde of corpses, her figure agile, the blade flashing, slaughtering zombies like cutting grass. The breakthrough in strength swept away her previous fatigue. Now her combat prowess was fearsome. Her figure moved like a phantom, and with a single sweep 7 or 8 zombies had their heads severed. Following her breakthrough, the other female team members rushed in fervently to slay zombies, while those who had not yet broken through felt envious, gritting their teeth as they desperately attacked the zombies. With her nearby sisters breaking through one after another, who could resist such stimulation? Even if they were now exhausted, they would leap up and roar to slay zombies. People naturally have a competitive spirit. In the face of faith and conviction, this competitive desire would magnify 100-fold. With these fresh troops, the hundreds of zombies that would have taken at least half an hour to eliminate were cleared in less than 10 minutes. The school entrance fell into silence as dozens of figures stood solitary amidst the sea of corpses, each one with bloodied faces illuminated by the dimming evening sunlight, creating an otherworldly and stunning sight. Ding! Ordinary zombie, killed points 0. 5, current points 13,107. Hearing the final notification sound by his ear, Sohan jumped down from the pillar, stepping on countless zombie bodies, and walked step by step to the women. Looking at the female team members, each covered in zombie gore under their anxious gazes, Sohan nodded repeatedly. Great job. In just 2 hours you've eliminated thousands of zombies. I thought I would need to step in, but I didn't expect you all to perform so excellently. Especially you, Akiko, along with a few others, withstood the immense pressure, persevered, and achieved breakthroughs. You deserve praise. Raising his right hand, a flash of white light appeared, and a katana appeared in Sohan's grasp. Mentioned specifically, Kusanagi Akiko's face flushed with excitement, her delicate face nearly turning crimson. Especially upon seeing the katana in Sohan's hand, Kusanagi Akiko seemed to realize something, her breathing quickening. Holding the katana, Sohan stepped closer to her, looking at her face smeared with blood. He smiled faintly, reaching out to wipe her face clean, revealing a delicate and radiant visage. You performed excellently today, and this sword, the dazzling glory, is a reward for you. I hope your future performances shine as brightly as today. Saying this, Sohan extended the katana towards Kusanagi Akiko. Thank you, master. I, your subordinate, will definitely. As she took the katana Sohan handed over, Kusanagi Akiko's excitement overwhelmed her, causing her speech to falter. Before she could finish speaking, overwhelmed with exhilaration, her vision darkened, and she fell towards Sohan. Embracing someone in broad daylight. Isn't that inappropriate? So many people are watching. Can't this wait until night? Are today's girls this enthusiastic and straightforward? Instinctively, Sohan wrapped his arms around Kusanagi Akiko, and after waiting a moment without any movement, he couldn't help but lift her up. Staring at Kusanagi Akiko, whose face was flushed and wearing a strange smile, as if she were dazed, Sohan was left dumbfounded. Dazed? Had she fainted? Dozens of team members looked on in shock at this scene, with a few who had broken through falling into contemplation. When Sohan bestows the sword, should they take this opportunity to do the same? There's no reason Kusanagi Akiko can do it, and they can't. With such a good opportunity, there's no reason not to seize it. Was Sohan the kind of person who played favorites? Of course not. Gazing upon the pleading looks of the young women, he generously embraced each one, taking due measure of their development. His conclusion not half bad. True to its reputation, the private Chungmei Academy provided excellent sustenance even for its commoner students, nutritious and substantial with no pretense. After distributing a Tier 1 weapon to each of the girls who had broken through to Tier 1, Sohan noticed the envious gazes of the others, but made no promises. A tier 1 weapon was worth at least 100 points. He couldn't hand them out like cabbages. Rewarding Kusama Mingxiang and the others today was simply to set an example and inspire these girls. Come evening, he would devise a reward system through which they could earn tier 1 weapons. That would create real motivation. The reward system needed to be tied to currency, but the specifics required careful thought come nightfall. With so few people now it was manageable, but without a sound monetary system as numbers grew chaos was inevitable. Sohan had no intention of supporting a bunch of survivors for free. Regardless of nationality, who the hell wanted to feed a pack of freeloading parasites? Both a reward system and a currency system had to be established. Those who shirked work would go hungry. Among the survivors there were bound to be those who feared death and refused to fight zombies. They could be put to work instead. Scavenging, cleaning, farming, construction. All of these tasks could be assigned to the non-combatants, and they'd be paid in currency based on the work they did. Whether they ate well and stayed warm depended entirely on their own efforts. Lost in thought amid the crowd of young women, Sohan clapped his hands. We've had a long afternoon. Go get some rest. After the battle, it was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Apart from the newly ascended Kusama Mingxiang and her group, everyone else, including Meiko, was running low on strength. It was time to rest. Continuing to fight zombies in this state would be a near-death gamble. At Sohan's command, the women breathed sighs of relief. They were genuinely exhausted. Nearly 2 hours of continuous blade work. Had their abilities not improved over the past few days, they would have collapsed long ago. Especially after that final adrenaline-fueled frenzy where they'd pushed themselves to the limit slaughtering zombies. Now that they'd come down from it, they felt their backs might snap. Sohan instructed Meiko and Reiko to lead the women to rest while he headed toward the school warehouse. The women were tired, but he wasn't. Head barely fought, and was still full of energy. With time to spare, he decided to retrieve the matter converter. It was large and conspicuous, so the warehouse was the only suitable place for it. The warehouse was spacious enough. Placing the matter converter there would keep it out of sight. They could simply have people toss various scraps inside. Arriving at the warehouse, Sohan focused his mind and materialized the matter converter. Eyeing the behemoth that had suddenly appeared, Sohan approached with curiosity. Matter converter available, material points 0, convertible items, none. What the hell? He could understand the material points. That was for conversion. But what did convertible items, none, mean? Weren't you supposed to be able to convert anything? Had the system given him a defective unit? System, what's going on here? Didn't you say it could convert anything? Why does mine show nothing convertible? What's the problem? Host, the matter converter requires templates to convert items. Without a template, how is it supposed to know what to make? Even a factory assembly line needs to be programmed for what to produce, right? Well, that's how it works. That actually made sense. His gaze swept the warehouse, and soon he grabbed a steel bar and returned. System, I want to convert steel. How do I input this? Host, simply drop the steel into the intake chute, and you can direct the converter to either record its template or break it into material points. That's simple. Sohan was taken aback. Had assumed such a massive device would be complicated to operate, but it was just foolproof one-button operation. Was all alien tech this impressive? Tossing the steel rod into the intake, he selected record on the virtual display. Absorbing metallic object. Analyzing. Successfully recorded metal template steel. Reading the prompt on the holographic screen, he checked the interface again. Sure enough, a new option appeared under convertible items. Steel metallic material. 100 material points to convert 1 ton of steel. 1 ton of steel costs 100 material points. Was that a lot or a little? Scratching his head, Sohan looked at the nearby tables and chairs, grabbed 10 sets, and shoved them all into the intake. Absorbing wooden objects. Decomposing. Decomposition complete. Material points 10. 10 sets of tables and chairs equal 1 material point. So 1,000 sets would convert to a ton of steel. He then grabbed 10 more steel rods, each weighing about 100 gene or so, he guessed. Sohan couldn't say for sure. They felt weightless in his hands anyway. Whether 100 gene or 200, they were equally light to him. Absorbing metallic objects. Decomposing. Decomposition complete. Material points 100. Wait, what? That could already convert into a ton of steel. The conversion rate was impressive. He turned and fed everything else in the warehouse into the converter. Before long, the material points on the device had shot up to 1200. The cost of such a bounty was that the 100-meter-long warehouse now stood empty save for the converter itself. After testing everything, Sohan found that steel rods yielded the most material points by far. The rest were lagging far behind. With the warehouse stripped bare, he stepped out and returned a minute later carrying 2 zombie corpses. Absorbing carbohydrates. Decomposing. Decomposition complete. Material points 1 carbohydrates. Damn, you've got nerve. But zombie corpses were worth a fortune. 1 corpse equaled 1 material point, which meant 100 corpses could convert into a full ton of steel. Sohan had worried about whether there'd be enough steel for the walls, but now things were settled. Eyeing the massive converter, a fresh concern arose. System, this matter converter is huge, and I can't stand guard over it. 247. What if it gets stolen? Or what if someone deliberately damages it? I can't just buy a new one, can I? Anything produced by the system was available in the mall, and this matter converter cost a whopping 100 points. When Sohan first saw that price, his heart had nearly skipped a beat. So this was the most valuable reward of all. A 1,000,000-point item with such immense utility. If someone wrecked it or stole it, he'd be spitting blood. Host, rest assured, the matter converter was bound to you the moment it was delivered. Without your authorization, no one else can use it. Furthermore, the matter converter is alien technology. Have some faith, host. Even a 10-megaton nuclear blast nearby wouldn't so much as scratch it. Damn, that tough. Sohan's eyes widened. System, so if someone nukes me, could I just hide inside the converter and come out unscathed? System. Host, you truly have a unique way of thinking. Theoretically, yes, your idea could work. Just make sure you don't accidentally refine yourself in the process, since this isn't Lord Laozi's furnace and you're no Monkey King. 40 kilometers east of Shiritsu Academy lay the Miyano clan's domain. As the strongest family in Yoshikawa Prefecture, their territory was vast, spanning nearly 100 square kilometers. It was a hybrid compound integrating both their ancestral grounds and military barracks. At the clan's outer perimeter, countless zombies snarled beyond the barbed wire fences. Within, soldiers in combat gear patrolled tirelessly, while armed helicopters overhead kept constant vigil over the situation. Inside the clan grounds, after a day and night of turmoil, all zombies had been eradicated. With 10,000 soldiers cleaning up, the Miyano clan estate was restored to its pre-apocalyptic state. A thunderous roar filled the air as 6 armed helicopters approached from the distance. After identification, they landed at the clan's airfield. From the 6 helicopters, elderly men in white lab coats emerged. These were top-tier scientists rescued from the Biopharmaceutical Research Institute. However, whether due to air sickness or sheer shock, these professors appeared dazed, their eyes vacant, murmuring incoherently to themselves. Holding a lightning spear to blast an armed helicopter out of the sky. This must be an illusion, right? Can a human command lightning? It defies logic. Beyond a certain voltage, a person should be electrocuted. No. Can humans truly possess supernatural powers? Like mastering the power of lightning. Was Zeus from mythology real then? The head of the Miyano clan, initially all smiles, now appeared utterly deflated. What in the world was this? He was expecting elite scientists from the Biopharmaceutical Research Institute. Could these people have just escaped from some mental asylum? But that didn't make sense either. He had visited the Biopharmaceutical Research Institute and knew many of its top scientists. These people before him. They were indeed the right ones. Yet why were they all acting so strangely now? Weren't they supposed to be researching viruses and biology? Why had they turned to theology? Miyano Seiji watched as the old professors shuffled past, their gazes vacant, muttering to themselves, as if he didn't exist. His face darkened black as the bottom of a pot. Hirata Koji, get over here now. His enraged roar momentarily drowned out the roar of the helicopter rotors, a testament to his sheer fury. Hirata Koji's face fell, but as a squad leader, he hurried over upon hearing the command. He snapped to attention and saluted. Before Miyano Seiji could unleash his tirade, Hirata Koji spoke calmly. Lord Miyano, I have urgent news for the clan head. My explanation to you is part of the same report. The matter is severe, concerning the very rise and fall of the Miyano clan's future. Miyano Seiji was taken aback. Seeing Hirata Koji's solemn expression and being a man of considerable power within the clan, he was no fool. He suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, follow me. I hope what you have to report is truly valuable, or you know the consequences. Hi. I will not disappoint, Lord Miyano. Hirata Koji declared loudly. Miyano Seiji fixed him with a gaze. You seem confident. If you prove your worth, I will personally petition the clan head to commend you. Hirata Koji's heart leaped with joy. This man before him was the third most powerful figure in the Miyano clan. With his patronage, his future would be assured. Let's go. Yes. In the clan head's study, Miyano Shoko looked curiously at Miyano Seiji and the rigidly standing Hirata Koji. He wondered why his brother had summoned him with such a grave expression. If he remembered correctly, Miyano Seiji was responsible for the Biological Research Institute. A thought struck him, and Miyano Shoko's heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened to the scientists there? That would not be good news. Seeing Miyano Shoko's expression darken, Miyano Seiji didn't stall. He gestured to Hirata Koji. Didn't you have urgent news? Something about the clan's fate. Speak up. Hirata Koji nodded, pulled a phone from his pocket, and presented it respectfully with both hands to Miyano Shoko. Clan head, please look at this. I discovered that ordinary people can become stronger by killing those monsters. Some individuals also appear to have evolved supernatural abilities like controlling fire and lightning. I didn't witness the fire ability myself, but on the way back, I personally saw a man hurl a lightning spear from hundreds of meters away, destroying an armed helicopter. Based on identification, that helicopter belonged to the Fujichika clan. I am certain of this. Besides myself, all the accompanying squad members, including the rescued scientists, witnessed it. Additionally, I suspect that to get stronger by killing monsters using firearms is ineffective. It might require a close-quarters kill to gain power. Listening to Hirata Koji's rapid-fire report, Mayano Shoko was stunned. Superpowers. A man hurling lightning to destroy a helicopter hundreds of meters in the sky. It sounded like a fairy tale. But Hirata Koji's account was composed, and he provided witnesses. This demanded attention. His expression grave, he reviewed the video, including the numerous comments below it. Taking a deep breath, he tapped the table. Soon a man in military uniform entered. Take this to the technical department to analyze the video's authenticity. If it's real, trace the origin and find this person. We must have someone like this serve the Mayano clan. Also monitor all of Yoshikawa Prefecture. If any similar individuals appear, bring them to the clan. Kill any who resist. Hi. The man took the phone and left. After he departed, Hirata Koji continued, Clan head, our helicopters have recording capabilities. You can review the footage to verify my claims. Mayano Shoko had already thought of that. It was his plan as well. A visual account was more convincing than a verbal one. Where did you find this man with the lightning spear? Hirata Koji replied, Clan head, it was at Shiritsu Academy. After seeing the Fujichika helicopter destroyed, fearing we might be perceived as hostile, I altered our course and returned via a 1-kilometer detour. Well done. Mayano Shoko waved his hand. You may go. The authenticity of this matter is yet to be confirmed. If it proves true, the Mayano clan will not forget your service. A flicker of joy passed through Hirata Koji's eyes. He glanced at Mayano Seiji, who gave him a subtle nod of approval. His heart was at ease. This subordinate takes his leave. In the study, Mayano Shoko didn't wait long before the man who had left returned carrying another recording device. Clan head, the technical department has confirmed the video has no edits or compositions. This is the recording from our own helicopter. It is also entirely authentic. Taking a deep breath, Mayano Shoko was deeply shaken. He took the recording and watched it carefully, twice filled with awe. This supernatural power was truly terrifying. Such power could indeed influence the rise and fall of the Mayano clan. The Mayano clan must firmly control this power. Those they cannot obtain, they must destroy. That is far better than letting another clan use such power to annihilate them. As the head of the Mayano clan, Mayano Shigemitsu possessed not only capability, but also a ruthlessness that knew no bounds. Seiji, I'm entrusting this task to you. There's only one requirement before these people can be courted by other families. Bring them into the fold of the Mayano clan by any means possible. Those who cannot be swayed are to be eliminated outright, so they don't fall into the hands of rival families or grow strong enough to become threats. Furthermore, tell those researchers to stop wasting their time on antidotes. I want them to figure out where these supernatural powers come from and whether they can be acquired through scientific means. Also dispatch a small team to verify if killing those monsters in close combat grants increased strength. If that's possible. A fanatical glint flashed in Mayano Shigemitsu's eyes as he swung his arm emphatically. This could be an unprecedented evolution for humanity. The Mayano clan must stay ahead of all the others. Perhaps through this ordeal the human lifespan could be extended dramatically. Looking at his fervent elder brother, Mayano Seiji nodded, but a troubled expression crossed his face as he recalled the elderly professors who had just disembarked from the armed helicopters. What's wrong? Mayano Shigemitsu asked, noticing his brother's uneasy demeanor. Mayano Seiji sighed and explained what he had witnessed. Mayano Shigemitsu paused for a moment before quickly understanding. There's nothing to worry about. Those old fogies are just having a hard time accepting the new reality. Their worldview has been shattered, that's all. Just present the evidence to them and tell them that if they can crack the mystery, they'll be pioneers of a new era immortalized in history. In the end, their expertise isn't irrelevant. Science is just leaning towards theology now. Remember, at the end of all truth, science and theology are one and the same. Mayano Seiji found the reasoning sound and dropped the matter. His eyes fell upon the recording on the table. Curiosity piqued. Did the Kondo clan's armed helicopter really get shot down? The idea that a human could bring down an armed helicopter was terrifying to contemplate. Mayano Shigemitsu nodded, nudging the recording forward. Take a look. If the tech department hadn't verified its authenticity, I'd think it was from a movie. It's truly awe-inspiring. If Hirata Koji hadn't swerved in time, our flying squirrel squadron might not have made it back either. Mayano Seiji's hand trembled as he reached for the recording, staring at his brother in disbelief. What? An entire squadron nearly didn't return. Was that even possible? He activated the playback, and the screen showed an armed helicopter. The view zoomed in rapidly, revealing the green maple leaf emblem, the insignia of the Kondo clan. The footage continued, the camera angle dropping to a rooftop, where dozens of people stood, the majority of them young women. At the front stood a man, his body wreathed in crackling lightning. He hurled a spear of pure electricity, and a blinding flash of light streaked across the sky. In less than half a second, the Kondo clan's helicopter erupted in a fiery explosion. It was too fast. From the throw to the impact, less than a second had passed. How could anyone possibly dodge that? Was this truly a power a human could wield? The recording continued, and Mayano Seiji soon grasped the meaning behind his brother's earlier words. In the footage, the man who had been looking down as if speaking suddenly turned and stared directly at the camera. Even through the screen, Mayano Seiji felt a jolt of fear. He had detected their helicopter from over a kilometer away. Given what had happened to the Kendo clan's helicopter, Mayano Seiji had no doubt that the man could just as easily obliterate theirs if he felt like it. The recording ended and Seiji put it down, looking at his smiling brother with lingering awe. Finished. Mayano Seiji nodded. Yes. Any idea why the Kendo clan sent a helicopter to private Shirobi Academy? Shigemitsu asked. After a moment of thought, Seiji replied. If I recall, the only son of the Kendo clan head, Kendo Tokumasa, is a student there. I believe he's courting Asama Meiko, the granddaughter of the Sword Saint. Right? That old fox Tokumasa has his plans laid out well. If Takashiro weren't too old, I'd have considered having him try his luck. A flicker of regret passed through Shigemitsu's eyes. The Sword Saint Asama Junichi wielded immense influence within the Sakura Empire. This was a man so powerful he could unleash sword chi with a single swing, revered by every swordsmanship master in the empire. Now that the era of superpowers had arrived, who knew how terrifying this sword saint would become? Seiji contacted that old coot from the Kendo clan and asked if they're missing an armed helicopter. Mayano Seiji was dumbfounded. Brother, your schadenfreude is a bit too blatant, isn't it? But he quickly recognized that Shigemitsu was not so short-sighted. Every action had a deeper purpose. Could it be? Meeting Seiji's gaze, Shigemitsu nodded. If I'm not mistaken, Kondo Satoru, that's his name, right, is likely dead by now. With the helicopter destroyed, the Kendo clan will be seething with rage, desperate to tear that man in the recording apart. That man is far too dangerous. Until we know his true strength, I don't want to risk our own forces. Let the Kendo clan test the waters. They're formidable enough to push him to his limits. When he's on the brink of defeat, the Mayano clan will step in and save him. He'll be eternally grateful. As for the Kendo clan, a look of disdain crossed Shigemitsu's face. Many have tried to challenge the Mayano clan's position as the top family in Yoshikawa, but they've all been buried in the annals of history. The Kendo clan will be no different. If Tokumasa knows what's good for him, he'll stay in line. If not, we'll wipe out the entire Kendo clan. Listening to his brother's multi-pronged plan, Mayano Seiji was deeply impressed. Truly, his elder brother was a master of scheming. He'll get on it right away. Good. And take the recording with you. Mayano Shigemitsu nodded. Mayano Seiji turned and left the study, finding a secluded spot before dialing Kondo Tokumasa's number. At the Kondo estate, Kondo Tokumasa was roused from his sleep by the ringing of his phone. Groggy at first, he sat up abruptly upon realizing it was his private line. Only a select few had this number, heads of major clans and high-ranking officials. He picked up the phone and saw the name Mayano Seiji on the screen, a wave of confusion washing over him. What did he want? After exchanging pleasantries, Seiji got to the point. Clan head Kondo, did your clan dispatch an armed helicopter to private Shirobi Academy today? How do you know about that? Tokumasa was even more puzzled. Well, our clan squadron happened to pass by the academy and captured some footage. He'll send it to you shortly. I hope you won't be too upset when you see it. The line went dead. Tokumasa stared at his phone in utter bewilderment. What the hell was Mayano Seiji playing at? Was he insane? A moment later, an encrypted video file arrived. Tokumasa opened it, initially unconcerned. But within moments, his face flushed crimson with rage. Someone, get in here. Now. Guards. Where has everyone gone? He'll kill him. He'll kill that bastard. Tenjin Tokumasa's eyes were bloodshot as he roared wildly, his demeanor utterly frenzied. He was awake now, fully awake. The moment the attack helicopter was blown apart, he had become completely lucid. Now he finally understood what Mayano Masaji meant by don't be too upset. Was it because the attack helicopter was shot down? Bullshit. Even if an attack helicopter was worth nearly $10 million, so what? To the Tenjin family, that was merely a drop in the bucket. The real reason was his son. His son was dead. His only heir, the one he had poured countless efforts into nurturing. The sole future successor of the Tenjin family. Yesterday, Tenjin Satoru had brought him immense joy, and today it had all turned into devastating news. His son, the superpower, the future of the Tenjin family. All of it was gone in this single moment. To see the young depart before the old, and to see the family's future severed in an instant. How could he possibly maintain his composure? Death. They all deserved death. He would reduce private Shirobi Academy to ashes, and he would make everyone inside it pay with their lives for his son's death. Hearing Tokumasa's furious roars, someone quickly entered from outside. Seeing his hair-raising fury, the woman who came in, Yuri Rumi, was stricken pale with terror, her legs trembling uncontrollably. As Tokumasa's secretary, when had she ever seen him in such a rage? His eyes seemed ready to devour people. Family head, what instructions do you have? With his bloodshot eyes, Tokumasa suppressed his fury, clinging to a 9 million hope, and demanded, have the attack helicopters we dispatched returned yet? Has the young master returned safely? As Tokumasa's trusted secretary Yuri Rumi knew many things, including the fact that she had personally arranged the dispatch of the attack helicopters to Private Shirobi Academy today. Now that dusk had fallen and the helicopters had not returned, she was already frantic with anxiety, unsure of how to handle the situation. When Tokumasa questioned her, she collapsed to the ground in sheer fright. Family head, the dispatched helicopters haven't returned yet, and there's still no sign of the young master. I believe the situation at Private Shirobi Academy must be extremely dire, but given the soldiers' capabilities, they should be able to return safely before long. Return safely before long. Tokumasa laughed in bitter fury and hurled his phone at her. See for yourself. Do you think they can still come back, eh? Bang. The phone thrown with full force struck Rumi's forehead and blood gushed out. She let out a pained cry, but dared not even flinch. Trembling, she picked up the phone from the floor, endured the searing pain in her head to look at it, and was utterly petrified. Speak. Why have you gone silent? Do you think they can still come back, eh? Huh. Tell me, can my son still come back? Tokumasa shot to his feet, stormed over to Rumi, grabbed her by the collar, and yanked her up, screaming in unrestrained fury. Staring at his twisted, ferocious face, Rumi trembled, unable to utter a single word. Oomph. He flung her away, clenched his fists, and snarled through gritted teeth, "Convey my orders. Dispatch a company immediately to annihilate Private Shirobi Academy. I will raze Private Shirobi Academy to the ground. Not a single blade of grass left standing." Rumi shuddered violently, her lips moving soundlessly, too afraid to speak. Tokumasa was in the heat of his rage and might not see clearly, but as his trusted secretary, she was more clear-headed than anyone. Private Shirobi Academy absolutely must not be destroyed. It housed the directors of various major families along with many young lords and ladies of those clans. But none of that mattered as much as this: the granddaughter of the Sword Saint Asama Junichi was there, along with his daughter Asama Kyoka. If the academy were leveled, she was certain that the very next thing to be razed would be the Tenjin family. Given the Sword Saint Asama Junichi's influence in the Sakura Empire, destroying the Tenjin family would take no more than a single word from him. The Tenjin family might be a first-rate clan in Yoshikawa Prefecture, but in the eyes of the Sword Saint they were nothing more than a slightly larger grasshopper. What are you waiting for? Tokumasa bellowed, glaring at Rumi, who was sprawled on the ground in a daze. Snapping back to her senses, Rumi cried out in alarm. Family head, please calm down. Setting aside the various family directors and the young masters and misses at Private Shirobi Academy, just Asama Meiko alone makes it impossible to touch the academy for now. Unless you are absolutely certain she has been evacuated, the moment we make a move, the Tenjin family will face utter catastrophe. Boom. Rumi's words struck Tokumasa's mind like a thunderclap. Indeed, if they raised Private Shirobi Academy and harmed Asama Meiko, wouldn't the Tenjin family be facing annihilation? Between his family and avenging his son, which weighed more? A son could be replaced, but if the family was destroyed, then nothing would be left. But could he simply swallow this indignation? Where would the Tenjin family's honor be then? Give me the phone. Tokumasa took a deep breath and said. Rumi hastily handed him the phone. Taking it, he found a number and dialed. Instinctively, Tokumasa bowed slightly, his face filled with reverence and awe. Beep. Hello? Is this the young one from the Tenjin family? Hearing the vigorous voice on the other end, Tokumasa responded with utmost respect, all traces of anger gone. Sword Saint, it is I. What is it? Though the Sword Saint's voice sounded even sharper and more youthful than before, Tokumasa somehow felt it carried an extra layer of grief and weariness. I called only to ask whether my niece Asama and Lady Kyoka have escaped safely. If not, the Tenjin family would be honored to send helicopters to bring them back. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Tokumasa's heart tightened. The sudden quiet weighed heavily on him, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Thank you for your concern. Since Masamitsu's death, the Asama family has no heir left. In a few days, I will personally go to Private Shirobi Academy, eradicate those monsters, and bring back the bodies of Kyoka and Meiko. Until then, I do not wish for anyone to lay a hand on that place. Beep. 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 Stunned as he stared at the disconnected call, Tokumasa was completely dumbfounded. What had he just heard? Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoka were both dead at Private Shirobi Academy. Then who was it he had seen in the video? Though the distance had been great and the image blurry, he was fairly certain it was Asama Meiko. He hadn't seen Asama Kyoka at all, so why did the Sword Saint claim his granddaughter was dead too? What on earth had gone wrong? Tokumasa sank into deep thought, remaining silent for a long time. Rumi knelt on the floor, letting the blood from her forehead flow freely, not daring to move a muscle. After a long while, Tokumasa finally lifted his head, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Convey my orders, dispatch a company to Private Shirobi Academy. Do not approach too closely, observe from a distance. Confirm whether Asama Meiko is truly dead. Report back the moment there is any new development. Yes, family head. Rumi scrambled to her feet and left the room. After she had gone, Tokumesa's expression shifted through a series of changes as he murmured to himself. If Asama Meiko is still alive, this might not be a loss for the Tenjin family. Even without Satoru, things could still work out. The Miyano family. Humph. Did they truly think I was foolish enough not to see through their little schemes? 30 kilometers northwest of private Shirobi Academy lay the Asama family estate. After hanging up the phone, Asama Junichi stared blankly at the still-lit screen, his sharp eyes filled with sorrow. The screen displayed two graceful figures. Asama Kyoka embracing Asama Meiko from behind, her bright smile radiant, while Meiko wore a serene expression with a faint gentle smile, as beautiful as a painted scroll. Meiko, your grandfather refuses to believe you died at the hands of those monsters. You are my pride. With your strength, those creatures could never harm you. Wait. Soon I will reach private Shirobi Academy and see for myself why you chose to deceive me. His low murmur echoed through the room. Asama Junichi tucked away his phone, picked up the blood-stained katana beside him, and slowly rose from the ground. His upright figure stood like a drawn blade, and a fierce sharp sword intent burst forth the moment he stood. The arrival of the apocalypse had infused new life into Asama Junichi's aged body. The old swordsman who had entered the twilight of his years seemed to live a second youth. His graying hair turned black and his loose sleeves billowed with vigor. He pushed open the wooden door, revealing a courtyard strewn with corpses' blood soaking the ground. The once beautiful rock garden and pond were now stained crimson with death. These bodies were the servants of the Asama family. When the apocalypse struck, they had either mutated or been mauled to death. Without exception, all had been slain by Asama Junichi's blade. None survived. Ignoring the corpses underfoot, Asama Junichi's figure slowly receded into the distance, leaving the Asama estate behind. The moment he stepped through the gate, a terrifying sword pressure surged skyward, its destructive light seething and churning, shredding every zombie in his path. Treading over countless bodies, Asama Junichi advanced with clear purpose, heading straight for private Shirobi Academy. The winds of fate converged and all eyes turned toward the academy. Emerging from the warehouse, Sohan found the sky already dark. He made his way directly to the administration building, passing several female team members who greeted him along the way. Amid their respectful salutations, Sohan located Yamazaki Reiko. Reiko, have you all eaten dinner yet? Yamazaki Reiko had already stood at attention the moment Sohan approached. She shook her head. My lord, we haven't eaten yet, but arrangements have been made. Are you hungry? They'll go check on it right away. As she turned to leave, Sohan quickly stopped her. No need, I was just asking. Where's Meiko? Has she not come down from the kendo club's bath yet? He had spent over an hour in the warehouse. Plenty of time for the women to finish bathing. Yet he hadn't spotted Asama Meiko along the way, and he couldn't help but wonder. After assigning us our tasks, the captain hurried upstairs and told us to rest up, mentioning there might be other missions tonight. She's probably washing up and changing clothes, Yamazaki Reiko said, though she wasn't entirely certain. Sohan didn't press further. After a day of battle, they were all covered in zombie blood, and women valued cleanliness. It was only natural for Asama Meiko to rush off for a shower. Still, Meiko had a keen knack for reading his mind. He hadn't said a word, yet she had guessed he had plans for the night. You go ahead and handle things. They'll head upstairs to check on her. With a nod to Yamazaki Reiko, Sohan turned and left the classroom. On the fourth floor inside the kendo club's bathhouse, steam filled the air as hot water cascaded from the shower heads, making the entire room feel like a misty wonderland. A series of muffled, labored breaths echoed through the space. Beneath the spray, Asama Meiko knelt half-crouched on the floor, her face twisted in agony. Her right hand pressed against the ground, delicate veins bulging beneath her smooth, jade-like skin. A searing heat like molten lava surged through her arm and flooded her entire body, making her heart ache under the scorching current. Not long after the afternoon battle ended, that inexplicable burning sensation from the morning had begun to resurface. At first she could endure it, but it grew increasingly unbearable. She had barely managed to brush off Yamazaki Reiko's questions before fleeing back to the kendo club, not even sparing a moment to respond to Asama Kyoka's call. She didn't understand what was happening to her. What was this inexplicable torment? Could it be that she was about to awaken her ability? She had heard Kyoka and Yamazaki Reiko speak of it. Everyone's experience seemed different. Reiko's had been similar, of burning heat, as if her blood were boiling, though hers hadn't been confined to just one arm. Yamazaki Reiko had said that after enduring the pain, she had gained her ability. Meiko desperately hoped that once she pushed through this agony, her own ability would awaken as well. She would never abandon the sword, but she wouldn't mind acquiring more powerful means. Anything to close the gap between her and Sohan. Knock knock. Meiko, you've been in there for over an hour. Aren't you done yet? Want your Annie to come in and scrub your back. I do miss that silky smooth skin of yours. Hearing Asama Kyoka's playful voice from outside the door, Asama Meiko gritted her teeth and forced a reply through her discomfort. No. No need, Auntie. They'll be out in a moment. Outside the bathhouse door, Kyoka blinked, sensing something amiss. She leaned close to Sohan's ear and whispered what had just happened. The more he listened, the more bewildered his expression became. What the hell? You've really got some nerve making up stories about your own niece like that. You're something else calling yourself her aunt. Slap. She lightly swatted the back of his wandering hand, then glanced toward the bedroom door with a feigned glare. Where do you think you're touching? Meiko will be out any second. Careful, she doesn't catch you. Rolling his eyes, Sohan behaved himself a little, no longer letting his hand roam upward, and simply wrapped his arm around Kyoka's increasingly curvaceous waist. Before long, Asama Meiko emerged in fresh clothes. Spotting Sohan on the sofa, her eyes lit up, and she glided over with graceful steps. As for the hand Sohan had resting on Kyoka's waist, she deliberately ignored it. It wasn't the first time after all. Her standards had long since been raised. Besides, she didn't mind Sohan having other women. When did you get back? She wrapped her arm around his, leaning her head against his shoulder, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace. Even the burning pain that had been creeping toward her heart seemed to fade into near nothingness in that moment. With a beauty in each arm, Jingxiang on the left and Yazi on the right, he was enveloped in soft warmth and fragrant jade. This was the pinnacle of life. If only there were 2 maids feeding him by his side, 2 more massaging his legs, and 1 behind him kneading his shoulders, that would be even better. He truly wouldn't mind. Get up. When I came up, Lingzi said dinner was almost ready. After we eat, there are some things to do. The school was littered with zombie corpses, each one worth 1 conversion point. These were resources, crucial for building steel walls and a secure base as soon as possible. He had no regard for the school's fragile walls, which were as flimsy as paper. Pulling the 2 women to their feet, Sohan walked downstairs. Shanxi Lingzi had been waiting for a long time, but dared not go upstairs to disturb them. Don't just stand there. Let's eat. Next time, send someone to call me when the meal is ready. Don't wait. Were you going to starve all night if I didn't come? Sohan waved his hand, signaling the women to sit down and eat. Scolded by Sohan, Shanxi Lingzi lowered her head and said respectfully, Master, this is the rule. You. Moi. Sohan frowned, his gaze fixed on Shanxi Lingzi. Swallowing the rest of her words, Shanxi Lingzi nodded and replied, yes, Lingzi understands. He'll be careful next time. All right, let's eat. Yes. Sitting down on the dining mat, Sohan picked up a bento box. After a few bites, he noticed that aside from him, Yazi and Jingxiang, everyone else, including Shanxi Lingzi, was eating dry bread. Seeing this, Sohan thought of something and asked, are the bento boxes from the supermarket all gone? Shanxi Lingzi nodded. Yes, master. These are the last few saved from the fridge. Now only packaged food is left in the supermarket. Fortunately, the stock is enough to last us more than half a month. Half a month? That wasn't much. The estimate only applied to the current few dozen people. Once the population grew, food would shrink drastically. Leaving the school to seize more supermarket stores and food shops was inevitable. To thrive in the apocalypse and live better than others, one had to plunder every resource. He handed his bento box to Shanxi Lingzi and said, eat this. Shanxi Lingzi was stunned, staring at the bento box. Her throat bobbed, and she involuntarily swallowed. Her eyes went wide. For me? Don't you want it, master? Sohan turned his palm over, and another bento box appeared in his hand. I have another. This one's for you. Shanxi Lingzi didn't refuse. The moment she took the bento box, her breathing quickened, and her blood felt like boiling water, scorching hot. This was the bento box and chopsticks Sohan had used. If she used them, weren't they indirectly? The more she thought, the more exhilarated she became. If Sohan weren't right in front of her, Shanxi Lingzi would have lost control. As a man, Sohan had a large appetite, and after breaking through to the second rank, his appetite had doubled. By the time he finished eating, the girls in the classroom had long finished and were sitting together chatting, secretly watching him. Being watched by the crowd didn't bother Sohan. He didn't mind. It wasn't like he'd lose a piece of flesh. Standing up from the dining mat, Sohan clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. After our cleanup, there are no live zombies left in the school, but safety is only temporary. You've all felt yourselves growing stronger. You can get stronger, and so can the zombies, especially with hundreds of thousands of them out there. Do you think the school walls can hold back tens of thousands of zombies? Once they break through, we're doomed. Do you want to die? The women all shook their heads. No, that's right. Neither do I. Sohan raised his hand, and a white bracelet appeared in his palm. Holding the white bracelet aloft, Sohan looked around. Dozens of girls had their eyes fixed on it. This is called a star ring, a system terminal. Once worn on the wrist, it binds to the individual. It records how many zombies you've killed and how many tasks you've completed, all converted into merit points. Merit points will be the universal currency of our faction. With enough points, you can buy anything. Like the one strength divine weapons Yazi and the others use potions to boost your power, superpowers ordinary people can't possess, or even if you want, spend merit points to dine with me. But only if you think it's worth it. As Sohan explained, the girls' eyes grew brighter, especially at the last part. Dozens of them were practically glowing green. Seeing this, Sohan knew his words hadn't been wasted. He had exchanged the star ring from the system store. It wasn't expensive, only 10 points. So he bought one and tossed it into the matter converter. Through the matter converter, 5 matter points could create 1-star ring, much cheaper than using points. And matter points were easy to come by. Just pick up trash. Handing the star ring to Qianjian, Yazi Sohan raised his hand, and a white box appeared in his palm. Lingzi, distribute these to the other team members. Once everyone has one, I'll give out assignments. Shanqi Lingzi's expression turned serious. She took the box and began handing out the star rings. The girls craned their necks, anxiously lining up to receive theirs. Seeing this, Sohan continued, besides recording your merit points, the star ring also has calling and positioning functions. Theoretically, as long as you're on Earth, you'll never lose signal. At the onset of the apocalypse, water, electricity, and the internet could still function for a while. But as time passed, without maintenance, the network would go down and utilities would be cut off. If the major empires used nuclear weapons, everything would collapse even sooner. The star ring's functions were a precaution. With it, at least, they wouldn't have to worry about information isolation or communication difficulties. The star rings were quickly distributed among the dozens of people. The milky white bands on their arms shone against their fair skin. The girls wore joyful expressions, curiously exploring the devices. Sohan had his own star ring too. He glanced at the time, almost 8 in the evening. Time to get to work. Now that everyone's star ring is bound, hey, race the task. Since this school will be our base, we can't have corpses everywhere. Everyone gather all the bodies in the school and dump them in the warehouse. Each corpse is worth 1 merit points. Start moving now. How many points you earn depends entirely on how much sweat you put in. The girls were momentarily stunned. They tapped their star rings and quickly found the option they wanted. Dinner with Sohan, 100 merit points. Limited to once per week. Current availability, 11. 1000 merit points. That meant they only needed to move 100 zombie corpses to earn the chance. Of course, that was if no one else redeemed it first. Since there was only 1 slot per week, it was something money couldn't always buy. In the past, moving a single corpse would have exhausted them. But now they could carry 2 corpses and walk briskly. 100 merit points. If there were enough corpses, they could accumulate them quickly. With that thought, dozens of girls exchanged wary glances. At this moment, there were no more sisters. Charge. Without needing Shanqi Lingzi to motivate them, the girls rushed out in a swarm. In the blink of an eye, only Sohan, Shanqi Lingzi, and a few others were left in the classroom, staring at one another. What? They're all gone. Under the night sky, figures flitted about the private Qingmei Academy. Slender silhouettes dashed back and forth across the school, weaving between the campus buildings and warehouses. In the glow of the lights, their delicate faces were revealed. These girls, who would have been afraid to catch a chicken before the apocalypse, were now fiercely robust. Each held an unknown corpse in both hands as they sprinted at a speed that would shame a world champion. Move out of the way. Don't block the door, we're in a hurry. I'm talking to you. Stop dawdling. Can you afford to delay my dinner with Lord Sohan? You? Who do you think you are? I have 8 contribution points now. How many do you have? At that pace, do you even have 5? Who are you looking down on? I have the strength to move mountains and am faster than flight. I'm at 10 points now. 5 points. Are you even worthy of dining with Lord Sohan? A key costs 2 yuan each, or 5 yuan for 2. So how many keys are you worth? At the warehouse entrance, a group of female members laden with corpses jostled and fought. The 3-meter-wide doorway was packed to a standstill. Dozens of meters away, Oda Tadashi and Shibata Shijitsu watched this terrifying scene. They exchanged a glance, swallowed hard, and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Were these really the same girls who only knew how to whimper, admired themselves in mirrors all day, and acted coy when opening a bottle cap? They hadn't dared to approach for a long while. It was too dangerous. Or what if they got kicked to death? Ever since Kimura Hanamichi and Kogure Masao had died, they had become complete nonentities. Holding 2 corpses, Shibata Shijitsu swallowed, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Oda-kun, should we go over? I saw in the exchange list that there's a basic gene agent. Drinking it can enhance your 4-dimensional attributes, but it's expensive, costing 150 contribution points. There are also basic strength and agility agents which only cost 100 points. I've given up on those she-devils. I just want to survive now. What about you? Oda Tadashi nodded. Having watched Kogure Masao and the other die right before his eyes, so close to death, he was truly afraid and desperately craved power. To survive, one had to grow stronger fast. SSO. Shall we go? Oda Tadashi said hesitantly, taking a difficult step forward. Let's go, let's go. They shuffled to the warehouse entrance, but before they could get close, they saw a dozen fierce glares directed at them. They both trembled, nearly losing control of their bladders. Ever since their near-death experience, they had developed this problem. Urinating involuntarily when scared. WWE. We don't intend to compete for a chance to dine with Lord Sohan. We just want to earn contribution points to get stronger. Facing their dry explanation, the dozen or so girls who had walked out instantly averted their gazes and headed straight for the teaching building without looking back. They had no time to waste here. There were dozens of competitors. Having narrowly escaped, Oda Tadashi and Shibata Shijitsu felt cold sweat on their backs. It was more terrifying than facing hundreds of zombies. On the 5th floor of the teaching building, Sohan stood by the window overlooking the scene below. Before long, he spotted Asama Meiko and the others. In truth, Sohan hadn't wanted Asama Meiko to go nor Yamazaki Reiko, but they had insisted. You can give me the Tier 1 gene agent to boost my strength, but I don't want it handed to me. I have hands and feet, why can't I earn it myself? I want to be your support, but not by leeching off your resources. If others can do it, so can I. I'm no less than them. You like me and I love you, but that's no excuse for me to be complacent. Asama Meiko's words echoed in his mind. Her voice was cool and unwavering, her eyes devoid of any weakness. Faced with this, Sohan could only let her be. As for himself, he certainly wasn't going to move corpses. He had better things to do, like pondering his future path. System, do you have a suitable organizational template to recommend? Thinking for myself is too much of a headache. After a few minutes of thought, Sohan felt a headache coming on. It was too taxing for him. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use the system? Filtering for you. Filtering complete. A crisp notification sounded in his mind, and a pale blue light screen appeared before him. The pale blue virtual screen displayed a series of systems. Ancient, modern, sci-fi, fantasy. All kinds. Some were complex, others obscure. After browsing, Sohan selected a template that was clear, easy to understand, and not too troublesome. Template purchased successfully. 10 points deducted. The current template has 11 tiers from lowest to highest: Sinner, Commoner, Soldier, Squad Leader, Platoon Leader, Company Leader, Battalion Leader, Commander, Governor, Executive Officer, and Domain Lord. You are not within these 11 tiers, you stand above them all. A flood of information surged into his mind, detailing the responsibilities and authority of each position. After digesting it all, Sohan nodded in satisfaction. Print me 100 copies. Printing complete. Sent to temp space. Valid for 24 hours. These documents were to be distributed to everyone. Only when all understood the system could it be implemented. After watching the commotion for a while, Sohan turned and left. A flicker of lightning flashed in the air, and in the next second, he appeared at the school gate. Standing on a pillar overlooking the streets teeming with zombies, Sohan, now at Tier 2, found that the darkness no longer affected his vision. To him, night was as clear as day. In just a few hours, the streets were once again crowded with zombies, as if the over 5,000 he had killed during the day were a mere illusion. Under the night sky, the zombies were incredibly active and aggressive, a stark contrast to their daytime behavior. If an ordinary person could kill a zombie during the day with a weapon, the night zombies were beyond their capability. Their strength and speed nearly doubled. Moreover, as time passed, Sohan noticed that these zombies were subtly growing stronger. Activating his Eye of Destiny, he looked at the zombies running and howling in the streets. Soon attribute panels appeared before him. Ordinary zombie: strength 133, night boost, agility 143, spirit 2, constitution 143, tier 0 status, empowered by night, attributes slowly increasing. Ordinary zombie: strength 143, agility 123, spirit 1, constitution 153, tier 0 status, empowered by night, attributes slowly increasing. As he looked at the information displayed, Sohan's expression darkened. It wasn't his imagination. Over the past 2 days, these zombies had indeed grown considerably stronger. His initial estimates had been conservative. With their current strength and speed, even without the night boost, it would be difficult for an ordinary person who had never killed a zombie to take one down. Most importantly, these zombies were still slowly getting stronger. Even without feeding on living flesh, they were growing. Was it because of the night? System: is the zombies' increase in strength related to the night? You're mistaken, host. Zombies also grow stronger during the day, just at a slower pace than at night. But they are definitely improving. In other words, if humanity doesn't strive to enhance their own abilities, it won't be long before even killing zombies to gain power becomes a difficult task. A sharp intake of breath. Sohan's heart shook violently. He stared in shock at the horde of beast-like zombies on the streets, and a wave of profound chill ran down his spine. The zombies' rate of improvement was faster than anticipated. The night was a breeding ground for them, allowing even a slow increase in power without consuming living flesh. This was truly alarming. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before all these zombies evolved to the first rank. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of rank 1 zombies. How terrifying would that be? Standard defensive structures wouldn't stand a chance against these swift and immensely powerful creatures. Even if this process took half a month, or even longer, it was still a horrifying prospect. At that point, the city would become a grave for humanity. To survive, one would have to flee, escaping to the outskirts where zombies were scarce. Only then was there a glimmer of hope. But fleeing in panic was not what Sohan wanted. Being chased out like a stray dog by zombies, even with his system, would make him look utterly pathetic. The steel city walls had to be built. No matter how terrifying rank 1 zombies became, they couldn't break through or cross steel walls. The walls and his subordinate's strength both needed rapid development. Gazing down at the massive horde of crazed zombies below, Sohan took a deep breath. He raised both hands, and arcs of lightning began to gather, crackling and dancing. 2 spheres of lightning formed in his palms. An endless stream of lightning power poured into the orbs, the violent energy within them screaming. Vague forms of lightning pythons seemed to struggle within, eager to break free and wreak havoc across the boundless world, displaying their might. Looking at the 2 lightning orbs in his hands, Sohan's face was grim with killing intent. He flung his arms forward, and the orbs carrying destructive force shot out. Boom, boom. Violent thunderclaps erupted, and the pitch-black night sky was illuminated a deep blue by the brilliant flash. Countless arcs of lightning scattered as the orbs exploded. A massive lightning python, nearly a meter thick, broke free, hissing as it dove into the zombie horde like a dragon entering the sea. A sharp, piercing hiss echoed. The terrifying lightning serpent, almost a meter thick and over 10 meters long, writhed and rampaged wildly along both sides of the street. Wherever it passed, zombies were instantly charred to a crisp, and debris was reduced to ashes. Starting from the school gate, the 2 lightning pythons slithered in opposite directions, mercilessly reaping the lives of the zombies. In Sohan's mind, a torrent of notification sounds rang out endlessly. Killed normal zombie. Points 1. Current points 13,907. Killed normal zombie. Lightning ability experience 1. Current experience 4250100000. Killed normal zombie. Points 1. Current points 16,035. Killed normal zombie. Lightning ability experience 1. Current experience 637810000. His points were soaring, and his lightning ability experience was rapidly approaching the 10,000 mark. Sohan's expression was grim as he mentally guided the 2 lightning pythons to wreak havoc on the streets. As time passed, his mental energy was heavily depleted, and his face grew increasingly pale. He grunted, feeling a sharp pain in his head. Sohan released his control over the lightning pythons. Freed from his command, they roared twice before completely exploding. A deep blue shockwave of lightning expanded in a ring in all directions, destroying many buildings along the street. Killed normal zombie. Points 1. Current points 17,296. Killed normal zombie. Lightning ability experience 1. Current experience 7639100000. The final notification sounded in his mind. Sohan let out a turbid breath. The feeling of emptiness inside him and the stabbing pain in his head were both extremely unpleasant. His steps were unsteady, and he staggered slightly. Looking down at the street below, Sohan suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. If I lose my footing and fall, would I become the first system-wielding protagonist in history to be transported to another world only to die from a fall, or get infected by zombies before reaching the pinnacle of life? If you did that, host, you would become a legend. Hearing the crisp, playful voice in his head, Sohan rolled his eyes. A legend? Legend, my ass. He'd be nailed to the pillar of shame for sure. Turning around, he jumped down from the pillar. With his hands behind his back like an old man strolling in the park, he sauntered slowly towards the administration building. He was feeling a bit weak right now and just wanted the comfort of his aunt's embrace. Damn, Kyoko went to move the bodies too. He suddenly stomped his foot, remembering this fact, and felt terrible. Yumiko has failed me. He wailed a couple of times, his figure seeming to slump in dejection. 3 kilometers away on the rooftop of a commercial building, a fully armed squad was stationed there with 7 or 8 people holding binoculars observing the Shiritsu Academy. Besides this building, each of the other nearby commercial towers also had a squad stationed, ensuring there were no blind spots from different angles. These squads were all soldiers of the Fujichika family, tasked with observing whether Asama Meiko was alive. They were also tasked with observing a man who was said to be able to control lightning. Initially, upon hearing this mission, everyone was dumbfounded, feeling as though they were hearing some kind of fairy tale. A man who can control lightning. Are you telling us myths and legends here? Lightning is something humans can control. Have you watched too many movies or read too many fantasy novels? If he wasn't their commanding officer, these soldiers felt they would have cursed him out. What kind of stupid nonsense is that? But after arriving here, landing successfully, and observing for a while, all the soldiers fell silent. What did they see? A group of girls seemingly 17 or 18 years old, each carrying 2 corpses running faster than rabbits. Are you cheating or something? After watching, they all had the same thought. When did humanity evolve, and why weren't we included? Even with their daily military training, they couldn't be this ridiculous. Carrying 2 corpses and running faster than rabbits. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, anyone who told them this would have gotten a resounding slap. Are you trying to fool your dad? They couldn't understand it. They really couldn't figure it out now. What the hell is going on? Why can a group of young girls run so fast? And carrying 2 corpses, those are 2 corpses. Not 2 eggplants, not 2 cucumbers. Are young girls this strong nowadays? They felt that all their years of training had gone to the dogs. And this wasn't even the most unbelievable part. The most unbelievable part was that they actually saw it. In the dark of night, a flash of lightning streaked by. At first they thought they were seeing things. Then a figure appeared on the pillar at the school gate, and then They actually saw it. A man his back to them raised his arm, lightning dancing in his hand. He swung his arms, and 2 lightning orbs descended. 2 terrifying lightning pythons, as if alive, roared at the sky and plunged into the zombie horde. Those fearsome monsters were like paper, all getting electrocuted and charred. The group watched the lightning pythons wreak havoc on the street until they completely vanished, and the man on the pillar turned and left. Still, they couldn't snap out of it for a long time. Shock. Unprecedented shock. So it really was possible for a human to wield the power of lightning. Even from several kilometers away, without directly facing it, they felt a profound fear from that terrifying power. Was that even a power that humans could control? They didn't think they were any stronger than those zombies. They were also made of flesh and blood. One touch from that lightning, and they'd end up as charred remains. Taking a deep breath, Hashiman Tetsuya lowered his binoculars. Looking at his team members whose mouths were agape still in shock, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Is the Fujichika family fucking planning to make an enemy out of a monster this terrifying? If that's the case, shouldn't he consider running away early? Or maybe find a suitable piece of feng shui land, buy a decent coffin, and lie down in it ahead of time? If not, how about turning his gun on the head of the Fujichika family? Fuck this. The world was astir. It wasn't just the Togen family coveting the role of the fisherman. The Miyano family had also positioned themselves early, having noticed the anomalies at the private Shirobi Academy and quickly transmitting recorded videos back to their clan. In the study, Miyano Shoko finished watching the video and shook his head with a sigh. What a pity. This Togen Tokamasa wasn't blinded by rage. Either he is exceptionally rational, or he has a wise advisor by his side. Miyano Masashi nodded in agreement, his eyes still holding a trace of shock. The sheer power of those 2 thunder serpents was truly terrifying. Togen Tokamasa didn't lose his head. What do we do? Just stand by and do nothing. If that man is allowed to grow, he will become a grave threat to our Miyano family. Miyano Masashi's face was etched with worry. Picking up the remote, he played another video. In it, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair walked out from an ancient Geita katana at his waist with countless zombies howling before him. The blade was never seen to be drawn, only a flash of brilliant light, a surge of sword chi, and the earth split with deep gashes. The charging zombies were all torn to shreds in that instant. The more he looked, the more familiar this middle-aged man seemed, yet Miyano Masashi couldn't place where he had seen him before. Who is this? He looks familiar, doesn't he? Miyano Shoko chuckled, a flicker of wariness and reverence in his eyes. This is footage relayed from a satellite. This man is the Sword Saint Asama Junichi. If I hadn't seen a photo of him in his middle age, I wouldn't have dared to believe this was that venerable aging Sword Saint. What? Miyano Masashi exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. You're saying this man is the Sword Saint? But wasn't the Sword Saint? His words were a jumble, his hands gesturing wildly. The Sword Saint, he remembered, was an old man with white hair, failing vitality, and a face etched with wrinkles. Apart from the eyes, he simply couldn't reconcile this middle-aged man with the Sword Saint in his memory. Masashi. The era of human evolution has arrived. This Sword Saint, who already dominated the Sakura Empire during times of peace, has found a second spring. Fresh power has injected surging vitality into his aged body. He has come back to life. Miyano Shoko shook his head in awe. Go. Have our soldiers hunt zombies using cold weapons. I need them to grow stronger. Also hurry the scientists into finding a way for us to grow stronger as well. In this era of human evolution, if you and I cannot keep pace, we will be eliminated. As for the Togen family, they are but a toad. No need for us to push them. They will inevitably clash with that man on their own. The image paused, freezing on a blurry figure. Seeing the woman's silhouette in the frame, Miyano Masashi understood. Asama Meiko, the granddaughter whom the Sword Saint Asama Junichi treasured most and regarded as his true successor. The Miyano family had previously received the Sword Saint's word that he did not wish anyone to disturb the private Shirobi Academy, for he would personally retrieve his granddaughter's body. Now that Asama Meiko was alive, the Togen family was likely harboring sinister intentions. Conflict was inevitable. At the Togen family estate, watching the video playing before him, Togen Tokamasa fell silent. He saw the figures of Asama Meiko and also Asama Kyoka. The video proved these two were still alive. This was an opportunity. A chance to bind themselves to the Asama family. Even if they couldn't be fully bound, the Sword Saint would certainly owe their family a favor. A favor from the Sword Saint would be enough to elevate the Togen family to the next level. However, he had also witnessed Sohan's terror. To take Asama Meiko away, they would inevitably clash with Sohan and the losses then. His face was a mix of emotions, and the woman beside him, Yuri Rumi, remained silent. After a long pause, Togen Tokamasa made his decision. Issue the order. Have our people constantly monitor that man's movements. The moment Meiko and the other girl are not by his side, eliminate him directly with missiles. Give me saturation bombing. Don't be stingy with the missiles. Even if we have to blast a bottomless pit into the earth, I want him dead. As long as he dies, any cost is worth it. Togen Tokamasa had realized that Sohan was the only major threat at the private Shiro Castle Academy. Once he was eliminated, taking Asama Meiko would present little difficulty. He could already envision presenting Asama Meiko and Asama Kyoka to the Sword Saint, and seeing the Sword Saint smile warmly at him, showering him with praise. Yes, clan head. Yuri Rumi acknowledged, turning and leaving the room to relay the order. She knew when to speak and when to stay silent. The attack order was the result of Togen Tokamasa's careful deliberation and calm reasoning. To voice doubt now would be no different from slapping him in the face. She had already experienced his cruelty and brutality firsthand more times than she could count. On the rooftop of a department store, Hashiman Tetsuya received the order from the Togen family and sighed inwardly. He knew this would happen. However, he wasn't too worried. A long-range missile bombardment, mindless and overwhelming, had a near-perfect success rate. No matter how powerful Sohan was, he didn't believe the man could withstand more than a dozen missiles. But he needed to find the right moment lest he accidentally hit Asama Meiko and end up dead himself. He would wait. As a disciplined soldier, patience was one virtue he had in abundance. Time passed, and soon it was the early hours of the morning. A group of girls dragged their weary bodies back to the administration building. 4 hours of high-intensity corpse hauling was exhausting. But the results were pleasing. Even the lowest among them had earned 20 merit points. 20 points meant 200 corpses. They had nearly run their legs off. Despite the exhaustion, none of the girls complained, instead buzzing with excitement. 20 points was a small amount, far from the 1,000-point goal, but that was fine. Every little bit counted, and one day they would reach 1,000 points. It didn't matter if others had more. Why fear it? They would get their turn once a week, sooner or later. Besides, killing zombies also earned merit points, 3 per zombie. If they killed more during the day, wouldn't they catch up? The outcome was still uncertain. On the 4th floor at the kendo club, lying slumped in the living room, Sohan was almost asleep. After resting for a few hours, the earlier discomfort had faded. If it weren't for not wanting to sleep alone, he would have gone to bed long ago. Had never minded sleeping alone before, but after last night's new form of entertainment, how could he settle for that again? He felt he just couldn't fall asleep without a ride. The door creaked open. Seeing Meiko walk in tiredly, Sohan sat up and complained, "I told you not to go, but you wouldn't listen. Now you know you're tired, right?" Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, Asama Meiko wore a serene smile. "But I feel happy. No matter how tired I am, it's earned by my own hands, not given by others." "You know that's not what I meant," Sohan said, spreading his hands in resignation. "I know, but I can't justify it to myself. You men have your pride and persistence, and so do I. If I compromised my swordsmanship, my sword heart would be destroyed." Asama Meiko's expression was earnest. Sohan didn't press the issue. Meiko's personality was just fine. A puppet who obeyed his every whim would be boring. "Tomorrow, shall we have a duel? In front of everyone?" Nestled in Sohan's arms, Asama Meiko squinted her eyes, savoring his gentle caress. The more ancient the family, the more they valued their vows. The promise she had once made could not be broken. A proper resolution sooner rather than later would allow her to rightfully give herself entirely to Sohan. "All right. Once I defeat you tomorrow, you will be completely mine, my very own peerless swordswoman." His movements pausing, Sohan planted a kiss on Meiko's smooth forehead before lifting her out of the bathtub. "As you wish." Wrapping her arms around Sohan's neck, Meiko's voice was as gentle as a clear spring flowing through the heart. "Sleep well, mm." Leaving the bedroom and closing the door, Sohan glanced at the half-open door beside him, a faint smile curling at his lips as he pushed it open and stepped inside. On the 3rd floor, directly beneath the kendo club's bedroom, Kusama Meika opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling above. She had requested this activity room from Yamazaki Reiko earlier today, and it was approved almost immediately, all for the sake of Lady Kyoka. Must be very happy, right? The night was far from quiet. In the corridor, 2 female students stood guard, their vigilant gazes sweeping across the campus. Although the school had been cleared, Yamazaki Reiko had warned them not to let their guard down, as there was no guarantee a stage 1 zombie wouldn't sneak in. Time passed, and soon it was time for the late-night shift change. 2 female students approached to relieve the previous pair. Their still bleary eyes scanned the campus when suddenly the girl on the left froze, rubbing her eyes. "Kyuko, don't you think the trees on campus look taller? And are the weeds in the flower beds really that high?" Yoshida Kyuko rarely paid attention to such things. She looked at the flower beds with doubt in her eyes. "Really? I always thought they were that tall." "Huh, is that so? Maybe I'm still a bit groggy from just waking up." Kusaba Rumina scratched her head awkwardly, but her gaze lingered on the campus flora with a newfound unease. Beneath the night sky, the entire world was transforming. The trees, absorbing vast amounts of free-floating energy from the air, were growing at a visible rate. Trees, flowers, grass, even the very ground beneath their feet, seemed to be thriving. In the 4th floor kendo club bedroom, Asama Meiko's brows were tightly furrowed, her expression pained. Sweat beaded on her smooth, fair forehead. Tossing in her sleep, as if trapped in a nightmare, she shook her head relentlessly, her hands clenching the blanket with immense force. Scorching, boiling, her blood felt as if it were about to ignite. An intense heat spread from her shoulder across her entire body, making even her breath feel like searing fire. In her dream, Meiko was trapped in an endless sea of flames. Black fire surged from all directions, sealing her and leaving no escape. As time passed, the black flames drew closer. Under the blistering heat, she felt as if she were being roasted alive. No, stay back. It's so hot. Sohan, save me. Save me. Out. Her eyes snapped open, and Meiko shot upright in bed. Realizing it was just a nightmare, she let out a sigh of relief. Wait. Stunned, she looked down at her hands. Her pristine jade-like skin was now flushed pink, like a boiled shrimp. Feeling the intense heat coursing through her, Meiko's initial shock gave way to a surge of ecstasy. This burning sensation was spreading through her whole body. Did it mean her ability was about to awaken? At that thought, Meiko scrambled to her feet, eager to rush out and share the joy with Sohan and Asama Meiko. But she had barely taken a few steps when a wave of weakness and nausea washed over her. Her heart clenched with a sharp pain, and before she could stop it, she vomited a mouthful of hot blood. Cough. After spitting out the blood, Meiko felt the intense heat recede significantly, and her body felt much lighter. But, leaning against the wall on her knees, she stared blankly at the dark red-streaked blood on the floor, her heart filled with shock. Why? Black-red blood. Isn't this the color of zombie blood? What? Why wasn't she awakening her ability? When had she been infected? Raising her right hand, Meiko stared intently at the back of it. Since the apocalypse began, only this spot had ever been scratched. Other than that, she had sustained no other external injuries. Remembering that accident on the second floor, a bitter smile spread across her face. The awakening was all a lie. She had only been deceiving herself. She didn't understand what she had done wrong. Why was the world treating her like this? All she wanted was so little, just to give herself completely to Sohan after today's duel. Why did fate have to play such a cruel joke on her? Taking a deep breath, she picked up the cursed blade Muramasa beside her. Noting the eerie green glow faintly emanating from it, Meiko had no time to dwell on the flawed weapon. She gripped the hilt and drew the blade. She wasn't going to kill herself, though she wasn't that fragile. She just wanted to confirm it once more. The blade lightly traced across her arm, and a thin line of black-red blood appeared. Clang! The cursed blade clattered onto the floor. Staring at the dark red-tinged blood seeping from the wound, Meiko's eyes went vacant, her gaze unfocused, her heart drowning in despair. It was all real. She was infected with the zombie virus. Her mutation was imminent. Asama Meiko had witnessed humans transform into fast-mutating zombie mutants, and she had even personally dispatched them. Yasuda Ippon was a student she had personally eliminated right at the entrance of the kendo club. Bitten by a zombie right before her eyes, he began vomiting black, tainted blood in less than half a minute. And what about her? Come to think of it, it had already been 3 days. She seemed to be holding up rather well, didn't she? With a self-deprecating smile, Asama Meiko was filled with confusion and resentment. She was on the verge of a life others would envy, dreaming of growing stronger to clear every obstacle for Sohan. But now it had all come to naught. Knock, knock, knock. Meiko, are you awake? Time to get up. Your aunt heard you're going to spar with little Sohan today. Snapping back to reality at the voice from outside the door, Asama Meiko replied, Aunt, it'll be right out. She swiftly rose from the floor, dressed, and cleaned up the tainted blood, ensuring everything was spotless before opening the door. Gazing at Asama Meiko standing outside, a flash of admiration crossed Meiko's eyes. Even though she was accustomed to her aunt's beauty and had built up an immunity, she couldn't help but marvel. Too beautiful. She exuded a breathtaking, mature allure like a peony in full bloom. Elegant, luxurious, and stunningly gorgeous. Meiko was utterly captivated. Aunt, you look so beautiful today. Asama Meiko was at a loss for words. She had noticed that since the apocalypse began, her aunt seemed to grow more beautiful each day. What was going on? Could an ability have such a profound effect? Could it even enhance beauty? Under Meiko's astonished gaze, Kyoka felt a wave of unease. She had noticed the change in her appearance that morning and had even been teased by Sohan about it, who claimed it was all his doing. Aunt, can Meiko ask a favor? Clinging to Kyoka's arm, Asama Meiko spoke softly. No need for such formalities. Just tell me. If I can do it, I certainly will. Biting her lip, Meiko met Kyoka's curious gaze, but chose not to reveal she was infected with the zombie virus. There was no point, it would only bring needless worry and sorrow. Aunt, could you cast redemption on me a few times? I had a nightmare last night, and want to be in top form for my fight with Sohan. It's the greatest respect I can show both him and myself. Asama Meiko had her own reasoning. If redemption worked against the zombie virus, then there was nothing more to say. If it didn't, even a slight suppression would be a relief. She didn't want to turn into a zombie before their match. Oh, is that all? Asama Kyoka understood, patting her ample chest confidently. Such a trivial matter. Of course I can do it. Not just a few times, I can do it dozens. You're my dearest niece after all. Zing. The cursed blade hummed softly, its eerie green light growing more pronounced. Stunned for a moment, Kyoko looked at the blade radiating green light and felt a pang of embarrassment. What kind of flawed blade was this? Was it sick? Glowing green all day, what was it hinting at? So troublesome. Glancing at the cursed blade, Muramasa Asama Meiko paid it no mind. Over the past 2 days she had grown used to this erratic blade that constantly emitted light. And are you ready now? Yes. Shaking herself back to reality, Kyoko nodded at Meiko's solemn expression. Channeling the light force within her, a faint white glow enveloped her palms. Redemption. She placed her hand on Meiko's shoulder, and the gentle light force surged into her body. Within the white radiance, faint wisps of black vapor were vaporized. As the light force spread through her entire being, the sensation of searing, boiling blood eased slightly. Meiko's eyes lit up. It seemed to be working, but the effect was too weak. Kyoko continuously channeled her light force, casting redemption on Meiko repeatedly. After several attempts, she finally stopped, her face pale. Alright, I've used up all my light force. Go get him, Meiko. Give it 200%, and give little Sohan a good thrashing. Let him know the strength of the Asama women. With one hand on her hip, and the other waving a clenched fist in encouragement, Kyoko placed all her hopes on Meiko. Watching her aunt's playful expression, Meiko smiled softly, but her heart was heavy with sorrow. Her aunt's redemption was helpful, yet it only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. The quantity was simply too little. After several casts, it had only reduced the burning pain by about a fifth. She could feel the heat rapidly reigniting, and the next surge would be even more ferocious. "Aunt, let's go." Asama Meiko couldn't wait any longer. She was running out of time. Arriving at the 3rd floor, she saw Sohan standing in the corridor, gazing out the window with the dazed female squad members behind him. Meiko instinctively looked outside. She had been in too much of a hurry earlier to notice, but now looking out, Meiko was shocked to see how tall the trees on campus had grown. The ornamental plants and flowers seemed to have been dosed with growth hormones, towering over twice their original height. It hadn't been like this last night. How had the world changed so drastically after just one sleep? What's going on? Hearing the voice beside him, Sohan turned to glance at Meiko, his furrowed brow relaxing slightly. This world is about to descend into chaos, plunging into even deeper despair. Asama Meiko was utterly bewildered. What was he talking about? Why couldn't she understand? Sohan didn't explain, unsure how to put it into words. How could he? Was he supposed to tell Meiko that the energy level of this world was skyrocketing? That the ambient free-floating energy in the air had doubled compared to yesterday morning? And how would he even justify that assessment? There was no need to explain these things. Given time, she would understand on her own. Better to spend that time killing more zombies. After breakfast, under the expectant gazes of the women, Sohan waved his hand. "I know you've all been waiting. Let's go downstairs." He had informed everyone that morning that he would spar with Asama Meiko. Meiko's long-standing vow was known throughout the private Shiritsu Academy, and now that the match was finally happening, everyone was buzzing with anticipation. At the base of the administrative building, standing 20 meters apart, Sohan and Asama Meiko faced each other, with dozens of eager girls watching from a distance. Gazing at Meiko's composed stance, Sohan felt something was off about today's suppression, but he couldn't quite pinpoint the cause. "Meiko, make your move. I'm ready." Joy, admiration, sorrow, despair, and reluctance. A torrent of complex emotions surged within Asama Meiko's heart, leaving her gaze profoundly intricate. Sensing the smoldering embers of heat threatening to reignite, she closed her eyes, drew a deep breath, and when she opened them again, all distracting thoughts had vanished, replaced by an unwavering focus. Her aura skyrocketed, an overwhelming sword pressure erupting from her very being. Her gaze locked onto Sohan. She raised her right hand, her slender fingers resting gently upon the hilt of her blade. In that instant, the soaring sword pressure vanished without a trace, only to be replaced a heartbeat later by a flash of frigid, gleaming light. Kisaragi. One slash. The demonic blade hummed, and an eerie vision manifested before everyone's eyes. A blood-red moon streaked across the sky, casting a pall of death over all present. The razor-sharp edge was so blinding that no one dared look directly, as if a single glance would herald their own demise. It was only those with insufficient mental fortitude who would be ensnared by such illusions. Sohan's spiritual power was terrifyingly formidable. He broke free in less than 0.1 seconds. Watching the terrifying blade aura hurtling towards him, Sohan smiled calmly. Tendrils of lightning danced across his palm as he slowly raised his arm, catching the incoming strike with impeccable precision. The blade aura hummed and vibrated fiercely. Sohan's hand tightened slightly, and electric light erupted. Crack! Crackle! The half-meter-long blade aura shattered piece by piece, eventually dissipating into the air. Everyone present was stunned speechless by the sight. Their eyes were filled with shock. Even Yamazaki Reiko and the others knew that facing Asama Meiko's ultimate slash would mean certain death or severe injury. Yet that terrifying attack had been casually crushed by Sohan with a single empty-handed grab. Looking at the awestruck women around him, Sohan smirked inwardly. He'd give this performance a perfect score. Across from him, Asama Meiko stared in disbelief. She too was utterly astounded. This was the strike she had poured all her power into, a slash that had consumed her last vestige of strength and the very essence of her being. Without exaggeration, she believed this was her most perfect strike. Even if she were to try again, she couldn't guarantee replicating such flawless execution. And the result? It was effortlessly crushed by Sohan's bare hand. So, this was the magnitude of the gap between them. It was so vast that even her most powerful attack wasn't enough to force him to draw his weapon. With this realization, she felt she could leave without regrets. Even without her, Sohan wouldn't be alone. He had his aunt Yamazaki Reiko and countless other girls who worshipped him, willing to offer themselves to him. That was enough. A flicker of defeat dimmed her eyes. Her exhausted body could no longer suppress the spread of the zombie virus. Almost instantly, a searing heat like molten lava engulfed her, and her blood began to boil like scalding water. A torrent of hot blood sprayed from her mouth, staining the air crimson. Dark cyan-black veins snaked rapidly from her neck up across her face. 20 meters away, Sohan was stunned. This time it was his turn to be shocked. His pupils contracted sharply at the sight of the dark veins on Asama Meiko's neck. Without a second thought, he stamped his foot, shattering the ground, and appeared beside her in an instant, catching her in his arms just before she collapsed. "What's wrong with you?" His voice was urgent. Without waiting for her answer, he activated his Eye of Destiny. Character: Asama Meiko. Strength 24, Agility 26, Spirit 26, Constitution 25, Rank Tier 1, Loyalty 100, Status Infected with Zombie Virus 93. Staring at the attribute panel before him, Sohan's pupils constricted violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. Zombie virus. That's impossible. With her strength, zombies couldn't even touch her. How could she be infected? When he bathed her these past couple of days, he had thoroughly checked every inch of her body. He was certain she had no wounds. System, what's going on? I'm sure she hasn't been injured since she's been with me. How did she get the zombie virus? Is there any way to save her? Sohan's tone was frantic as he mentally bombarded the system with questions. In the few moments he had spent checking her status, the infection rate had already climbed another 1 to 94. Host Asama Meiko indeed did not contract the zombie virus while she was with you. However, that doesn't mean she wasn't infected before she met you. What? You mean before I met her? Sohan racked his brain, quickly recalling the scene on the second floor. He remembered she had collapsed face first onto the ground. Could it have been then? Damn it. System, why didn't your Eye of Destiny detect that Meiko was infected earlier? Sohan remembered checking her status after obtaining the eye, and there had been no problems whatsoever. Facing Sohan's interrogation, the system's tone was helpless. A 1,000-mile die can be destroyed by an ant hole. The amount of zombie virus Asama Meiko was infected with was minimal. Initially, it was just a scratch on the back of her hand from a piece of glass contaminated with zombie blood. Afterwards, the redemption treatment cleansed most of the virus. One more application would have completely eradicated it, so it wasn't significant enough to display on the panel. Given her physical condition and rate of improvement, she could have easily ignored such a small amount of virus. However, her repeated overexertion gave the virus an opportunity. Combined with the increasing ambient energy, especially at night, the virus within her was slowly nurtured and strengthened. The virus suppressed the supernatural ability she was meant to awaken, or rather it devoured it. Originally, she could have suppressed it until evening, but the recent battle drained her vital energy and spirit. With nothing to hold it back, the virus began to ravage her body wildly. Damn it. Sohan was in a bind. So is there a way to save her? Don't tell me there isn't. The system naturally has a way. The system is omnipotent. As long as the host has enough points, even snapping a finger to create a universe is possible, let alone dealing with a mere zombie virus. Double purple taro, double happiness. Just tell me. Time is of the essence. Sohan gritted his teeth, glancing at Meiko's status panel. The infection rate had skyrocketed to 96. Alright, the host is the boss. Listen carefully. Option 1 is the X serum. Upon use, even if her erosion rate were 100, or even if she had already turned, she could be saved. But there's a drawback: it will destroy everything she has gained, including the swordsmanship she has practiced for years. In simple terms, she would become a mere mortal. Even if she tried to relearn it later, she would only achieve half the results with twice the effort. Option 2 is the U virus. This is a terrifying virus, strictly speaking a ritual of ascension. It can stimulate all of a person's potential. It is both an angel and a demon for those who take it, either become a demon or an angel. It will force the user to a single extreme. If it succeeds, the zombie virus within Asama Meiko will be nothing but trash, easily eliminated. Not only will her strength remain unaffected, but it will soar, and the supernatural ability she was supposed to awaken will become immensely powerful. But if it fails? Sohan's heart tightened. He quickly pressed, what happens if it fails? What happens if she fails? Host, if she fails, then congratulations. You will have nurtured a monster devoid of reason and emotion, knowing only slaughter, destruction, and ruin. Yazi will become the nightmare of the entire world. Then, with the whole world as a sacrifice, she will complete her ascension and become the most terrifying evil god, a demon. Sohan's mind shook violently. He never imagined the consequences of failure could be so horrifying. Compared to this, the corpse demon was nothing but a minor nuisance. Then, what is the failure rate? Sohan swallowed hard and asked in a hoarse voice. The failure rate is over 90%. Over 90%. Sohan drew in a sharp breath. Was this some kind of joke? With such a high failure rate, was he sure this wasn't a lethal virus? An extraordinarily high failure rate corresponds to extraordinary growth. Should she succeed, Yazi will possess at least Tier 3 strength. And that's not counting the other benefits she gains from the Ascension ritual. The U-Virus 90% failure rate isn't a test of willpower or physical constitution. It's a test of luck. With good luck, even a newborn infant who consumes it will gain Tier 3 strength within moments, and could crack your skull open with a single punch. With bad luck, even a Tier 9 powerhouse would drop dead 3 seconds after taking it. Luck. Sohan was dumbfounded. Such a high failure rate wasn't because the user's physical condition was lacking or their willpower insufficient. It was simply bad luck. Was this a joke? Was he sure this U-Virus wasn't some counterfeit product? Like a batch where only one bottle in 10 is genuine and the rest are diluted with water. Then how many points does the U-Virus cost? And the X serum? Regardless of the outcome, head ask about the price first. The U-Virus isn't expensive, 10000 points. The X serum is even cheaper, only 100 points, since aside from cleansing the virus, it offers no benefits and carries significant side effects. The X serum was indeed cheap, and the U-Virus, which guaranteed at least Tier 3 strength upon success, not counting other gains, was absurdly underpriced at 100 points. But that success rate was utterly maddening. Watching Sohan furrow his brow one moment and grind his teeth the next, Yazi assumed he was worried and distressed over her. Coughing up 2 mouthfuls of dark blood, Yazi raised her hand with great effort and gently brushed it across Sohan's face. Sohan, I'm sorry. From now on, I can't be by your side anymore. But with Auntie here, I can rest easy. I just regret that I can't give myself to you completely. Snapping back to reality, Sohan looked at Yazi before him. Her face deathly pale, her pupils already shifting toward a murky gray. He gritted his teeth, knowing that whether it was the X serum or the U-Virus, he had to make a decision quickly. Erosion rate 98. Not far away, Kyoka, having snapped out of her shock and horror, stumbled into a frantic sprint. Seeing Asama Yazi vomiting dark blood and clinging to life, tears poured from her eyes like an unending stream. Yazi, what's happened to you? Don't scare Auntie. Auntie will save you right now. I will definitely heal you. Light energy poured into Yazi's body without restraint. Asama Kyoka's beautiful face was ashen, her eyes filled with agony and despair. Looking at her aunt's tear-streaked face, Yazi took Kyoka's hand and gave a slight shake of her head. Auntie, it's too late. I know my own body. Stop draining yourself. Promise me. Take care of Sohan for me from now on with all the love I would have given him. I'm sorry, Yazi. It's all Auntie's fault for being useless. If only I had broken through to Tier 1, maybe I could have found a way. This is all my fault. Asama Kyoka's tears wouldn't stop. Watching Yazi's condition deteriorate before her very eyes, she had never hated her own helplessness more. She possessed the light ability, yet couldn't even save her own beloved niece. She remembered what Yazi had told her that morning. Her light power could indeed work, but because her strength was too weak, she couldn't suppress the virus in Yazi's body. If only she were stronger. Even if she couldn't fully purify the virus, she could at least suppress it. And during that time, if she kept growing stronger, she could eventually cleanse it completely. It was all her fault for being useless. Cough, cough. Coughing out 2 more clots of stagnant blood, feeling her body grow colder and her consciousness fade, Asama Yazi raised her arm and held the demon blade Muramasa out to Sohan. Sohan, kill me. I don't want to become one of those monsters. Dying by your hand would make me happy. No. Sohan, please don't. There must be another way. Don't do this. Clutching Sohan's arm desperately, Asama Kyoka's eyes were filled with pleading. But at this moment, neither Yazi nor Sohan paid her any heed. Even knowing she was about to face death, Yazi still wore a faint smile on her face. Dying at Sohan's hands was to her the best possible outcome. Under Yazi's gaze, Sohan took the demon blade Muramasa. Then, to Yazi's astonishment and Kyoka's wild joy, casually tossed it to the ground. Placing his palm on Yazi's bloodstained cheek, Sohan deliberated for a long moment before deciding to leave the choice to her. As the one directly affected, Yazi had the right to choose. Even though Sohan knew full well that Yazi would choose the U-Virus 100%. Given Yazi's fierce pride, she would rather die than become a cripple. Yazi, I have a way to deal with the zombie virus in your body. The astonishment on her face vanished in an instant. Now Yazi understood why Sohan had thrown the blade away. A spark of hope ignited in her heart. If she could live, who would choose death? Especially when she still harbored such deep reluctance to leave. What way? Yazi and Kyoka spoke almost simultaneously, asking in perfect unison. Seeing the hope in Yazi's eyes, Sohan said gravely, the first option is the X serum. After taking it, the virus in your body will be cleansed. But at the same time, your power will vanish along with it, reducing you to a cripple with no way to cultivate again. At the word cripple, Yazi's gaze flickered slightly. She didn't rush to answer, but quietly watched Sohan, knowing he hadn't finished speaking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the word first. The second option is the U virus, also known as the Ascension virus. Its failure rate is 90%. If you succeed, you'll rise to prominence overnight, starting at Tier 3 strength. The ability suppressed by the virus will also manifest along with other new powers. But likewise, if you fail, you'll become a mindless, emotionless monster that knows only slaughter. Seeing that Sohan had fallen silent, Yazi answered without hesitation. I choose the second option. Good. What a... Two starkly different reactions. The former from Sohan, the latter from Kyoka. Hearing that Yazi had chosen the U virus, Kyoka wanted to say something. But seeing the unwavering determination in Yazi's eyes, the words died in her throat. After more than a decade, she knew Yazi better than anyone. Once this girl made up her mind, not even 10 oxen could drag her back. And besides, forcing her to become a cripple would be worse than death. That feeling could only be described as a fate worse than death. System, exchange the U virus for me. 1000 points deducted. The U virus has been delivered to your temporary space. It will expire in 24 hours. Opening the temporary space, Sohan looked at the shimmering point of iridescent light within and took it out. The seven-colored radiance was dazzlingly beautiful, like a rainbow in the sky. With a flash of light, the U virus plunged straight into Yazi's brow. The instant it entered, the blue-black veins on Yazi's smooth face froze in place. Erosion rate 99. Sohan stared expressionlessly at Meiko, whose face had returned to normal and whose temperature had dropped. Unease churned within him. The failure rate was over 90%. If this were the success rate, he wouldn't be so restless. Though he appeared calm, Sohan's body was coiled taut. The moment Meiko failed, he was prepared to kill her instantly. He didn't want her to become a mindless, murderous monster, and she certainly wouldn't want that either. So for her sake and his own, the moment she failed, he would cut her down. Under the observation of the Eye of Destiny, aside from her name, everything else about Asama Meiko was a string of question marks. System, if Meiko fails to assimilate the U virus, will her status bar show it? Yes, host. The moment she fails, the status bar will appear. Whether success or failure, right after the virus finishes fusing the host body, is at its most vulnerable state. He nodded silently and asked no more. Besides Sohan, as Meiko closed her eyes, Kyoka's face was filled with anxiety and unease. She clasped her hands together, praying incessantly. Dozens of meters away, Reiko Yamazaki and the others didn't dare approach, waiting for Sohan's orders. Glancing at them, he remembered the documents in his temporary space. He took them out and tossed them in front of Reiko Yamazaki. These are the rules for our future organization. Read them all and commit them to memory. Reiko Yamazaki picked up the documents from the ground, nodded respectfully, and distributed them one by one. In Sohan's arms, Asama Meiko's beautiful eyes were lightly closed, her expression serene. Deep within her consciousness, she walked through boundless darkness. Ahead of her, a single point of light glowed. Her footsteps echoed crisply in the vast dark space. Following the light, she drew closer step by step. As she approached, the point of light grew larger and larger. Only when she stood before it did Meiko see what was emanating the light. A giant crystal cocoon. It was transparent, and through its crystalline barrier, she could see a girl curled up inside, completely unclothed. The girl had a delicate figure, her long black hair spread out, covering most of her fair skin. You're here. A crisp, ethereal voice echoed through the dark space. As the voice faded, the girl curled within the cocoon slowly opened her eyes and stretched out her lithe form. Meiko stared blankly at the figure within the cocoon, a perfect mirror of herself. After a moment of daze, she nodded. I'm here. Can you help me? I'm too weak. You are indeed too weak. I've always wanted to help you, but I've been trapped here. If it were me, what is a mere virus? Yamazaki, Reiko, Asama, Kyoka, they'd all have to step aside. I am Sohan's greatest strength. I will sweep away all obstacles for him. Not like you, troubled by such trivial matters. The Meiko within the cocoon pressed her hand against its surface. Come, accept me and embrace your strongest self. I will carry the firmest conviction and crush all of Sohan's enemies with absolute, overwhelming force. Silently gazing at her own reflection in the crystal cocoon, wild, arrogant, and radiating boundless confidence, Meiko stepped forward. What are you waiting for? Seeing Meiko standing still staring at her, the Meiko inside the cocoon frowned in displeasure. You are me and I am you. What you cannot do, I can. Is this your resolve? Is this your love for Sohan? Hesitant and overthinking. It's disgusting. Are you done? Meiko asked calmly, looking at her counterpart. Are you truly me? Perhaps you are, but my affairs need no one else to handle them for me, not even you. Even if you are another me, the only one who can bear the name Asama Meiko is me. Everything you've spoken of, I can do it too. So, a flash of light appeared in her hand, and the cursed blade Muramasa materialized. A faint blood-red glow emanated from it, shimmering with an eerie crimson light. Heh! The Meiko in the cocoon sneered contemptuously, lifting her chin and looking down at the Meiko outside. So you're going to kill me and take my power? Can you truly wield it? With your limited capacity? Huh. Fine then. Come and kill me. Let me see how far you can go with such meager ambition, you pitiful little ant. The Meiko in the cocoon spread her arms wide, discarding all defenses. Compared to the calm visage of the Meiko within the cocoon, the world outside was utterly terrifying. The dark space convulsed as if countless demons were howling. The aura of death spread wildly. A sword light 1,000 feet long shattered the earth, carving an endless chasm like an abyss. See this? This is my power. Can your meager ambition control it? Ha ha ha. Kill me and inherit all of this. With a soft hum, the cursed blade vibrated. Meiko's eyes lowered as she turned the blade, pointing its tip slowly toward her own heart. What are you doing? Inside the cocoon, seeing Meiko's action, the Meiko within was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Aren't you going to inherit my power? What? Realized your limitations and too ashamed to continue thinking of killing yourself? Her face calm, her heart unruffled, Meiko whispered. Yes, I've made up my mind, but not out of shame. Your power, I'm taking it. Rest in peace, my other self. Or rather, you virus. As the words left her lips, Meiko thrust the blade with all her might. The Muramasa hummed as its sharp tip pierced straight into her heart. No, stop. Seeing this, the Meiko in the cocoon's eyes split with fury. Black aura enveloped her, her hair whipping wildly, her face twisted into a fearsome demon. Blood sprayed as the cursed blade pierced her heart. Scarlet liquid splattered. Meiko looked up at the Meiko in the cocoon, who was shrieking in agony. A faint smile touched her pale, pain-racked face. This round I win. With a fierce glare, Meiko endured the searing pain in her chest. She twisted the blade with both hands, the Muramasa spinning through her back, shredding her heart completely, leaving only the hilt. Crack! The crystal cocoon shattered. The screaming Meiko struggled violently, desperately, trying to stop the gaping wound in her chest. But as rays of light pierced through her body, she dissolved piece by piece into a spectrum of 7-colored radiance. The light rose into the air as if guided by some force, surging toward Asama Meiko. Watching the 7-colored light pour into her, Meiko smiled with relief. Sohan, did you see that? I didn't let you down. I did it. I succeeded. From this day forward, I will sweep away every obstacle in your path. Including my grandfather. Outside, time slipped by second by second. Sohan stared unblinkingly at Asama Meiko in his arms, his heaven's eye of fate never once deactivating. His sole purpose was to detect in time whether Asama Meiko had succeeded. 10 minutes passed, and there was no change. 20 minutes passed, still no change. A full half-hour went by, and just as Sohan's eyes were growing sore, Asama Meiko's eyelashes suddenly fluttered. Seeing this, Sohan's heart tightened, and his gaze snapped to her status panel. Character Asama Meiko, strength 28, agility 29, spirit 25, constitution 28, rank loyalty 100, status ascending. Ascending. Seeing those 3 characters in the status bar, Sohan's heart leaped with joy. System, does this mean Meiko succeeded? Yes, host. If the U-Virus ascension had failed, it would show mutating. Asama Meiko was quite fortunate. The U-Virus didn't kill her, but instead pushed her to new heights. Host will need to put in more effort from now on. Hearing the first half, Sohan was beaming with joy, but the second half left him dumbfounded. What did it mean he would need to work harder? System, what do you mean? Even if Meiko wakes up at tier 3, I'm not doing badly myself, right? Can't I break through to tier 3 in a matter of moments? Don't tell me Meiko can improve faster than me. When it came to the speed of power growth, Sohan felt he was quite authoritative. You're very clever. Huh. She could really be faster than him. The system knew his rate of improvement better than anyone. If the system said so, then there was no doubt about it. Wait, is the U-Virus really that powerful? I have lightning abilities and points cheating on my side, and I still can't match Meiko's pace. System, are you messing with me? What else could it be? Although the U-Virus is terrifying, the rewards for success are equally proportional. The higher the failure rate, the more terrifying the growth. This is an ascension ritual. It's unleashed all of Asama Meiko's latent potential. All she needs to do now is steadily build up her strength, and her future is a smooth and open road. Never mind Asama Meiko. Even a pig that successfully takes the U-Virus would see its strength skyrocket like a rocket. So host, you'd better get moving, or you'll end up being dominated by a woman. TSK, TSK, TSK. Damn it. Sohan was completely stunned. This wasn't a U-Virus, it was a cheat code. One successful dose, and she's faster than his cheating. Still thinking about how Shed earned it by surviving a brush with death, Sohan had to accept it. He even considered trying the U-virus himself, but the terrifying mortality rate ultimately dissuaded him. If he wanted to rapidly increase his power, he had better safer and more numerous options. There was no need to gamble with his life unless he was on the verge of death. A soft moan sounded. Before Sohan could look down, a terrifying wave of air burst forth from his arms. Boom. The terrifying blast wave roiled outward. Sohan, being closest, felt his chest tighten, while Kyoka nearby was less fortunate. She screamed and was sent flying backward. Leaping forward to catch the airborne Kyoka, Sohan was pushed back dozens of meters before he could barely steady himself. His gaze shot forward, dozens of meters away, as Asama Meiko hovered eerily in midair, her beautiful eyes shut. Visible waves of air surged and crashed around her, and under the immense pressure the ground fractured into a web of large cracks. Her aura climbed steadily like magma erupting from a volcano. Beneath her feet, the surging airwaves had already blasted a half-meter-deep crater into the ground. The pressure was immense. Even Sohan, with Tier 2 strength, felt stifled from dozens of meters away. Kyoka in his arms fared even worse, her face turning deathly pale despite his protection. Holding Kyoka, he retreated another few dozen meters before he could breathe easier. "Are you okay? Need to go further back?" he asked, looking down at her with concern. Kyoka shook her head, gently catching her breath, her complexion improving. Her worried gaze fixed on Asama Meiko nearly 100 meters away, filled with unease. "Xiao Sohan, what's happening to Meiko?" Asama Meiko's success filled Sohan with indescribable joy. Facing Kyoka's question, he smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, Meiko has succeeded. Once she completes her transformation, she'll be incredibly powerful. Even I won't be a match for her." "Really? That's good." Relieved by Sohan's confirmation, Kyoka breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Meiko was safe, she cared little about power. Seeing Kyoka calm down, Sohan turned to look at Asama Meiko at the center of the airwaves, and was surprised to see faint, strange phenomena beginning to appear around her. Streams of black mist surged, carrying a thick aura of death and ill omen. Wherever the black mist passed, the ground rapidly blackened and decayed, covered in dark mottled patterns, as if weathered by decades of time. "What is this?" His pupils constricted sharply. Gazing at the black mist, Sohan felt an overwhelming sense of crisis surge within him, as if even a single touch would pose a lethal threat. What was this? Was this the ability the system said Asama Meiko had obtained? Or was it her original ability? His heaven's eye swept over her, and the attributes that appeared made his brows jump wildly. Character: Asama Meiko. Strength 41, Agility 43, Spirit 44, Constitution 42, Rank. Authority ability: Void Shatter. Skills: Absolute Annihilation / Absolute Kill of 100 Ghosts, Meteorite, Aurora / Deaths, Prelude, Soul Burial Blade, Origin, Death, Loyalty 100. Status Ascending. What the hell? Still rising. Sohan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What was all this? Her attributes had doubled, and they were still skyrocketing. Forget the awakened ability, but what was this origin power? And weren't there too many skills? And they all sounded incredibly formidable. All those absolute kills and annihilations. Was this necessary? And what the hell was this death's prelude? What was authority? How had he become so confused in just a short moment? The U-virus mortality rate was indeed high, but the benefits for those who survived were absurdly terrifying. Sohan's heart was now deeply tempted. Maybe he should try it too, mainly because the power boost was just too monstrous. Now he finally understood why the system felt he needed to put in more effort. At this rate, how could he possibly catch up? Although being on the bottom was less strenuous, he couldn't stay there forever. Damn it. He couldn't take it anymore. As soon as this was over, he'd go out and slaughter some zombies. Boom. Another dull thud echoed as the terrifying airwaves surged relentlessly. At this moment, Asama Meiko's aura reached its peak. Limitless black mist condensed into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Under the immense concentration of deathly power, the sky rapidly darkened, casting a shadow over the entire Shiritsu Shirobi Academy, blotting out all sunlight. The temperature plummeted by dozens of degrees, plunging summer into winter in an instant. Sohan's breath misted visibly in the air. The phenomenon from the breakthrough lasted only a few seconds before vanishing. Sunlight poured down once more, and the temperature quickly warmed. At that moment, Asama Meiko opened her eyes in midair. Zheng Zheng, the demonic blade on the ground, hummed, its eerie blood-red light flickering. Asama Meiko pointed a slender finger through the air, and a vast amount of deathly energy, as if guided by an unseen force, surged eagerly toward the blade. 3 kilometers away from the private Shirobi Academy, on the rooftop of the building, serving as the Tungjin family's lookout post. Creak, creak, munch, munch. The rooftop was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was littered with bodies in combat gear, all of them, without exception, belonging to the Tungjin family. Among these corpses, a man in a suit sat on a chair, legs crossed, holding an arm in his hand and chewing it voraciously. His sharp teeth were like steel saws, and he devoured the entire arm in just a few bites. Delicious. Compared to those corpses, these living humans are truly a delicacy. Don't you think so, Mr. Beimanjia? Zhu Xiaoweiji sneered mockingly at Beimanjia, who was cowering in the corner with one arm, missing his face pale, and eyes filled with terror. The arm he had just devoured was the very one he had torn off Beimanzai's body. Clutching his severed arm, Beimanzai's face was ashen, his heart consumed by terror. That morning the door to the rooftop had been blasted open, and the man before him had charged in. A massacre. A complete and utter massacre. Bullets were utterly useless. The strange object behind the man, radiating a dark red glow like wings, deflected every single bullet with a mere flick. In less than 3 seconds, a dozen squad members were torn to shreds. If the man hadn't been toying with him, he would have been dead already. You? What are you? We are soldiers of the Tengjin family. Even if you can block bullets, can you stop a missile? Doing this will only bring disaster upon yourself. Beimanjia did not want to die, though he could only try to buy himself a chance by speaking. Hearing the word missile, a flicker of wariness appeared in Zhu Xiaoweiji's eyes. He was indeed powerful now, but he still had an instinctive fear of large-scale weapons like missiles. But after the wariness came utter disdain. Since ancient times, warriors have defied the law with force. Once one possesses great power, one scorns royal authority. The same principle applied to Zhu Xiaoweiji. Missiles. So what? Even bullets can't harm me now. Soon missiles won't be able to touch me either. The Tengjin family. Huh. With intense hatred burning in his face, Zhu Xiaoweiji flashed before Beimanjia in an instant. You know what? What I hate most are these great families that leech off ordinary people. In the past I couldn't resist, but now? I will personally cast these lofty families into the abyss and devour every last one of them. The dark red wings behind him fluttered, spinning as they picked up 2 phones from the ground and tossed them at Beimanzai's feet. Take a good look. Do you think the Tengjin family can still thrive for long? The future world belongs to us monsters, though I prefer when they call us powerful ones. Looking at the 2 phones at his feet, Beimanjia suppressed the searing pain and picked them up. He stared at them for a long time without seeing the problem, still puzzled about what Zhu Xiaoweiji wanted him to see. Suddenly his peripheral vision caught the upper right corner of the screens, and his gaze instantly froze. One phone was an ordinary civilian model, the other a satellite phone specially equipped for combat. But now, whether the civilian phone or the satellite phone, the signal bars were completely blank. Only the satellite phone flickered occasionally, but the signal quickly vanished again. What was going on? How could a satellite phone have no signal? It was connected to a satellite. Theoretically, satellite phones have signal everywhere except in cars and buildings, especially in open areas. But now, no signal. Intermittent. What did that mean? Recalling the scenes he had witnessed that morning, even the rooftop walls showing cracks, a chill ran down Beimanzai's spine. He struggled to grab the binoculars and sniper rifle nearby. Thud. The binoculars fell to the ground. Beimanzai's face showed utter despair, his expression almost deranged. Whether through the binoculars or the scope of the sniper rifle, everything was a blur. All these electronic devices had failed, just like the satellites above. All of this was because of the cataclysmic change last night. He didn't know what had happened, but he knew that the true apocalypse had arrived. Oh my, it seems you understand now. Do you still think the Tengjin family's missiles pose any threat to me? Seeing Beimanjia in such a state, Zhu Xiaoweiji felt an inexplicable surge of pleasure. I don't want to die. Hearing the words from Beimanzai's mouth, Zhu Xiaoweiji paused for a moment. What was this? Begging for mercy from him. A smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, Zhu Xiaoweiji looked at the many corpses at his feet, and a brilliant idea suddenly popped into his head. Kicking a corpse over to Beimanjia, Zhu Xiaoweiji said with a mocking expression, "Don't want to die? Fine, eat it. Become one of my kind." Watching Beimanjia devour his own comrade. What a spectacle. The mere thought of it thrilled him. His hands trembling, Beimanjia stared at the dead body of the teammate before him, eyes still open in death. He remembered this was the soldier he had been closest to, named Dao Tiantan. And now to survive he had to eat him bite by bite. What? Too afraid? You really are an interesting fellow. I'm getting more and more intrigued by you. Before he could finish, he saw Beimanjia begin to tear into the flesh ravenously, and Zhu Xiaoweiji's excitement surged. The sheer ecstasy of the moment made his entire body tremble. Whoosh. Bang. A sharp whistling sound approached. Sensing danger, Zhu Xiaoweiji instinctively jerked his head to the left. The next second, a sniper bullet grazed his cheek and struck the building behind him. The burning pain on his face made Zhu Xiaoweiji's eyes turn bloodshot with rage. He had almost died. He was strong, but his body was still flesh and blood. It couldn't withstand a sniper bullet. Only his wings could block it, but he hadn't had time to bring them in front of him. His furious gaze locked onto a skyscraper hundreds of meters away where a dozen soldiers in combat gear stood. The family crest on their uniforms was unmistakably the Tengjin family. Good. I will grind the Tengjin family to dust and leave not a single soul alive. Zhu Xiaoweiji roared, his massive dark red wings flapping as he launched himself into the air like a giant bird hurtling straight toward the rooftop hundreds of meters away. Damn, what kind of monster is that? Shoot. Bring him down. Bring that monster down. Captain can't hit him. He's too fast. Off. The distance of hundreds of meters was crossed in an instant. The enraged Zhu Xiaoweiji descended from the sky like a tiger among sheep, his wings swinging like razor-sharp guillotines. Wherever he passed, a dozen Tingjin family soldiers were instantly dismembered. From descent to the end of the battle, it took less than 5 seconds. A full combat squad was completely annihilated. After venting, Zhu Xiaoweiji's anger still hadn't subsided. His bloodshot eyes scanned around, quickly spotting more Tingjin family squads on the rooftops of other buildings. A massacre. A one-sided slaughter. In just a few minutes, the Tingjin family's dispatched squad was wiped out. Having annihilated the Tingjin family squad, Zhu Xiaoweiji finally vented his fury. He flew back to the previous rooftop and looked at the completely devoured corpse on the ground, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. But where was Beimanjia? Just as he was about to look around, a terrifying aura surged from afar, and a deadly killing intent made fear flash in Zhu Xiaoweiji's eyes. Turning his head to look at the black pillar of light shooting into the sky 3 kilometers away, Zhu Xiaoweiji felt immense wariness and dread. What is that? Such a terrifying aura. Forget it, I need to get out of here first. The terrifying aura of death emanating from 3 kilometers away filled Takeshita Miyuki with a sense of danger. He couldn't bear to imagine how horrifying it would be up close. He no longer wished to remain here, he wanted to flee far away. He had a bright future and had no desire to die a senseless death. Whoosh! A low, swift sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. Takeshita Miyuki's heart jolted. The black and crimson feathered wings on his back swiftly transformed into a shield. Bang! The immense force from behind sent him stumbling forward. His wings fluttered as he flew back a dozen meters before turning to look behind him. You dare attack me? You damn trash. I regret not killing you outright earlier. Since you seek death, I'll grant your wish. The attacker was none other than Hashiman Tetsuya. Takeshita Miyuki was so enraged, he felt like his head would explode. He had intended to take on a subordinate, yet within minutes this man had betrayed him and nearly injured him while he was distracted. This was absolutely unforgivable. Die! His figure suddenly descended from the sky, his black and crimson wings morphing into a deadly scythe aimed at Hashiman Tetsuya. Hashiman Tetsuya clenched his fists, a bizarre blood-red aura enveloping them as he met the incoming wings heated without dodging. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as fists collided with wings, sparks flying. Hashiman Tetsuya grew fiercer with each exchange, his punches heavier with every blow, leaving Takeshita Miyuki stunned. What was he seeing? He was being pushed back in a direct confrontation. Was Hashiman Tetsuya actually his equal? And when had he grown his arm back? Hadn't he eaten it before? Takeshita Miyuki was baffled, retreating another dozen meters. Seeing Hashiman Tetsuya pressing his advantage, intent on pummeling him to death, anger surged within him as well. Damn it! I'll show you my true power. Enraged, Takeshita Miyuki flapped his wings, sending Hashiman Tetsuya flying back. Then with a vibration of his wings, a dense barrage of black and crimson feather arrows shot towards him like a relentless storm. Swish, 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 a piercing shriek filled the air. Hashiman Tetsuya slammed his fists together, and a cloud of blood mist erupted, forming a barrier before him. Thud, thud, thud. The feather arrows struck the mist, sinking into it, as if into a bottomless pit, vanishing with muffled sounds. Takeshita Miyuki was taken aback. He noticed something different about this Hashiman Tetsuya. Where was his weapon? Why wasn't he using it? Why was he fighting with just his fists? And what was that eerie blood mist? Something was definitely off. Takeshita Miyuki frowned, though he wasn't worried about losing. The blood mist was strange, but he could see it wouldn't last. As his feather arrows continued to fly, the mist was visibly thinning. It would shatter soon. Show me your original sin. Don't tell me you think this blood mist can stop me. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Takeshita Miyuki sneered, his arrows growing denser. If you don't get serious, you'll die under my blood feathers. With a tearing sound, the blood mist collapsed. Before Takeshita Miyuki's astonished gaze, the dense blood arrows pierced through Hashiman Tetsuya's body, turning him into a pincushion in an instant. What? He won just like that? Takeshita Miyuki was bewildered. Why hadn't Hashiman Tetsuya revealed his original sin? Just as he was puzzling over it, the seemingly lifeless Hashiman Tetsuya shuddered violently. The arrows were blasted away, and his shredded body began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. What the hell? Takeshita Miyuki nearly cursed aloud. What kind of insane regeneration was this? His head, heart, and all other vital spots had been riddled with holes, yet he recovered in just a second or two. Compared to this, his own recovery was nothing. So what if you can heal? Let's see how many times you can do it. Furious, Takeshita Miyuki flapped his wings, unleashing another storm of blood feathers. Hashiman Tetsuya gave him a long hard look, then suddenly retreated. To Takeshita Miyuki's horror, he leaped off the rooftop. What the hell? Is this guy insane? He dares to jump because he has wings and can fly. But what about Hashiman Tetsuya? Can he fly too? Takeshita Miyuki rushed to the edge and watched Hashiman Tetsuya plummet, 1,000 questions swirling in his mind. What the hell? This guy can't fly yet he still jumps. Does he have a death wish? Splat. Hashiman Tetsuya hit the ground, bursting open like a rotten watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this, Takeshita Miyuki was utterly dumbfounded. Damn, there really are people who want to die. What a nuisance. Takeshita Miyuki snorted in annoyance and turned to leave. At the base of the building, the flattened remains of Hashiman Tetsuya suddenly twitched. The splattered blood flowed back rapidly, and to the stunned gazes of the surrounding zombies, he stood up again. He looked up at the rooftop, saw no sign of Takeshita Miyuki, and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down at his own hands, a flicker of fear passed through his eyes. What am I now? A cannibal. The thought that a few bites of flesh had awakened a powerful craving for human blood, causing him to lose all reason and devour his teammates' corpses to gain immense power, filled him with profound dread. But now he was famished. The process of regenerating his body from the fall had consumed too much energy. He needed to eat. A roar. The sound of zombies snapped him back to reality. Seeing the horde converging from all directions, Hashiman Tetsuya didn't dare linger. His body shrouded in blood mist, he shot away. At Shiritsu Academy, Sohan was unaware that satellite and network signals had been disrupted overnight and countless electronic devices were failing. Nor did he know that due to Takeshita Miyuki's reckless actions, a new species had emerged in this already chaotic apocalypse. Gazing at Asama Meiko hovering in midair, Sohan's eyes were filled with sheer awe. Character: Asama Meiko, strength 47, agility 49, spirit 47, constitution 45, rank peak tier 3, status high tier, ability void break, skills absolute annihilation / massacre of 100 ghosts, meteorite, aurora cut, deaths, overture, soul burial blade, origin, death energy 10001000, loyalty 100, weapon tier 3, spirit weapon, demon blade, Muramasa. This status panel was incredibly impressive. It was absurd. To break through from tier 3 to tier 4, one needed a single attribute to exceed 50 points. Meiko was just 1 point away from reaching tier 4. How powerful was that? His gaze focused on the status field, and information about it appeared before him. High tier status: one has transcended the realm of lower life forms to become a higher being. Lifespan extends to 10,000 years, increasing with rank. Higher beings are immune to attacks of tier 3 and below. Their energy is of a higher quality, and they deal double damage to lower life forms. Damn. So she starts with a 10th sandier lifespan. This isn't just a high tier status, it's a cheat code. Immune to tier 3 and below attacks. Meaning if he hit her now with all his might, it wouldn't even tickle. She wouldn't even feel it. If he couldn't even break her defense, then tonight would his just snap off like a glass rod. Damn, what kind of ridiculous nonsense is this? And what is this origin? Origin of death, the ultimate manifestation of the death law. Attacks are imbued with a death effect: certain death on contact, certain death upon drawing blood. It extinguishes energy first, then destroys the physical form. Damn, how is he supposed to fight this? The law of death is in play. Sohan finally understood why the system said he couldn't beat Asama Meiko without serious effort. If anything, the system had been too kind. It wasn't a question of winning or losing, it was a question of whether he'd be instantly obliterated. Even if the U-virus had a horrifying mortality rate, this successful outcome was incredibly terrifying. It was clear that as long as Meiko didn't die prematurely, she was destined to become a goddess of death. Holy crap, he couldn't handle this. Compared to the origin of death and higher life forms, the superpower and the third-rank spirit weapon seemed hardly worth mentioning. Having been infused with a vast amount of death chi, the original first-rank divine weapon had evolved into a third-rank spirit weapon, now possessing a sliver of sentience. Such an item would cost over 10,000 points in the system mall. Just this one third-rank spirit weapon alone was enough to recoup the points spent on the U-virus. Sohan felt a twinge of melancholy. He didn't even own a third-rank spirit weapon himself. Damn it all. Kill. Without another word, he charged straight into battle. Slaying gods if they stand in the way, slaying Buddhas if they block the path. He would slaughter every zombie outside. He too needed to elevate his rank and obtain his own origin law. He simply couldn't tolerate this. That mere tempered glass film was as good as shattered. He had declared it. Even if Jesus himself came, he wouldn't be stopped. Clang. The demonic blade Muramasa hummed its sound like the whisper of the Grim Reaper, sending out ripples of deathly sound waves. Sohan's expression shifted, and just as he was about to pull Kyoka back, he saw Meiko's delicate hand press down gently, and the sound waves vanished instantly. The death chi dissipated, and the ascension was complete. Asama Meiko felt the immense power within her, and her eyes sparkled with joy. Her figure descended from the sky, and just as she was about to leap into Sohan's arms to share her happiness, she stumbled the moment she took a step, her fair hand instinctively reaching out to grab something. Crack! The concrete ground shattered beneath her hand, crushed like tofu by her slender fingers. Death chi spread rapidly, causing the concrete to wither and turn yellow before crumbling into loss. Witnessing this, Sohan involuntarily shuddered, feeling a chill between his legs and a phantom pain. Holy crap! If that hand had grabbed, wouldn't he be left with nothing? It would be a devastating blow, and even getting the system to restore him would cost a fortune in points. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Sohan decided it was best to keep some distance from Meiko until he could improve his own strength, or at least until she could better control her newfound power before discussing anything else. Hearing Sohan's gulp and his strange shiver, Kyoka covered her mouth and giggled. Finally, Sohan had met his match. Crack, crack. Amidst a series of dull thuds under Sohan and Kyoka's shocked, then gradually numb gazes, Asama Meiko walked towards them, like someone trudging through deep snow, leaving a trail of half-meter deep craters behind her. All of this was caused by Miko's inability to control her surging power. She was quite embarrassed herself. She found she couldn't control her own strength. She wasn't even using any force, yet every step she took left a half-meter deep pit. The 100-meter distance that would normally take her half a second to cross took her a grueling 2 or 3 minutes to walk. Her initial ecstasy turned into embarrassment. Seeing the numb expressions on Sohan and the others, she was on the verge of tears. Ding! Erosion by death chi detected. Vitality is being stripped away. What the hell? As soon as Meiko got within 30 meters, Sohan, who was just thinking about walking over to save her the awkwardness, was caught off guard by the system notification. Ugh! I feel so terrible. Hearing the pained voice from his arms, Sohan quickly looked down and saw a faint black aura shrouding Kyoka's face. He hastily pulled her back. A faint white light appeared, and after they had retreated a certain distance, the death chi on Kyoka's face finally dissipated. Though the death chi was dispelled, Kyoka's face was haggard, clearly having suffered greatly. Meiko, don't come too close. Kyoka can't handle the death chi on you. Meiko, who hadn't understood why Sohan had recoiled like had seen a ghost, now understood. Seeing Kyoka's pale face, Meiko opened her mouth, her expression dimming, the joy of gaining immense power completely gone. Witnessing this, Sohan sighed, raised his hand, and pressed a button on his star ring. Over 100 meters away, Meiko froze, then raised her arm and tapped her own star ring. Sohan's holographic projection appeared. Seeing the sad look on Miko's face, he comforted her. Don't be upset. Your increased strength is a good thing. Just focus on familiarizing yourself with your new power. I'm sure someone is capable, as you will have it under control in no time, right? Of course I can. Miko's answer was resolute. Being dozens of meters away from Sohan was unacceptable to her. Lifting her head, she stared at Sohan and Asama Kyoka for a few seconds from nearly 100 meters away, then turned abruptly and walked away with effort. Because of her, Sohan had already wasted considerable time. She couldn't stay any longer, or else Sohan wouldn't be able to focus on clearing out the zombies. She needed to get out of the way and find a quiet place to adapt to her new powers. Withdrawing his gaze, Sohan looked at the haggard Kyoka in his arms. After much deliberation, he decided she should rest today. Being tainted by death chi was not a pleasant experience. Kyoka, let me take you upstairs to rest. No. Watching Miko's retreating figure, Kyoka shook her head, gritting her teeth. She couldn't forget the helplessness of watching Meiko nearly die. If Sohan hadn't had a solution, she would have had to watch her die right before her eyes. All of this was because she wasn't strong enough. And now it was even more apparent. Though it wasn't said aloud, she understood that Miko's power was too great for her to withstand, which was why she had been in so much pain. Power. Everything comes down to power. It was fortunate Meiko was fine, but she never wanted to see something like that happen again. Sohan, please let me go. He'll reward you tonight. He'll let you see whatever you want, okay? Please let me go. Looking up at Sohan, Kyoka's gaze was soft and full of pleading. Seeing Kyoka like this, Sohan knew that arguing would be pointless, so he stopped insisting. Fine, you can go, but you have to take care of yourself. If I see you in a bad state, don't blame me for forcibly dragging you back upstairs. I promise. Just getting Sohan's agreement was enough for Kyoka. She wouldn't dare ask for anything more. Holding Kyoka, Sohan walked over to the other women. Seeing Reiko and the others still in a daze, he waved his hand. Snap out of it. Stop staring. Startled back to reality, Yamazaki Reiko was shocked to see Sohan right in front of her and quickly bowed in salute. My lord, it's Reiko. Stop, no need for explanations. You all must be envious of Miko's strength, right? Then no more stalling. Everyone follow me to the school gate. Sohan was anxious now too. Meiko could now eat, but she had become a tempered glass film. He couldn't even get close, let alone break it. What the hell was that about? A law of origin, huh? He didn't have one, but so what? Head just by one. Power, huh? No problem. Would killing tens of thousands of zombies be enough? Not only did he need to increase his own strength, but he also needed to expand wildly. Time to gamble. With all those missions, he refused to believe he couldn't get something good from the rewards. Leading the large group to the school gate, Sohan looked at the cracked walls and the twisted, deformed gate that was on the verge of collapsing under the zombies' relentless pounding. With a casual wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning surged forth, completely obliterating the school gate. Roar! With the gate destroyed, the zombies had no more obstacles, and they surged in like an endless tide. Leaping onto a pillar by the entrance, Sohan ignored the flood of zombies below. Those were for Yamazaki Reiko and the others to handle. His job was to let enough zombies in and then slaughter every single other zombie on the street. After a few thousand zombies had flooded in, a cold glint flashed in Sohan's eyes. He casually tossed 2 orbs of lightning into the horde below. All of you die. With a sharp hiss, the thunderbolts descended, transforming into 2 massive lightning pythons, each over 10 meters long and a meter thick. They plunged into the hordes of corpses lining the streets on both sides. Compared to yesterday, the number of zombies had dwindled significantly. With several thousand having been lured into the school, the streets were no longer as densely packed, though a considerable number still remained. The lightning pythons roared and writhed, their terrifying bodies wreathed in blinding arcs of electricity. Wherever they passed, zombies were instantly charred to cinders, not one surviving. A series of system notifications flashed before Sohan's eyes, tallying his ever-increasing score and experience. The street on either side crackled with rampant thunder. The zombies, drawn by the scent of living flesh, charged madly towards Sohan, only to be electrocuted into blackened husks by the pythons like moths diving into a flame. After 2 days of relentless culling, and with thousands more trapped within the school, the number of zombies left on the streets was finally finite. After more than 10 minutes of the pythons' devastating rampage, not a single living zombie remained on the streets flanking the school gate. Looking out, the 100-meter stretch was littered with charred corpses, and the cars parked along the curb had been reduced to twisted, scorched metal. The entire street fell into an eerie silence. Only in the distance could the shambling forms of zombies still be seen. The avenue before the school was now completely clear. At that moment, the 2 lightning pythons, their energy finally exhausted after their long rampage, let out a mournful cry before dissolving into a shower of electric light that vanished into the air. Another cascade of system notifications flowed in, marking the kills and pushing Sohan's total score past the 10,000 mark. Then a new distinct chime echoed in his mind, signaling a different kind of alert. Your lightning abilities experience has reached maximum capacity. Would you like to upgrade? All the zombies on the street were dead, contributing nearly 2,500 points of score and experience. Combined with the kills from Yamazaki Reiko and the others inside the school, his total score had once again broken past the 10,000 mark. Gazing at the silent street, Sohan let out a long breath and chose not to upgrade his lightning ability. Now was not the time. It would be far more beneficial to wait until all 4 of his core attributes were raised to 30 points before evolving. The overflow experience would be stored anyway, so there was no risk of waste. He turned his gaze back to the school grounds. The influx of thousands of zombies had turned the campus into a chaotic battlefield. Dozens of squad members, including Kyoka, were fighting desperately. Even with the loss of one of their main combatants, the team hadn't been overwhelmed by the tide. Kusunoki Aka and the other girls had all broken through to the first rank, and while they might not be as exceptional as Meiko, their sheer numbers made up for it. Moreover, many of the girls had been on the verge of a breakthrough since yesterday. After just over 10 minutes of intense combat, quite a few of them managed to break through. The once terrifying horde's advance was halted, and they even began to be pushed back step by step as these young women stepped into the first rank. Breaking through to the first rank meant transcending the limits of an ordinary human and entering a new realm. Their speed was greater, their strength more potent, and their stamina far more enduring. Killing an ordinary zombie became as effortless as chopping vegetables. Scanning the battlefield, Sohan quickly located Kyoka. She looked haggard, perhaps from the immense stress of the past few days, but her movements were anything but slow. Her blade 100 flowers danced through the air, and with each flicker zombie heads would tumble to the ground. Though she had never formally studied swordsmanship, she had absorbed much through observation. What she lacked was practice, and now, with a fierce determination, these zombies served as her training dummies. Beside Kyoka, Reiko and AKA flanked her on either side, seemingly under Reiko's deliberate protection. The trio pushed forward together, cutting through the horde and leaving a trail of countless bodies in their wake. Reassured that Kyoka was safe, Sohan let out a sigh of relief. With a flicker of movement, he vanished from the pillar at the school gate. The elimination of the remaining zombies was only a matter of time. Staying to watch would be a waste. He decided it was better to sweep the surrounding area, perhaps to find some survivors, or even a corpse fiend. His quests were related to both survivors and corpse fiends, and completing any of them would yield generous rewards. He walked nearly 100 meters down the street until he reached the base of a towering skyscraper. Looking up, he saw it was dozens of stories high, likely an office building. It was probably bustling with people during normal times, but he wondered if anyone was still alive inside after 3 days of the apocalypse. He pushed open the transparent glass door and stepped inside. A few shambling zombies turned their heads at the sound. Not wasting his lightning ability, Sohan summoned his blade Shadow's Edge into his hand. With 2 casual swings, the zombies' heads were cleaved from their shoulders before they even knew what had happened. The first floor lobby was in a state of disarray. Glass shards littered the floor, overturned sofas lay here and there, and the polished marble was stained with large dried patches of black blood. Zombies wandered aimlessly about. With a series of dull thuds, Sohan moved through the area, and the zombies fell one by one. The first floor was cleared in no time. Standing before the elevator doors, he eyed the cracks in the walls with suspicion. He doubted the elevator was even functional. Even if it were, he feared the cables might snap mid-ride, sending him plummeting dozens of floors. The impact force, even for someone of his second-rank physique, would likely leave him a crushed mess. He pressed the call button a couple of times, but nothing happened. The elevator wasn't responding. The button itself was blackened and dead. Was the power out? It made sense. The walls were crumbling, the very planet beneath his feet seemed to be expanding, and the cables would be snapped. A power outage was only natural. He drove his blade Shadow's Edge into the gap between the elevator doors and pried them open with brute force. Peering into the pitch-black shaft, he could see that the cables were indeed severed. The elevator car had crashed down to the second basement level. He couldn't tell if there were any people or zombies inside, but it didn't matter. Whether there were or not, they'd be dead by now. Confirming the elevator was destroyed, Sohan turned and headed for the stairwell. Upon reaching the second-floor corridor, he saw it was packed with zombies. They were all office workers, both men and women who had been here during the outbreak. Many of the female office workers had their clothes torn, revealing glimpses of bras and stockings. A sight that might normally stir the blood. But the excessive blood and gore ruined any such appeal. Especially when they looked up, revealing their grotesque blood-smeared faces, any hint of allure vanished instantly. The chaos wasn't confined to the corridor, the open-plan offices were a mess as well. There wasn't a single living person in sight, only zombies. Sohan felt a pang of disappointment. He tapped his blade against a nearby window, the clear, crisp sound echoing through the workspace. The aimlessly wandering zombies turned in unison. When they spotted Sohan, a living human, they let out guttural snarls. They probably had never seen such a bold piece of prey. The previous food they'd encountered screamed louder than they did and ran faster than rabbits. Who would willingly present themselves like Sohan was doing? They must have thought it was a gift from nature. With thunderous roars that shook the entire floor, hundreds of zombies surged forward in a frenzy, desperate to tear Sohan apart and devour him. Shadow's Edge hummed softly. Sohan stepped forward, his blade gleaming coldly, tracing arcs of chilling light through the air. More than 10 minutes later, the final zombie's body hit the ground with a dull thud. The entire second floor fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The system notifications chimed, recording the last few kills. The second floor was clear. Sohan scanned the area once, found nothing of interest, and turned to head towards Just as he turned, a dull thud echoed from behind him. Sohan paused and instinctively looked back towards the source of the sound. There's a door here. On the second floor of the Nichiju Corporation, inside the president's office. The usually quiet room now harbored over a dozen people huddled together. President Ando Toru, his secretary, and other senior executives. When the apocalypse erupted, Ando was in a meeting with his top brass. Hearing the riotous chaos and screams outside, he stepped out in confusion to investigate. The sight that greeted them drained every drop of color from their faces. People were eating people. Blood splattered everywhere, and the recently deceased convulsed and rose again, joining the monstrous horde to bite and claw at others. The sheer terror of the scene made those at the door cry out in shock. Some stumbled backward and collapsed to the floor. The noise drew the attention of the zombies, who turned their hungry gaze upon the over a dozen fresh meals cowering in the doorway. With feral howls they charged. Had the door not been slammed shut and barricaded with desks and chairs just in time, not a single soul in that room would have survived the onslaught. The corridor echoed with roars and screams, which eventually subsided into an eerie silence, but the terror within the president's office only intensified. Emergency calls went unanswered, and the flood of desperate information online offered nothing but despair. With no rescue in sight, they were trapped, and as the hours crawled by, fear, anxiety, and gnawing hunger began to erode their sanity. No one could fathom how they endured those 3 days. No one dared to sleep, terrified they might never wake again. Exhaustion, starvation, and sheer panic tormented their fragile minds. Then out of nowhere, a commotion of furious snarls erupted from beyond the door. After what felt like an eternity of agonizing minutes, silence fell once more. The silence was absolute, broken only by the frantic thumping of their hearts. President Ando, his gaze fixed on the sealed door with dread, swallowed hard. He turned to one of his senior managers and croaked, "Yo, go take a look. See what's happening out there. Is it the self-defense force coming to save us?" The water in the office had run out on the very first day, and the plumbing in the restroom had mysteriously failed. By now everyone had been without water for nearly 2 days. Dehydrated, famished, and utterly drained, they were on the verge of collapse. Pointed at by Ando, Komuro Genpei raised a trembling finger to his own chin, his eyes wide with terror. President. Me. Yes, you. Go. Just take a quick silent peek. Those monsters won't notice you if you don't make a sound. Ando's bloodshot eyes bulged as he scanned the room. The others, terrified of being singled out, quickly chimed in with encouragement. Go on, Komuro-kun. It'll be fine. Just one look. They won't come if you're quiet. Hurry up. If not you, then who? We're all in this together, and you're the lowest rank here. You wouldn't expect the president to go, would you? Go on, Komuro-kun. We'll be right behind you. Don't be scared. Facing the relentless pressure from his colleagues, and the President, Komuro clenched his fists and forced his feet to move towards the door. In the rigidly hierarchical Sakura Empire, the lowest-ranked member had no choice but to obey the commands of the president and his seniors. He crept to the door, trembling, and peered through a tiny crack. The gap was too small to see anything. He pressed his eye closer, and in his nervousness he stumbled and bumped his head against the door. The dull thud made everyone in the room freeze, their breath catching in their throats. Komuro himself felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest. Don't make a sound. Quiet. Ando hissed, drenched in cold sweat. Everyone nodded frantically. The second floor was deathly quiet again. Just as the tension peaked, the sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. The door was soundproof, yet the footsteps were unnervingly clear. Each step brought the sound closer, and the terror in the room grew with every beat. Tap. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. Every pair of eyes was glued to the entrance, hearts pounding in their throats. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone in there? A young male voice called from outside. The people inside exchanged bewildered glances. Someone was out there. But what about the monsters? Where had they gone? How did this person get here? Could it be the self-defense force? Komuro, still dazed, answered instinctively. Yes, we're here. His voice snapped everyone back to reality. A wave of ecstatic relief washed over President Ando's face as he rushed towards the door. Someone was outside, and it was quiet. That could only mean one thing. They were saved. The monsters outside must have been eliminated or lured away. Otherwise the man outside wouldn't be so calm. Quick. Hurry. What are you standing around for? Move the barricade. Don't you all want to get out of here? Ando shouted, his voice brimming with excitement and gesticulating wildly, his eyes shining with the joy of a second chance. The group snapped into action, eagerly shoving the desks aside. Outside the door, Sohan was utterly baffled. There were actually survivors in there, and it sounded like quite a few of them. He hadn't held out much hope, thinking it might just be a zombie bumping into the door. This was an unexpected bonus. Soon the door swung open, revealing a group of people. Looking at the men in suits, haggard, but with eyes full of surprise, Sohan couldn't help but smile. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 17. 17 living people. This was a huge haul. Taking these 17 back would bring him to 171,000 on his task. In Sohan's eyes, these 17 individuals were simply 17 ready-made tools. He had killed so many zombies near the school gate today and was just worrying about who would help move the bodies. And now here were his helpers. While Sohan was feeling pleased with himself, the group, led by Ando, was stunned. They stared blankly at the lone figure of Sohan standing in the doorway, the excitement on Ando's face freezing into disbelief. Where was the self-defense force? It was just one person. And if his eyes weren't deceiving him, this was clearly a kid still wearing the uniform of Shiryuki Gakuen. Ando was completely confused. Where was his rescue team? How had it turned into a child? Excuse me, are you from the self-defense force? Have the monsters outside been dealt with? Where will you take us? Do you have any food and water? We're starving. A man next to Ando blurted out anxiously, his gaze fixed on Sohan with desperate hope. He was so hungry. 2 days without food or water, and the relentless stress was driving him mad. Yeah, kid, are you sent to pick us up? What's the situation out there? Stop grinning and answer us. Say something. Snapping back to reality, Sohan looked at the frantic group and clicked his tongue. Self-defense force. Relocation. What was that all about? There's no self-defense force, but I am here to save you. The monsters are gone. Now follow me. He'll take you to my place. As for food and water, you have to work for it. Without waiting for a response, Sohan turned and walked away. Keep up. If you fall behind and die, that's on you. What did he mean? Not self-defense force. His place. Work for food. What the hell was going on? Watching Sohan walk away without a second glance, Ando felt a surge of fury. Before the apocalypse, he was a respected corporate president. And now this little brat was treating him like he was nothing. This was utterly intolerable. Hey you. Stop right there. Don't you have any manners? Didn't your parents teach you to show respect to your superiors? Manners. Show humility before my superiors. Hearing the arrogant reprimand from behind, Sohan paused mid-step. Slowly turning around, he looked at the pompous Ando Toru standing at the door and sighed. Why did people in this day and age have such an inflated sense of self-worth? Are you blind, you idiot? Can't you see the piles of zombie corpses on the ground? What gives you the courage to yell at me? Isn't living a good life enough? You just said something about manners. You fat pig, you dare talk to me about manners? Who do you think you are, you fat pig? Wreathed in murderous intent, Sohan's face turned cold as he took a single step, instantly appearing before Ando Toru. Staring at Sohan, who had materialized like a ghost, Ando Toru's eyes bulged, nearly fainting from sheer fright. How bizarre. How did he cross a distance of 4 or 5 meters in the blink of an eye? Was it teleportation? At this point he had no time to be angry at Sohan's words. The sheer strangeness of Sohan's actions had turned his previous arrogance into pure terror. Humility. Sohan snorted coldly, striking out without warning. He grabbed Ando Toru by the neck and hoisted the bald, 200 fat man above his head. Isn't humility something a swine like you should be learning on? Seeing Ando Toru's flushed, terrified face, Sohan hurled him onto the pile of corpses. Ouch! The 200 body flew several meters. Even with the corpses as a cushion, the impact left Ando Toru writhing in agony. As he struggled to rise, he opened his eyes to a field of dismembered bodies. Overwhelming terror seized him, his face contorted in horror, and he began to dry heave. What is this? What is this? Ah, what is all this? Ando Toru shrieked like a maiden about to be violated. The ground littered with body parts looked like hell itself, driving him to the brink of madness. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps drowned out Ando Toru's terrified screams. He turned to see Sohan approaching with a blade, step by step. A chill ran down his spine. He shook his head frantically, his jowls wobbling. No. Don't come any closer. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Scrambling to his feet, Ando Toru prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly and begging for his life in a frenzy. Sohan walked over, ignoring the pleas. With a single stroke of his blade, a head rolled to the side. Having dispatched Ando Toru with one blow, Sohan clicked his tongue. Well, that leaves 16 tools now. He mused that with this warning these tools would surely be obedient. With that thought, he turned to look at the group trembling at the door of the manager's office. A brilliant smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You're not going to teach me about humility too, are you? No, we wouldn't dare. Sir, we want. Well, obey your every command. Yes, yes, we'll do anything you say. The dozen or so people were scared out of their wits. They collapsed to their knees as if their legs had no bones, kowtowing and pleading for mercy. They were terrified. The man before them was like a demon straight out of hell. They couldn't fathom how a boy who looked like a middle schooler could kill so many monsters without flinching, then decapitate their boss and chat with them all with a smile. TCH, a bunch of spineless wretches. Sohan sneered, waving his hand. Enough with the kneeling. Just do as I say. As long as you obey, work hard, and don't break the rules, I won't do anything to you. After all, I'm not really a demon. Don't you agree? Komuro, Hira, and the others were stunned, staring at Sohan's smiling face, almost choking on their own breath. You're not a demon. But as they watched Sohan's smile slowly fade, Komuro, Hira, and his group shivered involuntarily. Yes, yes. You're absolutely right, sir. Your word is law. It was all that fat pig Ando Toru's fault for being so arrogant. How could you ever be wrong? The group knelt on the ground, showering Sohan with flattery and sycophancy, even taking a jab at the unavenged Ando Toru, all the while pledging their loyalty. The fading smile returned to Sohan's face as he nodded. That's more like it. In truth, he wasn't really a demon. He was forced into this. See, after killing just one Ando Toru, how obedient these people became. It proved that Ando Toru's death was quite valuable. So rest in peace. Get up and follow me. Sohan had no time to listen to their flattery. There were countless corpses in the streets to haul, and those were all conversion points. The dozen or so people didn't dare hesitate. They scrambled to their feet and followed close behind Sohan. As they passed through the corridor littered with bodies, their fear grew. The way they looked at Sohan's back was like gazing upon a ferocious demon crawling out of the abyss. At that moment, Sohan was the embodiment of a demon in human skin, risen from the depths of hell. The most terrifying kind, without a doubt. Leading the group out of the office building, they found that in the past half hour a number of zombies had already wandered over from the streets. Seeing these zombies, Sohan didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, dispatched them with 2 quick slashes, and then calmly walked back. Killing zombies was like slicing through melons and vegetables. The monsters they feared couldn't last half a second in Sohan's hands. Witnessing this firsthand, Komuro, Hira, and the others felt immense relief. Good thing they knelt quickly, or they would have ended up like Ando Toru. Let's go. Sheathing his blade, he led the group to the school gate. Before they even entered, they heard footsteps approaching. Sir, who are these people? The fierce battle was over, and all the zombies that had stormed the school were eliminated. Yamazaki Reiko was just about to lead the main force to the school gate to look for Sohan when she ran into this scene. Sohan was taken aback, looking at Yamazaki Reiko and the others rushing out of the school gate. Had the thousands of zombies that charged into the school been wiped out this quickly? Sensing the aura emanating from Yamazaki Reiko and her team, Sohan narrowed his eyes. He swept his eye of destiny over them, and the more he saw, the brighter his eyes gleamed. Every member of the squad, led by Yamazaki Reiko, had broken through. Even Kyoka, who had lagged behind, had caught up and broken through to Tier 1. Now he had dozens of Tier 1 powerhouses under his command. Among them, Yamazaki Reiko's presence was especially formidable nearing Tier 2. Their rate of progress was truly astonishing. These people are survivors I rescued from the office building next door. Reiko assigned 2 people to watch them and have them haul all the corpses and scrap metal to the warehouse. Kill anyone who slacks off. Sohan's gaze turned cold at the end. He would show no mercy to anyone who dared to be lazy. Yamazaki Reiko nodded in response, then turned and pointed at the group behind her. Oda, Tadashi, Ida, Jutsu, you 2 come here. Your job is to watch these people haul the bodies. If anyone slacks off, kill them on the spot. Understood. Oda and Ida were inwardly frustrated. They would have preferred to fight zombies. It not only boosted their strength, but also earned them merit points. Now that plan was ruined. Yes, Vice Captain. Their tone was fierce, but they dared not refuse Yamazaki Reiko. However, they could certainly take out their frustrations on these survivors, couldn't they? Feeling the murderous glares from Oda and Ida, Komuro Hira and his group turned pale. You mean, if they didn't move the bodies properly, they'd be killed? Wah. And you still say you're not a demon? You're more terrifying than a demon. You're the devil incarnate. Arrange some food for the 2 of them, but don't let them eat their fill. A full worker is a slow worker. Then head to the converter and hand out some carts and star rings to them. Don't feel disheartened, you 2. For this kind of supervisory duty, they'll grant you 50 merit points each day. I never shortchange those under my command. Go on now. Sohan knew exactly what was going through Detian and the others' minds without needing to see their expressions. In such situations, self-interest was the best motivator. Who would work for nothing? Even the most loyal needed incentive. You can't expect a horse to run fast without feeding it properly, can you? True to his expectations, delight flickered across their faces at Sohan's words. They nodded hastily, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, sir. Thank you. We'll get to it right away, and keep a close watch on them, rest assured. With a slight nod, Sohan paid them no more attention and turned to Yamazaki Reiko. Dispatch some people to search the surrounding buildings for survivors and clear out the zombies. Award 1 merit point for each survivor found. Also station a few people on both sides of the street. Kill any zombies that cross the line. Yes, sir. Reiko acknowledged with a nod, then turned to issue orders to the dozens of team members behind her. Soon the women were all in motion. In no time, only Sohan and Kyoka remained at the school gate. Kyoka had intended to leave as well, but Sohan held her back. What is it? I've been careful not to get hurt, you know. You can't send me back upstairs. With her hand in his, Kyoka puffed out her cheeks, looking utterly pitiful, afraid he'd make her return to the upper floors. She had just managed to break through to Tier 1, and she hadn't even had a chance to unleash her power and wreak havoc on the zombies yet. How could she go back now? Of course, Sohan had no intention of sending her back. The fact that she had broken through to Tier 1 so quickly was partly due to Reiko and the others deliberately leaving kills for her, but it was mostly her own hard work. Otherwise, she wouldn't have improved so fast. The incident with Meiko had truly spurred Kyoka on shaking off her previous laziness. Sohan's gaze swept over her, and under the eye of destiny, her attributes were laid bare before him. Character: Asama Kyoka, strength 15, agility 17, spirit 21, constitution 20, tier 1 loyalty 100, ability light, heart LV2, energy 200, skills: goddess of lights, mercy, holy light, purification, goddess of lights, mercy condenses the power of light to heal the target and cleanse negative status effects. Holy light purification: purify all evil and heresy with the power of light. Wow, this was something else. Not only did she have growth in both spirit and constitution, but her skills had even changed after breaking through. Redemption had become goddess of light's mercy. What did that mean? Was it a hint that Big Sister was destined to become a goddess of light? Setting that aside, the evolved skill was undoubtedly a significant upgrade. If she had possessed this skill before, the virus in Meiko would have been vaporized on the spot. As for the second skill, judging by the description, it seemed to be an offensive ability. So now even healers have offensive power, huh? Fine. That's great. After reviewing Kyoka's attributes, Sohan lowered his head and kissed her pouting rosy lips. Of course I'm not sending you back. My dear Anne is so adorable and caring. How could I bear to part with you? Where are your hands roaming? Kyoka's face flushed crimson as she swatted the large hand behind her, her beautiful eyes darting around nervously like a startled fawn. Pulling her into his embrace with a laugh, Sohan whisked her off her feet and carried her all the way to the base of the office building before setting her down. Sir. The 2 guards stationed there brightened at the sight of Sohan and quickly bowed in salute. At ease, continue your watch. Pay no mind to me. Waving them off, Sohan set down the blushing Kyoka and pointed at a few zombies shambling towards them. Kyoka used holy light purification on those zombies. Let me see what it can do. At his words, Kyoka's drowsiness vanished instantly, and so did her shyness. She raised her slender arm, her fair fingers tracing an arcane pattern in the air. Light energy surged from her body as a beam of holy radiance shot into the sky, exploding above the zombies into a cascade of golden particles. The golden particles rained down like droplets, sizzling upon contact with the zombies, as if doused in acid. A cacophony of hissing filled the air as the creatures roared, collapsing to the ground in agonized howls, their struggles ceasing within seconds. Staring in amazement at the utterly lifeless zombies on the ground, Sohan clicked his tongue in wonder. This holy light purification was no joke. It was an area effect attack, and just a few golden droplets had been enough to kill a zombie. The purifying power was downright terrifying. Auntie, you're full of juice, aren't you? Having wiped out the zombies with a single move, Kyoka was standing proudly with her hands on her hips when she heard this out of nowhere and nearly threw her back out. Noticing the two women nearby practically radiating curiosity with sparkling eyes, Kyoka's face burned bright red. Remembering how she had nearly wet the bed last night, she shot Sohan an indignant glare. You am not talking to you anymore. You're not allowed in my room tonight. Huh? Sohan stared blankly as Kyoka stomped her foot and stormed into the office building. What had he said? He hadn't said anything, had he? He was completely baffled. He was such an innocent soul. He didn't understand any of this. It must be his aunt who had the dirty mind. With his hands clasped behind his back, Sohan didn't follow her inside. Instead, he turned and headed towards the shopping mall across the street. Reiko and the others had the office building covered. There was no need for him to join the fray. As his faction grew, food consumption would only increase. He needed to stockpile supplies and check the mall for any survivors. Logically speaking, places like malls tended to have survivors hiding out. Fitting rooms, restrooms, storage closets. Places where you could shut the door and stay quiet were prime spots for surviving. Though, the smell might be a bit overpowering. Even the most ethereal fairy had to answer nature's call. Entering the mall, Sohan bypassed the upper floors and made a beeline for the underground supermarket. First things first, he had to fill his space ring to the brim. With the earth expanding and the power out, if he didn't stock up on meat and vegetables, now fresh produce might become a distant luxury. There was no helping it, though his faction was an exception. With the matter converter tossing in, a piece of steel could yield hundreds of pounds of rice, meat, and vegetables. That thing was awesome. But even so, he still needed to grab whatever he could. Saving a bit here and there mattered. After all, even the wealthiest household couldn't afford to be wasteful. True to its nature, the mall was packed with people. The moment he pushed through the doors into the main hall, over a dozen zombies locked onto him. And further ahead, a sea of heads indicated an unknown number of them. Hello there, folks. How about we make a deal? Let's be civil about this. You stay put, and I won't cause trouble. I just need to borrow your heads. Sound good? With a roar, the dozen or so zombies charged at him, enraged by his audacity. Watching them rush forward, Sohan let out a sigh. So we're doing this the hard way, huh? Fine. Time to bring out the hardware. A fierce glint in his eye, Sohan grabbed his shadow strike and lunged forward. Thud. Seconds later, surveying the corpses strewn across the floor, he curled his lip. See, wouldn't it have been easier for everyone to just cooperate? Why make things so difficult for yourselves? Having dealt with the dozen troublesome zombies, Sohan glanced into the distance. Good, the others hadn't been alerted. Otherwise it would have been another bloody fight. He crept towards the entrance of the underground supermarket. Before he could even descend, he was met with hundreds of grotesque faces slowly turning in his direction. What if I just pretend I was never here? Roar. Zombies are devoid of reason. The moment they spotted Sohan, a living human right before their eyes, the instinctive craving for evolution drove them into a frenzy. Damn it. Hundreds of zombies howled in unison, nearly deafening Sohan. What the hell are you screaming for, eh? Trying to scare someone to death with those lungs? Sohan's face twisted in annoyance as he raised his arm. Lightning coalesced rapidly in his palm, and with a casual flick, a crackling orb of thunder shot forth. ZZZT. The moment the orb plunged into the horde, arcs of electricity burst outward. Serpentine bolts of lightning slithered through the crowd, and within seconds hundreds of zombies were wreathed in a shimmering blue glow. The lightning serpents rampaged unchecked. Hundreds of zombies clogged the narrow entrance of the underground supermarket, a perfect cluster with no need to lure them together. The thunder orb unleashed its most devastating power. Lightning ravaged the area as the horde thrashed helplessly in a sea of electric death. Within moments they were all charred to blackened husks. Killed, ordinary zombie 1 point. Current points, 13,570. Killed, ordinary zombie 1 EXP. Current EXP 104,111,0000. Having wiped out the hundreds of zombies at the entrance with a single strike, Sohan surveyed the field of scorched corpses. He fanned the air before his nose, grimacing at the acrid stench of burnt flesh, and strode toward the supermarket's entrance with a look of disdain. The rolling steel shutter of the underground supermarket had already been pulled down. Someone had been quick to react, it seemed, though whether any survivors remained inside was another question. Quick reflexes didn't guarantee survival. Everything was chaos when the apocalypse struck. The shutter could keep the zombies outside at bay, but it couldn't stop those already within, and by sealing the entrance it had effectively sealed the fate of anyone trapped inside. Though, coming out would have been death either way. With a few sweeps of his arm, his blade shadow flash carved through the steel shutter as easily as cutting tofu, opening a door large enough for him to pass through. Stepping inside, there was no ambush waiting. The supermarket was eerily quiet, not a single zombie in sight. If not for the complete absence of people, it would have been indistinguishable from the world before the apocalypse. Too quiet. Quiet beyond imagination. His gaze swept across the silent expanse, a thoughtful glint in Sohan's eyes. Something was definitely off. A silence like this meant one of two things: either a corpse demon had emerged and devoured every corpse, leaving nothing behind, or someone with formidable strength and leadership had cleared out the zombies and united all the survivors. There was no third possibility that came to mind. Regardless of which it was, Sohan decided to take a stroll through the supermarket, first scavenging supplies, while keeping an eye out for any survivors, or perhaps the corpse demon itself. As for safety, Sohan wasn't concerned. His rank 2 strength was more than enough to handle whatever came his way. He headed straight for the meat and produce section. The power was out, leaving the supermarket shrouded in deep gloom. It might have been inconvenient for an ordinary person, but for Sohan it made no difference at all. Arriving at the meat section, he scanned the trays of beef, pork, and sliced white chicken. The appraisal info showed they hadn't spoiled yet, and he let out a small sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he swept his hand across, storing all the raw meat into his spatial ring. He only stopped when it was nearly 3/4 full, a hint of regret flashing across his face. The 2x2 meter spatial ring was far too small. It couldn't possibly hold everything. The nearly 6 cubic meters of space had only taken a fraction of the supermarket stock, less than 1%. With a sigh, Sohan turned toward the vegetable section and filled the remaining 2 cubic meters before finally calling it quits. Gazing at the vast piles of fresh vegetables still remaining, Sohan shook his head in disappointment. Looks like I need to finish my mission ASAP and expand the ring's capacity. 8 cubic meters is way too cramped. With the ring packed to the brim, he couldn't be bothered with the leftover vegetables. He turned and began wandering deeper into the supermarket. He hadn't gone far when a beam of light cut through the darkness, accompanied by a sharp shout. "You there, kid? Stop right where you are. Oh, someone's here." Hearing the voice, Sohan's lips curled into a grin. Had been wondering how to find people, and now someone had come to him. Saved him the trouble. He turned to his left. Dozens of meters away, several figures stood, flashlights in hand, cautiously making their way toward him. Narrowing his eyes, Sohan's figure flickered, and in an instant he was standing right before them. "You? Who are you? No, are you human or ghost?" The sudden appearance of Sohan sent them sprawling to the ground in terror, their flashlights clattering away. Taking in their panicked expressions with indifference, Sohan said, "I ask you answer. Besides you lot, how many people are still in this supermarket? Where are you hiding? Has anyone among you awakened a special ability?" As he spoke, his gaze swept over them, and the eye of destiny quickly fed him their information. Name: Oishushi. Strength 11. Agility 10. Spirit 9. Physique 11. Rank 0. Loyalty 30. Name: Kawakami Yaren. Strength 12. Agility 11. Spirit 10. Physique 10. Rank 0. Loyalty 28. The feedback from the Eye of Destiny was unremarkable. The men before him were all utterly ordinary, the most common sort of people from before the apocalypse. In fact, they probably hadn't even killed a single zombie yet. System, what's the deal with this loyalty stat? Why are they all negative? It's not like I did anything to piss them off, right? Everything seemed normal, but the loyalty values left Sohan scratching his head. Host misunderstands. A negative loyalty doesn't mean you've done something to displease them. Your sudden appearance was too unsettling, it frightened them. All they feel toward you is fear, hence the negative values. Oh, that made sense. Sohan nodded in sudden understanding. Kawakami Yaren and the others, still trembling on the floor, were completely dumbstruck. When they heard Sohan's question, they didn't dare hold anything back. The words spilled out of them like beans from a jar. We'll talk. We'll talk. Besides the 4 of us, there are 37 others. When the monsters appeared, the security captain Okada Joki ordered us to pull down the shutter and then clear out all the monsters. Now we all follow Okada Joki's command. Security Captain Okada Joki. Sohan filed the name away in his mind and continued, "What about abilities? Special powers, I mean. Does this Okada Joki have one? You've got over 40 people. Where are you all hiding? I haven't seen a single soul besides you 4. Through the exchange of questions and answers, Kawakami Yaren had pieced it together. Sohan wasn't some monster. He was a real person, and that calmed him down considerably. "Our reporting to you, Sir Okadasama, is in a meeting right now planning to break out of the supermarket. As for the special ability you mentioned, I recall that Okadasama can turn his arms into rock. Those monsters can't even bite through his skin. Arms that turn to rock. An earth-type ability. Or a rock-type. Seems defense-oriented. No wonder he managed to clear out the zombies and had the guts to plan a breakout. This Okada jockey had some brains after all. But that was before. Now that he was here, any plans the man had would have to be shelved. He'd better fall in line and work for him, or he'd be chopped down without a second thought. How could he tolerate another snoring beside his bed? Besides, a few Sakura pigs cut down wouldn't be a problem, right? Giving Kawakami Yarin a nudge with his foot, Sohan said, "All of you get up. Take me to wherever this Okada captain of yours is having his meeting. Regarding the plan I just mentioned, do you have any suggestions? Feel free to speak your mind, as it concerns everyone's lives." Inside the underground supermarket warehouse, a deep voice echoed. Several large flashlights served as lighting, illuminating the dim warehouse in every detail. In the warehouse, dozens of figures stood or sat, their gazes fixed on the man at the head, the burly figure in a security uniform, Gang Yishangshu. The voice that had just spoken also came from Gang Yishangshu. The supermarket warehouse had been cleared out, easily accommodating dozens of people without feeling cramped. Among them were ordinary people in home clothes and casual, were uniformed sales assistants and security personnel, led by Gang Yishangshu. Among the dozens, only 7 or 8 were privileged to sit at the makeshift meeting table. The rest stood listening. Most of those seated wore security uniforms and carried batons, except for a single middle-aged man. Being able to sit at the table second only to Gang Yishangshu, the middle-aged man naturally had his merits. His name was Yuzayulang. When the apocalypse broke out, he was buying groceries in the underground supermarket. Facing the terrifying zombies, he was fortunate to awaken a speed ability. Once activated, his speed doubled. Although it wasn't as powerful as Gang Yishangshu's rock ability, it was still formidable compared to ordinary people. It was precisely with his speed ability that he secured his seat below Gang Yishangshu. "Lord Gang Yi, I have no objections." Yuzayulang was the first to express his stance. To maintain his position without being persecuted, he relied on being obedient and submissive. He had an ability, yes, but he was no match for Gang Yishangshu, nor could he stand against the others' overwhelming numbers. If he didn't want to die, he had to submit. If you can't beat them, join them. Living is not shameful. What's wrong with conceding? Isn't life now much better than before? Thinking of the taste of the young sales assistant from last night, Yuzayulang had long forgotten the old wife at home. "Master, we have no objections either. Lord Gang Yi is a man of great talent and strategy with astonishing martial prowess. Those monsters are nothing. With Lord Gang Yi leading us, those monsters are a piece of cake. Our brothers have all improved their strength. Killing those monsters is no challenge. As long as you give the order, I Nanyun will be the first to charge." Receiving the flattery from the crowd, the tense expression on Gang Yishangshu's face melted into a smile. This feeling of being the center of attention, flattered by everyone, was simply too exhilarating. The days of groveling as a security guard were gone forever. The once arrogant young beauties now behaved like docile little rabbits before him, yielding to his every whim. Something he could never have achieved before the apocalypse. In just 2 or 3 days, he had become addicted to the feeling of wielding power and giving orders, but it wasn't enough. He only had a few dozen people under his command. Too few. Now the great families were barely able to look after themselves, the self-defense forces were nowhere to be seen, and the imperial politicians only spouted nonsense like, "Stay home and wait for rescue." He understood the world had fallen into chaos. This was precisely his opportunity to rise. Weren't those lofty great families also born from chaos? Why couldn't he have a place among them? Bang! Just as Gang Yishangshu was envisioning a glorious future, the warehouse door was violently kicked open. The deafening crash made everyone's ears ring with a buzzing sound. Startled by the loud noise, Gang Yishangshu's face twisted with rage. His fierce glare fixed on the doorway, and his burly frame rose like a giant bear, exuding an oppressive pressure. "Chuan Shang Yellowen, what the hell are you guys doing? Weren't you supposed to be patrolling outside? Without my permission, who allowed you to come in? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll make sure you all know the consequences of angering me today." The low roar echoed through the warehouse, the fury within it causing everyone else to lower their heads silently. No one dared to provoke Gang Yishangshu at this moment. The last person who dared to do so had been crushed to death by Gang Yishangshu's rock-like hand. At the warehouse entrance, hearing Gang Yishangshu's roar, a flash of fear passed through Chuan Shang Yelen's eyes. Standing behind Sohan, he didn't even dare to lift his head. At this moment, Gang Yishangshu also noticed something wrong. The patrol personnel were fixed today. It was the 4 of them, including Chuan Shang Yellowen, whom he all knew. But there were more than 4 people standing at the door. The 4 of them stood behind, and in front was a boy. He was still wearing a school uniform and looked very unfamiliar. Gang Yishangshu was sure he had never seen him before. What was going on? He knew everyone in the supermarket. Where did this suddenly appearing kid come from? And by the looks of it, was it this kid who had just kicked the door? "Who are you?" Suppressing the rage in his heart, Gang Yishangshu stared at Sohan, his massive frame pressing down with a heavy pressure. This was his probe. A person beyond his control had appeared in the underground supermarket with an unknown and quite suspicious origin. Before determining the other's intentions and strength, he dared not act rashly and could only test. Feeling the pressure bearing down on him, Sohan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Just this kind of pressure. Trying to intimidate him. Come on, put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten? A level 1 wind has more force than you. Although he had previously estimated that Gang Yishangshu's strength wouldn't be high, seeing it firsthand, Sohan was still deeply disappointed. He was far from reaching the first rank. Not to mention anything else, any one of the dozens of girls could beat Gang Yishangshu to a pulp. Disappointed as he was, Sohan was still quite satisfied with the number of survivors in the supermarket. He just didn't know how many of these people would obediently follow orders and not seek death. He never showed mercy to those who couldn't read the situation and liked to court death. In fact, Sohan almost wished that a few troublemakers would emerge from the crowd so he could make an example of them. The effect would be absolutely perfect. Gang Yishangshu's heart was filled with rage, a surging fury almost bursting from his eyes. Damn it. Too damn annoying. The kid standing at the door completely ignored him, treating him as if he were air. This was something Gang Yishangshu, who had been enjoying flattery for days, simply could not accept. Fortunately, he hadn't lost his reason. The more Sohan acted like this, the more it proved that the other party was emboldened. His overwhelming momentum had vanished like a clay ox sinking into the sea without even a ripple. What did this mean? It meant that this suddenly appearing kid was stronger than him. If he rashly turned hostile, he would likely be the one to die. The other party definitely had an ability just like him. Thinking this, Gang Yishangshu suppressed the fierce flames of rage in his heart, forcing a smile onto his tense face. Friend from afar, you are a guest. Do you have any needs? As the master of this underground supermarket, if you young brother need anything, just tell me. If it's within my power, I will not refuse. As soon as Gang Yishangshu finished speaking, one after another incredulous looks were raised, staring at him in shock. What had they heard? Gang Yishangshu was actually yielding to the kid at the door. Had the sun risen from the west? At the warehouse entrance, hearing Gang Yishangshu's words, Sohan's smile gradually faded. He gave Gang Yishangshu a deep look, then shook his head. With a flicker, he suddenly appeared in front of Gang Yishangshu. You're quite smart, able to bend and stretch. If given some time, you might actually have been able to develop. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong era and met me. You can only blame your bad luck. Sohan's voice was flat, his eyes devoid of emotion, as he regarded Gang Yishangshu like one would a corpse. And indeed, that was precisely what he intended. Under Gang Yishangshu's terrified gaze, Sohan struck without hesitation, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him slowly into the air. Gang Yishangshu stood nearly 195 centimeters tall, his massive frame resembling a bear standing on its hind legs. In comparison, Sohan appeared almost frail. Yet it was this seemingly weak Sohan who hoisted Gang Yishangshu by the throat with ease, leaving the giant completely helpless. Indeed, Gang Yishangshu was utterly powerless. The hand gripping his neck felt like a steel vice, crushing the breath from his lungs. Under the overwhelming force, he could hear his own neck groaning in agony, as if his vertebrae and windpipe were about to be crushed to pulp at any moment. His prized rock-like skin, which even zombie bites couldn't leave a mark upon, began to crack and shatter like fragile porcelain. Against such terrifying power, his so-called invincible defense was nothing but a joke. No. Why? Gang Yishangshu's face flushed crimson from suffocation, his bulging eyes filled with the terror of death. Why, oi? Sohan tilted his head. Since you asked, I'll let you die with clarity. In this warehouse, your hatred and malice toward me burn the strongest. I can spare everyone here, but not you. Your enmity toward me runs too deep. I cannot allow someone so consumed by hatred to walk free. If you don't finish off a tiger, you'll suffer its retaliation. So you must die. This was the information relayed back by the Eye of Destiny. Gang Yishangshu's loyalty was 98, a man utterly consumed by hatred with no room for reconciliation. Such a person had to die. Crack. Before Gang Yishangshu could utter another word, Sohan's fingers tightened with a subtle flex, and a crisp snap echoed through the warehouse. At that sound, everyone present shuddered involuntarily. Ding. Absorbable ability detected. Would you like to spend 1000 points to extract it? Just as Sohan was about to discard the corpse, the system's notification rang in his mind, catching him off guard. What? Abilities could be extracted? Spending 1000 points to extract an ability was a no-brainer profit. However, there was one question he needed answered. Could the extracted ability be given to someone else? The rock armor ability was too inferior for his tastes, but it could be gifted to his subordinates. Plenty of people lacked abilities, and while this one wasn't impressive to him, it would develop into a solid tank in the future. Others would surely treasure it. Yes. After extraction with points, the ability will be stored in a card, and you are free to gift it to whomever you wish. That was excellent. System extracted. Ding. 1000 points deducted. Ability extraction in progress. Ding. Extraction successful. Rock armor ability has been sent to temporary storage. Valid for 24 hours. Please check promptly. While the system worked, Sohan opened the system shop. A quick search revealed the true value of the rock armor ability. Rock armor, an earth-type branch ability. Upon activation, it forms a thick layer of rock armor over the body. Price, 10000 points. An ability worth 100 points secured for just 1000. All thanks to Ganya Shangshu. What a generous man. Even in death, he contributed his final bit of value. Sohan discarded the worthless corpse which hit the ground with a dull thud, causing everyone in the warehouse to flinch once more. Staring at the body with its grotesquely twisted neck and wide unseeing eyes, dozens of people felt a chill crawl up their spines, their hearts gripped by terror. They had all witnessed Ganya Shangshu's formidable strength. Without exaggeration, he could have single-handedly crushed every one of them. Now that he was dead, eliminated with a single ruthless strike, what fate awaited them? Thud! Before Sohan could speak, a sudden noise echoed. He turned in surprise to see Dayu Zailing kneeling on the ground, kowtowing fervently. Sohan was baffled. What was this guy doing? Spare me, my lord. Spare me, my lord. I don't want to die. He'll do anything you ask, just spare my worthless life. I beg you. Sohan was stunned. This guy was decisive. And not just Sohan, everyone else in the warehouse was equally shocked. Yet the looks directed at Dayu Zailing were not of contempt, but of admiration. Damn. Dayu Zailing was clever, knowing when to read the room and surrender immediately. With that thought, dozens of people, regardless of gender or status, dropped to their knees faster than one another in the face of death. Thud! Thud! The sound of kneeling filled the air as dozens dropped to the ground in an instant. Spare me, my lord, I don't want to die. Please, my lord, I'm strong. I can do hard labor. I'm a housewife and a great cook. I'm also not bad looking. Use me however you please. Just leave me alive. Me too, me too. I just got married. I'm skilled in all sorts of entertainment. Please, master, spare my life. Everyone tried their own tricks, groveling desperately to survive, terrified that a moment's delay would seal their doom. Sohan had never intended to kill them. Now that they were so cooperative, any thought of harm vanished completely. What was there to consider? A single sweep of the eye of destiny revealed everything. None had loyalty below 80. Dayu Zailing, the first to kneel and beg, was even more absurd. 89 loyalty points, can you believe it? Still, Sohan would never trust a turncoat like that. His ability was trash and his loyalty questionable, but Head make a decent corpse hauler. With his ability fully activated, Head surely push a cart faster than anyone else. Kneeling on the ground, Dayu Zailing suddenly shivered, an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. This sudden sensation nearly made him lose control. He kowtowed even faster, using his ability until his head became a blur. His frantic kowtowing was so intense that Sohan feared the man might crack his own skull open. Your worthless lives are temporarily on loan. Whether you live or die depends on your future conduct. Now get up. Sohan showed no kindness to these spineless wretches. People of the Sakura Empire were all the same. Give them an inch, and they'd take a mile. Show them the slightest kindness, and they'd see an opportunity, always ready to betray. Only through relentless suppression and treating them as less than human would they obey. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for sparing our worthless lives. Rest assured, my lord, we will be obedient. As expected, everyone on their knees looked up with fawning expressions, as if Sohan had bestowed a great honor upon them. Having absorbed all the survivors from the underground supermarket, excluding the deceased Ganya Shangshu, there were 40 people in total, plus a rock armor ability card. It could be said that the gains were substantial. Leading the group to the supermarket entrance, Sohan walked out of the underground supermarket through the split door and brought these people back to school. Just as he was about to call over Oda Masanori to give instructions, he sensed something was off. Why were there so many people at the school gate pushing carts and carrying corpses? They came and went in an endless stream. The number had to be at least 60 or 70 people, right? What's going on with these people? As he called over Oda Masanori and asked this question, Sohan already had an answer in his mind. Facing Sohan's inquiry, Oda Masanori's expression was filled with reverence. Reporting to my lord, these people were all sent back by Deputy Captain Yamazaki. Adding the 16 people you brought back earlier, there are now a total of 83 people responsible for carrying corpses. Some of the women are weaker, so they work in pairs. Currently, no one dares to disobey. So that's already 83 people. Meaning in this short span, Yamazaki Reiko's side had already rescued 67 people. That's incredibly efficient. As for the issue of weaker strength that Oda Masanori mentioned, he hadn't considered that. It was mainly because the girls under his command were too formidable. Carrying 2 corpses, they could still sprint like Olympic champions, so he had subconsciously forgotten about this matter. Alright, well done. These people are under your charge too. Keep up the good work. Patting Oda Masanori on the shoulder, Sohan turned and handed over Ohiro Shuichiro and the others to him. Returning to the mall, the supermarket was completely dealt with. What remained were the other floors of the mall. He wondered how many useful pawns he could save. However, to go upstairs, he needed to first deal with the trouble on the first floor. Ji-ing unsheathed, Sohan looked at the 100 or 200 zombies wandering on the first floor, stamped his foot, and his figure shot forward instantly. More than 10 minutes later, with the last corpse falling, the entire first floor was cleaned up, and not a single standing zombie could be seen. Sohan circled the first floor twice, checking every fitting room and restroom. Unfortunately, his luck was poor. Not a single living person was found. Instead, he wasted nearly half an hour. The efficiency was indeed low, and the key issue was that there were no gains. But with bad luck, there was nothing to be done. In fact, his thoughts were correct. People had indeed hidden in those restrooms and such, but he arrived too late, and they had already turned into corpses. Carrying a belly full of frustration, he headed straight to the second floor. Looking around, all he saw were shoe specialty stores with quite a few zombies wandering about. He knocked on the glass beside him, and the crisp sound echoed. Soon the second floor was filled with the roars of zombies. Rather than searching one by one, it was better to make some noise and let the zombies come to him to die. This trick Sohan wouldn't teach just anyone, mainly because if they weren't strong enough, teaching them would only get them killed. He was bold because he was skilled. After eliminating most of the zombies on the second floor, Sohan patiently walked through each specialty store, pushing open every fitting room door, only to find them almost entirely empty. Thump thump. Arriving at a fitting room door, before he even opened it, he heard muffled sounds coming from inside. Sohan's eyes lit up, and he yanked the door open. But once he saw the scene inside, the joy on his face instantly froze. Inside the fitting room, a man and a woman were intertwined, their pants not even pulled up. The woman's back was covered in bite wounds, and the walls were smeared with bloody scratch marks. It wasn't hard to imagine the two were in the middle of their intimate moment when the man mutated. Before the woman even realized what was happening, he bit her, and the two of them perished together. Because the fitting room door was locked from the inside, the two had remained in this bizarre state the entire time, never coming out. His eager anticipation was dashed. Sohan glared fiercely at this pair of lovers, then went up and slashed wildly at them. Fking playing around in a changing room. Wasting my damn time. Do you know how precious my time is? Nodding your fking head. You don't know SHD. You damn couple, I hate couples like you the most. Die. I have a girlfriend now. Oh, never mind. A couple more slashes. Only after hacking the two into an unrecognizable mess did Sohan stop. The fitting room looked like the scene of a murder. System, is there any way to detect if there are any survivors in this building? Searching through every damn fitting room one by one is way too troublesome. Sohan's tone was gloomy. Although he had to check every fitting room and restroom regardless of whether there were survivors to ensure no zombies remained, the feeling of dashed hopes was truly unpleasant. If he knew the outcome from the start, it wouldn't be so bad, but this feeling of hope turning into disappointment was infuriating. Host can spend 50 points to scan the entire mall. The system will project the scan results as a map in front of the host, clearly showing where survivors and zombies are. 50 points. That's not expensive. This mall had 9 floors, nearly 100 meters tall, with hundreds of fitting rooms and restrooms. At just 50 points, it was a steal. System, scan the entire building. Ding. 50 points deducted. Scanning. Ding. Scan complete. 3D projection constructed. Host can summon it at any time. Sohan was overjoyed and immediately summoned the 3D projection. It was crystal clear. Green dots represented survivors, red dots represented zombies, and a white dot was himself. Looking at it, his luck wasn't bad. There were actually a few survivors on the second floor. Unfazed by these survivors, Sohan walked through the fitting rooms one by one, slashing any zombie behind the doors. After opening more than 10 fitting room doors, he finally arrived at one where a survivor was present. Arriving at the fitting room door, Sohan didn't bother knocking and directly pulled the door open. By now, the apocalypse had been raging for 3 days. Without food or water, people would probably be on the verge of fainting from hunger, or at the very least, in an extremely weakened state. Sure enough, when he opened the door, a haggard and terrified figure appeared before him. You? Who are you? Are you here to save me? The man inside the fitting room looked at Sohan with fear-filled eyes. He had likely been cowering in this small room for days, tormented by the constant sounds of zombies roaring outside. Almost fainting from the stench emanating from the fitting room, Sohan quickly stepped back and tossed a piece of bread and a bottle of water inside. Eat this. After you're done, stay put and wait here. I've already killed all the zombies outside. If you dare to run around, these corpses out here will be your example. Sohan couldn't stand the smell anymore and walked away after speaking. Seeing the bread and water on the ground, the man's eyes lit up. Forgetting all dignity, he lunged at the food and stuffed the bread into his mouth. It was only after he finished eating that he looked up, only to find Sohan was already gone. After taking a few steps and looking at the corpses scattered around, the man swallowed nervously. He didn't dare to run off. He hadn't forgotten what Sohan had said. He didn't want to die. Having traversed almost the entire second floor, Sohan rescued a total of 7 survivors from the fitting rooms, both men and women. Unsurprisingly, they all reeked just like the man before. A few of the relatively decent-looking women served as living proof that even fairies need to answer nature's call. The restroom in the northeast corner of the second floor was the last place he hadn't checked, and it was also the only restroom with survivors, and there were two of them. He made his way to the men's restroom entrance. Surprisingly, it was very quiet inside with no zombies around. Perhaps it was because the northeast corner was too remote. Sohan had no interest in knocking on the doors of two men in a restroom. Honestly, two men squeezed into one restroom stall. That was a picture too beautiful to imagine. You two brothers inside, you can come out now? The zombies outside have all been eliminated. Really? Two identical weak but surprised voices came from behind the door. What the hell? Am I going deaf? Why do those voices sound so young? Sister, I'm hungry. In the cramped men's restroom, two adorable little girls in princess dresses huddled together their small stall, serving as their final refuge. Hearing her younger sister's soft whimper, Kurihara Chika's heart ached. She and her sister Kurihara Chihaya were twins, with Chihaya born just a few minutes later. Those few minutes meant Chika had always shouldered the responsibility of being the older sister, caring for Chihaya since they were young. On the day the apocalypse broke out, they had just moved and needed supplies, so the sisters followed their mother to the mall. They hadn't been shopping long before the zombie crisis erupted. To give the sisters a chance to escape, their mother lured the monsters away and never returned. They feared the worst. Pulling herself together, Chika patted her sister's head and soothed. If you're hungry, how about drinking some water to stave it off? Chihaya shook her head, burrowing into her sister's embrace. No, it's dirty. For 3 days the sisters had no food or water, forced to drink from the toilet tank. It wasn't clean, but it kept them alive. Even so, they only touched it when absolutely desperate. Sister, do you think anyone will really come to save us? Mom's gone now. What will we do? I miss Mom. Chika fell silent. Would anyone come for them? Since yesterday the growls near the restroom had stopped, but the mall was never quiet. Even if rescue came by the time they found them here, they'd likely be starved to death. Her hand unconsciously stroking her sister's head. Chika, since yesterday the growls near the restroom had stopped, but the mall was never quiet. Even if rescue came by the time they found them here, they'd likely be starved to death. Her hand unconsciously stroking her sister's head. Chika made a decision in her heart. Better one die than both. If her sister was starving, she could eat her flesh to last a little longer. With their mother gone, she, as the elder sister, had to take on that role and care for her sister. But biting her own flesh would hurt terribly, wouldn't it? Chika's thoughts were in turmoil when a series of footsteps echoed from outside the restroom. Hearing them, she quickly covered her mouth. Chihaya nestled in her arms, also instinctively held her breath, her small frame tensing up. But biting her own flesh would hurt terribly, wouldn't it? Chika's thoughts were in turmoil when a series of footsteps echoed from outside the restroom. Hearing them, she quickly covered her mouth. Chihaya nestled. Countless possibilities flashed through her mind. Chika desperately hoped for the first or last, but hope was slim. If it were rescue, the place would be in chaos, monsters howling wildly. And Mom. Though she didn't want to admit it, their mother hadn't appeared in 3 days, so it was safe to assume the worst. It's probably a monster. Are we going to die? As the footsteps stopped right outside their stall, Chika's heart sank to the pit of her stomach. She tightened her arms around her sister. If it was a monster, she would do as her mother did and create a final chance for her sister to live. Thump, thump, thump. You two in there, you can come out now? The zombies outside have all been eliminated. You're safe. The stall door was knocked. Both sisters froze, stunned by the voice from outside. It wasn't a monster. Chika felt like she was dreaming. The one outside wasn't a monster, but the rescue shed least expected. They were saved. The joy of survival washed over them. They exchanged glances and instinctively asked, really? Are all those monsters outside really gone? Outside the stall, Sohan, who had stepped back, was full of questions. What the hell? Did he hear that? Two crisp, soft voices came from the men's room stall. What's going on? Two little girls hiding in the men's restroom. Or two little boys? Sohan was stunned. Shouldn't girls instinctively go to the women's room? It must be two little boys in there, right? Thinking this, Sohan steadied himself. They're all gone. You can come out now. Inside, upon confirmation, Chika unlocked the door and cautiously peeked out. Seeing Sohan's wide eyes, she breathed a sigh of relief. The restroom was safe. They were finally saved. Seeing Chika's head peek out, Sohan confirmed they were two little girls. But the problem was the women's restroom was right next door, even closer. Why go into the men's? Going out of their way, or some special preference? He didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. Inside, assured of safety, Chika relaxed and let her sister out. After 3 days without food, they were weak, almost stumbling on the step. Big brother, thank you for saving us, Chika said gratefully, holding her sister's hand. Looking at the twin sisters in adorable princess dresses, barely 1.6 meters tall, delicate as porcelain dolls, Sohan couldn't describe his feelings. It was like buying a random lottery ticket and winning 100 million. Who would have thought had find two such cute twins in the men's room? What was this? Luck. Turning around. Big brother, do you have any food? My sister and I haven't eaten in 3 days. Could you give us some? Seeing Sohan silent, Chika swallowed hard, her stomach growling loudly. Food. Sohan reached behind his back and produced 2 packs of bread and milk. Here, make do with this for now. Chika blinked a head full of question marks. She hadn't seen a backpack on him. How did he pull out food? Was she hallucinating from hunger? Thank you, big brother. Taking the bread and milk, Chika gave one set to her sister and devoured hers ravenously. Sohan initially wanted to suggest they eat outside given it was a restroom, but seeing their ravenous state, he held his tongue. After watching them finish, he said, let's go. No point staying in here. Let's head out first. Chika's face flushed with embarrassment. She had forgotten they were in a restroom. Hanging her head, she took her sister's hand and followed Sohan out like a scolded schoolchild. Leading them out, Sohan walked ahead without looking back, asking casually, how old are you two? And why were you in the men's room? Big brother, my sister, and I are T. Perhaps emboldened by the rescue and the bread, and Sohan's handsome face, Chihaya had lost her initial fear and started to answer. Big brother, my sister, and I are 8 years old this year, Chika quickly interrupted. Chihaya looked at her sister in confusion, her mouth agape. Sohan paused, turned, and gave the 2 sisters a strange look. The 2 little girls looked young, but their fluffy princess dresses couldn't hide their impressive busts. She's 18. You've got to be kidding me. As the eye of heaven swept across them, the 2 sisters' attributes appeared before him. Character: Kurihara Chika, age 18, strength 3-6. Note: currently in a weakened state, agility 5-8, spirit 13, constitution 6-8, height 155 centimeters, trust level 53. Character: Kurihara Chihaya, age 18, strength 3-6, agility 4-7, spirit 12, constitution 6-8, height 155 centimeters, trust level 76. 18. Sohan stared incredulously at the attributes relayed back by the eye of heaven, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? These 2 are supposed to be 18. There's definitely something wrong with this world. Instead of growing taller, all their development went straight to their chests, didn't it? It was a horizontal expansion. Sohan was internally losing it. Seeing the strange look on his face as he stared unblinkingly at them, Kurihara Chika's small hands instinctively tightened around her princess dress. She had transferred to Jichuan County precisely because their short stature had made them constant targets of mockery and bullying at school. Since Sohan wasn't part of the school, and no one here knew them, she thought a little white lie about their age might spare them from those strange looks and cruel taunts. Big brother, is something wrong? Kurihara Chika asked with a sweet smile, meeting Sohan's puzzled gaze. Nothing, let's go, he replied flatly without pressing the matter. He figured she had her reasons for lying about her age. She'd tell him eventually once their trust level grew. As Sohan turned away, Kurihara Chika let out a sigh of relief. Sensing movement beside her, she looked over at her younger sister. Chihaya, why did you lie to him? Didn't he save us? Chihaya asked, confused. Stroking her sister's head, Chika sighed softly. Remember how those girls at school treated us? How they mocked us and bullied us? And those weird looks from the boys. Have you forgotten all of that? At the memory of being bullied, Chihaya's face turned pale. She quickly covered her mouth and shook her head frantically. Sis, don't say any more. We can't let him find out. All right, let's go. As long as we don't say anything, no one will ever know. Walking ahead, Sohan overheard every whispered word between the 2 little girls, and now he understood. They had been isolated and bullied at school because of their height. In the Sakura Empire campus, bullying was as common as a daily meal, even more so. The sisters were gorgeous like porcelain dolls, which naturally made them targets for envy and harassment, and all of it had scarred them deeply. Campus bullying truly was a menace. Now that he understood the situation, Sohan didn't turn around to expose their lie. Had let them tell him when they were ready. The 3 of them walked away, leaving the northeast corner restroom far behind. Just as their figures disappeared, a mature, alluring silhouette stepped out from beside an unremarkable shelf. Her blood-red eyes fixed on the spot where Sohan and the sisters had vanished, the reflection of the 2 girls still lingering in her gaze. After a moment of pause, she silently retreated and faded back into the shadows of the shelves. Several dozen meters away, Sohan had just reached a vendor stall when he let out a soft grunt and turned his gaze back toward the northeast corner. He scanned the area but found nothing out of the ordinary. Just moments ago had sensed someone watching him from behind, yet when he turned around there was no one. It left him puzzled. Was it just my imagination? He pulled up the holographic surveillance feed and scanned the entire second floor. Aside from the survivors and himself, there was nobody else. Then where had that sense of being watched come from? Big brother, what are you looking at? Seeing Sohan suddenly spin around, Kurihara Chika glanced back herself, but saw nothing, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Looking down at the 2 little girls before him, Sohan's mind stirred, and his gaze drifted back toward the northeast corner. Zombies roamed throughout the entire mall, so why was the northeast corner so eerily quiet? Was that normal? Absolutely not. He crouched down and looked at the 2 girls. How did you 2 end up in the mall? Where are your parents? Kurihara Chika's eyes reddened, tears glistening. It was Mom. She hid us in the restroom and then ran out to lure those monsters away. She hasn't come back since. Big brother, do you think mom is already? She couldn't bring herself to say the word dead, but Sohan understood what she meant. Still looking at the grief-stricken sisters, he might not have been certain before, but now he had reached a conclusion. Their mother was definitely alive. The source of that watching presence had to be her. The reason the sisters hadn't encountered any danger, and the reason there wasn't a single zombie in the northeast corner, it was 100% because their mother had been protecting them. As for why she hadn't come to see them in the past 3 days, she probably didn't dare to. Their mother must have transformed into a corpse demon, which was why she couldn't face her daughters. A corpse demon. If it were anyone else, Sohan would have already gone over and killed it without a second thought. He had a mission to slay 10 of them. But now, killing his own future mother-in-law to complete a mission, that didn't feel right at all. Although things weren't official, yet he had both twin Lolitas in his hands now. Was he supposed to let them go or hand them over to someone else? Hell no. Anyone who so much as thought about touching them would be wiped out. Seeing the sisters on the verge of tears, Sohan let out a sigh and gently patted their heads. Don't be sad. From now on, I'll take good care of you too. Come on, let me take you back to my place. If it were just the survivors on the second floor, Sohan wouldn't bother with them. He'd round them all up once the entire building was cleared. But now with the 2 little girls in the mix, he didn't trust leaving them alone up there. It was like leaving 2 pieces of meat in a den of wolves. Who knew if those survivors might lose their minds and harm the sisters while he was gone? With a swift motion, Sohan scooped both sisters up, one in each arm, eliciting soft gasps of surprise from them. With a flicker of movement, he bounded across the building in a few leaps and landed at the entrance. Pressed against him, enveloped in the strong scent of a man, the sisters' faces flushed pink, and the exhilarating sensation of speed made their eyes sparkle with wonder. Big brother, are you a superhero? How can you fly? Watching the buildings blur past, Kurihara Chihaya couldn't hold back her curiosity. I'm no superhero, Sohan said with a smile. If you two want, you can become this strong too. But that's for later. For now, let's get you back so you can rest. We'll talk about it after you've had some sleep. As he spoke, they arrived at the kendo club. He set the sisters down, gently tucked the blankets around them, and said softly, sleep. After 3 days of exhausting tension, the moment they felt safe, the 2 girls' eyes fluttered shut, and they were out like a light. Once they were settled, Sohan left the school and headed straight back to the northeast corner of the mall's second floor. Standing in the empty corner, he closed his eyes and followed his instincts until he stopped beside a shelf. Opening his eyes, he looked at the pool of blood on the floor. Now he was 100% certain. The sister's mother had indeed become a corpse demon. Come out. I know you're here. Come out, I know you're there. Standing by the shelf, though he hadn't caught a glimpse of the 2 little girls' mother, Sohan could sense a gaze fixed upon him, shifting restlessly, never still. Quick. Moments after his words fell, no one appeared. Sohan frowned, a spark of inspiration striking him. Since you won't come out, don't blame me for being less than honorable. Since mother-in-law doesn't wish to show herself, that's fine. I'm just here to inform you that I'll take good care of your twin daughters, ensuring they can't walk a single step every day. The moment he finished, a towering wave of murderous intent surged from behind. A smug smile on his face, Sohan turned around calmly. Dozens of meters from the shelf, Fujiwara Yumi glared at him, with killing intent blazing in her eyes. Were it not for the sake of her 2 daughters, she would have loved to strike Sohan dead with a single slap. Are you even human? Chika and her sister are so young, still children. How could you lay a hand on such little ones? Clenching her teeth, Fujiwara Yumi regretted it. She regretted being soft-hearted and allowing Sohan to take her precious daughters away. If she weren't in this ghastly state, how could she bear her beloved daughters living in fear and hunger for days? She had thought Sohan a decent choice to entrust them to, but who knew that beneath that handsome exterior lurked a demon? But now that her daughters had been taken, she truly couldn't do anything to Sohan. The deathly aura surging from Private City May Academy filled her with dread. It was a den of tigers and dragons, and going there to snatch them back would mean certain death. For now, Sohan must not die. He had to stay alive, or her 2 precious daughters might be in grave danger. What a frustration. Utterly infuriating. Leaving aside Fujiwara Yumi's suffocating rage, Sohan turned and looked at her standing a dozen meters away, a flash of awe crossing his eyes. Truly worthy of being the mother of such adorable porcelain doll little girls, Fujiwara Yumi was herself stunningly beautiful, with cascading crimson hair and scarlet eyes that added a touch of allure. Her mature figure was lithe and graceful, with long, slender legs, a veritable beauty of the mortal world. Behind Fujiwara Yumi were wings like an angel's, but unlike the pure white of angels, these were blood red. The enchanting beauty now stood with fury on her face, killing intent swirling in her eyes, her proud chest heaving, clearly livid. Sohan figured he must be something else to anger his future mother-in-law with just a single sentence. As for her words, he scoffed. TCH, who's she trying to fool? She knows exactly how old her daughters are, doesn't she? Still calling them kids. Is 18 still considered a child? Grumbling inwardly, Sohan was quick to act. Sweeping his eye of destiny over her, a piece of information flashed before him. Character Fujiwara Yumi, race corpse, demon, strength 32, agility 34, spirit 26, constitution 35, tier, second, trust value 40. Taking in Fujiwara Yumi's attribute panel at a glance, Sohan's eyes flickered with understanding. This future mother-in-law's stats were formidable. Her strength was no less than his, and in some aspects, she even surpassed him. No wonder she made him feel danger. But a trust value of 40. Seriously. At first Sohan thought it was absurdly low, but then he reconsidered. He had taken away her 2 precious daughters and openly boasted about putting them through all sorts of positions. Anyone would have a stroke from sheer fury. Maybe his future mother-in-law was actually being restrained. With that thought, Sohan felt much more at ease. Pushing aside his swirling thoughts, he looked at the furious Fujiwara Yumi and taunted, "If I hadn't said that, would you have come out? Besides, are your daughters really children? Don't you know the answer yourself? In the Sakura Empire, 18-year-olds are already considered adults, right?" Caught off guard by Sohan's direct jab, Fujiwara Yumi's anger froze on her face. She couldn't figure out how Sohan knew the ages of Chika and her sister. Could her 2 precious daughters have told him themselves? This is too fast. How long has it been, and they've already spilled everything. If this goes on a few more days, they'll be devoured down to the bone. At the thought, Fujiwara Yumi's face grew even darker. No, she couldn't leave her daughters with Sohan. She had to find a way to get them back. This is indeed my fault, and now I wish to make amends. Could you please return my 2 daughters to me? With a favor to ask, Fujiwara Yumi's tone softened considerably. Dream on. Sohan laughed. Snatch someone from him. Trying to take food from a tiger's mouth. Even if you're the biological mother, it's not happening. Where were you before? Though she didn't grasp his words, Fujiwara Yumi could tell from his expression it wasn't anything good. Her face turned cold. What exactly do you want? What will it take for you to return my daughters? I advise you not to push it, or we'll both end up destroyed. A fight to the death. Sohan shot her a glance. If it were anyone else, had crushed them without a second thought, but his future mother-in-law had let it slide. Returning your daughters isn't out of the question. Those 2 little beans don't have much meat on them anyway. Compared to Chika and her sister, I'm far more interested in you. Sohan was blatantly lying through his teeth, but what did it matter? As long as the end result was good. Startled from the throes of despair, I found the thief was none other than myself. It's not that I'm not a good man, but the sister-in-law is just too enchanting. Fujiwara Yumi was stunned at his words, then flushed with a mix of shame and anger. This brat across from her actually had designs on her. She knew how striking her beauty and figure were. Even with 2 kids, she had countless suitors. But an old cow eating tender grass, or tender grass eating an old cow. She had imagined all sorts of conditions Sohan might propose, but never this. What was she supposed to do now? Lifting her head to meet Sohan's burning gaze from a dozen meters away, Fujiwara Yumi felt her entire body heat up, her anger momentarily forgotten. Can you ask for something else? After much deliberation, she gritted out the words. Whether it was the old cow eating tender grass or the reverse, she couldn't handle it. Though she was proud of her allure, the age gap of over a decade weighed heavily on her. Seeing Fujiwara Yumi's conflicted expression, Sohan's eyes lit up. It actually worked. As expected of you, country with a pretty good life. Your level of acceptance is truly different. He had thought shed refuse outright. With a trust value of 40, a firm rejection wouldn't have been surprising. But this? His gaze swept over Fujiwara Yumi. Under the eye of destiny, nothing was hidden. Trust value 45. Whoa. Not only did it jump from negative to positive, but it shot all the way to 45. That's a huge leap. The trust value feedback emboldened Sohan further, and he shook his head immediately. No deal. Fujiwara Yumi's enchanting face stiffened. She hadn't expected such a decisive, uncompromising answer, and her inner turmoil deepened. In truth, after speaking, Sohan kept his eyes glued to her trust value, fearing a sudden drop back into the negatives. But to his utter surprise, trust value 48. Wow, not only did it not drop, it went up by 3 points. As expected of you, country with a pretty good life. You all like it rough, don't you? Sohan's gaze and reply were so decisive that Fujiwara Yumi found herself utterly without recourse. She glanced up at him, unable to deny that he was quite handsome, at least pleasing to her eye, a tender and tempting morsel of youth. But should she really go through with it? She couldn't bring herself to decide. Could you give me some time to think it over? As the words left her lips, she inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if she had just made a monumental decision. It was at that moment that Sohan saw Fujiwara Yumi's trust value soar. Trust value 60. It had jumped by 12 points. Sohan knew she was only fooling herself, but he didn't call her bluff. Exposing her would do him no good. It might send the prize within his grasp flying away. How long do you need to consider? Sohan wasn't impatient. After all, time was on his side. 3 days. Yumi ventured tentatively. 3 days. Was she joking? He shook his head. 1 day. 1 day is too short. Yumi gasped, waving her hands frantically. Haggle anymore, and it's half a day. If you don't agree, you'll head back right now and prepare to devour the little bunnies. Sohan realized that Yumi, or perhaps everyone from the Sakura Empire, was easy to read. As long as you held the advantage, being stubbornly forceful was always the right move. And if that failed, you just found another way to be forceful. Half a day, Yumi nearly jumped out of her skin. She looked at Sohan's unyielding face, stomped her feet in frustration, and the force of it cracked the ceramic tiles beneath her, leaving 2 deep craters. Fine. One day, Yumi truly dared not haggle further lest she lose her 2 precious daughters. But you must promise me you will not lay a finger on my daughters until I give you my answer. No problem. I'm a man of my word. Sohan agreed, then casually checked her trust value, feeling even more confident. Trust value 65. Having agreed to Sohan, Yumi felt a profound sense of powerlessness. She realized she was completely under his thumb. She regretted ever letting him take her daughters. Now she was at his mercy. As Yumi turned to leave, Sohan suddenly asked, "You, how many people and corpses have you eaten by now? Ever feel disgusted?" Yumi froze, then turned back with a cold, mocking look. "What? Scared I'll eat you halfway through our little game?" "Huh. No. Sohan scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "It's not that. I'm just worried you might have bad breath from eating so much. Remember to brush your teeth a few times before you come tomorrow. I have a strong stomach and a bold heart, so don't you worry about that." Yumi nearly slammed her head into the ground in fury. "I may not be human, but you're being a real dog right now. Please just act like a decent person. Don't you worry. I'll make sure to brush my teeth and get all cleaned up. You better watch out tomorrow, or don't blame me if I accidentally take a bite out of you." She glared at Sohan, grinding her teeth, the words hissing out from between them. With that, her blood-red wings unfurled, and her figure vanished in an instant. Yumi truly couldn't bear to stay any longer, as she feared that if she did, she'd be infuriated to death by Sohan. Watching Yumi flee in disarray, Sohan let out a whistle, utterly satisfied. She could talk tough all she wanted, but she couldn't hide the skyrocketing trust value. It had jumped straight to 85. Who was she trying to scare? Ridiculous. "Oh, we common folk today, we are truly happy." With his hands behind his back, Sohan walked with a light, airy step, making his way up to the 3rd floor. Not long after he left, Fujiwara Yumi's figure reappeared, glaring hatefully at his retreating back. Her enchanting face flushed crimson as she cursed him under her breath. In truth, she bore a heavy burden from eating people. Why else would she have watched the 2 sisters starve, afraid to show herself? She was quite surprised that Sohan didn't mind. She ran a delicate jade-like finger over her red lips and sighed, then moved her long, elegant legs gracefully to stand beside a corpse. Looking down at the corpse, a flicker of disgust passed through Yumi's eyes. A blood-red tail slowly extended from behind her, piercing into the corpse like a proboscis. A crimson glow emanated, and the body on the ground visibly withered and shriveled. The sight was eerily reminiscent of a spider feeding the corpse like prey liquefied in a web. Time flew by, the sun dipped low in the west, and dusk arrived unnoticed. Sohan pushed open the mall's doors and stepped out. Looking at the crowd of over 100 people behind him, his eyes sparkled with delight. Aside from the twin Lolas, he had rescued a total of 117 survivors from the mall. That completed 1/10 of his mission in one go. He wondered how Yamazaki, Reiko, and the others were faring. If luck was on their side, maybe they could finish 1/3 of the mission. But this wasn't the biggest gain. The real prize was his prospective mother-in-law, Fujiwara Yumi. With that thought, Sohan looked up towards the 2nd floor. As he did, a blood-red figure flashed past the floor-to-ceiling window. Seeing this, Sohan chuckled. "If you want to watch, just watch. Why sneak around? Let's go." He averted his gaze, glanced at the survivors behind him, and started walking towards the school. On the 2nd floor of the mall, Fujiwara Yumi stood by the window, watching his figure grow more distant, a strange sense of loss washing over her. She had been following him all day, curious about what kind of person he truly was. She was a man-eating corpse demon. Was Sohan really not afraid? Unknowingly, she had trailed him the entire way, watching him for the whole day. Even though the mall was now quiet, littered with corpses, and she no longer had to worry about her daughter's hunger or discomfort, she inexplicably felt bored and forlorn. Even the glow of her blood angel wings seemed to have dimmed. Leading over 100 survivors back to the school, Sohan was stunned by the sight before him. The school gate was bustling with a dense crowd of people. What on earth? What's going on? Why are there so many people? And what are those female team members over there doing? What are they saying to that group of women? It looks like some kind of cult. Oh no, preaching. Had he really only been gone for a lunch break? How had things become so unfamiliar in just half a day? Was this even his school anymore? Scanning the crowd, Sohan spotted Oda Tadashi, who looked exhausted. He pulled him over and asked, "What's all this? Why are there so many people, and what's going on over there?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Oda Tadashi said grimly, "These are all survivors brought back by Vice Captain Yamazaki. There are 517 people in total. I really can't manage them all by myself. As for those women over there, they are the reserve team, carefully selected by Vice Captain Yamazaki. Those female members are also following her orders. She told them to give the reserves a good brainwashing, teaching them to be loyal to you, sir. Oda Tadashi looked embarrassed, having accidentally let the truth slip. Sohan was stunned. 517 people in total. That was already half the mission. Adding the 100 plus he brought back, they were almost at 3/4. And that reserve team. Brainwashing. That was too clever. He looked at the group of dozens in the distance and asked curiously, how were they selected for this reserve team? Oda Tadashi fell silent, then finally managed to sputter out a few words. Big chest, small waist, pretty clean. Sohan, are you running a beauty pageant here? Despite everything, Yamazaki Reiko did an excellent job. Sohan's eyes were sharp. A brief glance told him that all the dozens of women were exceptionally beautiful, none scoring below 85, each with her own distinctive charm. It was clear Yamazaki Reiko had put considerable thought into this. Where's Reiko? Has she not returned yet, or has she gone back to the school? In response to your question, sir, the vice-captain hasn't returned yet, Oda Tadashi said respectfully. Not back yet. Glancing at the sun, which was now only half visible on the horizon, Sohan raised his hand and contacted Yamazaki Reiko through the star ring. Yamazaki Reiko's figure was projected from the white star ring. Sohan wasted no time and commanded, "It's getting late, return as soon as possible. The night is more dangerous than the day." Even through the star ring connection, Yamazaki Reiko displayed utmost reverence. "Yes, sir. This subordinate will lead the team back immediately." Ending the communication, Sohan handed the group of over 100 people behind him to Oda Tadashi. He didn't leave, simply standing at the entrance waiting quietly for Yamazaki Reiko and the others to return. He didn't have to wait long before the sound of dense footsteps came from the end of the road. Following the sound, he saw Asakusa Kyoka at the front, looking noticeably more capable, with Yamazaki Reiko a step behind her. Following them were dozens of team members and a mass of nearly 100 survivors. Seeing that Yamazaki Reiko had brought back so many people again, Sohan was deeply surprised. Had she stumbled upon a survivor's nest? Or had someone established a small survivor base, which Yamazaki Reiko then captured and integrated? This gain was simply astonishing. Regardless, a large haul was a good thing. At this rate, the task of establishing a small base could be completed by tomorrow. And that meant a chance for a random lottery draw. Who knew what good things might come from it? Spotting Sohan's figure, Yamazaki Reiko quickened her pace and stopped half a meter in front of him. "Sir, this subordinate has returned with 25 team members, no casualties, and has brought back 97 survivors." Asakusa Kyoka, who had returned with them, did not step forward, standing quietly to the side. She wasn't an official member, so it wasn't appropriate for her to approach. She was well aware of the current situation and didn't want to cause trouble for Sohan. Even if she longed to throw herself into his arms, she would restrain herself. This was out in the open, and Sohan's image as a superior needed to be maintained. He nodded at Kyoka, who stood nearby, without speaking, then turned his gaze to the nearly 100 survivors behind Yamazaki Reiko, before quickly shifting his attention back to Reiko, who stood before him with her head bowed. "You've worked hard today. They'll give you another task: take some people to the underground supermarket in the mall and bring back some food for dinner. Working for you, sir, I don't feel tired in the slightest. Being able to share your burdens is my utmost honor," Yamazaki Reiko said respectfully. She then turned and gestured to her team members. The 25 members understood and quickly dispersed to select people for carrying the food. Only after the 25 female members had brought back nearly 100 people did Yamazaki Reiko scan the crowd, noticing they were all strong men. She then turned to Sohan and said respectfully, "Sir, this subordinate will take her leave." Go ahead." Sohan nodded. Yamazaki Reiko turned and led the group of over 100 towards the mall's underground supermarket. He watched them until they were just a distant shadow before finally looking away. "I wonder how many will make a mistake this time." He shook his head, turned, and beckoned to a few female team members in the distance. Seeing his signal, they quickly approached. "Sir, do you have any orders?" "Take these survivors to get their star rings, then wait in front of the administration building. If anyone causes trouble, break their legs," Sohan said calmly. There was no need for kindness towards these people of the Sakura Empire. And it wasn't just them, he treated people from all nations the same. In times of chaos, severe punishment was necessary. Mercy would only lead to one's own ruin, including the power he had painstakingly built. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. Everything must be nipped in the bud. "Yes, sir," the few female members responded. They turned and faced the survivors, their murderous intent palpable. "Follow me. I advise you to cooperate. Or else don't blame us for being ruthless." Sohan hadn't bothered to lower his voice, and everyone heard him clearly. Now, with the sharp shouts from the female members, they didn't dare make a single wrong move, meekly following them into the school. After settling them, Sohan walked over to Asakusa Kyoka, wrapped an arm around her slender waist, and in a few quick leaps they vanished from the school gate. Beneath a towering tree dozens of meters tall on the campus, he pressed Kyoka against the trunk in a Kabadan pose, lowering his head for a passionate kiss, until she was nearly breathless. "Are you trying to suffocate me?" She pounded his chest a couple of times with her small fists, a hint of reproach in her beautiful eyes, her lips slightly swollen. Her punches were nothing more than a tickle to Sohan. He casually pulled her into his arms, lowered his head to inhale the fresh scent of her hair, and closed his eyes, speaking softly. I rescued 2 sisters today. I've settled them in your bedroom. Don't be startled when you get back. 2 sisters? Kyoka gasped, looking up at Sohan. What about their mother? Did she? He gave her lips a light peck and shook his head. No, but it makes no difference. You know the corpse demons. The kind that Meiko took down with a single slash. Their mother became a corpse demon to protect them and hasn't dared to see them since. A flicker of pain and helplessness passed through Kyoka's eyes upon hearing this. Life in this world was just too hard. After parting with Kyoka, Sohan's figure appeared in a desolate, silent area of the campus. He saw a figure standing with eyes closed dozens of meters away. His gaze swept across the surroundings, and he let out a silent sigh.